5 gifted.
Utility,
I ain't 0-5 gifted.
Keep some players
no way.
inside sight, but they got caught so off guard with the timing here from All Knights, and that's a great pistol round to start things off here. And All Knights,
I'm not actually fully ready to go.
They didn't lose that many players in the process, and now it's time to bring that conditioning. The fault line comes out towards the sewers. The Marshals watching towards long, and may think the Neon's there, so they're pivoting back here for RETA to hold back towards the spot.
Fucked up.
And
Everything's
we're just
fucked
waiting
up.
to get a stronghold towards the B and C for information.
My life is a mess.
Left B alone. This time it is going to be the C site. Feeling a little more confident with Savannah watching. With the util there. Util still intact and one person gone. So
I feel like
now at a
I got
disadvantage.
AK in this series, by the way, chat.
To play with this. Nico, though.
Definitely not. Especially when your tip of the spear is now gone. You can't even dash into the site. So trying to walk into A, you're pretty much going to have to stay grouped up and hoping for the element of surprise of the wall coming down. But you already see Nico Machine already all the way back towards sewers. The jiggle spots them and now could delay if there's going to be more utility flooding back. So everybody's just playing contact so far. You're hoping that the duels will come in factor now for RETA as they have a couple of shares to work with.
Yeah, already well aware too for All Knights that, hey, we've applied that pressure. They've lost a pretty pivotal person, Snowzen. So now all we have to do is wait for this retake. They're going to back themselves off, know that the eruption's going to happen at that 30-second mark. They're going to chill out for a second.
And that's why RETA did actually an incredible job to start things off in that contact play. Yes, the jig was up and they were spotted here towards long, but that share of damage onto Adverso and to Nico Machine was enough to force them to fall back and play that flood retake. So for me, that's a nice checkmark for RETA as you're getting 300 credits across the board, building the economy up within the next round, and a beautiful crossfire on top of that.
Yo, what's up, Destro? Thank you. I appreciate you. What's up, Nix? What's up, bro?
Dante is going in with a 4K to start it and to end it as well. That's
gonna get Dante ult or no?
Yeah.
We're gonna get a fucking Dante bonus ult? Holy! Chat, buckle the fuck up. All right, let's go. Ooh, I'm stoked right now. A fucking dude, a Dante bonus ult. He's about to fucking send it, I feel like. No way. I feel like it's too obvious, though. Maybe he doesn't send it because it's too obvious. It's fucking Dante on a bonus with an ult.
That
Surely.
They took advantage of and they prioritized in their eco. So they're playing the long game to really be explosive in this round number 4, round number 5. And hoping to turn things around.
What? No. Wait, he kept the Bulldog, even though he has...
ability to do so.
I fuck with this.
You can tell they have a desire to run away with the round already. Early aggression coming forward.
They're in the NA setup. The solo Senti over here, and then the quad A.
Tried to go for a 4
Once they got control,
again because they had this
they back off
on their bonus.
I like the dynamic positioning right now. Very good.
RETA continuing to
no chips broke yet.
Maurice is already
no.
They notice Cypher's playing towards the C site.
Chat, how are they gonna break the trips?
There's a strong hold from Cypher on the C site, or they're actually stacking towards.
Let's go!
So they will try to at least leak into garage and try to break the utility to force a rotate. And see if the alarm bot could spot something towards the A site.
Oh, Sliggy rated?
You're
You're not watching this right now, Sliggy? Wait, why is Sliggy not watching Dante? I need to know.
Already getting caught out. Deldic not watching the angles as attentively as they should have. But the site now caught, and I mean, they're good for now. They created the distraction. The rotation planted.
Yeah. Then that's Maurice with the plant. So this is perfect.
Bro.
Get some information now. They know there's a lot of players.
You're missing out. Dante does happen to be the truth.
Here for Samanto to go for a flank.
Quite possibly the question and the answer. Watch it. Watch it.
Maybe it could have worked, but this time it doesn't. There's a back off now. All Knights
I'll be back.
Position they weren't expecting, but 2 Vandals left in their pockets. And economy, you're not really wanting to risk it, maybe? No, still going for it. Instead, actually, the shot's now hitting enemies remain. They might just be able to pull through, but Souther kind of just counters that completely 2-1.
All Knights' turn to really try to make it expensive against RETA pretty much at that point. But I do see now what Maurice was talking about before we got into the game in his interview was saying, we have an idea how to deal with Dante now as this Neon. And it's not necessarily playing Omen Smoke towards the spawn. They actually put a Viper there because All Knights with Dante love the flood in the back. So you're automatically
It's a good bonus.
people going through the
Some
orb.
econ
And
damage.
Even playing close range with Snowzine.
It's all
right
good.
around the corner, and that does
It's
a lot of
all
damage here against
good.
the AK attempt for
It's
a bloodbath.
all good.
I talked about that alarm box. That
Don't
was
worry
placed
about it.
behind, by the flank by Nagzet. That's because he recalled it towards the A side. He's already out
Don't
towards
worry
the range.
about
The cooldown's a lot faster, so he's able to place that for the flank. So I love this activeness that we're currently seeing by RETA, the proactiveness that we're seeing on how they're currently working this C site, or just a 3-site map on Haven so far.
Taking advantage of
True.
the C site too, knowing, okay, they're always going to place that there. The trip now gone. Snowzine feeling a lot more comfortable at trying to get the entry in, but the backside not very well aware of what's going on.
Holy
Defense good.
fuck.
Although
That
the
was such a good
race
play.
and
Oh
shooting,
my
it's
god.
already beautiful. Tons of the players.
Shroud?
And All Knights, they're back in the game.
Yeah, and now you're seeing a weakness too into RETA's composition. Yes, you're able to get a lot of information with the Seekers.
Dude, that was actually a
great
sick
floods with
flood.
The flashes, but what's
The
missing now
blind
is
coming out of
utility
garage like
to try
that,
to
diagonally
break
across.
the cyber trips
Oh, they're
on
gonna
the
show
C
it.
site. If you're looking at it, the Sky can't do it, the Jet can't do it, the Viper cannot do it. She's placed these snake bites to prevent the flood back out. So a couple of them potentially could get trapped walking into and dashing into the sites. And that's really how it started things off. I mean, Snowzine got caught off at the default, got wall banged, and then AK just answered right away and not giving a
Didn't
chance
try
to
my-
get at the
no,
set.
try to
Already
just
there because they paid
never
it so
feel like
expensive
spray
in that previous
transfers.
round. RETA
Spray
had to
quads,
go
though.
for a lower buy.
They're reaching economic despair. How do you get out of it? At this point,
Oh,
Snowzine investing just a little bit for the Guardian, maybe for a weapon pickup. But what
I don't
pickup
know
is
about
there
that.
with damage already on the way? And shows, my apologies, not Showstopper, Hunter Suri, gone.
They're just kind of
Yeah,
playing the
not
middle
too
ground
much
at A with the breach.
damage being done, if not,
This is
not too
big.
much information except
Snowzine
for the
is-
Delzik, which is fine. He's got
Nico
a
Machine has to
TP
be
throw, he's beat up with the
real
team
fucking
later on.
quiet on these
At
rotates.
least he gives a lot of map control that you currently
Honestly,
have.
the biggest play.
Although,
Oh wow, he
a
found
little
him.
bit of overconfidence
That's
coming
right.
out from a couple of players, but at least they win the duels because of the stronger weaponry.
We're extending just a bit, though. Okay, Versa goes down. Luckily enough, player advantage still over to the side
I
of
know, right,
All
Juju?
Knights. They're keeping their patience, not really moving
like
in towards that
learning.
A. They still do have tons of util to use for the retake here from Nico.
And they're comfortable with it. Give him a plat, I mean,
Being
AK,
proactive in the
let
mid
them
run
fly
right
it
now,
round 1
triple
and 2.
flank.
And then also, you know that they're good for these
30
moments on
seconds
Haven. So it's okay for them to group up, making sure here that Adverso dying. There's not.
Looks
not
like
an
they're actually going to
opportunity for
continue through with
really
the three
Reta to
flanking.
set up for a second kill somewhere around.
If
that
they get
spot.
aggro
That
towards
means
spawn,
try to
this
go
Omen
get
has to be
even
very
more weapons
passive right now.
and give here all
Okay, never
a
mind, they're
chance
not triple flanking.
to go for that retake.
Just
But they're a
second.
little bit split up. Try to make sure here that there's nobody pushing towards the spawn. They'll group up with 3 players there and a late lurk and a late flank by Tinchoff.
This is
Just
sketch
letting
as
it occur. I
fuck.
mean, there's absolutely no way. They know this is a safe.
Gonna
They're
jump
gonna
out
move in on
with
this.
the
Yep,
default
using
or
the
what?
util at the perfect time. Now just watching what Dante's gonna do.
No.
But not clearing the angle. So that leaves a huge play from Nagzet that might actually allow them to keep the time. Although time, of course, of the
What?
essence, slowly moving in. Sabato has something else to say about it, but it's over. As soon as it started, maybe not 1v1.
Oh,
and
Timmy!
Turret calls for
Bruh.
it. Beautiful play from Nagzet.
And again, this is
I can't believe that. I feel like their mid-round play to triple push out B on an eco. Dude, everything about this round from All Knights was just terrible, actually. The Sova ult, oh my god, what was that? And then he's shooting through the fucking neon wall, which is why he gets Guardian spammed. And then they triple push out B with a garage player just hiding. And then they opt to go through it, but they go so slow. They wait for the one. Oh fuck, good awareness. That was a horrible round by All Knights.
Towards the A choke by a contact play by Dante, and you know he's going to be very confident for doing those, and that's a really good first blood in favor of All Knights on the defensive side.
Dante's pass seems a little bit sketch. You just don't understand yet.
Yeah, simplicity's key, though. All Knight's not doing too much.
Don't
this round.
question-
They
don't
learned their
question the
lesson from
GOAT.
last time, leaving a round
Honestly,
that
he
should
probably
not
knows
have
something we
been
don't
won by
know.
Bantha.
Just assume.
Up in their pockets, but
Assume he's
Cypher
doing the
teams
best
have
thing
now switched
possible.
over. They have no idea with this eruption what's going
He's
to
the
occur.
GOAT.
Waiting. Gosh, and it goes. Already first coming out. There comes
Wow,
Tinchoff.
great
Now
blind.
listening into the information.
Good trap.
They played this game
Holy
before,
fuck.
but they're not gonna let it happen again.
Maybe a
RETA, they
bit
cannot
of an
see the
overextension
ground.
on their default, though. I'm not gonna lie.
You could already see a tin shop. He's not playing inside the site like Boys was doing with
Then
TSM.
again, they had no Viper
When
lurk at
they were
A,
playing
so
against RETA, and RETA realized that the Neon's towards A, they would lean towards a C split. They went towards the area. Tin Shop is playing inside, has support from Breach Utility, over from the B side, over from Garage. There's really no big control here that RETA could do towards the Garage. And it's fine when you're doing the C split to give up the C side and control Garage, because what could RETA do after when they're playing the post plan? They can't take control of Spawn. They can't take control of Garage. You have no choice but to play on site or off site towards Long C. And that's already going to give so much space for All Knights to coordinate another retake flood within the C side. So nice little adjustment, nice little surprise play that came out from Dante at the start to walk up. And now it's time for RETA to really maybe think about using a little bit more utility if they want to insert players like Suther in these positions around
no,
the
it's not gonna be before the major bids.
Yeah, load it up. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I was wondering if at some point there was going to be a moment of recollection there, but this is good from RETA, right? Mistakes being made, of which, honestly, in my opinion, if I was on RETA's side, I would not be...
Oh, that's 2025?
Assuming that there would be a very, very tilted towards Garage play, right? That was very aimed towards
Maybe
Garage.
that, yeah.
Like, All Knights read into that situation.
Like, there's a bunch of people tweeting at me, and I haven't gotten... I will. I was super overwhelmed with it. All of the feedback and like the positivity and the messages on the first like 48 hours. I'm slowly like getting around to messaging everyone. What I said in the video is true though. Like at the top of my list right now, Challengers team. And I have visions for how teams should be built. Like, I mean, so back to what I was getting at. I have a bunch of people in the Counter-Strike scene obviously excited because of what I said. That's awesome. Like, I'm fucking stoked too. But I also have a lot of people like, yo, pick up boss, pick up boss. I will not do that. Like, that's not what I'm about. Like, I want to build a team. Like, I don't want to pick up a team like on the outskirts. Like, that's not...
Or using util on their side too to try to bait out the counter util coming through.
I also haven't even put myself in a position to do the research. I'm not going to rush a decision like that. That's not who I am. So the boss might be the best team possible right now, but I'm not doing that.
Jones already been used too, unless Adverso didn't have that money yet, but he's at 2,600, so I'm assuming that he did. I'm
just going to be quite honest with it.
RETA's default to start.
Oh, this dash is coming in soon. Yeah,
so many fucking CS people are messaging me about this boss team, and I'm like, bro, I'm doing other stuff right now, guys. Like, I can't.
Playing on the defense, they know they need to act soon. So many blinded. And it does instill like a level of fear. Still watching for the flank as well.
Oh my god, I do a Viper molly in the side, bro.
And
What?
even at a stake by got the kill into Nico Machine. And now with all that utility that you ran through for RETA, what do you have
Nico
left
Machine,
for
what
All
are you
Knights when you're reflecting
doing?
that? There's 2 shock darts. There's no other stuns. There's no other flashes, especially now that Nico's dead. A great opportunity to reflip back into the site.
To Savanda waiting within the smoke, but luckily enough, Delzek reaction time there. Cheeky corners at play.
Oh, fuck.
Nice and easy. But you can't play with the Neon player. It doesn't
Nags, bro.
Already 10 seconds,
Get
so
fucked.
no plan.
Oh,
Difficult for
shit.
the attack to do anything about it.
Oh,
Yeah, Dante's
fuck.
cleaning that nice and easy.
Fuck
And
waiting
that's
for the
where,
team, bro.
unfortunately, the miscommunication where if you're watching the regional finals,
No,
here,
I don't
you
give
would
out the
probably look at the
contracts.
structure and
I
the
mean-
macro, even the micro of how All Knights play, you would give the edge over to All Knights.
I'm not like...
You saw Delzek walk into that smoke. I like that.
There's
play, but
other
he
people,
needs a second
guys.
body in there just to guarantee a trade. If he lost that one, that's A-side control totally lost. And then look at how they were split off trying to work out towards sewers.
I'm not like
the
writing
Jet
up
tried to beat
like
up with the KJ, Nagzet, and
salaries
together.
and shit.
One
Like,
picking up first, the other one was too far behind. It just gave easy kills there for Dante. And they need to work that synergy a little bit more, especially with the tenure and the pedigree that this roster has in terms of international experience.
Mid might
I'm not a negotiator.
For
I'll say
everyone,
that.
just-
Like, I'm not
they already have such good
negotiating.
information leading towards long there. Yeah, but that does get shot down by Snows and cheeky angle.
I
moving
could,
towards
because I've read
some
negotiation
sort of victory
books,
on A.
actually.
But of
But
course, Spike backing off and slow aggression moving down for AK.
Great start, because with that pick here, you have Nags that inserted all the way up towards top B. He's trying to listen to see if he could catch any rotates.
What was that one
And
I
I think
read?
right now he hears the high gear of the Neon that went out from the C link. So now that's a weakness towards C or towards the B site. And with a lure by, much easier to plant towards this B site. They're going to group up here and just try to fight for.
I actually
this
read both
plant
of these
towards
first
that B
too.
site, and it's looking
This one's really good
for
though.
them.
Never
An
split the
open site
difference.
now.
And
All of All Knights rotated towards the A site.
So basically, I'm just
And you
always
have
manipulating you
the
guys,
best
chat.
utility
You just don't even know.
or to deny the plant.
They're getting prepped up to set Dante up for success, which I really do like, knowing there's not a lot of util to play off in terms of what Adverso could have applied.
Oh, fuck.
First shot available. Duelist goes down.
Fucking what?
That works so perfectly. Following in with the
Snows and more like
Making
fucking
a play
snoozing,
for
right,
Owen
chat? This
for
guy's
that
gonna
4K
take
to
a
come in.
quick nap.
I forgot I lied. They do have one piece of utility. It's actually in form of a body. It's Dante. Going in with the slide and then just breaking ankles once again. Going towards the gong for the entry. But all of that couldn't have been started without a triple spray that went from the A choke point into the B site. And unfortunately just caught Soother as soon as we put the pit up. The pit went down and RETA had the plan to play inside that B site. From that pit and set up that crossfire and making sure that players are being decayed. When you lose that element so early, everybody is pretty much out in the open and you're getting caught for sure on how All Knights played that.
Dude, how dare you call Snowzine the final boss when Dante's in the server? Snowzine is like the fucking first half boss compared to Dante.
A little bit more, especially when they don't have that pressure from Dante of All Knights at that A choke.
Bro,
Continue to get worse from here.
Dante's team Sova is darting over here, and we're still winning 6-2.
For maybe a life-saving play from.
Think about that for a second. We're seeing Sova darts and Sova ults, and Dante's still winning. He's the GOAT.
That's what we're trying to mention.
Snowzine can't play Haven next
time.
I love the Snowzine defense. I love how this is a fucking... I love this tournament, man. Every duelist is cracked, so they all have their little fans. And me, I'm on the Dante fan train right now.
Rising coming through from AK, lockdown, does catch one, maybe they take it. Dante's not letting anybody else to site. Already 3K comes down and it leaves it up to Sabando and Titchoff. And Paranoia still.
Bro, why? What is his team doing though? Yeah, where are they? On God. Please. No. 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 How the fuck do we not win this round, bro? What? What?
Again, another one of those moments where,
like, what more can he actually do? The guy is running around the site, breaking all the cabbages, killing the Jet, killing the Viper. Like, dude, he's drawing all the attention. What did the other two players even do, man?
and that was also.
I feel like when I watch Dante, I become the star player that's like has the big ego that bitches like, bro, what are you guys doing? You're getting no kills.
There's the aggression that's coming in.
I know where it comes from now.
So for All Knights, they want to fight back right away.
I am embodying that player actually when I watch Dante. It comes out of me. It's crazy.
Ready to push in onto the site, use every single article of util to stop this plant from happening, but plant not
He
there.
makes me like this.
Still left
Like, bro, where is his team? I'm sure they're giving him util, but I'm like, where the fuck are they? Like,
I don't know
that's
if
what it feels like.
To pick it up or had it originally, but it almost felt.
But actually, though, does his team have hands? Let's find out.
Trying to work around that map.
I'm just kidding. Respectfully, of course. It was a joke. But they are wasting a Paranoia in the back of the site for no reason. Sabando, what are you doing? What are they doing? What is boat? What are boat? What is the Spike doing?
Good read too. Tinchoff knew the Silence on B was a little suspicious, but yeah, they're keeping it. Savando always stuck inside of the smoke. Surprise
go.
no catching up just yet, but a nice
That's a good
Fury
ult.
to try to
Okay.
counter this push from coming through. Honestly, pushing some of that pressure left onto the side of AK. They're looking for some sort of retake back.
Slid off the box.
They have lost, and it's an immediate.
Bro, he is
Yeah,
insane,
you just saw
man.
it there. Thankfully, the contact that got that kill into Tinchoff
The
was
guy's
good,
movement
but
is just
he
goated. Like, he immediately is in, like, a double face with his teammate. Like, I'm laughing that he slid off the box, but look how he's in a double face with his teammate. Nags was so fucked right there. There was no chance for him. Like, that was the perfect play instantaneously. Fucking crazy.
to make sure here that he's going to be
15 and 5, by the way.
Condard Sabando to allow Adverso to get the Hunter's Fury and more damage.
You guys laughed at him on the bonus.
Again, shutting down the
I confidently said,
try to take cycle.
don't worry about it, because I've seen it before.
Big flash. Already moving in. Snowson.
It's okay. Dante's still alive.
Plays to try to get that inside and infiltrating, but they know they
Whoa!
Sabando makes a huge play to keep them in the game.
Bro, this guy's getting phantom moments left and right.
That's gonna be Del's
Okay,
defense
wait,
plus
so it
left
was
and
just
it's
waiting
all
here?
Just going back into the hands of the
Okay.
so this is GG. So
No, he's shooting the body too.
Yeah, again, it's
No.
it's a smaller buy that we had here from the RETA, but the great factor from the
Regional matchup.
Porque te estaba la paellera agarrada entre mis dientes las piedras de chipiona
Wait,
del faro. Y cuando entro en el restaurante me ve el cocinero con una paellera y a ver solamente paellera.
I have a feeling that's not what he's saying, chat. That could be fake news.
The Hail Mary play to try to
That could be
towards
fake news
the
right
side where
there.
You didn't
On
really
God.
get the full rotation yet, so all that
Seems
is
real,
full
though.
control the defensive side. 8-3 on defense on Haven against a new comp that RETA brought in here towards Ascension. Unfortunately here, the practice looked good
Oh.
against TSM, but not well prepared enough against All Knights.
They know what to expect, though. This has been a pretty big repetition. Yes, Snowson knowing where exactly this breach play is going to erupt from.
Oh my
To
God,
counter
okay.
that, shut it down. 3K there. Bladestorm now finding itself to try to eliminate the rest down to the extremities, and it's easy. It's as easy as ever for them to take this one. The repetitions work because now they can shut it down. Sabando, yeah, gets cleaned up.
Black Light Flawless to end things off, at least a silver lining for RETA with how things have been going so much in favor of All Knights from beginning to the end. Again, this could have been such a wider scoreline, a larger lead that All Knights could have had if it wasn't for Nagset with that clutch that he had for 2 rounds to allow here RETA, sorry, to finish with 4 rounds in the first
I think
half. That said, though,
I'm
that
looking
was
for
also
something.
something that I was noticing here from watching the attack side of RETA is they really only had that Viper Wall from Soother controlling the A choke into the A link every single time, and they did that against M80 too. So if you're actually not trying to pivot the wall a little bit more to try to
Please.
leverage it for post plant utility, for
Please
example,
show up
too,
on my
or try to
feed.
split a site if you're trying to do a huge pop towards C, then your tells a little bit there on how you're defaulting around the map on the A side, and All Knights seem to have a comfortable understanding of how this comp was being played here, how even just RETA was using this comp on Haven. So nice little chess match between both of the IGLs, Adverso and Maurice also, because you remember Adverso was mentioning in his interview before we started this game that he gave a lot of respect to Maurice and they talk about the game a lot together. So there is definitely going to be a little bit of free flow and understanding of different plays of
Damn,
each
I
other's
can't
play
find
style
it
that they
now.
could actually even anti on the fly if they could. And so
I
far,
saw the
it's
funniest
Adverso's
shit on
win.
my feed yesterday with Saucy, and I can't fucking find it.
For RETA to kind of come to
Unlucky.
this moment, it feels a little too late. They've read into the.
Anyone know what I'm talking about? It's
repetitions
with
of All Knights. Now
MW0.
we're moving on to the attack. Last time they played
If
against
you know what I'm talking about, I'll
RETA,
permit you
the
to
attacking side
send a
honestly
link.
looked better, and I mean. I feel like that's pretty obvious with a Neon and a Breach.
But I
working
actually do
very,
still have a
very well
banger.
with
Wait,
Cohesion and Savando
I did save a
making these
banger.
Very clear cut plays as the Omen. I feel like it really just works in favor of all.
Oh my god, this is a gem. This is a gem. Hold up. For the rest of the game, we imagine Maurice doing this. Okay? fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant, dude. But who plays on a... That bird actually fucking flew, bro. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude.
From C over to garage, just to really try to allow
That's
for you to
fucking
fight,
nuts, man. That
towards
person's
back of the C site,
cooking.
not really allowing Dante to get too much control, or any Neon to get too much control if they're going to try to slide through the C site for information.
Wow,
You're
that's
seeing
actually
for the
crazy
first
that he like
bit.
threw the bird and the
Just
bird
on an
flew
aggressive
like a
side
sky
over towards
flash.
C,
Like
and
he
allowing you to
actually
reach a
had
little bit more here towards the garage
the
and
right
B site.
form and the
Should
bird
your B site be a
cooperated.
little
Like
bit
it kept
weaker? So,
going.
information with the turret,
Probably
a
fucking
strong
AI,
side
probably
lead,
fake.
and a hold towards
Probably
the A
falling
site,
for it.
and you're playing for information high ground from Snowzine with the Ghost
All
off
right.
the alarm bot and Nanoswarm.
They cam and they cage just in case there's a push. Immediate hit coming in. Oh wow, they're gonna play the site. Really? Yeah, bro. You're playing the site against this? I don't know about that, Chief.
It's like every single angle they
Good
feed into
two-layer
it.
hit though.
They allow everybody else to thrive, but of
They
course,
wait
not
the
pushing
Viper
just yet.
util
They know
out.
their limits, their boundaries,
Re-hit
waiting for
coming
the util
in.
to be big
Neon
enough.
stun,
That
boom.
is so
Good
hard. Now
lineup.
there's no smoke to play inside that site.
Wait,
Delzeek's already
oh,
dead.
that peak
An
fucked
opportunity now
up
for All
everything.
Knights
It
to
killed the
fight
breach.
back, but
Uh-oh.
now they're actually playing the aim battle instead. And it's going back and forth.
A risky play to play.
Imagine
It's
if
not
it was
what they want.
Dante.
I mean, they're isolating fights nicely,
Oh
but
my
at the same
God,
time, they're not
Argo.
holding on.
Look at him.
Just letting us go, taken into the
It's
1v1
okay. He's
two players
alive.
that he wants
He's got
to
us.
Dante.
We're in good hands, shot.
But look, I mean, they could
No,
afford this
no.
fight. Gosh, it worked out just like turning
No!
around to see it
Dude!
clutch, but Nax gets there in time.
They
Thank God that Nex is there once again for RETA to be able to at least trade it off, because that would have been dangerous so far. And as I was trying to say here, every single one of these players
imagine. No, I can't say that. That's
are
disrespectful.
trying to entry in, they're jump spotting, trying to go for
But you have an
1v1s
idea.
instead of just maybe being having an extra body with them just to guarantee a trade. And it of course gives an advantage here for the defensive side when you're peeking one by one. And on the defensive side, at least when it comes down to being pushed in, they had that bonfire set up for RETA overall. So that said, second round, Shock Darts trying to break the utility towards the front of the B side. Unfortunately, though, the Alarm Bot and Nanoswarm are actually not on that side. It's a turret on the top, Nanoswarm on the right, but it's a Neon sliding in.
Whoa, that was a big overextension by Delzeek, bro. That was such an overextension, but they should still win.
Just yet, as they need to move in. Moving themselves outward, which is odd. Moving towards here instead. Now already getting caught out by the position here. RETA can't really care at this point. Already going 6-8, so feels good.
Crashing
and
out
that's
for
what
Dante.
Roy was mentioning before.
Dude. Dante is him. Alright. Wait, the Hawk meme is... Dude, did you see that she has like a podcast?
All that utility. But the thing is, it kind of falls down to what, you know, maybe Vice comes in later on.
She's extending the 15 minutes to 20. It's crazy.
Having that Nanostorm and isolating and splitting off and creating like some sort of a wall to just keep Dante at one spot so that the rest could fight towards the
She doesn't piss me off, honestly. Yeah, good for her. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, she's cashing in on this shit. She doesn't... Honestly, I haven't heard a single thing out of her outside of that one clip. But all I know is everyone still talks about it. So she's still making bank, which is fucking goated for her.
I do like the outlaw play. How well is that going to work with B? Not too much attention directed towards there. Instead, Drone listened in, so you already know.
You're seeing like how
what is this Viper wall? I've never seen this before, actually. Wow.
Instead of use one ways on the defensive side,
Look at all the little nooks, chat. Cringe corners left and right.
As well, playing close range with the
Everyone pick your triangle to hide in. Viper's got that one. I'm going to take this one.
Set up for that as well.
You guys can get the corner without any
toxins.
toxins.
Working towards long for All Knights. They decide to pull back.
But ready for it. It's just a body shot. That's all they're thinking about. Maybe another one as well. But here it comes. Yeah, backing themselves off. Not getting too preoccupied with the B site. There's no need. I mean, there's util there to initiate. They have tons and tons of retake.
Damn, they really picked a good side here.
It's not ideal.
Right. Gonna be a hard
It is the best play
retake.
not to lose the player right now.
There's a trip holding this
That's
push
just
that
one
Killjoy's
shot
going
that really
into.
pushed Snowzine away from the line of the
Cam
outlaw from the B side to A.
not
Maurice
able
is
to clear
angled
anything
over
really.
to C
Oh
site,
no. Oh
Sky
no. The trip's
ability,
down
so
too.
you
They're
play
they're
with
like
any information,
pinched.
so
They got to kill one of these
great
guys.
opportunity now for all nine to play totaled up, all grouped up together outside
All
of
right,
B.
they're gonna. Oh
Just watch that
no.
spike.
Now they're getting like confined into these tight
Can they
areas.
do
Oh,
it?
Nags can't go
Off.
yet.
When you see a smoke there, it
Good job by Nags to be
starts get
patient.
Scary Nags, it's like, hey, yeah, I'm definitely not being.
Oh my god.
It's hard.
Oh
Making
my
those
god.
decisions, but of course, it
One
works out
enemy
in the end.
remaining.
Calls aren't made quick enough, and it leaves Reta with another one, a 3, already starting off in this house.
Wow.
That is a great start there.
Dude, the way that they just pinched around them so methodically. I mean, look at the X's. They were all 5 here, but they just like pushed and pulled just in the right ways, like at the right moments from every direction. What the fuck? That was so well played. God damn. Absolute
He
cinema.
gives his position away and then just holds into the garage so that players can be focused on him.
Uh-oh.
And then you get the retake coming back from both the A-Link and the spawn at the same time. And that's
Bro,
the
I
issue
swear,
as well here when
if that
you're
guy
playing
opened his
outside of the
eyes
site,
anymore,
you kind of want to play post-plant utility, especially if
they
you
might
have
come
some
out.
available left here.
They
on
might
the
fall
fly that
out.
you have for all
Oh my
nights. So as you're playing outside of that, now you're focusing on players peeking out and you're focusing to fight. You're forgetting now the objective to play the post plan, and you just get surprised here by the nice little Spectre flood that came through here from RETA.
Bro, I wish I was half as awake as that
I'm not
guy.
expecting this to
I'm
work out. I
struggling
feel
to
like
keep
it's
my
super
eyes
lucky
open
too
at
that
all,
they're
bro.
already in.
Half the time I'm on stream, I actually draw eyes on my eyelids, and you guys don't even know I'm
At this point, they
sleeping.
pretty much fumbled the back
I'm
for
just
this round.
listening, and I'm kind of repeating what the
And the next
casters
one
say half the
Could
time.
be their saving grace, but economy is not looking good
Exactly.
at
Gonna
this
have to come
point.
down to that.
Yeah,
I just
like,
kind of move my head towards the radar every now and then, so you
maybe-
guys think
maybe
I'm looking
loading
at
up
it.
on- at this point, orbs aren't going to be easy to get in the defense, but more so giving some attention towards somebody who could save
Yeah,
the
I
round
sleep.
next game.
No, I don't even
Okay.
sleep with my eye. I close my eyes, but I come with like
least
makeup
you get a
on my
wrap.
eyelids,
So
so it
with
looks
this
like my
timeout,
eyes are
The
open.
discussion is around.
And I just, like,
of course,
look
the next
around.
gun round that they have. You talked about the
Like with
objectives,
my
but it
eyes
seems
closed.
Like right now for all nights,
Like that
they're
one
going
movie
for it.
back in the day.
With this stinger by that you have, this screams a B rush for me, or break you tilt towards B and pivot back towards the garage. Just hoping to get a plant and hoping to cause
That
some
would be
rotates
fucking
over.
wild,
But there's a
bro.
strong side lean on the defensive side from KG utility and bodies
Oh my
now
God.
towards the
Our
C
goat.
site.
Our goat is vuln. Oh, dude! What do they expect him to do?
That's so interesting. They just
His route runs into 4 people.
See, I'm assuming that was more so an information play on
Dude.
because there's no way he's getting out of there
remaining.
alive. But
Fucking hell.
either way, it
And that's a
doesn't work
read.
out. Yeah.
It's just a read too from RETA, because this is also
Jesus.
not the first time that you've seen All Knights try to push from a B to C link. They've done this in regional play against RETA themselves on this map of Haven, which is why now coming out of the timeout, the strong lead that you have towards C, the alarm bot and turret is like, okay, they're going for it. Dante's already running through. The crossfire is already set up. There's a snake bite on the ground.
Dude, I actually saw such a fucking funny thread last night. I was gonna bookmark it, but then I thought like, I can't show that on stream. It's disrespectful. But now I'm like back to the point where I'm like, it's too funny. I'm gonna show it. I gotta find it.
That allows for you to just get the everybody down and only losing one player in the process here with Soother. Very nicely
Did I say
done.
HLTV? I
And
meant
already
VLR.
We have a tied game in the second half, thanks to beautiful displays.
There
of
it is,
defense
there it is.
from the RETA so far.
All right, this could be it though, depending on how.
Check this
I
bad
guess
boy
they
out.
wanna play this. They definitely
Galorys might be the
looking for
weirdest
shutdown at
team
this
I've
very
ever
round
seen.
quickly coming
So
into
how do we
this.
have 2 30-year-olds,
moment, right? Put your
Luck
full
and Sato,
focus
to
and
swing
attention. You have them
everything,
under
but a
stress.
19-year-old IGLing? And that actually fucked me up when I read that. I'm like,
The
bro,
idea could have been so good too
wait,
for All
that's
Knights
what's
if actually
happening?
Nico Machine met up with them to set up a
That fucked me up when I
in
read that. I was like,
to
wait,
to come through.
what?
He was a little bit off here towards the A side to start. But given that lurk,
And then people in the thread are
Building
calling
a
people
good team
ass
instead,
water.
but
Ass water is the word
a
used to
very
describe.
early Seekers coming out on the defensive side from Maurice.
There's some good hating in this thread. Let's just put it that way. It's a good hating thread.
Shut so much down. RETA feeling
It's
good
not
about that
looking good.
shutdown because now that honestly, what are you gonna do? You lose out on the breach and the duelist combination that has been allowing your team these entries. At this point, you gotta play this 3-person push. Not really happening at this point. There is somebody waiting in the corner for you to arrive. Screen down.
Even
Like, people in this thread are just so salty that these zoomies are hard carrying, and the two boomers, Rude and Evil, aren't even IGLing. Okay, this team is cooked. Bro, this is just like, I was like, wait, why? This is the only thread I even entered last night. I was like, wait, why are they the weirdest team? I had to know.
Viper Orb, so you have this nice little wall that, for me, was formed by Team Liquid.
Powerful
when they started off this composition and trying a triple controller Viper on this map. It's kind of crazy times back then in 2021. But it's good enough here to prevent any type of extra information that would be coming out here as soon as it gets spotted from these aggressive angles that are being watched by.
They're getting stuffed hard, chat. They don't have a round yet this half, right?
Not gonna lie, I think Dante's definitely looking a little antsy right now, trying to move themselves forward. But yeah, they hear.
Okay, I'm getting really scared now. That's a
magic
throw,
smother.
bro. Why are you shocking the
We're
front
ready to use
beach?
that right now,
What are
though.
you doing, Adverse? I'm gonna lose it, bro.
At least what I'm liking, what I'm seeing from All Knights is, look at this, the utility they're currently using and breaking utility very early from the KJ. If they're doing this in gun rounds and they could force rotates, this would be looking pretty good. And as I say that, there was a little bit of an overcommitment by Snow towards the HO.
Oh, and a big push up. This is good. Dante
No
can get some
Riz,
weapons here
no
for
Riz,
people.
Mariz.
Yeah, it's gonna
30
drop
seconds
him.
left.
Although with the ultimate now.
And Snooze win.
Way down 3v3. No
Napping.
yet, but Souther does have that Viper spit. Not
Wait,
gonna
take
use it.
us back to
Steady pushing.
Dante. Take us back to Dante. Fuck this fight.
An ultimate run? Oh, this is
Fuck
so
this
good.
fight. Oh my
I
god,
know
what
that one,
are
though.
you doing not
That's
holding the
gonna
cut? What are you?
Not seeing
We're
this.
getting saboed by everyone on our team right
They're gonna
now.
get killed.
They hate him.
Oh, and this
They
is
hate
now.
Dante. They don't
This
want to
is
see him
so
win.
Dire. Nico
What
can't do
is
it.
going
At
on?
this point, the play possibly of utilizing that ultimate is going to be gone, but maybe it's up to Sabando. At this point, the Stinger just so inaccurate. That's what worries you. Smoke is going to take place, but they saw it just prior.
We're just gonna go over
The
you. Fuck
damage
it.
already dealt, and they
What
know
are we
that
doing?
it's one. No, they don't know that they're so late. They can jump in, and they do. Thrifty Blacklight making its way.
Sabando coming back to redeem off that timing. It could have been a costly mistake there if they actually did get that kill onto him. They did
Jesus,
lose
bro.
those players within that site. You talked about that Rolling Thunder getting ready.
Like, man, the amount of mistakes that AK makes in some of these rounds is wild. But then other rounds, they look incredible. This seems like an off day for them, I'm being honest. Like, they looked a lot cleaner in the other days.
Such a faster flank that really wouldn't have given a chance for a Sabanto to set up on that 1v1, but nice redemption.
Heard
Back
that's
to a 9-9 scoreline. It's tied up.
Sky
and
rotating, Omen
not
rotating.
necessarily a swing round coming through. The economy is still so good for RETA. While here for AK, a plant will put them in a good spot here to still buy for the next.
Out. It was good too from the start.
Trades,
They bring it back.
2v2.
Nico though, there with the refrags, and that works out well. Pleasant
Can't
for
break
AK.
that.
Moments of lockdown. That's where the issue starts to create itself.
That might be a bit early
Yeah,
on that,
already.
no?
That is brutal.
This is probably the nicest round of Valorant that I've seen from both of these teams so far. Great dodges coming out from the defensive side. Crossfire set up, 3 players anchored up, and the trades have been perfect.
Whoa,
from
how'd you type
either
in green
extremities.
text?
And you traded ults in a great way. Nagzed forcing the players back to their in
How the
position
fuck
to
did
the
you do
garage,
this?
And now the hat giving you information that both players were on the C site. So now an opportunity here for Tinchoff to play the 1v2 with both trips available.
fuck?
And he's gonna nerd it out.
King text.
Both of them trying to watch that cross towards that
Oh.
front, breaking all that util.
Oh,
think
you
that
guys
he
think
fell
you're
back
fucking
here towards
special
that
now,
wall for
huh?
the spray battle in that spot.
colorful text.
RETA could very much solidify this, though. But this is
Chat.
pretty good, actually.
He is cooking.
Under the
He's
occasion, Southern wants to
cooking.
pull through with an ultimate takedown.
Bro, there's they are in the same spot, actually. He was not cooking. That was not a good idea, actually.
Information given away. They baited out where Tinshot
I mean,
is.
both in the same spot is kind of wild.
Does actually land on Naxit quite a bit, but instead, is it moving out for enough?
Did
They
not
were so
cook.
close to taking it. With the defusal, nothing you can do about it. Smoke, such a good play from Southern.
And the one extra ult coming out from RETA towards the end is going to be that silver lining to allow the defensive side to win that round. Very, very nicely done once again from both of these teams. Just that 1v2, it was a nice attempt. Those trips actually didn't allowed to give you too much information of where both players could be.
Really good movement by Snowzine, by the way, to get away from Dante. I think that was actually a pivotal moment.
Yes,
Living through the breach ult like that.
Sense of paranoia for his opponents, not letting him know where he's going, but he has no idea where he's.
Oh my god, timeout. I need water.
Are they
so
double
bad,
flanking? Or they split across the map? You know they're going to play the buddy system, but is it going to be a 50-50 from spawn or from a flank? He gets from the flank to start, and that really gave too much space now for RETA to come back and get that win towards the end. So this is now the second timeout being used by All Knights, so no more left in their camp for the rest of this map. And you know right now when it comes down to the coach with such big open eyes and the way that he's talking, he has some sort of read here that could explain on how they could min-max a little bit their post-plant potential against this composition from RETA.
They're pulling back. Not really expected. You can see from AK, the stress is definitely getting to them as well. This is very, very tense moment, honestly, for both teams as well, because you're stuck in a 9-10 situation. Again, it is the rematch, which either of these teams could run through. For All Knights, the most important one of all, to prove that they are better than RETA, and they didn't deserve to be knocked down to the lower bracket stage in that playoff. So
yeah, a rematch on this map that was in favor of All Knights. Again, probably one of the first times that I've seen such a good neon coming out from the LATAM region overall. And now it's actually RETA having such a good read on the defensive side. And that's where most of the rounds rather came out here from All Knights. A 13-7 victory that they had, of course, if they had a different comp. But they're coming in practiced.
that's good. Oh, and the op still watches. Smoke makes it difficult. It's so simple, but it makes such a good play. They know op standing down inside of mid of B, and the smoke just makes it so much harder to want to enter and aggress towards that.
That's when Verso down at the very beginning.
So
you hit towards the site. Yes, you're going to have a little bit of util around the double concuss, but no scans following the flashes to give an easier time here for Dante to go through the fast lane to pinpoint where their opponents could be, where he actually needs that utility.
Good stun lineup. It got graffiti corner. That was actually really nice. Pretty much everything Dante does like Glaze. It's actually so pathetic. That was a little bit silly.
I'm surprised that Snowzine could actually run away with that, but seems like AIM is now.
RETA look like they're gonna steal the map, guys. Oh wow.
It just becomes hard.
Dude, I think RETA winning this game could really fuck up the entire group. That could actually throw a wrench in everything.
Hell, he stayed alive after that shot, especially
It'd be like a lot of tied
stinger running through the spawn.
Tied
But even
teams.
if he died, there was already another player on the other side of spawn that would have given the instant trade and not given too much value on that push coming out here from Dante towards the spawn, who's trying to go for that hero play because they lost that player in the very beginning, because they also have the lower buy. And now, unfortunately, for All Knights, that looked so
My
good
favorite
on the
healthy
defensive side.
snack? Dude, I try so hard to eat real food. Chat, you're looking at someone that was honestly fucking forged and molded by the internet and created by ultra processed foods. Like this is the outcome actually right here.
Speed against them might help. I mean, right there, already pushed
Worked
back.
at least, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, if it works, it works. Some space taken away.
So probably like protein bars.
I was gonna say, last time we had Seekers for Maurice, he used them very early at one, like even there was more than a minute left. And this time he uses it at 120. Already hearing and seeing that they're getting shot right away, using a dog, depleting that as well. This is actually pretty good for All Knights here to try to rework the map. And they could. It doesn't look that they could in this case, but the Cypher has a camera watching full B and
I don't
trips.
eat that
They do
kind
have
of shit
active
food.
information if they decide
But
to pull back here.
oh, what a wall,
And this is the moment.
bro! That's
The
tech.
patience from Snowzen, knowing that 30-second mark is going to hit. Maybe the eruption as well. Crash that, you can see Dante ready to run it down, and already there it goes. Blade Storms comes out. And the op isn't going to be too much of an issue right now in this moment. Maurice is there to help out with the situation. And RETA, they finally control whatever's going on in the site.
Oh,
And it becomes
fuck.
so much harder to get past
Feelings over.
Snowzen.
Wow. This is actually the first time that I'm seeing a composition that's supposed to be so active and oppressive for All Knights playing so passively this time around. Yes, you're trying to cycle utility and fight back within that site. The second wave came through, and it was stopped right away by one single wall that was pulled up here by Soother. And then they tried to go for a third hit, but remember a couple of rounds ago, that first round that they were playing on the defensive side, I was talking about Delzik dying early, and there's no smoke that they could play within that site. Well, now that he stays alive, it adds that extra obstacle by the sewers and default.
I probably like
could continue
Yogurt
to in that spot.
Yogurt. I have a lot as a
Nothing
snack.
really here that All Knights could do. And now facing a map loss. Convincing defensive side from both of these teams, but RETA looking much cleaner from their regional match, from their debut game in Ascension, and looking to show,
I mean, I showed you guys what I've been
looking to
eating.
prove
Hold
here
up.
that they actually do deserve this #1 seed from LATAM, and it wasn't pure luck getting the reverse sweep against All Knights.
My search right now is hilarious.
Droning it down. Oh my gosh, it's like it's like a horror movie. Where did that come from?
Oh, I can't believe you
I'm
missed.
still missing out on the shot. Okay, this is potential here. A jump scare from Dante. And now possible push up. No, they back off. They have some mid control.
And that's what I wanted to see more, right? They're leveraging Dante to pull out some rotates so they can try to activate a little bit else, somewhere else around the map. But a little bit too quick by Sabanto. Gets caught. Now there's no smokes for the execute. Hail Mary playing out towards this B site. Oh my god, it's a microwave of it.
Down.
Ult is ready.
Adverso, what are you going to do when it's on the court? Is it possible ace coming out? I mean,
No.
never mind.
Wow, I did not expect this, chat. What the fuck? Especially after first half. What a fucking second half, man. Every game is like this, though. It's like the teams are so close, and any dominant half feels like it's matched immediately.
Times here, you're giving so much credit for All Knights
The
within
hell?
the first 3 seconds. As soon as the barrier come up, you're already seeing Dante in front of somebody's face with a double concuss and getting a first blood. As soon as you're able to slow things down in the first 10 seconds here for RETA, there's actually no extra layer around what All Knights are trying to do. I didn't see any extra utility breakage towards that B site, towards Garage or whatnot. So it really didn't give a chance here for All Knights.
I mean, I told you guys like a week ago, I've been plowing these after stream. I fucking, not lately though. I've been pretty good the last 3 days. One day. I relapsed 2 days ago. They're like a slightly healthier Uncrustable with 11 grams of protein. Bro, they are so good. I can eat like 3 of those motherfuckers in the blink of an eye. Like so fast. So fucking fast. They are so amazing, man. I like literally the only way that me and that thing can coexist on Earth is if I don't ever eat it. I can't have even a little bit. Because if I have a little... My personality type is like... Once there's like a single fucking gut bacteria inside of me that wants that PB&J, I will search the Earth for it. So I gotta kill off all of that gut bacteria. Basically is what I'm saying. My body cannot remember that. God damn, dude. Those are so good. What else do I snack on? Honestly, it's like a lot of fucking weird bars and stuff. Usually. I have Ben & Jerry's cookie dough ice cream that I've been flying. Micro. Wait, I think I had one of those yesterday. Wait, what? Freak shitty music. Oh yeah, like those like butter cookies are, they have a lot of butter in them, right, Master? They're so good. It's like those cookies just taste like they just put a fucking stick of butter in them. They're like not very sugary. Hard to explain. To be honest, guys, I prefer sweets from like anywhere else but the States. This is something, I mean, I used to fucking love candy, and I've always had a sweet tooth. I love fucking donuts. I love, I don't eat as much candy anymore because it makes me feel like shit. But I will binge some donuts every now and then. But I honestly think Asian desserts are bar per bar like way better. European desserts are like actually behind Asian desserts, and then all of it is above American desserts. American desserts are pretty shit, I'm not gonna lie. They're so sweet. Like once I got used to like Asian desserts, I can't go back. Like I don't know. Like a light Asian cake, like from like an Asian bakery, is way better to me at this point in my life than like, you know, like a boxed cake that I cook in my house or some shit.
RETA, they get the win off that map of Haven with a 13-9.
At this point, it's just like maintaining and staying healthy. I used to be a lot bigger.
Knights starting strong, Dante going off, getting those kills with the Neon, but then a complete shutdown on the second half as RETA went on that defensive side, Roy. And All Knights, it seems like they could not adapt in time.
Yeah, I feel like in the first half, they had a really clear game plan. Flood sites, don't allow RETA to turtle on the sites with their double controller composition. It felt like the identity was really clear on their defense side. But as soon as they got on their attack side, it really did not feel like they had a great read as to what RETA wanted to do.
It seems like it was kind of the opposite of what they were talking about on starting strong, and now you have that for All Knights, where yeah, sure, you're starting strong, but then what? Are you able to close it out on the attacking side, where you try to allow Dante to be in these great positions, but it was just not possible. There were some plans A, B, and C coming through for the side of RETA to shut Dante down, and this is something that Maurice talked about before M80, so it's all working out for this side of RETA.
And in the beginning, it really was looking more in favor of All Knights. Both teams had really good defense sides, I thought. All Knights in the beginning was denying garage control, and then it just looked like they had a lot of synergy, I guess you can say. I felt like in the beginning...
like in my C9 phase, I was way bigger, but I don't know. It was exhausting being like weighing that much. Like I don't like weighing this much. I don't like this. It doesn't feel good on my body. I was tired as fuck this day, by the way, because I stayed up all night watching demos. Like that picture of me and FNS like up next to each other on the stage, that became a meme. Yeah, that was pretty big in that.
And another thing that RETA did extremely well as well on their defense is they did a pretty solid job at constantly punishing the map. Wherever All Knights went, RETA was on their flank. They were constantly collapsing on their space. At no point did it feel like All Knights was in full control of the forward space and the backward space. And I think that's a key area that RETA did extremely well with their composition.
I'll look for it. Hold
And
up.
looking at the scores that we see here, Dante went, even though that they lost, he went 20 and 16. When All Knights didn't have util, Dante was the util. He was making RETA's crosshair placements be all messed up and getting the ground. But like I said, once RETA swapped to the defense side, Soother did a really good job on Viper with the highest stats for the team, 19 and 14. And I feel like every player shined in their own way. Nobody did not do their job, and that's all you can really ask for in your team.
You can tell that RETA has been really prepping for this map of Haven. We saw them not
6-4.
look too good in one of those instances, but
6-4
ever since
flying.
they've been looking good and consistent.
I actually have the same like percentages. I checked it out as like LeBron. So like my weight percentage wise to my height is the same as LeBron. Same as muscle. Pretty much the same. Same vertical and everything. Just LeBron.
Nobody has played Ascent in this tournament so far. We're
Yes.
gonna see it for the first time right now, and I'm wondering how this is gonna play out. If none of the teams have played it, is RETA and All Knights, they haven't played it, Roy. I don't know if this is a good opportunity to bring these new slight things new, as we've seen, for example, that Deadlock that All Knights have already played on Bot.
Yeah, there
Oh,
definitely has been
yeah.
some
If I wasn't
developments
so
that have happened
gracious
in
and
the past few-
humble about all of this, like the things that I'm blessed with, if I didn't pick esports and just accept the humble life where I'm not making as much money as an NBA player, this is who I am, you know. But I could, if I really wanted the money. I mean, I don't know about my knees can do it at this point, but maybe.
Depth that was happening on that map that I'd like to see, and going into Ascent,
Yeah,
a
I'm
map that
basically the goat.
requires
Yeah,
a
'cause-
lot
yeah.
of mid rounding and a lot of
Basically the goat.
protocoling. I'm a little bit nervous here for the All Night side.
Of course. Yes.
There's a chance here.
course.
There's a possibility. I mean, that first map of Haven, that was their map pick. But it was the same case yesterday. So they've been in these scenarios where they go into their map pick, they don't win it, and they're able
Classic.
to take away the enemy's map pick. Yeah, that is the Valorant classic for sure. There's a chance that they can do it again, but it's an unknown map for both of the teams, where I would love to see that creativity coming through. We've seen it for All Nights already, as we mentioned on Bind, and there's a chance that we get to see it again. And also, just as a reminder for everybody that there's a giveaway going on. You can get one of those black light chairs if you scan that QR code or you check that pin message in the chat to see how we can get one of those chairs. And now that we go back into that conversation between these two teams, and what are the chances, Emily, that we see something new from them? Or are you expecting maybe that standard composition that we're used to seeing for so long?
I think Roy has a point. They had plenty of time to adjust and change their comms, so I think we might actually see a deadlock. And the last time that these two teams went head-to-head on Ascent, I just want everyone to know that it was won by RETA, and they won 13-10, so it was very close. And so, like you said, they're
Man, I
probably
cannot
feeling
find my
really
logo
down
button.
right now all night, so I'm a little worried because they lost their map pick and they had such a good start. So it kind of just all comes down to the mindsets. Can the in-game leader snap out his teammates that aren't
Dude,
as
I gotta find the
experienced to
Shaz
move on
video.
and just look at the task ahead on Ascent? But I feel like we might see a different agent pool. In fact, I hope we do, because that would be really exciting.
Yeah, that's what I'm really hoping for. Last time, as you mentioned, when they were playing it in that grand finals for Latin America, it was a similar scenario where it was a back and forth in that first half, as we saw in Ascent. But then that second half on the defense, it was all domination. But RETA, a bunch of rounds in a row, I believe it was 6 or 7 rounds in a row that they were able to get Roy. So that is something that All Nights, they've been honest, they've been working on trying to fix and trying to get better at is how they're gonna close out these maps when they start with a strong advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to kind of steer the conversation to the fact that we haven't really seen Dante opt that much. I think we've only seen it really on Abyss. But this is a type of map that you're going to require a lot of creativity with the op, and that's something that Snauzine has shown he has.
Let's see.
He's been getting immense
It's
value
going to be
with the
somewhere
op
in here, chat.
whenever he pulls it out on the defense side. He's kind of been picking away at All Knights' plans.
This is ESL Pro League Season 1 Finals. This is the tournament I was literally showing you guys that I fucking threw with a call, actually.
How can he be that force that is not just rifling, but he has to be able to op on a map like Ascent, especially when you're on the jet.
I like that you bring that point too, because that's something that we've seen for a lot of the players.
Okay, it's just not gonna load.
Even think about something that I saw recently. A lot of people are comparing Dante to what Kesnet is for the Latin American scene for the tier 1, and that is something that actually happens to Kesnet, where he's amazing with the rifle, but when he has to go with the operator, it's something that's yet to be improved.
It was his idea to wear tank tops.
So I'm very excited to
Forced it, actually.
if he's able to perform like
I
this,
can't find it.
It will not be the first time that he's put to the test in a situation like this, in a high pressure situation.
Oh, it's because they're different
We already
days.
saw that race being played for the first time by him.
That's why.
And, I mean, that will also be on the horizon if we go to the third map.
Yeah, these players have such a bright future ahead of them. I'm very
Bro,
confident
my
in
arms
that,
were
and I just see
crazy
how
back
passionate
then.
they are,
And then I
they're
stopped
so
working out my
incredibly
arms for
skillful.
like
I mean,
2
this is a
years
lot of
because of
pressure,
RSI.
you know, and
I'm not
I
even
just feel
trolling.
like they're
I
doing such an
stopped doing
incredible
any kind of
job
arm
already.
workouts.
And,
My forearms had
it's,
so much
they're
pain.
looking very coordinated on their retakes. I just feel like RETA had more of a better read on them when they
Still
moved on
no.
further
This
into the
picture. This is
tournament.
like the
And
one.
also,
Bro.
I feel like Delzik is a player who
Because my arms look so much bigger than
FNS
FNS's because the angle.
Days keep going on further and further. He keeps improving, and he is showing it today.
Well, let's jump into the Blacklight Agent Select. Let's find out if the compositions are going to look different at all on this map of Ascent, or we might be seeing the same over
But
again.
yeah, I stopped
Well,
working on
it's
my
gonna be
arms.
the
I don't like being that
same,
bulky.
but something that has to be mentioned, though, is that
Sometimes
Tinchuk
I do a little
last
bit now,
year
though.
played this
To be
map
fair.
in the grand finals.
Cypher.
He was playing the Cypher, and yeah, like you said, Roy, now he's going into the Killjoy. So mirror match with the Killjoys.
Yeah, I mean, this map is extremely tame at this point, right? I think that's probably the reason why a lot of these teams have sort of avoided changes.
So yeah, now these days I kind of just maintain
it's going to
and
come down to
try to just make my body
team
feel
calling.
good.
Excited to see the best, or the first ever map of Ascent being played on Ascension. Let's find out who gets the win. Is it going to be RETA or is it going to be All Knights? Let's find out with your casters, its fans, and Gompers.
I'm actually pretty excited for an Ascent game. I feel like we haven't seen like any of them. Bro, have we only seen like one Ascent game?
Immaculately going on to the
Maybe
defensive
even
side
not even. I
on
don't even
Haven.
remember.
Now, obviously, we're going over to Ascent.
I slightly
We definitely
remember
started the
one,
storyline
but
saying if it
I
wasn't
don't
for
even know
Nags getting a
who.
couple of
Zero.
punches, this could have been,
Okay.
A more
I'm
one-sided victory for All Knights
off
on
the
that
goose.
first map,
I love
that
this
was
flash
proving
peek, by the
me
way.
wrong
It goes
on
like
how
in the
played
window for
defensive
the
side
jet to swing.
pristinely and being able to run
It's
away
pretty
here
nice.
with that first map. But second map, as mentioned before here on that desk, Tinchov going into the Killjoy now, and he was actually the one opping for the team at some point. And they're using Dante to push
good
through with this,
anti-push
and it's,
protocol.
bloodbath.
Oh fuck! They're,
Already off the rip too.
wait,
Definitely
why would?
feels
Oh
good.
my god, they got very lucky right there.
Action moving forward for the defense. Could this work out? Maybe so. Already 20 health left on Delzik. Nags it not looking too good either. And the spike is there, so they do have control over the situation right now for AK. They don't know Snowzin's there for a
This
possible
is
flank.
important. Right now, both of the utility being recalled by Tinchov, so you got to wait another 13, 15 seconds before the utility could come up. So I love that they flip around the map, they take control here of that spike, and then they'll leverage the util to get info, and they'll come down once again to
Just
trade
swap
off the
sides.
hits. Grouped up by
That's
RETA,
funny.
3 of them
When you
moving in
said
forward
that and I
from
looked at
the
minimap,
Yeah,
it kind
waiting
of
for this whole
that
flank to
actually
happen from
fucking made
Nags
me
all the
laugh.
way up
I did
towards the
not
spawn,
realize that.
And it's actually being watched. I love this. Turret alarm bot on one side, and the 1v1 towards the spawn, and it's
I
spotted.
didn't think of it that way. I guess.
At least now everybody's not necessarily too covered here. Maybe the flank
Getting
held,
scary,
of course.
actually.
Already heard. They know that there's the possibility.
Sabondo's gonna be in like some weird off angle.
Giving up. There's no util. And 30 seconds left. Are they just
Wait, what is
allowing this
Sabando
to
doing?
happen?
Somehow they think that we're going to pick
There
up
we
the
go.
spike and rotate over to catwalk to A site.
Bro, he
So now
swung
all
into
three of them
that?
spread across the map. Instead of being grouped up and playing for trades, they tried to go for their hero play, but there's still 20 seconds left while RETA stayed as a death ball.
And they have
That,
control.
unfortunately, was not a good mid-rounding for AK.
They had the spike. They had everything. set
No,
for
I
this
didn't see
moment,
that,
and
Jack,
it
but
is
someone
so
said that
surprising
shit
they would
earlier.
have rather Again, moved out, maybe collected a little bit more info, but at the same time, they had everything they needed right there. Delzik, maybe this is the play. I mean, player could definitely make something happen, but it's already a 3K there from Snowson, and you're messed up. Like, how can you recover? You can't.
No. It's a 4 versus 1 for every single one of these fights in the post plan. Or even before they even plotted. Because you had Sabanto playing towards the mark.
What was the thought process? He was listening in con, and then he was thinking, okay, maybe someone's going to come to the switch. Oh, no, I hear like 2-3 people running down lane. Maybe I can catch the straggler and make the numbers even. Because right now it's 3-on-4. In order for this retake to be like possible, we need to make this shit a 3-on-3. So he thought they were all going to be lane, and he was going to catch a straggler. But his sound, like how he perceived their locations based on sound, was very wrong.
I mean, I guess they have
very
the right
wrong.
intentions.
That's what it looked like to me, at least.
Fighting for the spike would have been the best decision. Will they recover though? Crosshold.
Just trying to like empathize with why he would swing that. Holy, good smoke timing, but
Does find one, but at the end of the
all
day,
good.
it is RETA that does have the gun advantage.
Hell advantage, at least for AK though.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that could have been a nice
Yeah.
trade towards the end here and winnable for Dante because everybody else is pretty low on HP. Good damage at least. They went for the stack towards the B site. It's where RETA was going in the first place. They even gave an early tell that they were going to pivot very quickly towards the B main from that early pop flash that was being thrown by Souther towards the corner. But that said, better weaponry that you had. But we're in a similar scenario of what happened on Haven.
I feel like if RETA wins, let me see the
You're doing a lot
group.
of damage. You're forcing a lot
Let's see
of
what this
buys.
would
The
mean.
bonus is not going to necessarily, be the best for the attacking side, especially when they didn't get.
Then next, guys, next we have the all Brazilian matchup. The all Brazilian matchup where the team that's favored is 0-3 and needs to win. Like, honestly, it's the weird. This is the weirdest fucking tournament. It's so amazing.
Yeah, Odin all the way over towards the B side. Sabanto, though, is holding on.
Shit, bro.
Gets shut down in the moment that entry tries to make its way, and it's Dante.
No smokes.
Play. So AK
That's seems alive.
So that's
Rotate it
very,
off.
very unfortunate. RETA, they can come back again within the next round, but this is a good one. They did hold on very, very nicely here.
Yeah, very, very good plays here by both of the teams once again. Behind the backs of the initiators, actually. Turret is the first contact, and here's a swing on 4 players, and Nagazet is like, okay, I'm gonna rethink this peak. There was way too many players out there that were collapsing at that spot, pretty much like the I like to call it that 100 Thieves stack that we saw on their ecos in the past here on Ascent. That said,
Toddler
though,
Osboss
maybe even trying to
pre-tournament.
throw away his gun and not
Spelled like this, right?
Try to make it expensive rather. This is still a buy.
Toddler Osboss
Out here for
after
AK. So
playing
if you actually get some
2
body
NA
shots with
teams,
the Guardian, you can
spelled
make
like
it expensive
this.
in the long run for your side.
That's supposed to be a 2, by the way. That's supposed to be a
focus on
2.
the orbs, and then we're gonna throw our
Am I
body
cooking?
I'm okay with
We
it for
make
sure.
this O into
Nice
a
goal towards
0,
the end, though, from
and then we
all
just
nine
add a
players.
dash
Both
2.
initiators on both ends that played actually very good.
Don't worry about the Z. No.
Towards the A main control.
God damn it, dude.
Flashes was actually
Why is it that every time I cook something, like, I get blindsided by my stupidity? The points get lost every time.
Forger just lost his duel, and that made it a lot easier here for All Knights to anchor up here towards the A site.
I'll work on the
Valiant
2s.
effort. Of
I'll
course,
work on the
bonus round
2s.
taken away from the side of RETA, but they're keeping their cool. They're keeping it collected. You can definitely see there isn't too much struggle within the game. They know what they're doing, especially with the orb collections that are coming through from Naxxon. They're preparing for something later on.
Thanks,
throughout this
Rose. I
battle.
appreciate
Now we
you.
start into the next one.
They're kind of bullies, huh?
Let's go! Not going to give too much pain towards the tree. So right now, Roy talked about it. A lot of
Bren.
around this map.
Yo. I hope you've been enjoying your time off.
They are actually
I actually saw an interview on my YouTube feed
giving a little bit more free space
about you
towards
talking
the middle,
about
and it
the
allows
burnout
for
of the
you to
year.
maybe have a late lurk back towards the middle.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with
Where
you.
you're
I ain't
seeing
listening to
the
that
things
shit.
come through, like, okay,
I
well,
was fucking
right now
big
we
tired that night. I went to bed.
make that we're
So,
actually working here
but I hope you're feeling better though.
Just in case there's a push from All Knights towards middle, where they
But
will
I did
focus
see the title of the video. Oh shit!
Oh, and this is perfect. Pinch off. Just hiding.
Oh my god, this guy's getting scanned left and right.
Information given away. They know there's 2 players watching, but you can't do this.
Surely that's not our idea. Sure.
Yeah, and it's a round run from
Bro. Guys, they're scanned. They're right there. Let's go get them. Let's go get them. He just ran out all by himself. He was so cooked. That was a horrible idea. Oh shit, you're still in Korea. All right, good night, man. Good night. Yeah. Good night.
Stack towards
Thanks
either
again.
A or B. You're just going to try to guess it out here with the KO ult, and I would assume
Definitely
it would
defensive.
have to be a KO and a Jet moving in first. But the crossfire setup that you have around an Odin doesn't give you too much of an opportunity to really get that space in the first place on your gamble around the KO ult. So RETA forced to save in this
Only
round.
one person with full shields coming through mid. Might get contact with... What? A sheriff peeked into Don.
So good. They watch out on the flank. Information's given so quickly. I'm loving the response as well. That's unfortunate though. Nobody was there to really get potential for the refrag, but if Verso
Oh my god.
much
Oh, you had to go blind, but you didn't do it. Oh, okay.
Out by AK all along, the Odin is finally making things work.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like All Night's
Quite important for RETA.
it's
They
playing
did
a little
great
wild
job for
today.
Verso just to
Not loving
confidently
it.
push inside the smoke towards the B main and get those 2 picks, but everything else happening towards this mid take. Look at that utility once again being thrown.
Like, they don't look as drilled today as they did the last few days that I've watched
them. 3
them.
players in the process of your much lower buy. Remember, the best thing that they had was a
Looks like it
blade
might be a
storm,
timeout.
in the hands of Snow, and around that was classics, couple of pistols, and
Yeah.
utility. That
Okay,
really
so
allowed for you to get
let's see where we're
kills on top
chilling
of that.
right now.
You're gonna take it any day.
Today
Again,
we have
playing
these
another long
3,
run,
right?
in terms of keeping
Right
the
now we're
environment low.
here,
It's
so we
always
got
gonna be
these
very
3.
important when you're in these scenarios as that team.
So the
that
2
has that
Brazilian
left
teams are
pocket,
next, and the 2
you
NA
lose
teams.
around and your opponents
And
are
see,
winning 3K by defeating you in that
this
round.
is actually the 1
By
seed from
forcing them to continue
Brazil.
to buy and
This
buy
is
and
our
buy
2
again.
seed.
At some point, you're going to call that swing
But
round.
I would
That's what the
say,
swing round is, and then it allows for you to
I don't know.
break their
If
equality,
RETA wins
maybe
this,
steal
right?
a
That's
little
what I'm
bit
saying.
more
Like, if
rounds
RETA
if
wins
you're
this game, chat, it
your
fucks
own
up
economy well on top of
everything.
that.
Because
So
then all of
again,
the sudden,
this
to
is
not get
going to be a very
eliminated, you
close
need
game,
minimum
very
2
big
wins.
looks of it, at least to
You
start
see what I
with,
mean? Like, they would set the bar at 2 wins if they win this game. And that makes it very difficult for the teams below. Oh, bro, this is actually very big. If RETA close out this series, these teams down here are cooked. Let's see who do they play. Okay, so they play the Brazilian team and RETA. So actually, they would. Who does RETA's other game? Okay, obviously Durham. So if RETA win this, they'd be 2-2, and then their last game would be against the Brazilian team. They would actually get head to head in that game. So what I'm cooking in my head is this. RETA win this game. This turns into a 2. They lose the last game against Galorys. Galorys win against 2 game. That changed this to a 2. That makes this a 1. They end up beating RETA. That's 2 and 3. TSM play M80. Bro, that's not looking too good. I'm not going to lie. Who do they play that? What's left? So then it's... Who do these guys play? All night. Oh my god. They are cooked. Bro, there could be so many 2-win teams if All Knights lose this and TSM split game. Bro. We might get like a 5-way tie.
Stay there, stay put, and win the rounds of defensive side. And that's going to be the issue now for All Knights once they take the attacker side, especially on a map like Ascent. And that you're hoping here that, or the mid-rounding is going to be super important for you in order to get some rounds on the attack. Because if not, this is definitely going to be back into the true Ascent of...
I guess the good sign for TSM is that All Knights look a little bit weaker today. So, cooling off maybe. But...
So at least in this round for RETA on the attack. Look at that default. Couple of smokes trying to fight back.
I say that, but like I also wouldn't be surprised if they immediately win this map.
The smoke potentially. but it's really pulling rotations across, but towards the right place here. Look at Dante moving here towards B main with the op and looking to swing off the turret.
They had the right idea. I did like it, right? Distractions all across the map. Maybe seeing if they can isolate a fight, but that's a huge shot from Dante, just eliminating Maurice for any source of information on the attack. So now they have to play off whatever they have left. And at this point, I mean, it is a lot. Lockdown there, settle down in B, so the A site, yeah, looking a little bit...
Well, I mean, if we're in some kind of 5-way tie like that, guys, it's going to come down to, like, rounds, right? Or is it maps? So, TSM would still have a chance because they got 2 series to... Wow. Wow.
They're alongside as well, and the A site completely covered. That lockdown on B.
These early round. Okay, this is the last round they could afford to lose if Dante doesn't win this. He could win this.
Right it off yet for RETA win. Dante switched over to a Vandal on a rotate as well, and the crossfire set up for RETA towards Jenny and Spawn. Or Hell, rather.
Shit.
Looking along. Fancy snows in. Actually, maybe not. Yeah. Shots already made, and they know that Delzic's in the smoke. Fight picked out the wrong one. 3-3 settled across the board. Yeah, Reta's back.
Yeah. Oh, one good thing though is, you know, Roy was saying that Dante was an op already. As soon as they have an opportunity for all Knights to pull out an op, they do so, and they manage to get the first blood out of it. But this time, it's the mid-rounding that doesn't work out for AK on the defensive side. I like the lockdown idea, but you still kept 3 pers inside the B site, afraid of an actual re-hit towards B main. So even then, you had Dante forced to play a little bit further back in case they're trying to rush through within the timing of the lockdown. We'll hold that thought a bit though. Did you have a fast hit from RETA towards this A site?
Going in for it, honestly.
Oh my god, it is.
Hunter's Fury. That is absolutely amazing.
Chat, the 2-win tie is looking very likely right now. I think it's the most likely outcome. On God. Like, I know it sounds crazy because there's so many things that are necessary, but from this moment, it looks like RETA's favored. That's like the one thing I was concerned about. Can RETA win this? I would favor Galorys against 2G. And I would expect TSM to win 1 out of the 2 best of 3s. I'm not even... Oh, fuck. Ooh, didn't do any damage though.
23 health left. It's already done with.
Very hard to do here to retake the site when you're getting caught towards Hell. It was such a fast hit, and this is the second time there. That continues the point that I was trying to say on that previous round. They're played a little bit too separated inside this A site where they can't, one, support each other for a crossfire, to play the
Swear to God, that's the chamber shit on his arm.
Where they could actually fall back and play a flood retake as a team. That last round where they tried to throw a Hunter's Spear on the defensive side off the lockdown to help out towards the A site, instead of double pushing towards A main, they tried to hold door, they tried to hold dice, not in positions to go for immediate trades. And they pay the price. And
try my best.
Identified this weakness towards the A site that they want to punish. For more control, for map control, but it's a triple swing on an eco.
Ooh. I'm not gonna lie, this game doesn't feel like as important as some of the ones we watched yesterday. And it's, I also am slightly aware it's a 3 best of 3 days, so I'm trying to conserve a little bit of energy right now.
Up here, but is it gonna come in easy? Question is.
For RETA now,
you think 2G will definitely win against... See, I would have maybe agreed with you until... Hold up. Wait 1 second. Maybe I can change your mind.
Maybe even have Maurice go for a drone just to make sure, because you know you
it's triple stack, by the way.
You want to hopefully scan some players across.
Doable. Very doable.
Eco gets a nice pick, though, onto Delzik. That's no smokes on an execution.
He needs this.
A 1v1 battle towards B main.
Nah, not gonna win B main. Not gonna win this game. Actually, he is gonna win this game.
3 players stack inside the site, and now you're just delaying.
Okay.
He's basically gonna watch the B
looking
main.
like a
as soon
save.
as he sees something, he's gonna pop the nano swarm and then fall back and play in the.
So, does this change your mind? Look at this head-to-head. So they play today, right? Galorys 0-3. They absolutely need to win, right? They need to win. They are -6 on rounds. They've lost 3 best-of-3s. They've won 0. But they're only down 6 rounds. Like, that is the most mind-blowing stat I've ever heard. I thought the crew one from 2023 was crazy. This is actually crazier. Like, that kind of margin on an 0-3, like, what? That's insane to me. Very unlucky. Like, very, very unfortunate that they're 0-3. And all 3 times they played head-to-head, they've 2-0'd them since May. This time was in late February, bro. That's so long ago. The last map they played, I was literally looking at this. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Fuck, I remember incorrectly. Is it here? Where the fuck is this shit? Where's fucking Ospas Jr.? Hold up.
With the Vandal. As it slows down a bit, one way's being thrown on top of that by Sabanto. This is actually all very good so far on the defensive side, and praise to also Sabanto and Delzik on the amount of one ways they've been playing from the first map to the second one to really not force some utility out on either end to gain map control. It gives you a lot less to work with on the site hits.
Right? Like, it's just like, it seems like big bro, little bro regional matchup. That's what it seems like to me. But also, like, you never know the mental state of a team that's 0-3. They could be fucking quitting.
Trying to do from the start, just finding the correct timing and pushing these players back out. So that's 2 players now gone out of the field.
There's that Nano 2. Nice little lineups that pushes the far back line so you can't even get the spray with the Odin. And I love the timing that RETA goes for the push inside that site. There was still 4 seconds left before Adverso had a recon dart. So they use that window so that they cannot get pinged running in through the lockdown and play a 5v5 pulse plan.
I didn't hear the omen. Oh, he still got that? Okay, res. All good.
They're getting better at now, kind of picking up like some sort of retaliation whenever plans do arise on the side of RETA, but the op is literally poking out so far deep into it.
Good kill.
Enough doesn't go down, so Dante does
4v3?
Just relax as of right now, but it's
1-on-2 for Nags.
RETA now fighting back, but a 1v2 situation. Do have 10
Bro,
in the tank right now.
what was Dante looking at, man?
And it's a simple clutch from Nags that leaves this game settled.
And you even saw Dante. He just stopped. After his teammate died, he just stopped. Didn't even try to go for a kill to try to at least build up an ult orb in that 1v1 fight right over. I guess
Oh, did he ult tab
or something? He just gave up. But that's
no
matter what, Nags it clutching a 1 versus 2. The black light clutch, the Zippo
just
clutch
actually give
that
up
round once again. And allowing RETA to just continuously get these rounds where they shouldn't be able to take. Because I love at least that op that we saw for the longest time that Soother was trying to watch here towards that spawn. That was actually a nice little bait by Dante. I'm pretty sure they did that on purpose to keep the gun out so that they could try to bait out some spray so that Tinshop could swing out for the frag. And instead, he
spotted a chance to hit on TSM, so that's insane.
The result was still the same.
That's insane.
So I like that play that we saw from All Knights to kick off.
Love that hating.
Retake, but it was very slow, which forced the hand of them to make these mistakes happen on that 2 versus 1 against Nagzet. So that's definitely going to call for a pause now for All Knights. I think at this point, I still think that they're playing a pretty decent first moment here of their defensive side. It's just now
I can't really see their jersey, but it looks kind of weird. I'm not vibing with that jersey, chat.
But now when you're trying to play a retake with an op in your hands, and you're not being successful on the
not
reads
digging
that you're
it.
trying to fight against your opponents, then that's where it gets very difficult for you, where Dante has to probably do some sort of a Bogdan's Law so that he could actually get a Vandal and start activating on the retakes for the team. But overall, I think that you're seeing the utility being used on the attack side for RETA is very, very good to really push out the anchors out of their position.
I was getting ref vibes too.
So I guess exploiting both weaknesses. I talked about weaknesses that we saw from All
Like,
Knights.
they might pull a yellow card out of their pocket and just throw it on the stage, you know? Any moment. It wouldn't shock me if any moment Nags just took a red card out of his pocket, just threw it.
About it either. I mean, they've
Fucking had a whistle.
They've dealt with the punches right now.
Like, his in-ear cord turns into, like, you realize it actually is a whistle.
All Knights is
and he
throwing at
blows
them.
it, that
It's
wouldn't
going
shock
back
me
and forth,
actually.
though. It's so
Looking at the
difficult.
jersey, I'd be like,
It feels like
yeah, it's actually kind of normal.
I don't even know. At this point, like a lot of the fights that should be angled towards RETA, right? With a really good flank coming along, then
That's fucking insane.
it just starts to crumble. So
Yeah.
I think everyone's definitely on their A game here.
Right now, at least they're doing a great job for All Knights to get active information and fight towards B main, because it's a simple.
I mean,
turn
Silent
and
seems
avoid
pretty
spray
crazy.
That contains it.
Let's
forbid.
see. Is he still
Then
way up there
they're trying to
statistically?
play a little bit
Let me check
turtled
that
up
out.
towards this A site.
He
or
was like
even
number
towards
2.
Catwalk, where
Yeah.
they have zero information of where mid control could be, or where even any
Silence
kind of
playing
extremity,
really well.
fight could be, or the positioning at all from where RETA currently sets up. So I feel that you
It looks
might
like
have to look to be
Spike plays
slightly more
Neon,
proactive coming out of this technical
whereas
pause, where
Silence is
you
like
might
the
wanna
old
try
school
to
duelist,
leverage that
Jet
up from
Rays.
Dante that you're rushing to go for early picks from Catwalk into B Link, or just try to anchor up towards middle to look
Spike
up
has
towards
so
that
much
line.
value,
Because
dude.
now
Someone with this skill at this age, playing this role at a high level, using util well, like this is an insta pickup. This is an insta pickup for teams. Like this guy's gone. The second he turns 18, he's in VCT. It's part of the reason why I also am so like confident about like Dante, because he's playing these like off duelists and he's doing it at a better, like a higher level than what I see in
you're
VCT.
starting this round with another Thrifty, and have been good in these moments, at least for AK, of stacking towards the right side.
Dude, already starting off with 2 suppressions is huge as well. They know that normally, typically on the B side, All Knights do like to have Tinchoff waiting alongside, moving into this 3-player advantage left onto the site, though everybody else moving in, and it's going to be a group push starting. Yeah, with pistols left inside of your pockets. Economy not looking good. AK now trying to fight back for something.
Holy shit,
shut
chat.
down immediately.
Yep. One.
I feel like we are on the path to the 2-win tie right now. And it's like the fucking, what is that shit called? The Autobahn? We are going fast towards that shit. I feel like Galorys beating this other Brazilian team is the next step in this puzzle.
Outside of B main and trying to work out more towards the middle. So there's the up that comes through. He's
Oh man, I'm getting excited.
At least they're trying to find something aggressive so far.
She auto on your bond.
Bait and switch. Trying to knife first and double up the control and
Really
play
just forcing it.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. If you're looking at it,
But
so
you know,
the turret stays active for information
I
towards B
respect
main,
it.
and then you're trying to collapse back towards middle. So yeah, the play is there. Let's see if it
That-
works out.
was not cleared.
Shut down off the rip in mid. Slow aggression moving forward. Snowzen has been caught in this position before. Might just happen again. The biggest difficulty is what is Tinchoff going to do now with this 1v2 in a verso? Now blinded. Slow.
What?
But quick. Moving on Delzek. And you do have a huge sight take from RETA, but at the same time, I mean, in terms of utility, they're loaded compared to actually AK is loaded compared to RETA.
100% with the amount of rounds they're currently winning so far, you're definitely going to make it hard right now for All Knights to come back here in the last 2 rounds of the half. Again, another one of those scenarios where you're trying to retake the site with Dante with a knob, has dash activated, no blade, or dash available with no blade storm. You kind of need him to, or be that bait at this point.
Yeah.
And have the other support. At least some flashes are there though from both the controller and the KO.
Another movement commences. Delzek does see some of these players now trying to fight themselves off the site here, but the op somehow no scope Dante.
Bro,
makes
you
it
could
happen.
really
It's
cook
not
one
enough
over
for
here.
Mickey. Too many players lost.
With
Not
these
enough
guys'
to
names,
lose.
with like Riz being in there, Win being in there.
2 players
Fucking-
have to stay behind because they have to pop flash with the KO flash and even a paranoia. I don't even
Dude,
think
I
saw the
could
paranoia
cook
come
with
out
those
towards the end.
aliases.
Maybe if it came out towards the later half or even towards the tail end, but it wasn't double flash to allow the dash to come in here from Dante. And not only that, he dashes into the site with the
I mean, you guys do know I
what does he do now in
built
the back of
100
the
Thieves
site? He has to
based
play right
on
click
the
clap
fact
and try
that
to fight back against 2 guys in
it would be
garage.
like a sentence if you
So
just said
there's
all their
definitely,
aliases.
not as clean in the retakes right
Got the
now for
pings
All
ready for the
Knights.
Sova ult. So he's just ready to ult down him in. He's just kind of floating.
Because also when you're playing a Neon composition, or when you're seeing Dante playing a Neon, he's not opping that much. So you are playing a map where an op is so good here on a map like Ascent, but you're also playing it not to a way that you're able to maximize
7-4,
the
man.
retakes here as a team.
5 is pretty important. Still not enough, but
Dude, and this is such good early information, but it's
I think
like,
we can get.
okay, now there's no action upon
A lot of
it.
mid
This is
control,
rotation
breaking the
coming up
Killjoy
against the
util,
machine, now trying to help out a
putting
possible
question
push
marks
from
here.
Sabando, but at the same
So
time,
you can
do not
see
think
they're
the
exploring right
silence
now. They
is
smoke
definitely-
main. Sova's kind of in a bait setup here with Killjoy in market.
It's turtled up. There's no more alarm bot.
They're in
there's no
a
more
bait
turret.
setup also
You have
close
to
cat
react.
with a
And if
judge
you're
here.
here for RETA, and you're
They have
able to set up some sort of a
KO
bot
first
back or something like
contact.
that, or
Jet
at
killing the
least
person
set up
that
some
goes out
sort
to
of
switch
rotation
and
that
then
seems to be
dashing
towards
away.
this, market to
It's
start.
pretty good A setup. I'm not gonna. Oh, they're moving.
And now you activate back
They're
to the
baiting.
site,
They're
look
falling
to
for
the
this.
side, and look
Wait,
who's left.
come back,
Only
come
one
back.
player. The other ones are
Wait, wait,
forced
wait,
to
wait, wait,
rotate
wait.
still two
Dante,
more behind,
Dante.
but it's a judge. It's
Oh,
a
it's
judge.
over. It's over.
Oh, that's so good. I thought it would work out for a second. Snow isn't coming in quick, but Sabando even quicker. One enemy remaining. Hunter Fury.
Nice. That's a really good hold.
But it's not going to be enough to really keep this team at bay. The black flawless from All Knights to continue this half, but at the same time now we're switching over. So, I mean, the difference could occur. We could see a possible comeback from All Knights. This could be the moment for All Knights to really take it back on the attack and allow their
The
duelist Dante to
judge flick.
Yeah. And I forgot we are watching Valorant right now, so you know, sometimes we just anchor one spot with a judge. It's good enough.
It is
But
winnable.
nonetheless, if it wasn't for
It's
Sabando,
winnable.
if that dash was so
Country,
good that
thank
he's
you for
not
the
able to
primer.
catch up here with
Yo,
the judge to
Simon.
try to get the pick, then
Thanks
that
for
would have
3
made pretty
months
much
at
a
tier 1. You're the
2-1
GOAT.
towards the a 3-1
Safety cake
towards
with the
A
primer.
side. So they're
Appreciate
still
you guys.
split off across. So a great job at least though for RETA in that round to really thin out the defensive line.
And Green
by
Kitten, thanks for the tier
activating in
1.
the
I missed
mid
that like an
round
hour
around this
ago. Oh
map
my
of
god.
Ascent, something that you have
I think
to
there's like 2
on a
kittens
map
up in
like
chat.
Ascent,
Wait, that
because
sounds
it's
so
been
weird.
overplayed with this
2
composition
people with
for-
kitten in their
since the
alias.
dawn of time. And again, it comes down to individual plays that is able to keep this game close, at least here between All Knights and RETA in this second map. But you mentioned it, Gomps, an opportunity now for the attacking side of All
There's
Knights.
cat.
This
Yeah, there's
is
cat.
that big
There's
test.
more. No, there's
Something
more.
that
I
Roy
swear.
and I agree to that they haven't been mid-routing well enough here on that first map, that you're hoping that they're able to do something here in this line and not rinse and repeat a hit. Not a push and go, touch and go, touch and go every time towards one site that runs into a crossfire.
It's for
This
breach.
is probably the
What would I change about
honestly,
Ascent?
now, I feel like with a refresh.
I've answered this
to, like,
before,
side
but
switching,
I'll
there
answer
is- there is a
again.
bit of excitement in the air.
Just like, I haven't really thought too in depth about it, truthfully, but every time I answer, I say the same shit. I would make it so this wall's penetration was slightly different. I would probably adjust this. I would change this, probably this one way, and I would make it so that way this wasn't a drop into the site. Like, it would be like whatever. Like, you make it stairs, you can make it something, but the fact that you have to jump into the site is fucking annoying. I would take away some of the unbreakable knives from KO, just so that way he's not like a must pick. Like, I would make it so that way somehow you can't knife here, up here, fucking top mark. Like, all these knives are unbreakable.
Against the number 1 seed of RETA, but
The
also
common ones.
trying to win this to
So
be
I would do stuff like that to
guarantee a
shift
spot
up
into
the
playoffs.
agent selector. Like,
If
take
you
away
lose
Sova
when you're
spams, take away...
2-2,
Ooh.
and it might still let this slip.
Oh!
Much better to be played.
Bro, what the
It
f...
is
Nax?
unreal.
What?
There's absolutely no way. And already starting off with that initial 2, okay, Nico's gone, Dante's gone. Duelist, Initiator. Adverso, the only one left available, but a Shock Dart at hand. Maybe they can use some coverage from Sabando, but they are cleared at this point. They need just at least one pick to really even somewhat settle the score. Oh no. And it just gets worse too. You walk in the smoke, you're gone already though. Paranoia, this works out well. RETA ready and prepared.
What
It's
a
just
fucking
shot with
flick.
the Sheriff, and maybe just another one that can happen, but
Come on,
Sabando holding
Swando.
on for dear life. The 2v2, but RETA shut it down.
It's not
That
good.
was so clean by Naxet to start
pistols.
things off here. What am I watching? Is it Meteor on a Sheriff on Ascent holding the A site? Because those are some 2 clean one-taps with the Sheriff at the very beginning. Stays alive on top.
Dude, Nag's on his fucking LCQ shit. This guy got the LCQ strain. He's high on that LCQ strain right now.
Quite good. This is, I think, even a pistol that even Gen G plays. That type of buy. So you're doing a lot of good damage for the long range, which allows for you to retake a lot easier if your sheriff players are doing a lot of damage with body shots or headshots. This time it's Nags with 2 kills. You're retaking a 5 versus 3 with a paranoia available.
Dude, the other teams are actually fucking TSM by doing this, by the way.
Off the back of Nags,
the only thing that would anti-fuck TSM is M80, which is fucking rolling over. Just, what? Oh my god. That looked pretty fucking gross.
First 2, they just have the weapons to do it. I have no words. This was a pretty quick and easy sweep from RETA.
Man, that always throws me off guard. I just always lose my train of thought every time I get that view.
TSM want RETA to win. Oh, let me see.
That has 2 very nice outlaw shots. So far, when you're looking at,
I do not believe they want RETA to win this. No.
Round number 1 and round number 2 on Snowzine.
Because what that would do is put everyone at 2 wins. So then, like, there's gonna be a mass fucking tie.
With the jet knives later on
and that's if TSM can get to 2 wins, man.
So RETA's been doing a good job snowballing.
They were hoping RETA would lose
of this map of Ascent
and stay at 1 win. And then if they split their games, then if they get 2 wins, they would advance, you know? That's what they were hoping for. Oh, bro. Snowzine has had like 2 of those moments this series. Weird.
That's all. That's all there is to it. They've lost 1.
Important piece too. That's loss of vision. Actually,
I don't know, Daniel. We'll see. We'll see. I think you're being a little bit too harsh on TSM, but we'll see.
He's going to be able to potentially surprise a player.
We'll
they
see.
might not expect this if they don't hear it.
Very shit round right now for RETA.
Understandable. He's playing a Guardian, so you're trying to make sure that you're holding the angle, but
my god, the KO flash is insane.
Oh my gosh. And another one. Tinchop's just
What?
kind of rolling with it at this point. Yeah, no revealing area. Safe for standing here for Reese. Reese is gonna have to try to fight this off down inside of mid. Yes, Stefano clears it up. Round win. Finally down for this half for 8.
But yeah, so
like
TSM, right? They're chilling at 1-2. They play M80 right after this. Galorys plays. I'm sorry, not right after this. Right after this, we see the Brazilian teams play. So these guys will play these guys. TSM would ideally. It doesn't even matter actually. But if RETA were to lose this game and fall to 1-3, then theoretically TSM could split their games and RETA could lose their last game, and the last 2 teams would be RETA and Galorys, because TSM has head-to-head over Galorys. That's the team they beat. So TSM wants to avoid that 5-way tie.
Timing was so perfect too. They just baited that out to maybe catch out how many players are there. It seems like they did listen into the possibility of 2, but drone, oh my gosh, can't go through window.
I still like this though because the person that broke a turret was actually Maurice.
Yo, what's up, Addison?
With the Vandal. And I was going to say this is actually pretty good because they might understand it's a bait and switch so that they position the op to just rewatch the angle so you work back towards middle. We're back in a mid-rounding where they stop and go, touch and go again. The alarm bot's still up. They're about to 5-man hit into the B site. And this paranoia at least hits onto Snow.
Oh, they can get this in nice and easy too. Oh, never mind. No, Snow's in. Is watching with the off, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Of course, so tons in.
KO is rotating. KO has 2 flashes, chat. Oh, fuck. KO is rotating. KO flash not out yet. KO flash coming. One more probably. Nope, not even needed.
The numbers diminishing. But either way, RETA, they're feeling the vibe.
Bro, this is over, chat.
Again, this is. We're just seeing Haven all over again, right? They let themselves be known. They want to break the turret. And to just think that
Yeah, I feel like
breaking
All
through
Knights
that
are
side
not
is
showing
big,
up
or
at
actually didn't even
all
break it, breaking
today.
their own turret broken start.
That's what I'm seeing
So
too.
they still went back into the B side.
They look
with
like
no
a shell
information.
of themselves.
And
I don't
they're
know.
thinking, okay, well,
They
since
look
we waited
so
30
much better
seconds,
in
they gotta-
all
they gotta
3 of the
rotate
other
by
games,
now,
even the
right?
loss.
Question mark, right? Question mark, and just run into again, just great. Even if the off shots didn't miss, there's still great utility that delayed so much. The nanoswarms, the fragments, and allowed RETA to really rotate across. Now you just go for a one-dimensional hit, 4-1 split towards the A site.
I actually thought RETA would be the worst team in the group, low key.
Ooh, no, everybody's just young and remaining.
Wow.
For them, AK looking for an easy round to just finish this
Wow.
off, but very, very close to a lot of lots and lots of ultimates here. So, you know, potential to bring it back, especially before that match point, I think absolutely. But
This is
that's the
typical,
dire
Rose?
situation right now. Like this is the moment before match point. You don't bring it back now.
Holy.
Congratulations on the Blacklight Flawless as well, but you don't bring this back now, and it's a straight sweep 2-0 coming through from right now.
100%. Because if you're looking at, yes, the swing rounds are there now for All Knights. They have a Hunter's Fury they can work with because Adverso died. He's already one away from a Hunter's Fury. You're getting fairly closer to other ults, so you can maybe cycle some ultimates. But now that you're trailing behind 11-6 and your objective potentially is to grab an orb to maybe get a next ult available in the next round or not.
Dante's had a
Now
bit
you're
of a
gonna give a
quiet
tell of where your positioning is.
second half. I think he played well. Ooh, we almost got caught actually.
Fight towards A main.
Give it to him, okay.
Has been working so well, especially at pushback. But they're
They
getting
might not
very
expect
accustomed to
this
playing
because of
defense
how
too. You can tell
aggressive the
not that
KO
they're
just
not
was
stupidly
with this one
opening
way.
these angles. They're
I think like they were
using
masking the Jet being
event
here.
as well as the
Good
util.
read
So,
though.
all in all, I mean, Snowzen definitely applying pressure just by wasting the util alone.
Yeah. Wide swing though, but all of this allows for you to insert some
Oh,
players on the
no.
attack side. Look at where Sabando's
Did you see
already
him?
at. The reclear I actually did see Nico Machine just holding it. Nice shot by
I don't. Did Nico Machine, you think, see him on the jiggle? I don't think
Too much
he
damage.
did,
Hold off for
but
just a second. Souther getting ready for a possible pop flash outwards, but not seeing anybody else. And this is dangerous. You play a dangerous game, you get dangerous consequences. Especially now that you're just by yourself, settled down, waiting for this peak to happen. As it erupts, though, nobody knows anything. Good smoke. And it's over. Beautiful 2K coming through from Souther. Not expected at all. Actually just hiding in smoke. And if anything, trying, you can tell they've made so much mental damage into the minds of AK. Because now they have to force use that ultimate for the Hunter's Fury just to try to take things back so that the economy isn't wasted. And it's done. RETA saved,
Well,
bringing things to match point.
I was just
this is real bad for TSM, chat. They pretty much got to beat M80, I think. I think TSM minimum needs to get like a map off of M80. Like they can't walk away from this M80 series going like 0-2 maps. They cannot. Because now it's at the point where like the two-way tie is looking likely. There's the world where TSM can still get 3 wins, right? They could beat All Knights. They could beat M80. But
an AK that
I just think that
fell to shambles.
that's huge cope.
That lost the first map, and now it is definitely going to be a quick
Double
2-0
tag,
at this
no kill.
point. I was talking about the amount of ults that you're trying to cycle up at this point, but because you're falling behind by so much, because you're now 6 rounds behind, if you're able to survive this round here, you might even just throw all your ults into the next round just to try to keep it close. And then you're just going to end up, no matter what, with 5 chances here for RETA.
All Knight's Ascent
the way
looks
that they're
so
playing
bad
the
after
point
this, though.
Should be in a very good spot here to
Dude.
close out the series.
What the fuck?
Dude.
POV, you're the op. Like, what is this? This is crazy. This that caught me off guard. I'm not gonna lie.
Same,
Snowzen.
same.
A little giggle before we see a 2-0 sweep. Come through, but
Nice flash.
yeah, pop flash settled. Snowzen no longer able to hold some of that attention, which sucks. But that's a great approach on AK. I feel like that's something that we've been missing.
Holy.
Like, why didn't we see this sooner? The quick flashes in.
No
quick
way
rough
wins that.
executions, but it doesn't
And
matter. Already
what
reaching
the
around the back.
fuck,
Hold
bro?
us coming early enough. You got 2 people watching just inside of lane. The damage done. And it's 2 players left to make a change and a difference for All Knights.
Man,
Like,
what an
the
awful
timing
showing
is
today.
a slow retake over. We've seen All Knights do a
Wait.
reversal. Is it gonna happen? Maybe not this time. It's gonna be very difficult. 11 seconds left on the clock. And of course, they'll
no.
taking in this one.
7.
Super lit for Nico. Jiggle peek to end it off.
GG. Damn, man. That was like...
Convincing win.
That was an upset and probably like the freest series of the event, other than literally the opening RETA loss. The opening RETA loss was actually like the biggest blowout before this, which made me think that RETA was the worst team at the tournament. Bruh. And this is that reverse sweep you guys were talking about? 13-7, 13-7, 13-8, 13-10, 13-9. Oof. How the fuck, dude? Yeah, man, we are heading into chaos at a very fast speed. This two-way tie is cooking. All right. So now we get to see Galorys play 2-game. And it is pretty coin flippy. I'm going to say that. It's coin flippy. But historically, Galorys, even though they're 0-3, they beat the shit out of this team. They haven't lost a map in 6 maps. And the maps are changing too. Like Sunset, Breeze, obviously Breeze gone. Icebox, Bind, Breeze, Icebox. So like, kind of fucking smacking them around. I'm not going to lie. The games are pretty close when I look at the scores. But there's like a mental edge when stuff like that happens. So even though they're 0-3, they might not perceive themselves as like out. They might look at their schedule like, we're still going to do this. We got this shit. But they also could be very emo. Like, if they're feeling the pressure and they're off their game, whereas, no pun intended, 2-game is on theirs, it's fucking over. It's not like the difference is that big. They're very close. And if Galorys win that game, I think it's going to happen. The 2-win thing.
Backside, in my opinion, and it came down to the decision making. I think we can all agree that it didn't really look like All Knights full potential today. I'm sure they're just as disappointed. We're expecting it to go the full way, and even looking at the post-plant stats that we have.
Want to play for a tied score against AK to get head-to-head. So the problem with what you're saying is, yes, head-to-head is like the number one, like, you know, decider to see who advances through. But if hypothetically what ends up happening is Galorys ends up beating 2-game, and then their last game is against RETA. So Galorys beats 2-game and RETA, very possible. They're 2-3. RETA's 2-3. TSM's last 2 games are against All Knights and M80. Now, I'm saying they just need to split these fucking games, because I think it's a huge cope and stretch to imagine TSM going 3-2. If they go 3-2, they'll make it through. They control their own fate still. But in the world where they don't do that and they split these games and all these teams are tied, the head-to-head doesn't matter. It's going to come down, like, you can't do head-to-head because there's going to be all these scenarios where, like, well, this team beat that team and this team beat this team and that team beat this team and this team beat that team, and you can't do head-to-head. So you end up doing, I'm not sure what it is for this tournament. It's either going to be like, you know, like round differential or maps. I'm not sure which one it is, where it goes to next. But whenever there's like more teams than 2, the head-to-head shit starts going out the window. Unless you're in like a very nice, like buttoned up scenario, which are pretty rare.
From the get-go, they said it in their promo videos as well. They were talking about, you know, they've been leveling up. They've been learning a lot about themselves. They've been shedding a lot of that pressure and that stress. And I think it's starting to show.
Another guy that I wanted to highlight for sure was Nax at M80. I think he did so good, and he's been doing so good. He's been this piece that we've talked about more on the side of, oh yeah, he has a lot of experience. He's played for the crew in the past. He's played in the tier 1 level, but now he's really stepping up for the team. And I love to see this too, because it's something that is absolutely needed, as Roy was saying,
Right,
for all the pieces to be working together, and to be only a few kills away from each other is great.
Yeah, and I bet he brings a lot to the table that we don't even see in terms of having that experience and that confidence to bring up the level a little bit extra for his team.
Let's see this clip from. Oh, your crosshair. Bro, your game looks so nice. I like the crosshair, I'm not gonna lie. Pretty clean, pretty clean. Okay. Sandra has a banger tweet.
太慢了。好事成三。
It's the future. What are you talking about, Alex? What are you talking about? That's the future. That's the next skin. That's the next skin. Yes, they do, Swoosh. We're going to see them play next, and it's going to be an absolute slugfest because it's all Brazilian. It's going to be so fucking muddy. It's going to be crazy. What is this?
I've been sending drunk texts.
I'm on Valorant, playing flex. Gecko Silver, Omen, don't care what my teammates tell me which agent to pick next. Just got back from Korea, only time I got to see ya. Looking so good, was sending my team back to India. And I'm thinking about our game. Your hair's so fine, and so is your aim. So I'm grinding hard for my revenge. Because you're in my head, in my head, in my head game.
What? Yo, that was actually insane, dude. What the fuck? Dude, that was actually kind of insane, dude. That was actually really good. That was really good. Ooh, wait, dinner with...
It's like usually when I'm like at night, I enjoy just like watching streamers on my second monitor while I play. If it's not for like money, and it's just like
me for real.
like probably like someone like Cage Roll or something. Like that guy's like a league streamer and he does like watch parties and he's very like I enjoy watching him a lot.
Dinner with anyone? Damn, that's a difficult one. I think I would go with Muhammad Ali. You know?
Holy fuck!
Like every
Legend.
time on TikTok or any other platform, really, it's just some crazy quotes, and he spoke in quotes. He just said quotes.
That's a hard one. I'm a psychologist, so I would say Freud. Weird guy. Yeah, weird guy. Fun to talk to.
I don't know. Maybe
Get
Neymar
freak.
Jr.
If I could have dinner with anyone in the world, maybe it'd be someone like LeBron James, honestly. You know, like, if I can be well connected to LeBron James and you just talk to him, speak,
You think
like,
Poise want to
speak
have
part of
dinner
his
with me
mind,
then?
become like friends with him, then you never know what doors can open. And he is my favorite basketball player of all time. He is the GOAT, so I'll definitely take LeBron.
At the moment, my wife. Yeah, I'm in
Oh,
German
fuck.
right now. It's been 10 years. 10 days. Sorry, it's been 10
10
days.
years.
So I miss her a little. Yeah.
I'd like to.
Damn, that was cute, actually.
Some athletes, some basketball players that I like. I don't know to pronounce in English, like Antetokounmpo and this I'd like to meet some of them just to know their mentality and how they face life and the sports and like this. You know?
Wait, that's not real, is it? That's not real? That's not real, right? There's no way. That's not real. That's not real, though. Wait, that's real? I'm not getting trolled. I'm not getting trolled?
Officially announcing that I am retiring from competitive Valorant. Now, obviously, this wasn't an easy decision for me to make, but it is one that I made at the start of this year, actually, where I told myself that this was kind of my last year, and I wanted to put my all into this year. And
I want to ask you is how are you feeling about just keeping that title of
gonna be an
the
English
Kings
interview?
of Latam?
Oh wow!
Well, I think it's
Let's
great
go,
that we come out with a win again. It's a good matchup versus All Knights always. Like I know Adverso, he knows the way I call, so it's good to play against them, and feel happy to win today.
Great. So we were commenting about that you guys don't like to just switch your compositions. Why is that? And also, have you tried other compositions in scrims?
Yeah, we do have some things that we didn't show yet. So there are maps that we didn't play, etc. So of course we prep on other things as well, like different things. But in general, we really like to extract the most we can out of a composition.
Damn,
and
that makes me sad,
multiple
dude.
ways of playing it. So that's why you see us like maybe
He was such a good player this year.
One day against the team, and the other day we have we can
Wonder-
play a different way.
I guess
and,
I gotta keep
come out
listening
with a
to
win.
this.
So yeah, we feel fine about that.
Yeah, that's great. And the last question, your guys' last match is against Galorys. Obviously winning
Big answer
against
coming
them,
up.
you secure playoffs.
Yeah,
How
this
are you
is
preparing
huge.
for that match, and how do you feel about
Galorys
Galorys?
needs to win this too.
Well, the preparation starts now. We're probably gonna chill a bit and watch their game live, then probably rewatch it too later on. Get ready to the game tomorrow, and I really think it's more about us thinking on ourselves and they thinking about themselves, because in this tournament everyone has a peculiar way to play, and we're really confident on the way we're approaching the maps.
All these teams have
Thank you
such a
very much,
unique play
Moody's.
style,
Guys, we
and they're
still
so
have
defined
a
and
lot
rigid
of
with
Valorant,
it.
so stay here with us. Thank you.
Bro. Okay, back to this video. Like, what is happening right now?
just see how it went. Fortunately enough, we were able to kind of claim a trophy in Madrid, so that was pretty awesome. Definitely something that I'm glad we were able to do. I didn't want
Why
to
they put
leave
this
my
music
career
over it,
at kind
bro?
of a low point,
Don't make
kind
me
of like
cry.
how
I'm
2023
gonna cry in the
was.
club.
So I'm definitely really glad that we were able to win in some capacity for this year, and for my closure year, it was a very, very nice memory. So initially, going into Champion Seoul of this year, before the tournament and before we flew, I actually told all my teammates in person. We had a meeting, and I kind of told them that this would be my last year of playing. Obviously, a lot of people they understood my decision. With just how much success my content creation has, it definitely was a no-brainer decision for me. Just in regards to how much effort, how much work, how much of your life gets taken up by being a competitive pro player. So for 2024, I definitely poured my heart and soul into this year and tried to be the best that I could, even switching roles to a role that I've never really played in my life. But I just wanted to be the best teammate that I could be, and also bring the best player that I could be. Now, first off, I just want to give a big thank you to all my teammates that I've had throughout my times at Sentinels. It's been an amazing time, and obviously there's been a lot of high points, a lot of low points. We were able to claim 2 international trophies
I did
at the
not
end
see this
of
coming, bro.
my time with Sentinels.
From rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to Stu. Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. Gen G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sen City, here to play, here to stay.
So I'm just really glad that I was able to kind of leave my mark within Valorant history and be remembered for that. And also I know that there is a lot of young and aspiring professional players that kind of see me as a role model. Obviously, it's a very, very awesome experience to have and something that's very kind of crazy to me just because I never really thought I would get here in my life. I kind of started off as just
Dude, I remember those Tyson days. Oh my god.
I just joined like teens.
With that blonde hair in CS.
Ended up getting on a pro team.
Holy
Really,
fuck.
I never would have imagined.
Oh my
that
god,
it
I
would
totally
have come to this
forgot he
point
used
in
to
my
look,
life where
look
I
like
would
that
say
actually back in
I was
CS. I
able to become
forgot.
Successful. So it really just meant a lot for me.
Now he's
to
like
hear that people
K-pop
look up to me
superstar
and
10s.
aspire to be someone
It's like
like
a
me.
fucking
I would
model.
say when I was growing up, I used to watch a few certain.
I guess he
Counter-Strike
always
players,
had like
and I kind of always idolized them in a sense and
that
tried to
like
be like them. Even tried copying some settings from them. So for an example, like Shroud. So
I don't even know
just
what to
being able
describe
to be
it.
that
Like,
person.
he definitely
for
put a lot of
someone else,
effort
someone else
into
to,
like
look up
his
to.
aesthetic.
It's
He always
a very
did.
nice experience, and from the bottom of my heart, I just want to thank everyone. Thank you to all the Sen fans. Thank you to all my fans. And if you've been cheering for me throughout my time competitively in CS, through Valorant,
Bro, I can't believe he's retiring after this
just
year.
supporting me in any capacity that you can. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. It means the world to me. Honestly, esports has been such a fun journey for me. I still remember the first time I ever stepped on a LAN stage with C9 for Blast Pro LA, and just the crowd, the environment, the aura of the event was something that was definitely crazy to me and something that was unbelievable. I never thought I would make it here in my life, and to now, like if you told me years ago, like past me, that I would become a successful esports player, I would definitely not believe it in a sense, just because it is such a crazy thing to think about. It's definitely been a long journey. It's been a fun journey nonetheless, and it's just something that I think was coming to an end just because how I wanted to pursue some more stuff in my personal life. I do think that content creation definitely opens up my schedule to do a lot more stuff. I can definitely do a lot more streams in general. I can do a lot more variety. I can explore by doing more IRL content, which was something that I was definitely interested in, especially since I did it in the past a little bit, doing Q&As or just exploring with Kaide before on live stream. So it was something that I've been very passionate about. And I mean, growing up initially, I've always kind of wanted to be more of a content creator and a Twitch streamer. I think professional play just kind of came at me because
been a streamer.
I just
I mean,
grinded the game so much.
These CS
so much
clips,
effort
bro.
in,
Like
and,
Tyson
I
was
able
streaming.
to get good enough to be called a
like
professional level
2016,
talent. It's something
2017,
that I've definitely
2018,
worked my life for, and something that I'm very grateful for. So overall, I hope everyone can respect my decisions. So to everyone that wants to support me for my future of content creation, I would greatly appreciate it. And I thank everyone that has been sticking with me since day one. It's been an amazing and awesome journey. So I definitely appreciate all the fans that have been supporting me. It's been an amazing ride with just pro play in general, competitive Valorant. It's been a bunch of memories that have just been really, really awesome for me. I truly have just had a great
You
time
know that
playing and
like
competing
this
and
music
showing up
is
mostly
like
from the
this,
fans. If it wasn't for the fans, I think that
but
for me,
fucking
esports wouldn't be the
hold
same.
up.
And it's also one of the reasons why it was so hard to make this decision to retire. It's all about the fans, and it's all about the people that actually back esports, the people that watch esports. Through that, that's kind of where the magic is made. So as one chapter of my life closes and a new one opens, I appreciate everyone that supports me, and thank you so much for all the support during my time at Sentinels. And lastly, I just want to say to all the young aspiring professional players, go for it, chase your dreams. It was something that I was definitely dreaming of as a kid. I would even wake up at 5 a.m. to watch Counter-Strike matches, just thinking about how cool the stage was and everything, and the crowd. So just being able to be blessed enough to experience that myself and even be at the top of the world multiple points of my life through Valorant has been just amazing.
Bruh. We just lost our fucking most experienced best player. That ain't good. Like, he was playing a very hard role with a lot of experience, with a lot of skill. That's rough. That's rough. Meanwhile, Rob Moore's house. Rob Moore's house right now. Rob's like selling sponsorships already, bro. This guy is literally greening out right now. He's like, I've got the best 2 streamers in the game. Oh God, they just fell into my lap. They just fell into my lap. I just printed one. Like, one just came out of a 3D printer. He came off of the esport team, and I got the second one. And then I could just replace him with a new guy that for like half the cost. Rob Moore is greening out right now. I'm telling you. This guy is... That music... The music in that video is the opposite of the music in Rob Moore's house. That guy just... Yeah, he just started the money printer, actually. Just getting another content creator like Tarek. Just... What? And then they just replace him with narrate. Yeah. It's like, bro.
Eu senti que nessa última
I feel we were a bit nervous
a gente
by the final of the last
a gente
series. Wow, I
ficou
felt nervous.
nervoso nos momentos finais da partida, é isso que acabou fazendo com que a
That
gente
didn't
não
allow
conseguisse
us
finalizar
to
a
close out
série
the series
que a
as
gente
we
queria.
wanted.
Nos outros jogos,
We already went through the other games and decided that we need to play a bit more forward.
A gente decidiu que o jogo tem que ser pouquinho mais para frente, algo mais agressivo.
Something more aggressive because we were playing very balanced, very defensive. I love my GOAT for talking slow. Thank you, Taller Osboss. And I think that with the change, the series went a bit better. But due to nerves, we couldn't close out against M80. I think 2G is coming strong, a very good team during group stage. I believe their prep was better than ours because we ran into some visa issues. It's a team we have a very good record, but anything can happen. That's what I was saying, yeah. Because although we're 0-3, I still believe our playstyle is very good. I believe so far I performed good as a duelist. I do believe that we still can do a lot in our ladder. I believe that Luxo for my team is playing really, really well. And I can raise my level even more. We can get out of this bad streak. Well, I was like, my eyes couldn't grab those words.
For the second time today, it's time to find out if the first seed will actually remain the first seed of Brazil or if it's going to be that second seed coming through. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Ascension Americas.
Right, Ivy?
And now we get the chance to talk about two-game going against Galorys. Galorys being that #1 seed, but struggling to get a single win so far in Ascension. Roy, while on the other side, 2Game are kind of the favorites because of the results they're getting so far.
Yeah, it's sort of like the same kind of narrative that we've had before with All Knights and RETA, right? Although the difference is that 2G's actually
I can't believe Tyson just
consistently
retired.
very good, and they've won pretty much all of their
can't
matches.
even believe that.
I mean, of course, Spike and Silence on this team are insane. They also have a great support system with Zap, Prizey, and Louise as well. So it's a very well-rounded team, very high-tempo team that can play multiple styles as well as multiple compositions, especially with the double duelists that they rock with this team.
And Emily, this has been one of the teams that have absolutely surprised us so far in the tournament. Even from the beginning, we were all talking about this 2-game squad. We were all talking about the double duelists that they're able to play, or rather the 2 individual duelists that they have, depending on the situation, depending on what composition they're running with. And so they're getting some positive results. Just yesterday, they took that loss against All Knights, but overall, the performance has been really good, and we expect
from what I
it
remember,
to be that way.
Oh yeah, I'll try. I'll come out.
Yeah,
I remember it had like a slow build and it got pretty fucking hard. I like that.
TSM. I thought this was such a fun match to watch 2G play.
Songs from Kendrick grow on me, and then I like fall in love with him. It's weird.
26. It was such a fun battle of
He's an interesting artist. Like, it's not like a first-time listen type artist for me.
To watch. Everybody needs to look out for him because he has been absolutely insane.
But I
and this
love
team
Kendrick
in
Lamar.
general, like you guys have said, they've been
Like,
really
I fall in love with
impressing
it
us
when
so
I like
far,
really
and
like
they're
break
doing
down the
much
lyrics
better
and stuff.
than their
And
regional opponents at LAN so far.
I don't know.
Something that
He's
you
a
need
really
to
good
keep
artist.
up, especially because we saw what happened in the first match where we were all talking about all nights, they have a chance to win for the first time against RETA, but what happened? Maybe a little bit of overthinking, maybe the nerves get to you when it's those teammates and those friends that you know very well on the other side of the stage. So for this one, it's also gonna be a 2-game that need to prove themselves against this well-known Galorys.
Yeah, no, completely agreed. And I think regional matchups are always pretty difficult just because of the level of kind of familiarity that they have, right, with their style, with their tempo. But this is ultimately the test of growth, right? Like, has 2G outgrown Galorys? Has Galorys been on the downtrend? Like what exactly is going to be happening between these two teams? This match is sort of the tell point for us, where like, okay, 2G's the real deal, or it's like, no, Galorys just had a really tough start. But I mean, even despite their performances, despite the results, Galorys still has impeccable players. Luxo is one of those players. Him and Sato have been consistently alternating top fragging every single map of every single match. These players are the real deal.
And this guy we need to talk about, because Luxo, oh my god, M80, he was insane yesterday. They couldn't get the win, but there was a point where he was 27 and 4 or something like that. He ends up 32 kills on that map, and they're not able to win this series. But what a performance from the Viper on Icebox specifically.
I know Galorys has players on their team that just excel in stats, like Luxo going 1.7 in the KDA and doing a lot of damage as well, 176.9 first bloods as well. And remember, this is a player that plays Viper, Omens, Cypher, so to have a first blood is showing that he's not afraid to go for the fights when he wants to. And then this is a player just in general that is consistent, very consistently at the top, and also just comes in clutch for his team. He's getting multi-kills whenever it's looking grim for his team as well.
And I think it's really important that teams do have this kind of player in their roster, right? Because you don't want to get pigeonholed into, oh, we're just set up the duelist. Oh, the duelist is doing all these plays for us. They're taking all the risks. Like, no, it's really good to have players like Luxo on the team who can test you, who can kind of chump check you and make sure that if you are going to be entering the site, if you are going to be entering space, they will consistently and confidently take those risks and put pressure on your team from all fronts.
And we talk about this guy that is not the duelist and is performing so well, but let's also talk about the duelist here. Let's talk about Sato, because the performance as well from this player has been great. And I love to hear him talk, because he just seems like such a chill guy. But then you see him in game and he's going insane. He doesn't care who you are. He's gonna take you down, Emily. And I think this is something that the team needs, and the team is working around really well.
And I mean, his stats don't really do justice for him. I feel like he's not at the top in terms of being more than top 3 for the stats of ranking during Ascension, but this player, Sato, has just been looking very comfortable during this event as a duelist. We've seen him on Neon, Jet, and Ray so far, and this person is just absolutely not afraid to just be that person that goes in there.
I know,
he's confident
we just
that
watched
he's
the
going to get
video.
the support that's needed.
Ooh.
We saw a lot
I
of
cannot
insane
believe Ten's
plays from
retired.
him throughout the week, and I'm expecting
After
to see
that
a lot
year.
more from him today too, because he's
That's
looking
so
really
shocking,
strong so
but
far.
it's understandable.
It's been good, and today he has something to prove, and is that he continues to be the #1 duelist in Brazil, and that Brazilian region of challengers. So we're gonna find out if that's gonna be the case. But let's take a look at the history between these two teams, Roy, because compared to Latin America, where there's a north and south, they don't really play each other.
I kind of thought he would retire last year too.
So
I thought there was like I had the debate with Rod Slasher, and on that podcast that I was doing last year, and I thought he was hungry enough to stay playing, but I did think it was like 80-20, like 70-30. I was like, there's always a chance, right? Like, he has a huge brand. The opportunity cost is huge. He wants to spend time with Kaide. Like that, he's very busy with other shit, some of which are terrible and out of his control. Like, like the stuff Kaide's going through, like that's crazy. Yeah, I totally get it. I was just surprised after this year to see it, because I thought he evolved so much as a player. But that just shows probably like what it required out of him mentally to do that. Yeah, he did it. And I empathize, because it's actually what I did with 100 Thieves too. Like, yeah, everyone from the outside saw, like success and all this stuff, but on the inside, Tens is just grinding beyond a place that he feels comfortable as a person, right? Like, he doesn't feel comfortable as a person spending that much time devoted to his job. Especially if his job is like makes him sedentary like this, like he feels like probably There's a huge leash on his time. And yeah, once you're battling that mental, because he's also so experienced where he knows what's required to win. See, that's what's tricky, and this is the scenario I end up in. I know what's required to win, but I also know that that's not going to make me happy, but I also know it's required to win. And that's why I had to step away from coaching. Like, I can't do that right now. I just go overboard. My competitive side, like you're always thinking someone else is going to be putting in this time if I'm not. So because of that, he's sacrificing everything. He's sacrificing all of his free time. And yeah, he's just probably sick of it right now.
Looking nervous, looking like they're not feeling like they're playing for themselves, or they're able to play their own game. Instead, they're putting into these situations that they're still learning from. They're still trying to adapt around them.
Yeah, sometimes some teams just need a bit more time to kind of feel the environment. There's a lot of factors that go into the play as a player that people don't realize. You're on different settings, on different control, chairs, different height level of your desk. There's a lot of different things that you're not used to. So sometimes it takes a person more to adjust. And this is a very important match for Galorys. They really need this win if they're going to want a shot at making into the playoffs next week.
There's the chance to do so. And for Galorys, we mentioned it before, I'm sure there's a couple of people asking if they're out because they're 0-3 right now, but there is still a very, very slight possibility that they can make it through playoffs. It depends on everybody else's results and also on them getting at least one win. So it would be a weird world where we see that, but I think it would be also just a very valiant thing to happen, Roy, if they're able to make this happen.
I'm sorry.
You guys don't know.
So what's happening right now is we're having some technical difficulties. It's going. It is absolutely. You sound so funny. I'm sorry. That is so funny. But yeah, this situation is not funny at all, because this is actually the kind of the Galorys do or die. At least I feel like. I know statistically there is a chance that if Galorys loses this match, they could clinch a spot in playoffs. But I would much rather have their odds this being a win for them, because I think it'll look a lot better and it'll leave them with a little bit more room to perform in their like remaining matches.
And also, I want to jump into the Zippo map select, because I'm curious to see what these teams are going to be running today when you know each other so well, when you know what everybody has been playing here, and you know and you've seen the trajectory of your enemy throughout the year, Emily. So any predictions for what this is going to be?
Oh, well, it's gonna be there. So we see the first map pick is Abyss. Okay, we've seen a bit of Abyss being played from both the teams so far in Ascension. So 2G is 1-1 so far on Abyss. They've played TSM and AK. So these are good maps, I think. Abyss, Icebox, Bind. I think that 2G has showed us that they're very strong on their attacking side, in my opinion. I think they have a game plan, and that's something that they've been sticking to from what I've been seeing. They have, if they have the ability to keep their utility, to stick to their dry run flooding and re-execs and early map control, then I think this game, at least for the first map of Abyss, could go very much in their favor.
And Roy, when it came to the predictions that we already talked about on that first match, we were going on the side of All Knights. We were going on the side of the second seed. For this one, how are you feeling now that you also get the chance to see the maps?
I do feel like 2G has been just a little bit more eccentric with the way they're playing and a little bit more consistent with the way they're playing. And I do like their win conditions, but that doesn't mean that I have zero faith in Galorys, because they are the #1 seed in the region for a reason. And I think sometimes, I know it sounds kind of weird, but there is sort of like a rock, paper, scissors when it comes to stylistic approaches to Valorant specifically. And I think in this specific kind of like area, the way Galorys plays, their sort of fundamentals, their style, their tempo deals extremely well with the 2G side. But on the same token, 2G has been very confident, very aggressive throughout this tournament, and their performers, the people that they really depend on, have been popping off.
Which is a dream come true for these teams when you have those individual players that maybe even for a lot of them is the first time that they're going into this LAN experience, they're playing Ascension, and yet they're able to perform and frag out this way. And we've seen it both for 2Game and honestly for Galorys as well with some great moments. They're just trying to find out how to close out the series. Before we get this match started, a reminder once again for everybody that there is a giveaway for Blacklight. You can get one of those Ultimate Gaming chairs if you scan that QR code, or you also check out that message that's pinned in the chat to see how you can get one of those chairs. And now as we go back into the conversation for these two teams, 2Game and Galorys, Emily, and when we go into this first map, do you think there's gonna be a mental game of we're gonna try something different because this team knows us already so well?
No, I think, like I said, 2G is best to just stick to their game plan because what they've been doing so far during Ascension has been working. And yes, they're going against opponents, like you said, that they're very familiar with. But here's the thing as an in-game leader. Are you going to be playing around and overthinking it of what you think your opponents are doing? Or are you going to stick to what you know your strengths are and just really roll with it? And that's the 2G that I think that we're going to see today. You can just tell that they're very prepared, and I can imagine that they're so confident going into this game. And honestly, unfortunate for Galorys, I feel like they're not feeling as strong, even though that historically the last 3 times that they've played 2G, they've beat them. So it's really going to come down to this first map, I feel like, Roy, of us seeing how the rest of the series is going to play out.
Yeah, I feel like the first map will definitely be some kind of signs, but I do want to go into the fact that second map is Icebox, and I think Icebox is like a perfect descriptor of Galorys. They still run the Sage comp on that map, a composition that we don't really see that often anymore, but they're still putting up insane performances. And I mean, again, despite their losses, despite what their record looks like, almost every single one of their matches has gone the distance. They've gone 20 rounds plus. Like they've been at the edge of wins and losses the entire time. And I think it's that consistency that is the brand, that is the identity that Galorys has.
Well, let's check out this Blacklight Agent Select. Let's find out what these two teams are going to be running on our map number 1 of Abyss. And it's a map that we've seen just a few times by a couple of the players, but we've seen some slight differences here, Roy.
Yep, these are the same compositions we saw last time for sure. There's really no differences. The 2Game runs the DRX composition with the KO Sova Jet, and Galorys runs the double initiators with Gecko. There is a bit of a difference. I think the KO pairs extremely well on this map, specifically because there really aren't that many objectives on this map. Like, yeah, you can take a main, but I think all the comps are pretty much good to do that. But when it comes down to hitting sites and kind of being able to lower the value of the Sentinels, lower the value of the Cyphers, KO does that very well. But again, this is an op-heavy map as well, and Gecko and KO both pair very well into the opposite. So I think the duelists are going to have to really step up and get creative with the way they want to get value if they want to get ahead.
Do you see these two differences a little bit different, Emily, or is it going to be remaining the same? Actually, instead of asking Emily, I'm going to ask our casters what they think about the Gecko versus the KO being played out on this map number 1. Let's find out who gets the win here with Gumpers and Vance.
All right, thank you so much, Dryad. It's super exciting. We're getting into the 2Game esports versus Galorys, and honestly, both of these teams have surprised me, put like their A game on throughout this whole entire tournament, Vance.
For sure, and to answer the question of who I like better between the KO and the Gecko as well from the desk, I personally would lean more towards the Gecko. So overall for Galorys, for me, despite them being 0-3, this is a day of redemption for all these teams that are #1 seeds from their region. A regional matchup that Galorys always has a number of 2G. And the reason why I like the Gecko more than the KO is the KO pop flashes are great for the hits, but they're not that great to get that early mid-range control here for a map like Abyss. But we'll talk about that in a bit. We'll see how that's going to develop as we already have action towards middle. Big flood by Galorys to start. They get stopped here by a knife. By a smoke, rather.
Good way to describe this place. Okay.
Yeah, so interesting too.
Sato
Now
out
that
of
does
the
offset. You can tell like they did take a
round.
moment to step back. Now working off of what Luxio had for
Wow.
information already.
Wow.
Like,
wow,
shot,
dude.
second
This
one
guy
there,
is
and of course it's
crazy.
Luxio,
I
so
actually
what
think
else
he
we were
might be.
expecting.
Yeah,
I think Les Jr. might
I was expecting at least
be
from 2G
better
side
than
to go
Taller
3-2-1
Ospas.
swing to look back towards the main. At least they were looking clear, and especially when the knife throw by Spike did actually ping Luxo in the first place. Luxo has been on fire in his series yesterday. So
that
many
guy from
4Ks in
Raptor.
Icebox, aces
Holy.
coming out as well, and he was dishing things out to keep things close there against M80. But unfortunately here for Galorys, there have been nothing but close losses so far in this Ascension, where if you're just looking at the scoreboard. You're just
Who you want winning here? Oh, we want
Galorys not
Galorys.
looking the best ever, and they're potentially not the clear favorites.
We're rooting
but
for chaos.
they've all been
100%.
close games.
5-way tie.
Not only that, but closed out easily for Galorys. Just based off that initial pick coming through from Luxo, they had good security, and from there, rolled with it. So, honestly, from here, yeah, just working up.
This guy is so good.
Information gather worked out.
What are those replays?
And it almost worked well. They had some heavy mid control for 2G. Looks like they had a read on some sort of how Galorys likes to approach this. And getting that mid-round information with that knife, you think they'll be able to adapt here and take control of it. They tried to, they tried to smother that 2v1 against the Cypher of Luxo, but unfortunately, again, it wasn't coordinated where you let that first blood fall from your advantage. And then it gives here an advantage for Galorys' side to go for some strong buy in the eco of 2G. This position right here, not the best at
Just
Spike
a basic
plays with the
hold. 2 people
composition
holding
that Galorys
mid.
currently has. You still
One
have
holding
so
A
much
push.
usual you could
These
throw
guys
towards
prodding
the
out
back of the
B.
site. Recon dart, shock darts, volleys, a paranoia, or just ADS with
I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like this default
and that's
is great.
something that you're gonna have to keep your eyes open as well. We're giving a lot of praise to the support casts around the duelists so far, but
I think it's
Sato
too
mentioned
passive at
today
A
in his
main.
interview, looking
And
into
it's
this day, is
oddly
that
passive at
activate, like he
mid.
knows he could
I
activate.
don't think Geico could
this
do that
should
much
be,
there.
the Galorys that everybody expects Galorys to play as.
I think Galorys needs people to push into them this half, unless
They didn't even know. Captured
She
out.
won't do that.
Yeah, just in time.
Dizzy's so
Honestly,
ridiculous,
so
bro. That was such a good
balanced
Dizzy.
They kind of did roll off that one. Now it's a player advantage on Galorys. And
30
yeah,
seconds left.
KO can't do that.
Rude.
Yeah, and thankfully there it could have been very costly for Galorys in the anti-eco. Although you're looking at the results so far, this is Urango forced to buy armor in the next round. There you go. You see a mini Bogdan's Law. Guardian switch to the Spectre.
Oh wait,
so
let's see if Silence took over the number
here, the
1
Spectre,
spot
and
with
the
Dante
full
losing that
rifle
last game, chat.
to the one that's healthier, the more expensive weapon that you want to say to the next, and using that to watch the flank, it's going to be good enough for all 3 of them to save their weapons into the next
All right,
round. So
we got the
you stop the
2
hemorrhaging of what could've been a
statistical
lot more
leaders
expensive
above our
for
GOAT.
your buy going into your bonus
Both
for
on
Galorys, but
opposite
for
teams
2G,
here.
the position that they had.
Surely
looks
one
like
of them
they're
stays up
finding
there,
A
right?
little bit of gaps. They went head on middle, read that perfectly. And
Sato
second
is
round,
also right
understanding
there,
that
by the way.
There was
like,
such a heavy mid pressure in the very beginning. They want to try to go for.
there's some
they need
shooters in
side
here.
control or control at the
We
same
got
time,
some
too.
shooters in here.
And it works out. Catches a lot of players off guard. So 2G looking pretty decent so far.
I got a question though, chat. Should I what do you guys think? Should I wear my Tarek bucket hat? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Bro, my Tarek bucket hat goes crazy.
To fit the comfort of how you want to play this game. I think so far it's been really good.
I
though.
almost
like
I almost put it on Ella.
Gecko,
It was hat day at
obviously,
school.
Luxo just
I was
always
like,
rolling with the punches as the
Jennifer
sentinel player.
animated it.
And they play so
Like,
well
should we
with
put a
it,
Tarek
too.
hat on
They're
her?
Probably one of the best
that's fucked
players
up.
that you can have on a
That's
team
good.
like this one.
Yeah, definitely. And you're already seeing from what Roy was saying, the Jets have to activate it a little bit more. The setup that you have from 2G pushing down B main to start. But a mid to A split instead for Galorys might catch the player off guard here.
It's actually
Prize is
really sick,
pretty much
dude.
done
I'm not
for
gonna lie.
Galorys,
It's
but
actually pretty nice. I'm not even memeing.
It's a done.
Yeah. Over and done with. What else do they need? Other than that, honestly, the A site is looking very, very good. I think it's unfortunate now, though, because Luxo looking for sort of
planted.
not lurk around, but just watching the flank. Leaves your angle alone.
I
to
can't
fight
believe
this
he even
battle by
managed to somewhat
themselves.
turn that. Spike's KO flashes throughout this event have been fucking awesome.
Late lurk, you mentioned it, Luxo
I
very
mean,
good in these
you would
moments.
expect him to have a pretty aggressive KO. He's
going
like,
to have
what,
a backstab on
17?
3 players.
He's just like underhanding flashes through these smokes, and they're always so well timed and just perfect.
No we're speaking on either of our parts, it seems like every time the opposite happens
shit.
and the opposite it will. 2G, man, really just taking everybody by stride. I almost jinxed it.
Dude, we're literally watching a VCT game.
Was going. He was cooking for a second. I saw the vision.
Me too. And that's why it was questionable after when I was like, okay, well, unfortunately, Caster.
There's like 4 VCT players at least in this server.
They had 3 players playing towards the front. Nobody even tapped the spike yet. Unless a wingman or someone, I'm not too sure. I haven't really looked around or paid attention to the audio queue. I was so focused on Look Show. But
Rude playing well today.
If they focused on the
Rude has been having a rough couple
sure
days. I think his initial game was kind of good.
That would have been an easy,
last 2.
Look Show flank and being the
Rude turned to
grace
poo,
if all the
Chad.
players towards main lost because he gets the vertical angle too on the one diffusing out in the open that would have given him a chance. But unfortunately, there not the case. But they still managed to win the round, an expensive one. You see in this round only a Bulldog and Guardian.
Oh my god.
Round 3 Vandals, and that was such a nice attempt.
He could. His target selection was bad.
For 2G, that forces the early rotate from Zap, where he's now going to be able to anchor up and support with the Hunter's Fury and fast rotate back towards A if Galorys pivot back towards mid control.
Having too much obsession right now with seeking the whatever's going on in the external portion of this map, but I mean, regardless, up towards B, there is a workaround that this team is looking to make, just waiting for the perfect time to erupt right now. Gecko.
Zap has been
getting ready
really good
for
too,
it.
yeah.
Yep, mosh pit lineup already
That's why
set
Hell's tough.
Oh, this flash right here.
Can play troll,
Oh my god.
play the toll.
Underhand flash, bro. This guy is nuts with them.
Ooh, even just right behind the wingman, it doesn't matter.
Oh, wow. Great cloudburst. Oh my god. Yeah, he's probably going to stay on the top, huh? Holy.
Yeah, those are some clean shots, and towards the end, he definitely had enough money to pay the troll to anchor up there under the bridge, and that's
Wait.
that potentially
Always Sunny fan?
towards that left side because the mosh pit was perfect to force
Always
him
Sunny?
towards danger.
Wait.
And maybe it was a play so that they could double swing the jet towards the back of the site here on the site of Galorys, but I think it's the repeat of what happened on the pistol round on the opposite side.
damn it.
There.
Stop laughing at me.
Not as coordinated.
You gotta pay the troll toll. If you want to get into that boy's hole, you gotta pay the troll toll to get in.
4K that breaks the econ for Galorys. They're going back.
Yes, you heard him right, Chad.
So far,
You indeed. Yes, you heard him right. We're not going to repeat it.
which is fine. It's been given up so far.
Fucking
quite often by
crazy,
2G
bro. That
since
man's
the
just
second
quoting
round.
that.
The Eldron's gonna see a bit.
But I love man so much for doing it.
Presence detected.
You guys know I love that shit.
What is going on? The aim is immaculate. Headshot. Unfortunately,
So
couldn't see
unhinged,
Rango,
man.
so isn't going to be able to get some sort of trade-off there. Yeah, for nothing else. There's really too much havoc being wreaked right now. Instead, the flash coming through from the side
Damn.
of QG, just winning out the
Good
fight
awareness.
is the name of the game, and right now doing a great job of doing so.
And that's gonna reset everything too. Nothing they can do right now here on the side of 2G, but wait for the spike to go down so they can group up together to fight. Winnable opportunity though, as Orango is gonna stay inside. I love that they both are playing inside the site because they work this mosh.
Oh my god.
Or this thrash rather, and actually the
No
teams
way.
too.
Last player stand.
No way.
Literally just had it. 2G.
Oh, wow. That thrash was amazing. I can't believe it got them both. What?
And again, that thrash, both of them play inside the site as it comes out. I think that guy on Heaven is trying to come out
She's
and
still gunning
making
for
sure
you.
he can try to break it. Oh, he came out with a recon dart. Kind of catches them all off guard, and that's a nice little conversion coming back here on the attack side. And I'm only seeing player faces. Are they calling a timeout here because of that? Because that shouldn't have been a situation
no.
that was lost here. No, it was just
Chabated.
we reset on to the next. But Galorys
Alright.
definitely
Blades
should have won
pop
that
by
round
Sato.
with how things started off here for 2G on the
Mid-controller.
defensive side.
Sova playing in the door.
It seems like right now 2G just waiting.
But it doesn't
for the
look like
perfect
it's going
moment to
his
strike.
way.
They do back off though, down in mid library. So with this push,
Hard to say right now where this
up
is
to
going,
Luxor
just because
right
they're
now.
in this 1-3-1, right? Where I think
They've
these
been
guys are
doing this
just
quite
looking
often.
for
He's
some
just
kind
playing
of
around the corner so
hint
that he
as
could
far as which site has
the
3
first one
on.
made out being that jet. If it was an Allen drone, he was going to try to time the Allen drone and then
Trying to
try to
solve this
push
shit.
in like he did on the previous round. And that wasn't a tell here that was given away by the defensive side of
Smart to
Zap
pop
when he
that
actually,
from back here.
drone across, 'cause
10
it only
seconds
saw
from that
Sato
moment
on the
before they
previous
ever
round.
get any
So
info.
they tried to run the same
By that time,
type of round as it did
they've
before here
done
for
nothing.
Galorys,
What
but
are they
seeing that
doing,
it's
actually?
Potentially so passive for 2G.
Bro.
You at least feel
What's
like they
going
pulled enough
on right
rotation
now,
towards
man?
middle to go for a hit
What?
towards the towards the B side. So you're now hoping here the L drone comes out from Evil Kick on this A side to pull that rotate across, and there's only Spike alone. The knife actually got 2 at least. That's good enough here to go for a fast rotate to hold out, control Ivy, control Heaven, and making sure that the rest of the
2G
team
played
group
that
up with
round
you for the
so
retake for 2G.
odd.
Yeah, 2 suppressions pushed out, so
Spike planted.
not much to struggle with right now. Okay, well, that's
Wait.
unfortunate.
Wait, that was in mid? What? What?
All in all, just looking
What?
for something to really fight off. There goes Urango finding one shot of their own already. The turnaround there from
What?
Sato and
Bro, I think that's
Galorys.
this guy in mid, right?
They're just looking really good. Really pushing back that op right now. Silence knows that they
I
need
looked
to
at
keep
chat thinking there wasn't gonna be a fight.
Yeah.
Bro was fighting the map. Map
An
1.
unfortunate way to play the retake to start things off. The protocol was there at least to hold off towards that spawn, but already losing the Zap on a rotate across from middle is not going to make things easy for 2G to retake sites. It's almost a similar thing from what we saw in that first series here, where you have a Jet with a knock. There's a pros and con. There's a pro and con to it, where especially on a map like this, you have such a good opportunity to play a Jet in a forward aggressive position, down towards the B ramp, A entrance, and also on middle, and still manage to escape unscathed. But as soon as that gets spotted and they realize where the off is at, and they're pushing on the other extremity, you can't really play, or it's hard for you rather to play a flood retake, especially if you lose players on the process of the rotate back. So that's definitely gonna.
Yeah. We talked about that 10's retirement thing. We actually watched the whole video like right after the last map. I think is when it dropped. It's pretty convenient timing. Yeah. I don't know. Not much else to say about it. It's pretty sad, but at the same time, like, I'm obviously super happy for him. I think he's like one of the best players in our scene. I think he was what he ended as a supportive player with that level of experience, with that aim, was like the golden spot. Like, he would have been a pro player for like another 10 years if he wanted to be.
against Galorys is definitely going to be hard. I think overall, like, it's not like it's going to be any difficult. I feel like there's so much potential surrounding.
I was like, why is chat saying
Silence here?
G2? Did I accidentally?
I feel like it's slightly going.
Honestly, dude, when that shit happens and I'm not paying attention to the broadcast and like something funny happens, I'm so gaslit. My anxiety builds up so high. I'm like, did I say G2? Like, what the fuck?
Is going to help. I mean, 10-4 already starting off in this half is crazy.
10-4, but that was off for 4K2 on that second round or third round when they went for an execution for Galorys.
Flash peek, saw one.
Game somewhat close and somewhat doable. Now, yeah, you're talking about the
I don't believe Galorys is very good here, by the way. Like, from what I'm seeing.
Deadlifting here that Silence is going to have to do. It's
Maybe they're better next half, but this half does not look very good.
Heavy lean towards the B side. Knife gets so much information here.
So having 5 right here is kind of fucking nice for them.
Fighting towards that, too.
That didn't even
Nice
look like
base one.
Sato.
They picked it
Not
up.
the same guy I've been watching.
Even on a pistol. On a save run that should not be going in the direction.
That
of
looked like
2G.
fucking
Can't pick up
Sato
weapons, though, so they're
that
gonna
I've been
play
watching. His mouse fell into fucking quicksand.
And that's them thinking that they could get a timing for Galorys to catch some players off guard rather, before the smoke blooms, because they have the better weaponry. But this was a good read for 2G to kick things off with a stack towards the A side to allow the Blade Storm to even go for a floating high-low position to get these
Prize
two first
getting
picks
cheeky with it.
onto
Obviously not going his
Galorys.
way, but
Good on Endo to drop a
okay,
weapon
they waited that
outside
game.
into the abyss
Go
to keep
30
the
seconds left.
econ, at least in terms of weaponry, quite low.
Still
for
keeping
2G.
this 3-stack
A
though,
re-hit
rough.
attempt potentially with
Silence 11 and
the
4.
thrash. I don't think you walk into. Oh no, they're walking into it.
12 and 4.
Shot right there it goes. Yep, Silence pulling for the thrifty Blacklight, but of course Spike there kind of help out in that endeavor. But that was beautiful, right? Taking advantage of the fact that okay,
What if
we
they
have
come
an
from
ultimate that
top,
we can
like
use
through
here.
mid,
Let's-
Adventure?
Let's enlighten that.
Yeah, I respect the re-walk into the site, but it's very hard to do on a map like Abyss when a person's jump spotting on the right side of the bridge, and as soon as he saw everybody, he went for the null command, so no thrash can come out. And you're playing a context, so you can't really run util to know where your opponents are actually hiding outside of Spike's null command. It allows here the Blade Storm of Silence to come through and pull out a second kill. So you talk about the 10 and 4, gets so much value out of his Blade Storm to get 2 kills here and now be up at 12. That also now hurts the econ a bit here for Galorys. They could buy within this round. They could potentially half buy in the next. But 2G are able to run away with this one as well.
Oh, I see, I see.
Just starts off a little bit with orb control, so you're going to leverage your ults for Galorys. Difficult thing is that they don't have really an owl drone to try to go for a ping and ult, so it might be a Thrash and Hunter's Fury or anything so far just to try to get information and explode here, and it seems to be a lean towards this B site.
Ooh, I hit it.
Pretty much over at that point. They can recollect Thrash, I believe, with the position that
Can Sato do any
did
work
take
right
place,
here?
They slowly work up on Galorys.
Silence is
Corners and angles being held by 2G, but
Silence
shows
chilling
always
right
leader
here in
right
this
behind,
smoke.
watching
He's
out
gonna
for
pop
mid
off.
spot. Does get shut down, so the
It looks
refrag
to get
potential is
active.
there.
The Hat 2 is going to give a lot of information for Prize and the rest of 2G for the retake. There's that flank activated because of that. Didn't know that Evil Kick was there for the trade.
Might be the
He's ulting
takeaway,
early.
though. Nice. Sato is not playing around. They have to play for this post plant,
Bro,
though. Just up
wait.
goes Prize. The Prize is
Why did Evil do that? What the fuck? What? Just blind ulted that pre-tap? I don't know about that.
They're just throwing it from the Abyss when they already had map control. But all of that, this was the most important kill right here. Even if Evil Kick stayed alive, that was, you know, the silver lining or what was needed to try to win that round for Galorys. But unfortunately, since that hat got thrown out, it gave so much information there for 2G to really fight their individual duels inside that site that Galorys had no value out of the Hunter's Fury and the Pulse plant. And we mentioned it before, winning that round, pulling it out here for 2G, it should be an okay buy.
I feel
They're
like
not gonna go for the
he could have
half buy
swung low or window and had way better
half shield
impact and
Vandal
then
buy,
played
but they're going
ult
just for the
for
half
the
buy
second
to the
kill.
next.
He should have
A
rushed
strong
for
support
the next
now
engagement
for
to
Galorys
save
once again
Sato.
towards middle. It's just an active play with an active camera and owl drone looking towards mid. That double pings 2 players leading
14
towards the
and
B site.
4 on a 4-4 game is
You
kind
already
of
see
wild.
the shift coming out there from Zap to adapt out of that, and then they hold the angle with the Outlaw.
Everyone on the other team is one shot, by the way. Oh, wow,
and a
great
nice
adjustment.
first touch up to Luxo, immediately taken away, and it's repetition. Again, Luxo always being down mid, a free takeaway that Silence knows he can take advantage of. Which, obviously taking advantage of this again, the B site popularity there on the side of Galorys, but you can't fight back.
Holy
and it's
shit,
just
this
over.
kid's so
Blacklight
good.
flawless, a 3K to Silence name.
Damn,
State of the round was so good there for 2G as well. Alan Jones spots 2 leaning towards the B side.
17
as
and
soon as you
4.
take down Luxo, you know that he's
I think it's
going
safe to
for
say
these
he's going
looks
to
on
chill
middle.
as the number
So as soon
one
as he gets this pick, you see the rotate
statistical
coming
leader
across
in the
Silence, because
event.
They know there's at least 2 people leaning
Holy
towards this B
shit.
side, so they stronghold that area. And then with the Cypher being dead, they've already went for a aggressive push out towards the A side.
Like so
And
free
that
pick.
was looking really good here on reading this anti-eco.
I don't know what to make
against,
of all these fucking...
against Galorys.
How old
So
is
2G
Silence?
Still looking pretty good in this regional matchup. Again, repeating myself here, where Galorys really had the number of 2G throughout the whole season of 2024. I think out of 4 times they played against each other before we get into this.
It's like
Ascension
some weird
on
game
stage.
of rock, paper,
It's been a 1
scissors
in
with
3
these
record.
duelists.
And a lot of these, or two of these series, the second map was actually played on Icebox, where it was actually heavily favored on Galorys' side. Roy did mention here that it was a Sage composition that's still played by Galorys that gets a lot of success. Although, so far, I think from looking at the results of that, and then the last result that they had here on against M80,
Just as
it's
a
always
reminder,
been,
guys,
13.
this game for Galorys is like must win. They're chilling at 0-3 right now. Oh, so he's 20. Okay. This is a must win for them. They need to end 2 and 3, and that would force like a massive tie in the group. So they need to win their next 2 games. Starts here.
2G 3 in a row. that they were able to pick up.
And since
a
the best
pickup
they can do is
from
tie, they should.
Silence. So back to the original
If you're a
roots
Galorys
there.
fan, you should probably hope for 2-0s on top of that. But
That's typically
their differential right
comfortable
now
for
is
this
quite
team, but now
good.
especially a weapon as well, using
So if they were to win the
the
next 2 games, their
possibility of
differential would be
towards B. They know
insane.
the B site definitely popular within Galorys.
17-4. Jesus.
Shout out to Sean Garris's chat. Somebody just said if you rearrange the letters around silence, it spells out tens, and tens just retired. Coincidence?
What
I
the?
think not. I've never seen them in
silence.
the same room.
Bro, Van's reading my chat from the main chat more than I read it. It's kind of embarrassing.
Openers, and that's a great start though for Galorys after the tactical. Being a little
Is
bit
he
more
fucking
cooped up,
styling on me right
giving
now?
less respect to 2G instead of going for
He's out reading me. He's out reading my own chat.
Let's just go
What the fuck is
for a full
this?
site hit towards the B site, and Rue just starts activating. Luxo aware of the flank and not flanking himself.
I don't want anyone giving y'all attention. Oh fuck.
Allowing to convert this round potentially to a 5-5 score line.
Yeah, always sticking around.
I'll end the
flank
stream if he
to
does it
make
one
sure
more
everything's
time.
clear.
I'll turn chat off.
Which is good. Again, patience definitely the name of the game here.
No chat Twitch stream. Is that even possible?
Sato unfortunately can't really pull through with the 2G.
Surely
With the
not.
comeback
Nah,
though, 2 players already down, and the advantage getting slimmer and slimmer. For
Bro, this guy's underhands are nice, huh?
advantage there for Spikes,
Wait.
and all it takes is patience. And the name of the game is whether or not you can take this 1v1, but slowly but surely the defusal happens, and it's
Happen towards the end. The strong hit that we just mentioned for Galorys moving into the site, but they overcooked with the amount of lurks they wanted to throw, and he's standing up being like, where are you guys? Where are you guys? How did you let me?
I don't think I've seen a ninja defuse in Valorant like that. Ever. Ever. I don't think I've ever seen it actually. What?
There's a call for a second one as well, because that would be a wasted one for
They
sure.
are
So now you have no choice
fumbling
but just
this bag
to really
harder than I've
recollect.
ever seen, man.
Make sure that that doesn't happen again, and even because of that, you're going back to that 1-3-1. Spike is
I
with you this
can't
time around.
even believe
Orango's
it,
trying to move
bro.
up, and they're really trying to punish Silence so far with this outlaw.
That is a huge fuck up.
Oh my gosh, the wide swing was so ballsy. It's constantly been Luxo and Silence, like
Alright.
1v1 off the rip, and I love
Good neural
it.
theft.
You
This
never
Cypher's
know what's gonna
cooked
happen.
right
But
now.
of course, with that being said, 2G taking that first-hand advantage is gonna be huge. Sato rolling off of that momentum that was started from the start.
Spike planted.
Maybe that's just something here that Galorys understands in the setups that 2G currently has.
Yeah.
Leaving middle quite wide open, being more passively, using both trips to try to anchor towards the site instead of trying to find aggressive information towards middle. They go for a quick trade for a hat, and now they're in a great position once again for a 5-on-3.
Huge bounce back round. Just to like bring back their mental to not snowball out of that half. I feel like they just need to close this shit out.
An execution up on that Luxo just ends it off with a 3K.
Just to make that feeling of like throwing that and just absolutely just shitting the bed and not that feeling not happen. This is a huge round to win.
Shenanigans happened this time around. And they're keeping this game close at least, but this is definitely a regional matchup that both teams really want to get this victory from. Again,
At halftime, I'm going to rewatch that round. We'll see what happens.
It's been 3 losses in a row in their last four encounters, and they really want to bring it back on their side. And for Galorys, it doesn't matter what happened in the past here against. Doesn't matter who they play against at this point. They're just trying to look for a W to try to stay alive in this race. As Dan tried to mention before, there's an opportunity
Oh my
to try to
God.
stay alive, and what a push by 2G.
Bruh.
It's their turn to up the tempo. A hot flash coming through
Oh
to
my
allow Silence
God.
to get the pick and activate.
What an insane
Blade
pick by
Storm.
Silence.
On the lure buy that they have on this round, last round of the half, it made it very doable now.
Could make way. What are they going to force here? I mean, they have,
Good line.
honestly, for now, even could definitely get a drone in to see what they can do, but a wide swing.
He tried to
unfortunate, a stop
contact
goes down.
into that
Still
tight
no
fucking angle.
advantage left to be made in the paranoia, maybe just a bit too late for that execution. 2G slowly working themselves up, and it gets dangerous as ever to fight this down.
7-5.
And honestly, you can't 2G, they just wrap it up.
And for the first time, too, you've seen
All right.
the aggression coming out from 2G towards middle.
I do think, by the way, this is 2G's map pick, chat. So, like, the problem is the opening map, right? Like, I still think even if Galorys were to lose this, they could easily win the series. It's just they would have so much pressure that I would actually think they would crumble. Like, the players are so young, they would crumble.
So had a great map on this Jet.
They
on
wouldn't win
defense
those
too,
last two maps, I don't
on
think.
this map of Abyss. We've seen it. I think it was.
I'll be
the
really
matchup there
impressed
against,
if
TSM
Galorys
where
lose this map and
went
end
back
up
and forth
somehow
really in
winning
terms
the
of how much
series.
the Jets
Just with the amount of
activated on that
pressure
map.
that's going to be on them, like
You're
that would
hoping
be
here
very
again
impressive.
That Sato will be able to do something fairly similar, just to, again, try to have Galorys upset this first map, which would give them at least a cushion, some confidence to close out the series. And they've always been in BO3s against this team where it was
I
always
forgot. We were going to watch this round. Yoink. All right.
not flanking himself, making sure that.
So the Jet's in the side. Spike's down. Let's see what happens. Okay, so from here, they are all by the side. They're in a 5-on-3. Where are they going?
Giving less respect to 2G.
All right, wingman's planting.
Slow.
This guy TP'd over this trip, but this is still tripped.
3-1. Let's just go for a full site hit towards the B site. And Rue just starts activating.
Oh, okay. So we're in a
Luxo
5-on-2.
of the flank and not flanking himself, making
Where are you
sure
going, Luxo?
stay up.
What are you doing?
Allowing to convert this round potentially to a 5-5 score line.
Why is he doing this?
To make sure everything's clear, which is good. Again, patience definitely the name of the game here.
Like, where are they going right now? Like, if they really, really wanted to hunt them, just fucking neural theft the body, dude. But
pretty versatile. Sato unfortunately can't really pull through with the 2G. Slowly with the comeback though. 2 players already down, and the advantage getting.
wait, where did he ult to?
Really pull through with the 2G. Slowly with the comeback though. 2 players already down.
Where?
And the advantage getting slimmer and slimmer for Galorys.
Where did the-
There it goes. Util advantage there for Spikes. And all it takes is patience.
Especially if you're going to try to take control towards the A site. So they're going to be slightly crippled at that point.
Oh, it got.
You're going to leverage more of their
It got
drone
canceled
here
'cause the
to get
knife?
information. And maybe pop flash through the.
I thought he
the
just
pulse
insta
range
canceled.
smoke
I was
coming
like,
from the entrance of
what?
the sites. Did I say that? Beautiful pop flash on the bridge side that blinds one.
They really fucked up. Ooh.
He put the smokes out right there. Sato.
Oh, they
Isn't
fight.
able
They
to
really
do
need this
much.
pistol, chat.
Does get taken down, but of course a 3v3 scenario. So many players low on the side of 2G.
Shit, what a
Attack
good dart.
doing its best to keep things intact right now, but shock darts left and right.
So close. I would have probably
Good
killed
reposition.
the platter for
Went from
sure.
double heaven to
Look
double
at the
smoke.
HP
Oh.
remaining on the 3 players pushing down towards spawn.
Oh, and they're just jiggle peeking it. But why do they solo peek?
13
I mean,
HP.
regardless, it doesn't matter. They
Oh my god, the dart just sails right
scenarios,
behind
so
him.
kind of forcing into that play was a little risky. I'll
Okay,
be honest.
we got a game.
I agree. It almost felt like they had a timing because they caught Luke Show throwing a camera towards that back. So I'm going to chase him down, but never really saw the other player just behind Luke Show, which was Evil King coming in right here to support. Double swing. They win 2 individual 2v1s against a team that was just trying to find a timing on the pulse plan because that low HP that they had and lost all map control initially when they executed within the site. So it turns out to be a very clean retake towards the end here for Galorys. A big piss run, an opportunity to tie up the game right away.
Yeah. New round, new reset. Oh, smoke goes down, but it's never been an issue where, you know, Yuto has been used on the opposite side. It's been 100% the scenario where, yeah, distractions occurring. They know they're going to hit the site instead. Now the defense.
Dude, the timings of those blinds are actually really nice. Almost. They almost had something right there.
Exceeding is huge. Nothing can really get in the way. Other than the fact that missing out on some of their shots. Yeah, already second round in, and a huge win from Galorys.
Yeah,
We'll take
flawless
that one.
round.
Push in, throw your
Good to
bodies
give this
away,
to.
so that at least Spike can get the plant down. Spike can get the spike down. And that'll help for the economy for sure. and also to have a much stronger buy against the bonus. Who at least gets a Black Light Flawless
Damn,
right
you
now
guys are
for Galorys, which
losing it all.
in their turn, and to be fair for them, have a really good econ
All
moving
right.
into the actual
Huge bonus. They don't have a great like buy all around, even though they had a flawless. I don't think they had very. They didn't have very many Vandals or Phantoms, right? Let me check.
They're
Oh
kind
my
of
God!
pulling through
Wait.
the punches, though. I think so far with the
Yeah,
setup
no,
we've
no,
seen
no,
from
no.
the defense,
Okay.
it's been good.
The Guardians
right?
aren't
Keeping to
so bad on this map, but that Spectre and the Bulldog
what they
and the
have, not
Marshal.
really looking any further from that mid, being watched.
This is a pretty
People
shit buy.
knows timing is key here.
Anything can
There's
happen
already
though.
pings coming out from 2G, though. They know that there's one player playing on the top mid. They hear the jump spot from another, so that's a heavy lean now towards the middle. Identified now by 2G. Look at them already backing up. Name of the game was just trying to get prize inserted.
I do like Rude playing here with this blind though, chat. I like this with this Spectre.
I don't think it's going to be the biggest split. You're going to add a lot of pressure towards this B main so they can.
No, why are we using our blind like
Luke tried
that?
to do a couple of rounds ago.
He's running it down. Eruption through door. No, but I love it. I love the
Wait,
determination.
Prize got that other one too.
Running it down 2G. No respect over to Galorys. Honestly, might just be the best play for the attacker side on a map like this one, though.
They need a kill or two more here.
And I respect the run through, right? Even just because the owl drone already went up, it spotted a player, it pinged him as well.
Crazy
it forced
timing.
Rude to fall back. And on top of that, you timing the paranoia from LZ just to run through and win that 1v1. So you'll take it, right?
One more kill, one more kill, one more kill.
Heaven. You're now forcing Galorys to even.
I'm not asking for the world here, chat. I just want one more kill. I don't even want the round. That's not greedy.
Guarantees, almost guarantees the round here in your favor.
Durango.
Right, you got so many players just really falling at the hands of 2G.
Why was he not ready for the guy to swing?
Yeah, the thunder starts coming along.
He got caught off.
Yeah, at this point, they finally did give themselves a round to feel comfortable in at this point. Hey, we're not losing the lead. We still have it.
Yeah.
So let's just keep it from there.
And that flawless that you won in your anti-eco in that second round for Galorys, look at the buy that it permits you in this gun round. Just before we got into the Black Light replay, you saw that there's already an operator out and ready for Sato. And much stronger weapons across the board too, with Vandals, full kit, the full setup. The op is actually watching fairly passively though on the top of B.
RETA won first game.
You're looking at the positions currently from Galorys. It's allowing 2G to take a little bit more space.
Huge round trap.
2G on their end though, they don't know this, so they have to figure out now where everybody's posted so far. To grab an orb to start. Owl drone available, looking for a Hunter's Fury ping.
Oh, wow.
Right through smoke. No, but good play. Reading into it. Okay, well, you know, someone threw drone out. There's a possibility somebody's waiting to play off that information. So one goes down. No duelists left to execute.
Right there.
That's something that's nice too, that you guys could probably take in your rank games. The smoke started being thrown.
Yeah.
It's not a deep smoke just to like cover the whole ramp. You're holding one extremity on one side so that you force out util. You're not forcing players to be able to walk through and creep across and leak on the other side of that B ramp. By forcing that util, it allows here that spray coming from Rude to get that first pick, but already we have a 4-on-4. We're split across the map, and the two players inside the B side are now pinned.
These A players to pop off. Huge.
The
One
shots
more,
don't
one more.
stop, Road.
Yes, 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 yes.
Rude is making it happen, especially now with the 3K to come off on it. And Galorys, you're back in the game, baby. Zap just waiting to make a play, but you can't. There's such a big wall withstanding. That wall is Rude.
All right.
And Rude has been putting up numbers this tournament so far.
That was a really big round.
Fairly solid and not too much talked about within these games. We always talk about the hero plays and the
That was the reset round.
Sato could give. And
Sato good, very good.
So far, but Rude is just a silent controller right now, just making sure that he's anchoring correctly here. And watching the angle in the back of Ivy was everything there to allow his teammate Sato to just focus on the front line with the op. Especially that knife that hit towards that B site.
So is
It
Luxo.
actually did connect onto Sato,
So is
so there was
Spike.
no dash away.
So is Silence.
On both sides, both of them are playing a one and done. And this should have been traded out 100% of the time, but you just saw all the kills happen, one by one, on both extremities. 2G not coordinated on the pinch
I
towards
feel like
the B
Spike,
site.
Silence,
Because they had to
Sato,
use
and
their
Luxo are
Hunter
all
behind, they
VCT
couldn't
players,
really
by the
support
way.
towards the front. Now 2G's back on an eco.
They dialed in too.
Really good blind by Rube.
And it works out great. Shooting through the smoke has been a very effective method throughout this whole entire map. But either way, yeah, player advantage not really there.
Spike
Slowly
down.
working up though is 2G.
Oh, no.
Sato's getting really
Oh,
feisty,
no.
especially with the up too close quarters there.
There you go. Now you have a little bit more of a death ball. And guaranteeing trades is already giving you a perfect opportunity to win a 3 versus 2. But neural theft, sorry, being thrown by Luxo instead gets information on all 3. Hop shot misses.
Jiggle Peak isn't going to save you now, though. Luxo, there's no up. Really retrieved right now. Okay, what can Luxo do? Slowly wrapping themselves around. They know the
I don't
spike
think
is
it's a
ticking. They
duel.
need to get the
He's
diffusal
gonna go
down.
top.
How is this going to work? Listening into it now. The wrap
What?
saying that they need to fight the angle. The 7 bullets left. Can't reload. At this point, in too deep. Right behind, ring around the rosy. Cypher v Cypher, and it's Luxo
Okay.
and away with it.
This is Les Jr. Whoever asked in chat who's Les Jr., this is the guy that I keep calling Les Jr. He is unkillable, actually. Like, I used to think Sato was the best player on this team, but now I don't even know anymore. I honestly don't know who's better. Like, who's a better prospect for VCT?
Behind him and already gets the timing of
It's
forward
pretty
position
crazy.
that isolates.
It's wild
players,
to
and that's-
see a team that has such a similar formula to what like 2023 Loud was, like a Senti that's just like locked down like Luxo, and then a star duelist like Osboss.
Wings.
Here.
And LZ can
It's
hold
weird.
that,
They have like the
and
same
Luxo
exact
continues
formula.
to be such an important player for Galorys in this tournament so far.
Shadows traveling.
There's like filters so much util into the star duelist, and the star duelist pops off every time. And when the star duelist doesn't, they have this lockdown anchor.
From Luxo.
Cover going out. Watch them run.
This is an early TP.
Yeah. Playing off Cypher KO ult, by the way, chat.
Goes for a stack of site.
So it throws Dizzy right before the KO ult.
So this is going to be very difficult now for Galorys. You have no choice
Chip's
now,
still
especially
up,
with a
looking for
command.
kills. Looking for kills.
Just
Cypher
hold
playing
back
off.
and wait.
But I like this. I don't think
Well
anybody's
played.
even aware. Okay, yes,
Very
they're
well played. They got them all.
settle down here. Could kind of create that coverage, but that's the shame in it. Unfortunately, getting caught in another smoke just right behind.
Oh,
Can't see
man, that
sight
trade.
gone. And so is Sato.
4v3.
So now they have to play with this 3-player disadvantage. What can they do right now? I mean, it's still work around on it. Luxo slowly
Les
making
Jr. backside.
themselves comfortable on the A side.
Les
This happens
Jr.
time and
fucking
time again.
rolling.
They're so good with it. They won't let it go. And this might be it for them. Galorys,
Peak Les
they might
Jr.
be
again,
able
you
to
won't.
keep themselves very, very well
You won't.
solidified throughout this whole
Oh
entire
my god, he
game.
did.
Momentum running with it.
Oh my god, he
2G
did it.
Somehow make the turnaround.
9-9.
I'm telling you, if it's not for Luxo, these scenarios are impossible for Galorys to potentially win. And then it came down from a one-way smoke and a hat to get the information on the 2. And you just have to win your duels. You have one sticking onto the spike, the other ones just have
Huge
to
round
land
by
their
Prize.
shots. And unfortunately here, on the attacking side, they did not. They're still scraping for this wins. Both of these teams are scraping for their wins. But nonetheless, we're tied 9-9. Scenarios of broken economies, forced buys. Bladestorm now pushing forward.
This is looking pretty
And it's
decent.
going to be a pop flash from the Gecko, and it's perfect for Sato.
Looked very unaware.
First execution on that on a save round, which is really,
Evil has
really nice.
ult.
And it's always that. I always
No
it's always
spike
the
here
jets with the
in
blade
B.
storms. Like, once that's
So
pulled
like
out, it's-
decided. Oh, okay.
I feel like we
Okay,
already-
there we go. I didn't see
we
that.
can see the future.
Could he ult this?
How vivid is that picture right
Spike
now?
planted.
Plant looks good. Smoke looks good.
Yeah, Clyde looks very good. It's on danger finally this time
I
around.
think. I'm not gonna lie. I think he could have ulted that plan. I know it's an eco.
As well, 2G 2G suffering just a
Oh my god, last blade, I'm pretty sure.
Sato
Oh
is
shit.
not to play. Already 3K on a save round. That maybe should not be working out as nicely as it should have for
Wingman's
Galorys.
so
2G
clutch right here.
bring it back. There's
Oh
absolutely no
fuck, what
way.
a flash.
Moving forward. They know
What a
they
flash.
can take it.
Oh,
They can't.
he had it. The flash was so good.
Bouncing off that flash led right behind you. All three of them were blinded, including the Windman trying to defuse. But unfortunately, he couldn't get even the burst to stop the Wingman.
That was such a good
Even
flash.
If you get the kill onto the player in the back, stopping that Wingman potentially would have allowed you to play that 1v1 against Luxo towards the end. And Luxo only had 5 HP when the lineup happened. That was so close.
This is such a close game, man.
For him to try to clutch, because again,
Coin flip.
it was a nice push with the execution, and when you're ulting,
I don't think Galorys is as good as Tucci on this map, by the way. I think if this were to like drag out for a long time, Tucci wins this
You
map.
see that Galorys really tried to tempo up much quicker towards this B site, and Sato just caught two players off guard with some nice Bladestorm shots. Allowed this scenario to happen here for Galorys to convert a lower buy against 2G. What is the conversion on the lower buys of the series so far between these two teams? It has to be high.
Not even sure. I think it definitely, I mean, it's been high this whole day. Like, it's crazy how many times we've seen like thrifties, and I feel like in general it really is
Dude,
that,
this
that
pretzel
jet
is
dose,
so
to be
good.
honest. When the Bladestorms comes out, I feel like the game starts to get a little bit more serious, but that in general was just wild because both players full blind, and you can't shoot the Gecko, so you just immediately subconsciously go for the Wingman, and then at that point it's already over. Like there's no recovering from that. And that sucks.
They really threw that round.
If
Wow.
anything, he's still got
It's just
his
dawning
run
on me,
as the
like,
Gecko, but when
what
the Gecko
that round
dies, the
meant
Wingman's still defusing.
for
So
2 game. Wow, look at their money, guys.
unfortunate therefore it's a scenario that Spike had to play against.
They
because
really
against any other duo that didn't have a
Gave Galorys a ticket in this game.
But Galorys back in the lead.
Oh, you overstayed your welcome.
Quickly towards the side, not
He
to take control of Heaven.
Rude is
Maybe a
fortunate.
pop flash for him to swing
Real
out towards Heaven
fortunate.
as well if they time it right. The Eldril
I mean, this is the fucking tourney frag leader, and we have these psychopaths that we've been seeing all game. He's so lucky he didn't die.
Kale got the pop flash at least though, but just the shots didn't happen.
Oh.
Using her, unfortunately. Wait, the thrash missed.
There's no way. And they still almost actually fumbled
Oh
back.
my
Okay,
god.
okay, Galorys, never mind.
Still works. It's
You know
all
what?
good. It's all
I
good.
believe in the power, and I'm sorry for doubting you, because right now, there was no chance.
That was...
Respectable.
That would have been so
They're
much more
fumbling.
dangerous if...
They're fumbling, chat.
Who was that in the corner? Zap had a better weapon than a Guardian, unless it was Prize. Either or, it was the person with the Guardian. If he had a different rifle, that could have been potentially a second or third kill to control that. It was Zap. There you go. The Thrash actually chased after LZ into main. I love the bait and switch, but unfortunately there was
Who
Jet
is
that was way more forward than
two
everybody
ga-
else,
Dude,
which
this
was
is getting so
happened to be
interesting. Okay,
very
so
good
2
towards the end
games
here for
losses
Galorys,
to
because
all nights.
that guaranteed the trade towards the end and no
1-2,
shenanigans on
1-2.
lower by
Bro,
conversion.
if 2 game
this time from
loses this
2G.
series
And now that we're inching
0-2,
towards the end of that map, though,
it could be real bad for them. Like, that could be really bad for their standing if they're in that 2-team mix and they lose 0-2.
I'm not even sure how to describe it. Like,
They have a
even
couple
right now,
2-1 series.
pretty quick rotation. It's only been
You're in the
like
walls?
10 seconds
Oh
now. The
my
A
God.
site is the site we want to go. Lack
Bro,
of
you're
information
reading chat
collected
more
in
than
the first
me.
place, too. They didn't play on any level of patience, so now they're just going to run it down A. See with the information they have what happened.
That's such a good kick.
That's going to hurt.
Oh, they got him. Great trade.
They're doing great, honestly.
Really good position and trade by Spike. Good scale by KO.
And that's what we finally wanted to find the value of an Drone and Hunter's Fury. And loading a lot of his ults, converting the round, right? So you've...
Like, bro, if we were in the fucking... the daycare chat, and we were fucking picking teams in the daycare, I don't even know which child is the first pick. I actually think, like, based on value and abundance at the duelist role, Spike might be the first pick child. Like, he plays a pivotal role. The duelist ones are a dime a dozen. We got a lot of children that are fucking playing duelists out here. Like, we could save them for the later picks, you know?
That's.
I think Spike might be the #1 pick.
Man.
He's been
I mean,
very
it's so
inconsistent.
tense.
Lux. Okay, yeah, Luxo's probably the #1 pick, actually, Luxo. Okay, Luxo's #1 pick. Just based on, like, value of the role, probably. He would also probably be able to slot into a duelist role if you wanted to. And then where would you go? Would you go, like, Dante? Would you go, like, Sato?
Really change
Silence?
it all, of course.
Like,
They
I don't
use
even
this
know. Honestly, I like Dante's
Galorys.
agent pool.
For Galorys, they could slowly
I like his
bring
style,
down
too.
Bad economy, but yeah, first shot, nice.
But I also like these offers. I also want me an offer, too. Fuck it, I'm running triple duelist.
And headshots him. And Sato manages to get the kill, the dash away. Almost that second one on to Zap. But that's so much information.
Okay, 2 pings and the shot's not hitting. I'm confused. But
Evil, it's only evil that you're throwing the... No, I'm just kidding.
Galorys just still have so many players watching, and not to mention the op that
Fucking why evil?
honestly make a big takeaway here. Urango having so much util to utilize at this moment. They could throw out maybe a Dizzy to really focus on these corners here, which would be perfect. 34 health left on his. This is the best moment that
You missed. You step up to the king, you better fucking hit him. You better headshot him.
And is this it? The 1v4 still holding on. That's maybe the one.
Holy.
They can't get the next.
That's 12.
Perfect play for Galorys to put themselves to match point.
One of those moments where I'm just looking at Zap's POV, I was like, please just throw a shove dart in there. Because of Sato's 10 HP, and I think it was Urango that was at 40 HP. That would have done so much damage towards security when both of them were waiting to flex retake with the rest of the team.
Look at that.
Again, Luke Show being a hero, despite not getting kills, but that hat was so... Well, okay, as I say that, the replay just got 2 kills, but the hat gave so much information there to start activating the team on that retake towards the end. It's been so valuable once again. I got
Van's the GOAT. Van's in our
look show so far for this roster.
Chat.
He's been such
he
a good
was talking
Sentinel
earlier.
/ Viper player. Let's see. I mean, more eyes have to be on this guy. If he's
he forgot to play off here.
And being able to play this on an international stage and
Oh
put these numbers
no.
against other
He forgot.
teams other than regional matchups. He's got a promising future.
Crazy player. We see it in the performance too. And also very, very
no.
rules that the team wants to play with. Right now, just watching, not really making any movements, playing with the patience. Even though one team member goes down.
Teenager MW Zera took out
Galorys
toddler
still
Osboss
working
just
themselves
now.
for the
It's
flank
fucking
round, and
crazy.
This is going to be so good if the timing works.
Well, they tried to outdraw Paranoia.
Why do they have so
all the
many
time.
cracked
But at least
players?
He keeps everybody inside the site. 2G's flipping the map. Perfectly done. That should be a round conversion now for 2G.
Flash gone, yeah. At this point in time, not really
Gonna go
there.
down the
Like,
last
doing
round,
everything you
chat.
want. Well,
Okay.
For a second there, it did
Let's
get a little
go.
bit,
We got
concerning for
goodbyes. No
who's going
all.
down. Not much to look forward right now.
Not really sure what
11-12,
these guys are
potential
cooking.
for the match point.
Not really sure anywhere else what the
it
ults are
was
looking
a
like.
nice try. A
Saving
triple
up is
flank
big.
around. You're
No
trying
all.
to
Oh, Thrash.
Get that trap towards the
No, it's
front,
over
but
there.
if you kept everybody contained within that site and 2G still went around with everybody dead, that would have been a very tough look in the last round of regulation here for 2G in terms of...
I know,
but
the
again,
Tense
free
retiring
player
thing really
wise, again, I
kind
love that
of
he
took the
went
wind
for
out of my
the
sails
flip
for a second
up
here
towards
today,
the A
guys.
site,
I'm gonna give it a buck.
towards back security to
I
actually
was
catch Shadow
vibing.
in the back there and not give a chance
I took a
here for
stray.
Galorys to
I literally
put
caught
that
a
in
stray on
from
stream.
that 3-man flank.
I'm hobbled.
So
I'm
economy's gonna be
injured.
very good here from both of these teams.
I'm hobbling right now.
The potential now to
I need a
witness
med
their
kit.
first overtime of today. We've seen a lot of these throughout Ascension so far since day one. If not a lot
Like
of
affected
13
my
11s.
mental. On
And
the
if you're
spot,
watching
affected my
NAs,
mental.
you're in
Like
for a long run
subconsciously, it's
because
like
they've been all OTs
a little
so
bit.
far, pretty much. So yeah, the competition's been very, very, very
Maybe I just should have that Alani or whatever
amazing
it's
for all
called.
these teams so far.
Maybe I just need more caffeine.
And despite
Oh
you
no.
know us having the NA pill,
Let me
and
bury
can
these
see that
emotions.
TSM
That's what I was taught
hasn't
to
had
do.
the best results
I'll just
after
fucking
their first victory
suppress those
against
down
2G as
really
their
low,
opening
some
game, or against
caffeine.
Galorys as their opening game.
not
they
think
still
about
look
them.
okay. They tried to come out with
Yeah, it
something
sounds
new with
healthy,
different
right?
comps and tried to meta game right and anti-strat
Cramp.
right in the middle of the
Fucking
comp.
get down in there. Don't you fucking come
Unfortunately, it
out.
fell
I don't want
flat,
to
but
see a
it gives
single
them a good
fucking
learning
tear out
curve
of
to
you.
continue to fight strong here.
Talking about it with anyone? Fuck no. Get in
Now
there.
to focus back on the region, it's again
caffeine.
Luxo doing such a good job here. 25 and 14 on
Sounds
one
healthy,
end,
right?
and
That's what I teach my
Silence
kids
at
lately.
23 and 16
I'm
on the other
kidding.
end.
I'm kidding. Oh god. Oh my no. Why? Why are we doing this on round 24?
For Root to take one, that's great.
Dude.
But so many players lost already in the op. Really needing to solidify some sort of hold.
You think a team isn't going to come out of the 24th round timeout with some cooked up strat, ready for your aggression?
I was going to say, I don't. Oh my god, this is a dub. Luxo's going to win this. He just timed the trip, and if he doesn't hear
No.
anybody moving across
No,
here,
Les
no,
Jr.
they all went towards A. Never mind.
Our Omen.
Never mind.
Literally.
So we go back to the initial point that what we're trying to talk about. Instantly punishing Orango and Santo was nice to stay back towards the spawn and deny that aggressive trap play that Galorys is trying to do. There was a slight overheat though from Zap getting hit by Rude, but now this pivot back towards the A side because they know it's an op trying to hold the site, play 4v1 against that, and guarantee the plant, and now you're almost guaranteeing the round.
What the hell? I thought it was nuts.
Shot bursts are hitting nice, but okay. Information. Luxo works off of that. This is it, though.
Dude.
Can Galorys run away with his first map of the series? And that they will do, of course.
Yes!
Just saying,
He's done it! He actually did it!
That you are finishing things off with Defender 13-11. A long game, but you can
He's
tell.
actually
Oh my
insane,
gosh,
man.
this is gonna make me cry. Please don't show that to me.
Oh man, they wanted it. They wanted it for sure, and you could see how happy they are at least.
Bro, I mean this respectfully. Why are the players that aren't named Sato and Luxo mad at each other? Huh. That's weird. Oh, it's their coach. Okay, never mind. That explains everything. Okay, yeah. I would be mad at anyone that's not named Luxo or Sato.
And rotate across.
Okay, that's fair enough then. Okay. All right.
Again,
everything is right in the world. Okay, we're good. I thought one player was mad at another player. I was like, oh, wait.
Close. It was extremely
No, you guys should
close.
all,
And,
like...
I mean, to be honest, the
No.
real factor as to why a lot of
I don't
that
want you
didn't
guys
work
being
with
mad at
them
each other. Only
honestly felt like it
Luxo
was Luxo. Majority of the time, just
and
really
Sato can be
star-studded
mad at
plays,
anyone.
A great player in general. Everyone on that team was
God,
really
these kids are
performing,
crazy, man.
Their best game, but of course there
Rude
is a
actually
lot
was crazy
more.
that map. I
And
lie.
sometimes when you lose, you feel an anger inside of you
Really,
that makes
they
you wanna
needed
win.
that out
So
of
we're gonna
Rude.
see
He was
what
not
exactly
playing well the
happens in
last couple
next map right
games.
after this break.
I was surprised. I want to say he played well in this opening game against TSM, but I could be very wrong here because this was also the Luxo and Sato shows, so that probably means Rude didn't play well. It was like middle of pack, yeah. Oh, he had a good last map. Just couldn't close out. And this is the game against All Knights. See here, Rude played pretty rough. I actually think he might have cost them this series. Like, he played pretty poorly. So did Evil, though, actually. Yeah, Urango's their IGL. And then, yeah, again. So I think that, like, Rude is literally the difference maker here. He's the X factor for this team. Like, when Rude has, like, an average game, I think they can win. Because you're always going to get production out of those other two. And they just need, like, one player to step up. And the IGL is going to be that guy. right? Not themselves. Like, the teams from all these other regions, like, I don't think it's cut and dry M80. I mean, this is average Luxo game, though, on God. From what I've seen, average. Mid Luxo game, some would say. Some would say that's a mid Luxo game. Like, yeah. Y'all remember this map against M80? This was insane. Chat, look at his team's kills and look at the score of this game. Like, I'm telling you, it was a one-man army running around Icebox, keeping his team in the game. It was the most insane thing ever. It was like no one could kill this guy. He was winning 50-50 duels left and right, two-bulleting everyone. It's literally like Les, like how he's shooting. And the roles he plays reminds me of Les, which is why I'm calling him Les Jr. It's kind of a joke because he's so fucking good. And he's just Vandal headshotting everyone, just like Les. And Sato, just like Osboss, is locking in Jet, Neon, and opping the fuck out of people and like two-bulleting people and looking good everywhere. It literally feels like I'm watching like younger versions of the best players in Brazil. Just clone copied. And the only reason they're not in VCT is because they're not old enough. It's actually insane, man. Oh, Luxo passed him up. Oh, shit. It looked like Silence was going to take it. Still got the rating, though. And the KD. But not the damage. Kills per round. First kills per round. Sim. Wardell Jr. Koala up there. I'm actually surprised Dante is this low. Because Dante is like one of the most aggressive players I've ever seen. Some of the shit he does is crazy. He's taking open engagements every round. I did think I was getting trolled about 10s, yeah. Chop is pretty good. Wait, Savondo's also pretty good. I feel like I'm being too harsh. I'm being too harsh. Imagine that team, Isaac. Wow. Can you imagine scrimming that team? Let me see this. So Spike used to be in a team with those guys. Let's see. Maybe it was like these guys or some shit. No. No. Where is it? This. Did they play together? I I'm not
A
seeing
very
that.
intense map between 2Game and Galorys, but as Galorys to get the win on the map of Abyss with a 13-11. Welcome back, everybody. And Roy, on this map, oh my god, we got to see the individuals play out. It was so back and forth between the two. The late rounds that you wanted to talk about as well were something that guarantee who was gonna get the rounds, who was gonna get 1 or 2 in a row, and to see who was gonna close it out, that ends up being Galorys.
Yeah, before I get into the late rounds, I just want to say one quick statement. Fluxo is him. He is actually him. He's a beast. But yeah, now to go back onto the late rounds, I do think there was a lot of late round situations that could have gone either way. I think there was so many scenarios that came down to just like people winning individual fights, people winning individual duels, having pop-off moments. But I do have to say that the retakes for Galorys did look impeccable.
They were clean, and it was nice to see Emily because on the side of Galorys, this is the kind of team that we wanted to see. And to be honest, we were also not expecting a clean game between the two. They've played each other a few times in the past, but what really matters is how they were able to close it out on this map, especially in the last few rounds.
But not the third.
Yeah, Galorys won the pistol and the second round, so they already had a 4-round advantage on both of the sides. So that right there just gave them a head start. But it still was a close game despite that. It was 13-11.
So I think they should have more teams since there's so much talent.
2G going into the traps that Galorys had, and like Roy was.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of fucking talent, so I would want that. The problem is like structurally, like how it's all set up. Since it's a closed circuit, out of a studio, you know, it'd be different if you were just adding teams for like online play, but it's like the actual probably the cost of adding a team for Riot is immense. Like, I would love to know the dollar amount it costs Riot to add one more team to VCT Americas, because it costs them a lot of money. I'm just sure, like, I'm curious what that amount is. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks though. Like, I think there's so much skill. Like, I've talked about this at length, like so much, because you just got to think about it. Like, there's 6 NA teams in VCT Americas. So that means there's probably gonna be like what, 6 NA duelists, 6 NA sentinels. That's not a lot for how big this game is to have 6 North American pros in those slots. Fuck, that just feels bad. Especially like kind of what's happened with tier 2, but hopefully that gets rebuilt. Yeah, I have faith in like tier 2 kind of bouncing back, but man, there is definitely a lot of crazy good talent in tier 2. I'll say that. I think some of these teams could easily have qualified for the international tournaments.
This win, especially if they're able to take it 2-0, as it's always been when they're facing 2Game. Now we get to jump into the Blacklight Agent select Emily, and we get to see these compositions that remain the same for both of the teams.
Yeah, I like the Sage, and like you said, it's relatively the same that they've been playing with. For Icebox to be Galorys' pick, I like this because they lost versus M80, a strong team, 11-13, but like I said, they've got a good warm-up so far on Icebox, and they've been playing well so far.
Is it going to be this, as the history has told, for Galorys to get once again a 2-0 against 2Game, or is 2Game going to be able to answer and get the first map win against Galorys for the first time since February? Let's find out with Gompers and Vance.
Back into it again, another game, super excited. The last one, it took a turn in which, honestly, I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know who was going to run away from that, to be honest, fans.
Yeah, and it could be something very similar going into this game too, because once again, if you're just tuned in now, this is probably like the 3rd time that they're playing against each other on Icebox, where the last 2 is 13-11 for Galorys this time around. We're already going live into this one too, but going back into this one, there's been a compositional change for 2G. They used to play a Gecko on this one as well, and now switching Spike away from that role and taking the initiator role. So I'm assuming that they're really trying to leverage silence a little bit more in terms of map take that they want to take within the site. Starts off with an A site hit, pivot towards that side. There's still a pop flash available. Silence still has his dash. That's quick to take yellow control. We'll see what happens after that.
Oh, they're going into him.
Silence left over. Luck show.
Okay, falls off, so he shows himself backside, reposition immediately. That's pretty smart.
Utilize their own forefront knowledge to help out the team right now. In
He's
this
just
moment,
playing
especially now as the
silently.
retake is going to have to start moving forward. Yeah.
So he tried to like kind of bait them into pushing backside and quietly just positioned over there, no spam. Quick plug coming in. Ooh.
What's going to happen? This is nice. The wall goes up. It's pistol round. Who's going to shoot through something?
Wait.
Like that? They can't. The reload pops through. And it's a beautiful play already. Coming through a 2K to just finish everybody off.
Oh.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Galorys had somebody sticking on to that spike. So yeah, the shots were good for those that are pushing towards white and towards green to get denied there by Prize, who was playing that Sheriff. But that is also the difficult part here of playing against a Sage. The raid take wall so good at that point where they played so passively. Look at him, all 5 of them holding back towards that spawn. And I thought if it wasn't going to be a pop flash to take control here towards yellow, it was potentially to time something to fight behind the Viper wall and to flip to take control of the back of the B side so that you wouldn't have to fight against a Sage wall. Unfortunately here, it's a Galorys easy.
I think instead of like
now they have outlawed
whatever I said initially about like them being VCT players and like, yo, maybe they'll make a chat. I'm about to change the question to like where statistically does the Luxo and like end next year in VCT America statistically? Like where in the top 5, you know?
This moment is really
It'll be top 5.
towards the future. Satho's going to be able to take an easy shot too. Body shot is all they need, and what's
This guy's gonna be fucking
two
insane,
flashes
man.
available. Oh my gosh, the jiggle peek of a lifetime.
Calls out the wall too so that it gives a chance for the rotate to happen for Galorys.
Well, if MIBR picks him up, then
Almost a minty flawless.
he might be a
black
one-season
for
type
Galorys.
of player.
Evil kick got a little bit of damage done.
I'm
but
just kidding.
This is
Respectfully, of
gonna be an
course.
interesting
MIBR fans,
portion
respectfully,
here
of
because
course.
they had the plan
It's a
on
joke.
that first round, and I saw a Ghost being purchased by Spike on that second round, which then means the econ may not be the best, depending it depends on what the rest of the team bought around that. But we just saw here before
Just
we
a
got
prank,
the shot
actually,
on the
yeah,
stage
it's
that they
actually a
still had
prank.
enough
Just a
economy
prank,
to
bro.
buy full shields. If not, it was going to be fairly dangerous here to play
100%.
against, once again, Sato.
I mean, we heard Sato's English. Sato speaks pretty good English. I think he could play internationally. You know, I think that's a key thing is if you're going to play internationally, you probably need to be able to speak English.
Grouping up together, trying to play the pulse bind, hopefully effectively this time around.
Unless it's going to be something weird, like you're going to learn like Chinese, which seems
But there's so much
like a
back control.
stretch, you know?
Look at how inserted we are here on the defensive side. This is a huge read that he know the hit's coming towards the A site.
Whoa. Lots and lots of damage already made on Spike too. Rude, yes, they go down, but they use the Uto. They already have placed. Too much of a detriment there, but unfortunately enough, it's not going to work. Already 4v2.
bonus.
Yeah, okay, we have a Vandal, but how well is that going to work? Galorys losing out on
Wow.
the majority of their players and leaving Urengo alone. Fight for themselves. The Vandal shots hitting. Maybe they can be the clutch factor here.
The 1v5 is going to be very difficult. Trying to keep the econ low.
Didn't see that.
Demon.
Yeah.
You don't got aura, bro. But you aura loser. You fucking nerd.
Didn't see it as he was walking out.
I've been waiting
But
to drop that on
nonetheless,
someone.
I still
I actually been
like
waiting to
the
drop that on
attempt they
someone
were
all
trying to
day.
do
Thank
here for
God
Galorys.
Bean
It
typed
looked like it
aura.
was
Thank God I saw
matched,
Bean
but
and type
because
aura.
they had the Sage inserted
Thank
towards
God.
green,
I've been
pretty
waiting
much
for
towards
someone to
garage,
type
towards the
aura
B side,
all
they knew the
day.
hit was happening towards the A site.
Of course
You
it
pull
was
the wall up,
Bean.
You're trying to isolate the push coming in, but unfortunately your shots just didn't land on your crossfire. And no trades were happened either on the side of Galorys. So ended up being 2G really overrunning that 3-side hold on the crossfire and giving a chance now for 2G all ready to fight back in round number 4.
Pull through with this. Seems like now, especially. Oh, Dark didn't make too much.
What an ang. Oh my God, he's in the middle of the
Are
open.
they going to pick that fight? No, they're not. Back off.
What?
For the side of the defense here.
And a simple cut noise, re-hit the site. There's that dash. It's actually
Ooh,
spending
close.
the wall quite early. This is a big win so far for 2G. although they have expended the wall already, they have to wait for a third wave for the fuel to come back and go for one last hit. But as they do that, Zap's already using all
He
of
needs
his
to
shot
throw this
guards. They do have
slow.
one more
Right when the
nano
walls
to
popped,
push
he
back
slows
on
this.
that side.
That'd be nice. So.
It's preemptive
Saving
here.
it for the flood, I guess.
Once that smoke goes down, it does start the eruption, though. Actually, no smoke
Ooh,
needed to
good
go down
trades.
because they are just wide swinging the angle and going up against players
Oh
who
my
can
God.
handle their own puck show. Making plays that could work and could save Galorys here in this moment, and they do.
All right.
Sato, the one to clean it up for
They
this
had
one.
such a clean bonus shot, so like a round like that is okay. Normally, it's pretty bad to lose this round like this, but they have another buy in them.
And that just, I mean, you're trying to run that and Luke Show's not blind anymore, you are not going to be able to fight against the whole back at Snowman with how Luke Show's been playing so far, and that's going to sting for sure. The whole first part, the first steps of getting into the site was perfectly played by the attacking side of 2G. Like I said, on the defensive side, they had to throw the wall right away. It got broken up, less util to hold here on the defensive side. And he understood here from the pistol round
He
that
crept
they
past the alarm
needed
bot.
to activate more to
Is it
fight
near
back towards
sights?
the squad, but the WinCon was making sure you play behind
He even
the
had the
wall.
adjustment. Like he had the idea. Great movement. Good play. Very smart.
Slight whiff on the shot there. That's going to be hurtful for the defense here from
Ooh.
Galorys. They can't use the util that was placed down before. Actually, no,
This is
Resurrection settled
doable.
down, so there is a potential to come back from this.
They lose another player in the process, though. Hero rifle for LZ allows now Silence to pick up a rifle, too. Beautiful KO ult to not allow any early util, but it allows all of Galorys to group up.
Yeah, losing out Luck Show is big importance, too, because now they can't use the smoke for the retake. They have to watch every
looking rough.
single angle. Flash comes out in the ult. Maybe they can just distract them, but they can't 2G.
Wow, they fucking blew
various
this round,
positions.
man. They even used a res. They had 6 lives and they lost a sheriff
The
round.
hero rifle to sneak up and get that surprise kill to start things off. On to Rude. And then 2G is able to convert here a lower buy. Dude, there's something about these Vipers on this map from Brazil that understands such good timing so far. Again, it's Luck Show yesterday against
Broke
M80.
now, man.
Today it seems to be
Oh, yeah.
LZ on this first flash in the pan, and we'll have to now keep an eye on him to see if this is going to be
I
consistent.
don't feel like Sato's
You
having as much
definitely need those
impact
type of
as he
plays
was
to
earlier.
Give a little bit of breathing room back for 2G because they're
Like
letting
he
a
has
couple of
like these random
back row
pop-off
plays in the
moments. Don't get me
post
wrong,
slip
but
since the beginning of this,
he's not looking like his A game today.
Price with the op is
No ult.
not
but
something I thought I would see
really drawn.
either. But a pickup from him could mean anything. Watching towards me, waiting for the push to happen. Nice shot. off
Why
Luck
are
Show,
we-
actually,
why are
as
we
it starts.
moving
That's a
off
good
of this
first
kid?
engagement to take in. Unfortunately, can't really collect anything else from that. And yeah, Rude stuck in bad positioning.
That's what we wanted to see. Jump spot 2, baiting out the overextension and a shot of Rude. Allowing the back swing here from LZ, and now an easy plant. Not much to work with here on the retake. Not sure if Sato has his Blade Storm activated. Does
Yeah,
here.
does he?
We're going to
I didn't hear
commit
it.
to the site to do some econ damage.
Oh my god, he's actually gonna use it. He's doing the mid updraft thing. He's doing it.
Does settle back.
He didn't make it. No.
What can they do anything else about it? Okay, is there finally with a 4K, slowly moving themselves forward, and Blade Storm is it up to Sato, but 1v3 in time of the essence, yeah, absolutely no way. Honestly, at this point, all there is to hide, and that they are not going to do. Actually, Sap cleans it up nice and easy.
That would have been so nice as well.
He
They
did it
throw up
earlier in the
walls so that
tournament.
everybody stays towards
He
green
got.
and
He
white,
literally
and
won
then
his
you
team
try
around
to
doing it
updraft the
earlier.
Pipes to get some Blade Storm shots right down the line, and you know Sato's good for those when he's able to float, being very accurate on those. But unfortunately, with that,
We like
missing,
broke it down by
blows up
watching the
whole
minimap because
plan.
I had no idea what he did. He
One costly
jumps
mistake, though,
out
that
the
allows 2G to
window.
really come back into this
He
game.
dashes to top tube. So he jumps out the window,
3-3
dashes to
scoreline
top
so
tube,
far.
jumps off, up drafts up, and sees this way for
Okay.
kills.
Actually, big
It's like he's
appreciation of the
parkouring
lineup
around the
there,
map.
because they just held off on that angle for a while.
He did that same thing like yesterday, the day before.
Got shot right away too, though.
Oh yeah.
So they
It's
know
crazy
there's
tech,
at least
man.
one player anchored up towards orange, towards kitchen.
Oh man, and Hunter Siri now making its way too. But the pressure's being made. Nobody's really playing off of that.
I feel like
just looking for
Urango has missed a
isolation, not
couple
there.
opportunities. It's not like he's died. He's had
Broke his
opportunities
ankles
like
dropping
that,
down, so he's forcing to heal on himself.
which
That's
isn't like
lucky.
awful, but
So they won't have a heal if there's actually a post plant
be
scenario where they
cementing these
have a couple
rounds,
of
yeah.
trades coming back on Galorys' side. So 2G has a silver lining here on the attempt of the execution towards this A site.
KO Molly, Viper Molly, Killjoy Molly, Shock.
They actually know how to fight this though.
Wow.
Never mind. Already making it so much more difficult. Wall breaks down.
Good play.
And now has to fight for everything else. But the
2-on-2
3K from
though.
Spike, it makes it somewhat easier.
Welcome to my world.
Pit on top of 410. Spike, I think, will have to play behind, so he watches the back of Maze.
We heard
and
the
they'll do
drop.
that.
Yeah.
What is that?
Already luck show.
Oh my god.
If there's one, there's the other.
He's just the best ever. He's the best to ever do it. And he's doing it at a semi-pro level.
And that, you mentioned it, they saw that ponytail, but I think they still thought that Urango was staying on the top of 410.
This is
So as they're
insane,
focused
man.
on that spot, he goes onto the wall, catches one off guard, and that's Spike that gets picked off.
He just
And
can
then it
do
allows
no
here,
wrong.
Again, enough
He's just
emotion
perfect.
for the rotate to happen from the B side and for Luxo to do what Luxo does best. There's a casual,
Fucking
easy
crazy to
2K.
watch such young players have such good game sense. Like every decision they make is correct. Like wow.
Oh, which
Must play so much.
Blade Storm coming through the dash already, and yeah, big run behind from Luxo. Does not want to play into the angle of this one.
Yeah, missed the pop flash too, unfortunately, so try to time it out for an updraft, getting some space towards main.
Not surprised anymore. That's what I'm saying, dude.
And a flash
That's what I'm
play.
saying. Like I'm starting to.
Still gets a timing though.
Evil.
Still huge potential too.
Oh my god!
Was just waiting.
That transfer was
Kind of make cats out of
disgusting.
rotation, and that they did. 2G. Now they leave this one before come into action, and so many ultimates left to use for the next round as well. So regardless of whether or not they even have the economy, they're pretty well settled for the next couple rounds for 2G.
Yeah, they jumped across. Almost got caught there by Rude. At least it's information there. They also cycle
Bro.
orb for Zap.
The children are going crazy.
So
The
this
ball
play, again,
pit is literally popping
through
off
their
right now.
fingers on how they played their post plan.
The actual children in this game are all going crazy.
Try to take control of B site.
Yeah.
They're still able
Cafeteria fight out here.
to make sure that they understand the protocols and the state of their game and the state of their situation in terms of ult economy and economy overall. To still have some good fight here in this game.
Yeah,
Remember,
Vardy in the
this has always
bounce
been
house. Yeah.
Map that went the distance between these two teams.
All the boomers are like, I'll plant the spike for y'all. I'll put up the wall. I'll spam. I'll dart.
Spike trying to
And they're just kind of
trying to
watching
continue, to find value.
as the children just all play in the ball pit. And occasionally, like stray bullets come out of the ball pit and just take out the fucking boomers.
Definitely done a lot here.
And the boomers don't do
Trying to
anything.
prevent a fast flood retake coming out from
Respectfully, of
defensive
course.
side. I think at this point, this is
That's so
probably
disrespectful.
the third null
But
already available.
I'm
for Spike in this
trolling.
map.
I'm trolling.
Could possibly be, man. Look at that. Like that teamwork still intact. Hope's high. Overall, I do like.
In all seriousness, I actually do think the util supporting
The
them.
seriousness that Galorys are really putting into the game. Of course, 4-4 is
Oh, he missed.
scenario to be
Still
in,
got
but
his.
right now, there it goes. Managed to make something happen.
I love these
Crazy
rank
he was
type
able
of
to get a
plays
kill,
because
though.
you're able to find a great timing usually just running it down with a Bucky. Unfortunately, his first shot didn't connect, but still gets one for his troubles.
Spike planted.
Set it down. So that's good. Right now, they don't have to
Does Evil Shock's
too much attention.
default? A lot of shit is on default. Why is he not doing the vertical wall shot?
Somewhere right there, it's gonna be maybe looking for another headshot.
Because he has
Maybe
aimers.
the saving grace for the game. 2v2. Weapon could be picked up if they do manage to deny this.
Spike's underhand flat.
Now they know they can win the fight.
Wait,
the 1v1.
Wait, he's got it within 7. Of course Evil loses that fight. Why would he win it?
Halfway through, the wide
Wait.
swing is huge, and Sato just takes it. No. Actually, still done in half, so I think they This might be it. Whoa. This is the turnaround that I didn't think of. Yeah.
He's okay.
Okay.
I was like, wait, Sato, you're still in the.
Bro, that was the most anxious I've ever been to that Nodders music. The champs music. Just like, the longer it goes on, the more anxious I'm getting. I'm just
Again,
like,
it's the
what's
Sage
happening?
wall that forces the hand of how to just
That would have
play the
been
post
ridiculous
plan.
if that
Yes,
happened.
they had nanoswarms on top, all broken by a shock dart or preemptively popped. The snake bite's only going to do so little. If you're at 100 HP, you're still going to defuse. So these guys have to activate and continuously push and fight against Galorys here. Thankfully, well, not even thankfully, he even lost a round, right? It was won here by Galorys overall.
That is honestly a huge turnover. Give a duelist a gun and tell him to go shoot, and guess what happens?
Yeah, I see chat saying, yeah, you could break the wall. Yeah, I agreed. Agreed. But when you're also breaking the wall, you're also forcing
He's done
to
this
reload
one every
right after, right?
time
You're having
instead of
three
this
guys
one.
trying to spray
You
that
know, like
wall,
the-
and you see how fast Galorys are moving across yellow as soon as the wall gets popped up.
That this
So
one
they
makes
are
people
already
swing super
ready to
wide.
fight back as soon
And
as
you
the
can
wall
still
breaks.
hide behind it if you
Your
slightly
chances of
angle
playing
it like
potentially
this.
on reloads or whatnot, so it's still very difficult right now.
Surprising that he's not doing it.
2G to play these
Even
goals.
angle it the other way.
Yeah. Also with that,
Holy
though,
guacamole.
gonna have to allow that to reset in. I don't even know what I'm saying. The
great
recoil to
hold.
set in, but yeah, there goes Galorys.
30 seconds left.
Already taken out majority on the side of 2G, which was pretty frank to begin with. I feel like they're on that last half. Galorys definitely knowing how to defend the B side at this point
Only
now,
their team's
knowing that
POV.
it's killed my bot. I mean, the most inquired on the side of 2G, but yeah, watching behind. Can they take off Sato?
Shut
No, you cannot. Absolutely not. Black Light Flawless coming in for Galorys.
Fine.
Easy 1-2, one snake bite being thrown by
around
Luxo.
here.
Snowman pushes two players vulnerable right into orange, and they got dismantled. And look at that again. Look at that util to answer back whenever this wall is coming up. Aldrone clears. They find information. They have the util at the right spots. Then they also have the Sage coming back on the rotate. I think what's missing a lot here is not necessarily the mid control, but it's a
Looking for
default that
around real
allows for
quick.
you to activate a little bit
People
more
that
on
missed it
an
will
extremity.
enjoy it.
Because again, I feel like I'm watching All Knights versus RETA one more time, where
game.
everybody's just focused on one end of the map and just continuing on that side. And yes, they've had some mid lurks that's been denied, but we haven't really seen a look of like a Viper or KJ trying to work the extremities when you're adding so much noise on the B side of the map that the KJ could activate, trying to win your 1v1 towards the A site and then pivot back. Like
Oh, here we go.
the good old
Got
standard.
it. Bro, so I was going crazy when Sato did this. Chat, this kid has so much tech. So he's done it twice so far this tournament. This time it worked. The second time it didn't. But it could have
All
worked.
they need to do is make
He got
sure
half
this
the second time,
post
actually. Check this.
Scenario
So he
is
gets
gonna work
half.
out. They know they've waited
He has
long
2
enough to know
clavers.
that this is going
He
to be
throws his
fake.
clavo straight up, starts halving, it
off
comes
halfway
down
point,
mid
maybe
diffuse.
rushing it down
So
if-
that way it lasts the full duration of the half and he gets the diffuse. Have you seen another Jet do that in a match?
Side of the map. And it seems to be the case.
That was
now,
the first
because
time
they have
I
this
saw
Viper
that in a
wall up.
match.
They're putting the orb on the middle. They're still wall up at the same time. Both initiators on that
Ospas,
side
well, of
with the
course.
Jet now fighting
Actually,
the
of
other
course,
because
toddler
maybe they didn't
Ospas would
listen
do
to
the tricks
what the
of
coach was saying. And then now you
Big
finally have
Ospas.
Prize trying to work towards this A side. But
Of course,
this is a
actually.
lore by the 2G
Of course,
has.
actually.
Oh, slow. That's great. They... Honestly, either way, it didn't matter. They're going to get a free pick off here, too, with this double
It's pretty nuts
push.
play.
No, they're
Like,
looking
you got to
for-
nail that timing to do that.
Not really
This
caring
is-
who's there.
And it was a hero rifle on that side too that could have made a difference.
Yeah.
And
It's a very, very situational.
You actually jumped in to break
And
the
for him to
guards,
be
you
like
already gave your
present
position away.
and think of that
So
right
now
there
there's
is
an Aldrone
insane.
and a triple player clearing you. What can you really do? Except you call the audible and you're now flipping the map towards spawn. I like that answer from 2G.
Sam does that a lot. That's pretty sick.
Toxin screen down.
Turret to see an indication as to where some of these players might be, but there it goes. Already just underneath. Turret goes down now, especially the spikes.
Man, they're really rallying right
They
now,
have to try to
chat.
fight this one back. Lockdown is going to be good, but the question
Doing
is
two.
how good? You still have Zao looking for blood.
Oh, it's good.
It's rough,
but yeah,
man.
moving out or
Yeah,
actually the
there's no
position
way.
might be better.
I don't think he can get there in time.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way you're catching up to this one.
They
You're
lost.
gonna have to make so much noise. It's gonna get heard. It's diffused. That just one lockdown being placed by Rude in the right spot in kitchen.
Yeah, really good
Map is
lockdown.
like, oh, yeah, I forgot
The
I had
lockdown got
You guys
so
lost
much
Rude.
space.
So yeah, nice little
Agreed,
back
Chef,
and forth
yeah.
that we went from read to read.
Off map by silence.
But again, I would have appreciated a little bit more patience coming out from Prize at the beginning of this round.
That's probably a question for
Where he
one of
gave his
the
position
jet
away here
mains in
towards the
chat,
east side.
MSN. But I would imagine you whip down really fast.
So one more round to hold on to here.
Like if you watch that clip in really slow motion, he's whipping down really fast.
The back. Just a little bit for 2G. Galorys, again, running off that high on the last game of running away with it. But
God, he still got
really
it.
isn't putting too much pressure into this. If anything, the
Oh,
defense moving up
fuck, he
close
got
to
out before the
try to
ult.
eliminate any sense of space taking.
Holy, that was sketchy as all
Four
fuck.
players there.
Yeah.
Just because they knew it was going to be some sort of a battle, the KJ's the one finding
Oh my
information with passive utility, and now Gordon for the flank.
Now when they took it down,
Oh, they're
no
Oswald.
Satos up above, just hopping the angles down, but they do go down. Luckily enough. LZ is going to be able to retrieve it, but now the spike dropped. And finding a
kill
way
them all.
to take it, but the flank is there. They don't know Root is there. The timing is perfect. They finally find another. And it's a 1v3 at this
E4
point.
is pretty fucking
So
good,
isolate the
chat.
fight, find something from it, but you can't. Galorys just too good.
We're pretty good.
8-4 to end the half. There's got to be something about regional matches. It,
Root
it
is the
just feels like that
Counzino
second seed is just not
Galorys.
looking like that strong team that goes in as the underdog. You know, Roy talked about underdog and overdogs in this tournament so far, and you can't really coin one on any of these teams. Even if M80 is currently
I don't know
3-0
about that
so
one,
far, they
Chef.
had to fight for those victories.
Chef, I think you need to go back to the kitchen.
Against 2G and Galorys.
I think you zooted.
But now they have and now they have their own regional matchup against TSM, who TSM on that end,
Chef
though,
on
in
that
the
fucking
North
crew,
America,
let's go
rather,
on a
was
run
able to
type
dethrone
shit.
any of those top teams except for M80. So these are all nice little storylines that we're currently seeing in these regional matchups today.
Yeah,
We're now going
Shrubs, we
toe-to-toe
decided
with each
collectively,
region.
I
That
talked
number
about the
one
10's
seed
retirement. What we
definitely
decided
shines
is
against their
that
opponents locally, and they have the perfect reads, they have the perfect plays, and the ones.
Let
that
me
are
let
the
a couple
underdogs,
things
that number
out
2
real
seed,
quick. Yeah,
again,
it
feel
still
very
hurts. It's down there.
I mean, too, like Galorys,
Yeah.
they're
I think we
literally
collectively as a
just
chat decided it
begging for
really
one at this
hurt. We're going to
point. They
suppress
just
all those
want
feelings
one.
and not
They don't
talk about
care
them.
when or how they're going
And
to
just
get
kind of
it.
hope they go away
They
over
have a
time.
win. They have one win that they do not want to let
Just
go
not
on
work
that
through
last
them.
map. And that's that. Like, they you could see it.
That's
the
what we
disappointment in
collectively
their
decided to
faces
do,
from the M80
so.
game. And again, like, it really did feel like a fire had been ignited into this team. So I think,
for sure.
all in all, 2G, all Galorys is thinking is you've had your turn. It's ours now.
And they have the chance to stay with this, right? Dan Try was mentioning they have to win
I'll
these
probably
2 games.
just
It depends what happens with
focus
the
on
TSM
this
game as
video
well,
game
and they might be able to squeeze through. It also
while
depends what
drinking some
happens with the other teams
caffeine
too.
until I get so
But,
tired that I
apologies
just
as
go
well
to
when I said
sleep, and then I don't
M80's
even
games, they
really
won
think
against
about
Galorys
it, and then I
very
wake
close
up
to the
in the
other ones were
morning, and
against
then it's just the
RETA
next day,
All
and then I
Knights, of
focus on the next
course.
day.
That's where we saw
That's
the
healthy, right?
potential of what All
Asking
Knights
for a
could
friend,
bring here in
hypothetically
this
speaking, of
tournament.
course.
And now it's looking to be anybody's game so far
It's the playbook.
to guarantee a playoff spot
Too real?
outside of M80, where it's
Okay.
almost guaranteed, if not already guaranteed, as they're 3-0.
That was so real, though. Actually, though, that was too real.
Turret
Actually,
on the
fuck.
top of Boiler.
That's fucked.
That's being thrown for Galorys. So already from the get-go, from the very beginning, you're seeing a change of a different approach of Galorys that works the map without having to show their bodies. That allows them to potentially split into this A site.
Yeah, add a couple of vices in there, of course. Just to give yourself some dopamine and make yourself feel a little bit of
2G
joy.
need to get some sort of takedown, and that's exactly what they do.
Vice or
The
two
mid
go
side,
good.
getting early information, and also gathering those early picks. So you do have the Viper and
Honestly,
Sentinel down.
It's a pretty good day to pick up smokeless
That's a great
cigarettes.
start now for 2G.
Such an annoying wall right now. God damn it.
One flash
Oh,
to work
what?
with for Spike.
Oh, he gets that guy with people on both sides. Oh,
They are trying to get the right clicks in, and around that should have been won out by 2G originally is just gone.
That is a 3v5, and you're letting your KO being the one to break the recon.
yeah,
Maybe
they
somebody
do
else
own
could've
them
done it, so he has his
regionally.
pop flash ready
So
they
that's
could
what
actually activate right after.
that's what I was saying. Someone in chat was saying earlier, like they really favored 2G. I don't remember who I was fucking trolling, and I showed the head-to-head. Look at this, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So yeah, they do kind of sun these guys regionally, you know. Like Daddy came to play now. Like yeah, we're 0-3, but we're still gonna take you down because we can dunk on you, and you guys are terrible.
But
that's pretty much what
my
happens
God,
every
that
time.
Was not the retake.
It's a
of the century
weird
there for
regional
2G.
thing. Like this shit happens. I don't know. This shit does happen.
Northern Plays.
I think we've actually seen it back-to-back games now.
Can't seem to fight the resolve against Galorys, but
Like,
Galorys, they're looking to
I don't know if RETA's a better team than All Knights,
right now on the A site.
but God, did they look like they fucking would slaughter them consistently today. I don't know what that was all about.
It's so difficult right now in 2G's position because you're not playing the side
M80
that allows
did
for you to
qualify,
plan,
yeah,
to get
Kelsey,
some
yeah.
money in. So you're trying to invest and try to get some dubs here and trying to bring it back into your favor.
It's hard to say seeding
But if
even
you're
matters.
losing this round, investing these shares, investing the Marshall, your economy,
Because
you're
like
just gonna battle
the other
against
three
that the whole
teams
time
will
if
probably
you're
all
not
be
landing
tied,
these shots
probably
for the
with
rest of
2
the half.
wins. So it's like, why does it matter even if you have the 1
Oh
seed,
my
2 seed, 3
gosh.
seed, 4 seed?
Right there.
I mean, you're still gonna be playing like
30 seconds left.
relatively
There's no
the
damage
same
made onto
team.
Galorys,
Oh,
so
no.
If you're
Wall's
M80.
already settled down over towards A. There's no retake potential in this moment. If anything, they're looking for one.
fuck.
They were fighting for their lives for one.
And unfortunately, I don't like that. 4-player stack towards the A side. You had the great spot at default first.
Oh, Lux says
and
just the
you
goat.
decide to pivot towards yellow to hopefully get that one and done, but you lose that spot and you lose all map control.
Yeah.
Because now with this wall up and the Sage wall, how do you really try to get the information of who's really playing behind that Viper wall?
Sato
If they play more
15 and
forward or
8.
not? So now you have to scale up more slowly for 2G
Just like
for the retake.
Osboss, I can watch a Sato
And
game.
at this rate, it's probably just died to
Feel
spike.
like he's having an off game, and I look down and
You
he's
can't
15 and
allow
8.
Galorys to pick up any ult
Like
orbs
what?
right after here.
That's the same thing as Osboss actually. Okay.
Oh my god, and you're giving
Alright.
more orbs to Lug Show.
All right.
If anything,
If anything, it's
yeah.
Chover.
I was
Yes.
looking for hope. I was looking for hope.
It's no.
Nope.
No, there's no
Oh
hope.
my gosh.
There's no hope
Aw.
from here.
That's so nice. And it's so nice to see smiles on their faces from last time because they were pretty upset with themselves. Like,
Bro, that
over
coach
their performance.
looks
So
pissed
I think
today.
that's another thing too. Like,
He didn't look that pissed yesterday, I don't
finally actually seeing the things that you've worked on for so long come into fruition in your game. It's such an enlightening feeling.
Definitely. And all kidding aside, it's not to
think. No shot. No
art
shot.
here on these.
Oh,
on
the
these
fake
number
mid
2
B, we've
seeds,
seen this
but
before.
The regional matchups you can definitely see here because
We
of
saw
the amount of
this.
reps that these
It
teams are
worked.
getting against each other. The
Oh
number
my
1
God.
seed seems to always have such a good read against everybody.
He needed to. Last time against the M80, remember Urengo was like right here, I think, just hanging out. That was so weird.
Because if not,
Wait, they lost that because they overheated.
this is the round they really do need to bring back, and bring back they can't. Lux Show is.
How is he that
something you wanna
aware?
Play around with. This is dangerous, though. I do
mean-
not like how they're
What?
planted. There's a big just split between both players here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I told you guys he walks on water.
Good. Okay.
Okay.
We're good. All good.
Maybe it works.
There's a fucking sinkhole right there, though.
And there's no trade-off.
Holy shit.
Exactly. Look at where all the X's are here across the map on this A site for the defensive side. Yes, it started off well with a 1-pick or first blood, but then everything else is, I'm going to try to do a hero play. I'm going to try to hero swing. Spike try to swing through a Viper wall on the defensive side to try to pick some players off. And while that Viper wall would have been everything here to allow the two players to turtle up in the back
No,
of the site,
trust me. I know that it's the most expected thing. I know they've played each other a million times. But, like, the way it works when you're in these scenarios is you can't just be locked in all the time, right? Like, no one has that level of focus, right? That's why when you're watching someone like Stewie in CS, like, they're bobbing their crosshair up and down when they're opping. Like, they're holding a line. They're constantly just moving. So it gives some kind of feedback. That's why people like to jiggle peek sometimes. That's why people like to loosen their grip on their mouse and then tighten it. Like, bro, it feels like there's certain players in Valorant, when I watch them, they're just always like nothing catches them off guard. Like, they're always the one catching someone else off guard. That's what Osbos is, and that's what Luxo looks like. It's what Les looks like. It's impossible to kill them in the side of the head. Like, this is when I watch Osbos, I always glaze him because he like never hits trips. He's hyper aware. They are like hyper aware of everything. Like, I don't know how they can have so many thoughts going on in their head, because there's a lot of variables. And so I would think that sometimes they would just get caught off guard. I see it all the time. But there's certain players that, like,
aggressively on ice,
man, their percentage of getting caught off guard is astronomically low. And it's so impressive to me. Like, it is so impressive. More so than the kills.
Because you're trailing behind by so far,
the slipperiness of some players.
And be that player. And not stay within
like creating 60% engagements for every one of your engagements at the pro level. That's what Oswald is really good at. Some people call him a baiter.
4 shares and a bulldog trying to fight back on a 5 versus 5 retake.
But to play at a pro level and make sure like all of your engagements are like your favorite 60% to 40% is very whoa. That's cheeky.
That small little insert allows Sato to play more aggressively and also just control the site. And the site control is huge. Tremendous even right there, of course, yes.
Dude, I thought he was about to pop off.
Headshot, but you can't do anything.
This is done and dusted, bro.
Show everybody else watching through the like crevices, the cracks, and waiting on the outskirts. But match point that we finally do get to reach here. And a possibility for Galorys to run off with that first series win.
And the last efforts to fight back now in this game for 2G. Map point,
no, I haven't watched Plot Chat for like
again, unfortunately,
a week or two, actually.
Not looking too good on.
It feels a little sacrilegious, but like after champs, I was just like, man, I gotta decompress. Like literally the Vice patch, I didn't even play it for like a week.
At the right spot to start, Galorys is trying to.
You guys know I took that week off.
B-site hold.
That's probably why I feel so refreshed and like energetic right now, actually. Feels good, man.
Might have hit some players here to get some information, so that forces to rotate over from Prize to help out. And I like this change. You're not trying to overcommit to try to run back towards yellow. Okay, as I say that, he does it. Okay, there we go. We're fine. Your weak side here, your soft side now on the B site. So try to fall back for a bit. Make sure that you hold this area now.
Missed the shock for the nano.
Rotate across.
I mean, it works. They learned from their mistake before, just being isolated out
this could work.
Which, how is this gonna really occur for 2G when you do still have Sato reaching around? But
oh wow!
Dude, the timing is insane.
Damn.
The smoke is
covered in oil.
Somewhat of an escape to come through from Sato. Hunter's Fury trying to make its way through, of course. Yeah, okay, Sato goes down, and now that leaves some sort of elimination 3v3 situation. We can somewhat see things starting to work its way back around 2G.
Why does Les Jr. and Calder Ospas have to do everything? Just kidding. Good job, Evil.
Clutch to finish everything off for Galorys to win this out. That first victory feels immaculate.
And the last 2 rounds, you got to gift it to Sato for sure.
Okay.
When they broke the wall in defensive
I told you guys. I knew it. The second that first map happened in the first series, I knew we were heading to utter chaos, because that's just how Valorant works, y'all. Like, it's just how it works every time. It's bound to be this way. It has to be this way, actually. that we're all going to be tied at 2 wins. We're going there. Remember when we're on the Autobahn? We're going fast as fuck. We're going there really fast. We're 5 teams tied at 2 wins. Mark it down. Because the most catastrophic thing always happens in these scenarios in Valorant. That's what I've noticed. I don't know how. Jeez. So Galorys, who was -6 in rounds 0-3, now a positive round differential. Actually a greater round differential than 2Game, who has an extra BO3 win. Wow. Only one more map though. Yeah, these standings are crazy. If TSM win this game against M80, they'll have 2 wins. I'm expecting, I mean, these are very difficult games for TSM, right? Very difficult. I'm expecting them to split these games because asking them to win them both is really difficult. I don't consider them huge underdogs. Since M80 is already through, I would say it's like 60-40 here. And then again, it might be like, this might be literally 50-50 actually. This is very close. The way All Knights played today, I would favor TSM in that game. Like, All Knights game today, they were shit. TSM would beat All Knights today. So, but if it was the All Knights from like the M80 game, even though they lost here, or the Galorys game right here, or this game, like, we have seen different versions of these teams, like, because we've seen quite a bit of them. But it does seem like the regional matchups got a little bit quirky today, right? Because both of these are, yeah, like a Chilean team. I bet these guys scrim quite a bit. These matchups today were weird results so far.
Is what we got to see, a 13-4, and let the cat talk. I want to see what I want to know what the cat has to say.
Come over here, I'll tell you. Hold on.
Luxo, he's insane. Sato, he's insane.
Oh, there he is. He has spoken.
Wait, what was that?
Yeah, and he's right. And he's right. That cat has never been wrong. Not one time.
Only facts being said here on the analyst desk.
What do you think about this whole map of Icebox though? Because
let me pull stats
I
out.
mean, we've talked about these teams. We talked about these matches getting close and going to the 3rd map, but it was actually quite the opposite. It was domination for Galorys once again, and since February, it continues to be this 2-game, unable to get a single map away from them.
Yeah, and I think at some point in the 2nd map,
Yo, Jessica, can you shoot Net a text and just ask him? Ask him how he would hypothetically feel about losing this game. Just for the boys and girls back home, of course. Like, I mean, does he not have some regional pride? I mean, for NA, like, look, I'm not trying to say he can't go back to back. He's already in playoffs. He can get it. He can get it. It's his. Look, okay? I'm not, look, it's not about that. It's not about that.
For this group stage hasn't been doing them justice. All of their games have been really close. A lot of them even went to OT or 13-11. So this is the win that they definitely needed, and they still prove that they're very dominant in their region as well. And again, for this map on Icebox, they won both pistols and the 2nd round. They had a 4-round advantage early on, so they're 2 for 2 for doing that, and hats off to them. Sato was not afraid to go in there and get the openers for his team.
Yeah, I completely agree with M as well. Like, these losses that Galorys was taking were all completely close, and it was just a matter of time before they got some wins with their individual form, right? Because Sato and Luxo have been the top of the scoreboard every single game. They finished the top every single time. They're alternating. They're like Kobe and Shaq. They're just passing it off to each other. Utah frag. I got the next map. Okay, you got this one. Like, they're just literally just passing it off. Like, they're craziness. So it's just a matter of time before they got some wins.
Yep, banger. Got it. Got it. Banger. This is the one we're looking for. This is the
Doesn't
one.
really make them justice because they are such
All
an
right.
insane team, and we've seen it. Not
Chat, you
only
said
in
you're gonna
the matches
report
that they played
to
in Brazil, but
ESIC?
we've seen it in Ascension. It
Chat,
seems
we
like
all
they're
know
facing some unlucky
this
scenarios
is
that they have
us
to deal with
waiting
to be able to
around
close it out.
in
But
2070 to
one
get banned by
one last
ESIC.
point here before we
We
send
still
to
haven't been
break into
banned.
the interview. Emily, we've had both
We're
the
having-
number one seeds so
this is
far
us.
get the wins for that
The
next
year's
match
3040.
TSM.
We've still yet to be banned by
we
ESIC.
feeling?
They're still.
Had to ask me.
They've conducted the investigation. The
I
initial
gotta look
interviews
at
have
the
been done.
history. I think that this is gonna be a really big rival match and very fun to watch. I think that M80 is still gonna.
Has
pull
ESIC
through.
ever banned anyone? Like honestly,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not even
just a little bit of
trolling.
the teaser for the last banger match.
What
that we
happened to
have
it all?
Is an
Like,
M80 that has been undefeated so
was
far.
it all
3-0
a
and a TSM that needs to
What
get
the
those
fuck?
wins as well, trying to end up positive and make it to playoffs. So let's find out how that plays out. We're gonna send it to a break. We have an interview on this Brazilian matchup, and then we'll move.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if you get banned by ESIC, you'll be the dumbest motherfucker ever. Watch, I'm gonna get banned by ESIC tonight. On God, I'll get banned by the end of today. Like, has anyone been banned by them? Who's been banned by ESIC so far? Big Clock? Dude, what if BCJ wore the Flava Flav clock? And we started calling him Big Clock Johnson. How do I spell this guy's name? This is him. Flava Flav. He's got a big clock on his neck, right? Yeah. Bro, we got to get PCJ one of these. Bro, he's got a lot of clocks. I thought it was just one. Like, his shtick is that he buys clocks and puts them on necklaces. That's kind of crazy, actually. But wait. Yo, how does he see the time? I'm actually thinking, this is fucking me up. Wait, they're turning the music up on me. That's annoying me. Why would they turn the music up? How does he see the time? Bruh. Actually, he's just a nice dude. He's providing the time. You always know the time of day when you're hanging out with Flava Flav. Imagine if you always knew the time of day when you were hanging out with BCJ. That would feel pretty good, right? You would never be late to your next appointment when you were hanging out with BCJ. Can someone gift him a big clock? You got me, Jessica? You're going to gift him that for his birthday, maybe? Yeah. I really do feel like my brain has taken a hit or two in these Valorant years. Crocs are sick shoes, actually. You know what else are sick shoes? Dude, I'm sorry. Hold up. Let me see. Let me see if I can find them. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I rock these bad boys sometimes. I don't know if these are the men's version, but what just happened? Get it off my screen. I'm not signing up to... No. These. They're like very light. I like them. I throw them on all the time. Natives. They're nice. They're super comfy. But I also rock my Crocs sometimes. But I like my natives. Well, I mean... Look, like, everything I wear is just pure comfort these days, guys. Like I dropped my daughters off at school. One of the parents for one of Ella's friends said hi. I was like, oh, nice, you're all dressed up. She fucking looked at me. I was wearing like just my normal shit. It's like, nope, not me. Couldn't be me. Nope. I just walked away. So awkward. Everyone else is so dressed up. But yeah, I was actually jelly when EG got sponsored by Allbirds. Allbirds are so comfy. I wear Allbird shoes sometimes. Those are nice. Who's your GOAT in football? I mean, as remote as I'd want it to be, but I don't want it to be fully remote. More remote than coaching. No, dude, I agree. Addison, the bottoms like wear out hella quick. Yeah.
Hi guys, how you doing? I'm here with Luxia. He just won his first match of Ascension. Congratulations, parabéns. And the first question that I want to ask him is the first match that they can win here in
Blonde
Ascension.
Crashies.
What was missing?
Blonde
from them as a
Crashies,
team to
aka
just close the first
Lester
map?
Jr., aka the greatest to ever touch the game, aka I'm doing this in my free time after I finish my math homework, and then I come home from school.
We were really, really nervous, and we had to keep calm in our decisions too, and yeah, that was costing us the game. The second question
AKA
that I
future
want to ask
MVP
is
of
that
champions.
They need to win against RETA, and like to have chances of playoffs. And what is their opinion about this team, and how are they preparing for this team? Então, vocês precisam ganhar da RETA para conseguir ter uma chance para entrar nos playoffs. O que vocês acham deles como time e como vocês estão
FYI
se preparando?
stats right here on the screen.
Eles são um time muito forte. A gente vem se preparando normalmente, igual como todos os times. Porém, a gente tem que ter uma cautela a mais por causa da Alp e do Snow.
So, they're really, really good.
Nothing
We're
crazy on the
just
first
going to
loads.
prepare the same, but we need to be precautious with Snow Sing and his
169
operating.
damage around.
The last question that I want to ask him is, what could we expect from Galorys if they get into playoffs? Então, o que a gente poderia esperar de vocês como time se vocês conseguem entrar nos playoffs?
Time mais resiliente e mais
He's just the
calmo
GOAT,
nas
Jessica.
horas
Don't
de
worry about
puxar
what
o mapa,
he's doing,
principalmente.
like what role he's in.
Com
Just,
muita garra, né, que tá vindo de baixo.
I think his role is mainly
Yeah,
just to
really
be the best
calm
to ever
team,
do it.
and also
That's,
with a lot of claws,
yeah.
you know, that it's coming from below, and yeah, they just want to win. Muito obrigada. Thank you. Just say, you can stay here because we have our next match, TSM against M80. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, he's so... That M80 Icebox game, when he was just bulldozing through them, keeping them in the... Keeping Galorys in the game was terrifying. It was like, at any moment, the rest of his teammates could have woken up and won the game. But they just didn't. They just all stayed asleep. There was like a couple Sato rounds. Man, his team really let him down on that map.
Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine?
Should I use this mouse shot? Okay, wait. Let me see. So get this. Here it is. Here it is. this mouse, this Stormbreaker. For those of you that used to watch me a long time ago before I coached 100 Thieves, I was sponsored by Ponage because I found this like Kickstarter mouse brand, and it was so fucking sick. Actually, I used to use the Ultra Custom, and I found this brand, and they're somewhat local, and it's like a mom and dad that created this, and they're super chill. But even though I was sponsored by HyperX, they sent me this mouse, this Stormbreaker, and this mouse is so goddamn nice. Actually, it's like a fucking $200 mouse made out of magnesium. So their mice are customizable. Like they're very I would describe these mice as being like the Android of gaming mice versus like the iPhone. Like you can actually fuck with shit. Like you can fuck with shit that the other mice you can't. It's really not an ad. I mean, I do like the company. I don't get paid anything, but what I was mainly getting at is, check this out. This mouse, oh, I don't know if it's gonna. This mouse is number 1. They sent me the number 1 mouse. I don't know if you can see it's like right here. If it's, I got the 1. I got the 1 out of 5,000 created right here. When I saw that, I was like, I'm sponsored by HyperX, but I might just have to be a fraud because that's like, it's so special to me. I don't even know. Like, I'm scared to even fucking use it right now. But it's just seeing that 1 out of 5,000 as someone that used to like collect baseball cards and with basketball cards and shit. It just like, I don't even know. Makes me want to put it inside of like a plastic case. But it's pretty fucking sick. It's so going back to what I was like yapping about, because this is weird tech, right? So first I'll show it to you, then I'll explain it to you because it's a little bit hard to visualize. So you see these like little screws on the side that could go vertically, right? Like right here, and the opposite side, this side, and the opposite side. Well, those can change where the center sensor. What am I doing right now? The center sensor is, so you can move the sensor up or down, which would then change how much your flicks do, right? So imagine your mouse is like. Imagine your sensor is like up here and you flick your mouse this way and you end like over here. Well, this is like a greater distance that you've traveled versus like this, right? So you can change how like your mouse actually interacts on your movements, which is like interesting tech to give to the consumer, right? Like you can really fuck up. That's what I found with these Ponage mice. Like you can fucking break these things. Like they're very light. They're very light, and they're trusting the people that buy them to just not break them, to just not be stupid. Like, see, it's 50 grams, dude. Like, this is so light in my hands right now. Like, I could just fucking crush it with my hand if I did. Like, if I got tilted. So, while it's really cool, it's also probably like tilting a lot of people because I'm sure people break their mice if they rage and this and that, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I just thought I would show this. It's pretty cool, and I like the company, and I don't really have anything else to say about it because, like I said, I've been sponsored by HyperX, and right now even though I'm not sponsored by this company either, I bought this mouse when I went to Micro Center, this Pulsar mouse, and yeah, I've been enjoying this. So. We're being influenced. I wish. I'm not that corrupt, guys. I'm not trying to push an ad on you or anything. I don't even run ads.
I'm dinner with Elon Musk.
Probably
Elon Musk.
My grandparents.
Can be dead or.
Bro, Elon Musk would have dinner with him and make him pay for it. On
Because
God.
I saw one document.
That would be fucking
I
insane.
learned a lot of that.
It's a domestic rematch for M80 and TSM. and
What
it
is
might
this
just be the
documentary-ass
most
voice?
important matchup ever. M80, sitting at 3-0 in the group stage thus far, have a chance to lock themselves in for playoffs with a win in this matchup. While they have had extremely close contests thus far, they are the only remaining team without a loss in the group stage. They have another chance to prove themselves as NA Challengers best and solidify their spot at the top of the totem pole here at Ascension. For TSM, the situation is quite dire, as they sit at 1-2, and a loss here could mean that they miss out on the playoffs. It's already a tough spot to be in, made worse by the fact that M80 is a historically difficult opponent for TSM. In the team's 4 domestic matchups this season, TSM went 0-4 against M80 and only managed a single map win. Although some maps were very close, it's going to take a lot for TSM to overcome a team that has seemingly always had their number.
Thank you, dog, for preventing me from reading. My goat, setting the scene. I don't know why
I think we're pretty disappointed with the RETA and 2G loss so far. There's not like other ways to say it. We're disappointed, and we would love to play these games again and win it. Then we do very like the most of the mistakes we make are fundamentals and like very small mistakes that we've been working on throughout the year. But when the pressure's high, it seems like those issues come back.
Come
back. So
is it actually coming?
We know how good they are. They know how good we are. It's gonna be a battle, obviously, and they know that. And we just need to fix the little mistakes that we keep making, the fundamentals, and just play more confidence.
Anyone that makes fun of
more confidence
Gim
and
on,
not let the pressure get to us.
It's a 3-year ban.
We've been working hard the whole year.
Anyone that makes fun of
so
Nismo gets a 4-year
basically,
ban.
Again, it's just been working hard the whole year. We know what to expect in this tournament. We've been here last year, so
no one's
again, it's pretty much
rooting
just
for
preparation
anyone
the whole
this
year,
game.
preparing for this moment, and we just have to execute it.
All
There's a
of
lot
chat
room for
has
improvement.
to be fans
I
of
think right now
Valorant
we're
for
playing
this
at 5
game.
out of 10, and when we're going to be playing at 10 out of 10,
Or I'm
even
turning
at
off
8
the
out of 10,
stream.
I don't think anyone's going to stand a chance. So, I have no message for them. They basically know what
That's what I like
we're-
to see out
what
of
we're
you, Cole.
capable of. We've played these guys in the last 2 years.
That's what I want
They
to see
haven't
out of you
beat us.
guys. Let's go,
We know what it
Cora.
takes to beat
Okay,
them.
let's.
And
Everyone
again,
have
it's gonna
fun
be
out
a good
there.
matchup. This is
Yup.
for NA, so
For
looking forward
NA.
to playing them online finally. I think experience. I think experience is something I have over him. I
Big
think
fan of
generally he
Valorant
did
in
improve a lot
general.
compared to last season,
I'm a
and
fan
I'll
of
give it to him.
compositions.
But I think experience is the number one thing. I have
Which
a lot of
agents?
experience
Oh,
playing
any
with
of them.
flash
I just fan
initiators,
of
and I
the
think he's
main
new
part
on
of
the
like
role,
5
so
different
I would
ones
say
coming
experience.
together. The composition part, I love that part of it. Yeah. Valorant. Let's go, Valorant.
It is time for our last regional matchup of the day and the last regional matchup of this group stage. Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Ascension Americas. It's time for M80 to take down
Nismo posted his
TSM,
kid
and
somewhere?
we got
I
to
didn't
hear
even
a
see that,
little
I
bit
don't
on
think.
the teaser.
I think I saw his kid
But it's
one
an
time
M80
on
that
Twitter,
has
actually,
always
a
had
long
domination
time
going
ago.
against TSM. Only in this year, it's been 4 times that M80 have played TSM, and every single time they've
I try
won
to not
against them.
post
But
my girls too
overall,
much.
it's even 6 times since 2023 that
It's a
they played
struggle,
against each
'cause
other. And Roy, M80, like
Obviously,
we
I
said
wanna
before,
share
they have their number.
Yeah,
What is
absolutely.
my
I mean,
life,
the
what
stats
I'm
show
happy
it.
with, what I'm
All the
proud
trends
of,
show
what I
it.
do.
M80 has
But at the same
defeated
time, I wanna
TSM
respect
every
their
single time.
privacy
And
the things they
this
enjoy.
might be the worst time for this. But
It's all a
I mean, the
balance.
fact that the the number 1 seeds have been winning every single match, I have a feeling the trend might continue here.
That's a fair guess, just with the way that M80 has been performing, even looking at the history, looking at the grand finals, and looking at their shape right now, Emily. It's just a team that is so strong, and yes, they're not perfect. It's not like those maps they're always dominating, but what really lets them go across the line is that they know how to close them out. They know how to solve those tricky and difficult situations.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sometimes it's kind of an advantage in a way, in a silly way, to not be performing your absolute best early on, because you have to make mistakes and lose certain rounds in order to perfect it and make it even better. If they were constantly dominating all of their matches, they would have nothing to work on. So in a way, if we look at it that way, it could work in M80's favor to get even stronger throughout the tournament. And looking at their group matches that they've had so far, a lot of the matches were super close, but they're still 3-0. So to me, I feel like we're going to see a much looser gameplay for them, because they really can play loose and just give an opportunity to test things and do trial and error today.
They haven't been losing these matches, but they have been losing a couple of the maps here and there. And like you said, that losing those maps has been, it seems like, great experience for them to learn how to deal with it. And one of the things that we saw, it was a little bit of social media talking here between Xander and Koala, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some tweets from the players, specifically the one we're about to show right here. This one obviously it doesn't really say much, but it does speak on the fact that M80 has won all their matches, but their individual form hasn't really been to expectation. Like, they haven't been playing to the same level. I mean, even Nismo said it in the video, and I agree with him. Individually, on a pure individual level, they have not been their best. Yes, they are looking great strategically. They're looking great as a team, and you can tell that the strategic depth is just a little bit better than TSM's. But on the other hand, TSM has been playing well on an individual level. And I think if TSM really want a shot here between these two matches, I think that TSM is going to have to step up massively individually, including 7, and then they're going to have to out-brawl M80, because I don't think they can match them on a strategic level.
How scary is it that even M80 and even the M80 players are talking about not playing their best, not playing to their 100%, and yet they're still winning these matches. They're still the one and only undefeated team. They are the favorites to win Ascension for a reason, Emily. But let's talk about the other side, because TSM, they've had some great fights. They've had some great moments, and it will be the first time that they play against M80 on LAN, so that could also play a part into how this match is going to play out.
Oh yeah, LAN environment is always 10 times better.
So yeah, what you guys said about like the email thing, we do that for, except like all of our close family friends. We have like a private Insta. Oh god. But so that way, like when they get older, they'll be able, like, dude, this shit goes on for literally ever and 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 ever. Jennifer is just the GOAT. Like, their whole childhood has been documented. It's pretty crazy.
Win versus M80, and as we're seeing all of these amazing highlights, TSM has been playing pretty well so far, in my opinion, throughout the groups.
So like their private Insta is like, dude, the amount of content that's on that is probably like a million gazillion times more than my Insta. It's actually crazy.
A Proto getting these really nice clutches, even on Killjoy and Deadlock, and even Sim is a player who we're gonna have to look out for today, because he's been pretty consistent as well.
The players individually have always been there and have been able to show up, especially because we got this to see throughout the whole year how this TSM team was improving and getting better, and now being at this instant. But it seems like they're also missing a little bit of what M80 we're talking about, Roy, where all the pieces are finally working together, synergized, coordinated, and being able to win these maps that way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're talking about TSM, I mean, look at their match performances. They won their opening game versus Galorys, and then they kind of had a really rough match against RETA. In my opinion, that match was a little bit scary, and then they tried to bounce back versus 2G, and they did end up getting losing in a really tight-knit game. But yeah, to go back on the point, I definitely think that, again, strategically, M80 is just the clear dominant team in that regard. Like their strategy, their map pool, their flexibility is just unmatched, in my opinion, and they're really just winning off of that. So again, to me, my whole point being is that I kind of agree with Emily.
I never know if I'm getting griefed on Steam because there's so many people, and like everyone can just change their alias whenever they like. Hank Hollywood, like I don't even know what this is, bro.
They know how to team fight. They know how to set up sim. They're not really missing that part of their gameplay, and that's the part that they need to double down on. They need to disrupt M80. Don't let them run the retakes. Don't let them run their execs. Dismantle their defaults. Like don't allow them room to just like make calculated game plans, because you won't be able to match them on that level. I really don't believe.
And M80, although they're undefeated, they've played a lot of rounds so far in this tournament. So that's something that TSM has had the opportunity to study and see how they can take an advantage. And this is something that we talked about as well. Only on this year, they face each other 4 times, and every single time is gone the way of M80. And in the overall history between the two, it's been 6 times that they played each other. And M80 has also won those last 2 from 2023. So I don't even know how to describe it. It just control, domination, reads. It's pretty much to perfection what M80 has been able to do against TSM, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know how much more we can continue talking about this point. M80 is a good team. Woo! TSM is also a really good team. This is their chance to kind of prove that. I think that, again, this is one thing that we haven't really touched on is kind of the mental, but I do also want to start moving the conversation towards what we're going to be expecting from this matchup, and that is going to be the duelist differential between Kawala and Sim.
Yeah, I said it a lot. Like, I have no bad blood or like weird bad feelings to Counter-Strike. It's actually just, truthfully, I just know like when I'm obsessed with stuff, there's not much room for other things. And for me to like split my time evenly between 2 games would make me so unhappy. It would make me so unhappy. So it's almost like I would rather not have one of them than have even of both of them and be mediocre and feel like I'm not getting enough content in both scenes. Like I would hate that. So it's like a tough choice, but it's like you can't just ping pong back and forth, and I've made this choice and I enjoy it. And yeah, like even though I obviously like tune into certain CS events, like watch the major, really like it, enjoy playing the game still, enjoy the people in the scene. Yeah, it's just like when the right times hit, maybe I'll play it. But then every time this happens, like in the off season, I was like, I'm gonna play CS in the off season. And then Shroudy's game got released, Deadlock got released, the Vice patch got dropped, and yeah. And now I'm building the Challengers team. So, fuck, man.
Touch on the fact that
there's just so much
has
to
been
do.
the sort of kind of team that likes to hide their map pool, right? So they are going to be coming out into this matchup with virtually no secrets. The map pool is essentially shown.
And let's talk about, I mean, you already talked about the duelists. Now let's talk about the other side. Let's talk about the IGLs here. And let's talk about Xander.
I go on a building battle.
Xander has been popping off. And we mention it every single time because every single map he's doing these things where he's clutching rounds, he's closing rounds, he's having such a read on the enemy team. And that's not easy to do in this tournament. You're going against all these different regions, all these different playstyles, Roy. Yeah. And it's
So like another truthful thing with Counter-Strike and me and like my relationship with Counter-Strike is, and maybe Tarek can relate to this, like certain people in the Valorant scene, maybe you can ask them and they can tell you like if they feel this way too. But for me, because I played Counter-Strike professionally, because I played so many hours, so many scrims, so much practice, put so much onto it, if I were to just like try to play on stream and be terrible, it would be devastating. Like it would feel so bad for me mentally. Like it's just like I don't want to do that. Why would I want to do that? Why would I want to feel like so bad? Like what I remember myself as playing Counter-Strike, I wouldn't be able to achieve that. There's no shot because I haven't played in so long, you know? Sunset, Icebox, Haven, these are really good maps for M80. Oh my god. Dude, how can TSM possibly win this series, chat? I honestly think they're going to need to break Koala's hands. I think I think they need to resort to violence at this point.
Figure out what we're gonna be seeing on the screen. Let's jump into the Blacklight Agent select as well. On Sunset, both of the teams, TSM
I'll
lost
get
at
the crowbar.
11-13
That's
to
what I'm talking
Tugin,
about.
and M80 lost at 11-13 to Galorys. So both of them losing to the Brazilian teams, Roy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean,
This
just a
map
reminder
pool
that
for
the last
M80
time
is
M80 played
insane.
Sunset, they did lose on that map, so their Yoru was not working as intended, and maybe it was just some sort of dysfunction.
The
with
neon
way they were
Yoru
approaching
diff
it. But
has
to be fair,
been
a lot of the rounds came
pretty
down to some
obvious
weird
shot.
kind of like type coin flip situations, and they just did not win those scenarios. But strategically, again, they were playing well. But now TSM is going to be in a pretty good position to sort of combat and replicate the success that this team's had against M80 on Sunset.
I don't know the full details of that story, but
There's
it's
some
always
big
one that I
stylistic
wanted to look
differences
into.
between TSM and M80.
It's
So
one
there's
that
a
I, like,
big
know the-
chance to see how this is all gonna
Maybe like the
play
first
out.
line of the
Emily,
story. I
any
don't really
last
know much
thoughts on
any-
this?
Shit.
I'm ready. Bring on the battle. Let's get the Neon versus the Yoru, and let's see how they battle it out. I think this is going to be so fun to watch.
Well, let's find out who's gonna get the win. Is it gonna be M80 continuing their dominance against TSM, or TSM has a statement to make on this map number 1? And we'll throw it to your casters, Stenrek and Keck.
Ooh, you feel that? The goosebumps, the chills rising? I have been waiting for this matchup for so long. The Koala Noob Yoru, the Sim Neon. Emily's completely right. We've seen this matchup before. And let me tell you, the individuality was important. But the early rounds too, that defensive side, where Koala would just brazenly take over the whole map and shut down Sim round after round. It's been a long growth arc for TSM since then, even if it hasn't felt that long. This is the moment for TSM to shine. They have a very long road ahead of themselves. And they want to have a chance to qualify for the playoffs of Ascension. And it starts with defeating the most undefeatable team we've seen so far this tournament.
The opening half of the window that TSM has to playoffs is going to close if they don't lock it in starting here on this attacking side of Sunset, which they lit up against 2Game earlier in this tournament. But again, like the desk said, it's been notoriously weaker than other teams, and with M80's ability to go into hero mode and have individual players sweep up positions and get so much value out of it, it means that these low buy rounds initially are so scary. Koala Noob takes all the space he wants and goes right back to B site, where M80 can sit pretty safe. 5v now 4. GMD hopeful flank watch, but Koala Noob is staying put. M80 so disciplined right now.
Already revealed where TSM are opting to put the majority of their forces back over on A. Crossfire set up a great piece of utility early on. 7 takes revenge though. Nismo does end up removing that Gecko. Only a Paranoia available here to push onto site. A 3v3, BCJ blind through the smoke, has a flash of his own. This is good. But look at Koala Noob. Still yet another flash. Whatever you can do to blind these pistols against each other. The defense now taking the lead. It's up to 1 left. GMD. Good for 2.
Why are you guys getting back? What happened?
Individuality's the key
We
of this
got game
matchup,
on.
huh? What a better way to prove it, but now BCJ taking a very close round 1.
Well met.
Big clock.
TSM by M80's initiation, and BCJ doing it in 2 phases like a Gecko gotta do. Well taken, and in the beginning, it all starts with Koala Noob getting brazen, taking that space, doing what M80 can that TSM hasn't this tournament. And that's why they're 3-0. That's why TSM's 1-2. That's why this is desperation time for them. And why M80, this is debatably the least important match of the tournament. What is initially the biggest North American match of the year is turned into a backyard brawl in lieu of the Latin American and Brazilian teams that have swept up this tournament.
Yeah, I was really curious to see what M80 would end up doing in terms of their map picks, their agent selection, their technical pauses.
Dude, I can't believe he went back. You never go back like that. You should just come running with it.
M80, and we talked about how much they love to alter and play around with the meta to their liking.
No.
And this is a
dude, no.
Before, at least for the agent select, right? We saw
Like, imagine
the
a clock
we've
right
seen
now.
the breach, of course, on Sunset, but the duality of having those two play that defensive side, there would be many, many rounds where Sim would begin to get something going just for an outlaw in the face from Koala in the middle of mid. And guess what? That was because of a stun from Nismo all the way in the back of A
Oh, yeah.
site.
Oh, yeah.
This is a scary
The problem
defense,
must be
dude.
the.
Yeah, you talk about kills.
Oh
Nismo
god,
is going
Emily
to
got
be
taken
involved
out by the
far the most
tech.
common assister
Emily
of
got
the tournament so far.
That's
M80, when
crazy.
it comes to team play, Nismo is the glue that binds it together, and so much of it is because of his breach, not just on Sunset, but a couple of the other maps that he's been able to play it on so proficiently. But here, on the defense, when Koala Noob is able
Let's
to
see
get
what we
proactive
got.
like this, especially
Let's see
against
what
a
we
sim
can cook
that
up right
doesn't have
now.
the
What do I
wherewithal
got in
or
the old
guns for
downloads
that matter to be
folder?
able to stretch his wings like he
Probably
so
some
desperately
ridiculous
wants
thing
to.
I can show you
Oh
guys.
yeah, Nismo feels good from a distance, from any distance.
What's interesting to me, too, is that Sim is leading all players in First
that's
Bloods,
something
yet
insane in here.
it feels like, again, when it comes to the M80 matchup, he's one of the first to fall. Now, I'm saying this outside of Ascension, right? We're looking back at Challengers, we're looking back at the finals. He's definitely certainly stepped up since Ascension's begun, but again, this is not a matchup we've seen so far this tournament.
Certainly not. But it's about time that we do see it after all of the benchmarks that TSM and M80 have been fed. The riveting speed that gets dealt with, and again, the newness of these matchups cannot be denied when it comes to how much impact it has on performance of teams. Especially when, again, TSM playing against M80 lacks in individual performance comparatively. If you have all of these crazy duelists running around that are enabled as much as Koala Noob is able to be when M80 is at its peak, then TSM is going to meet the same fate, and they have this tournament. 1 and 2 so far in matches, but like the desk said, their mechanics are all right, their team play is all right, their comms are all right. It just comes down to player by player by player moments, and TSM has been lacking in those.
Let's do a little bit of housekeeping. M80 is flawless so far this tournament. They've won 3 series and they've lost 0. TSM, on the other hand, have only won 1 series and lost 2. In order for them to have a chance to qualify, they would have to beat M80 here. Then you would have to rely on the coin flip between RETA and Galorys after this matchup tomorrow.
Santa,
then you would have
that's not
2-game
it.
versus M80, which again, it's hard to say. I think 2
Why is it always opening over here?
And then
Also
the
not
very
it.
Final matchup
Wait a
of group
second.
stage is All Knights versus TSM. They would have to win that too. And we've been hearing everybody under the sun sing the praises of Dante. That's
I don't know
incredible
why
ask.
those 2 videos
But
are
we're
right
heading
next to
back
each
into
other.
round number 2, and it's going in very fast. Spray downs everywhere.
A proto share.
Proto, very calculated, opening 2 picks. That's A site in their control.
Sim, meanwhile, leading the charge to actually take the fight after the fact.
Planted.
TSM was one of the teams that had a day
wow.
off yesterday, has had that extra time to
Mon got
study
that.
the games that they had lost before, shake off that pressure that teams have felt, that M80 no
Double
doubt
flash.
when they faced off against their North American opponents last
I like where
year.
their mind is right now
That
with
was
double
their second of
flashing.
the 3 losses at Ascension 23, M80 so far.
A lot of double flash
undefeated, and
opportunities with that comp.
again, against this North American
There's so
second
many
seed.
flashes.
M80 fans feel pretty comfortable walking into this matchup.
Wow.
BCJ somehow wins that.
I mean, it's pretty wild when you look at their comp and you realize every character on their comp, besides the Cypher, can flash.
They will come up with a second round.
So round 1 from TSM, but definitely a brutal one at that. Both teams buying up into this round, both of which only surviving with 2 weapons in their possession. That could very well hurt the economy over the next few rounds. Definitely unexpected from TSM to force buy just like that. Curious to see what they're going to be going into with rifles into this next round, but a very important round win from TSM. They've changed up the tempo considerably.
Bro, I want
They're
the Cypher
reinforcing
cam
the
to
sights.
have the gun
And
again.
Proto especially taking those.
That was real. That was so real when the Cypher cam had a gun.
Left very little in terms of sight lines that the team could use to push back in, other than GMD smokes themselves, and that was not to be contested with.
Yeah, and that's
So
what
how
You
do
don't
they
know
save?
scary
That's one of the
until you
biggest things that
hop out
TSM
of
has been struggling
hook on
with,
bind and
Proto
the cam is
individually
holding
at
you,
least, is
holding
his
an ang
proactivity
on
when
you.
it comes to attacking, considering his position as a sentinel. Granted, every sentinel on every team faces
Yeah, I was gonna
that
say.
Oh,
pocket.
classic. Oh, we're going to go round for round, tech for tech. Okay, brick by brick, we will build this game. Of course. It's weird, though. That's weird. You know what's crazy? That the all-Brazilian game had no tax, but when... That's weird. That's weird that the NA teams play, and we get, like, double or triple the tag. We can't even get through a round. I'm pretty sure we've gone through 2 tags in 1 round at this point. The tech to round ratio is literally, it's greater than 1 to 1 actually. Like it's probably like 1.2 to 1 tech to round. Good regional. Yeah, I'm gonna cook a conspiracy up right now. Am I cooking? Yeah, like how is it not fixed? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
This is the time for M80 to start making those adaptations. The recognition to see, hey, this Cypher's playing pretty aggressive. Maybe we can get behind
Hold
them.
up. Actually, let me check something real quick.
That's going to be a big alteration M80 can make and could definitely shut down this fast pace that TSM's bringing
Oh,
out.
do you guys see that?
And so the conversation,
Holy fuck.
It
is
not
fixed.
being padded whatsoever. Once
It is
again, we'll
fixed.
shift back to Koala Noob.
You guys see that
It
shit?
once again shifts back to Koala Noob playing
It's
that
fixed.
Yoru. I mean, let's be honest. How much is
It
TSM
said
willing
tech
to
pause
bet
every
M80
round.
already isn't considering the flank strats. Koala Noob is playing Yoru. I
We
think
looked
they're
at the
trying
source
to play some
code.
extra chess here, so it's like, okay,
We looked
how
at the
much
source
of a Protoss
code.
util are we gonna let go to actually commit to watching for flanks like this, and how much do you think we're gonna save for the actual for getting onto site, and how many times do you think we'll have a trap wire out at backside or out at Boba or out in market? How many times do you think we'll have that to be able to dump into the fray? It's a level of conditioning that I don't think M80 is necessarily ready for against teams that are more fast-paced, more reliant on a neon that
I don't know what I'm
TSM has
looking at.
historically been on.
Oh,
sites.
bro.
I don't know
that
if I
was
can agree with
insane
yes,
when
in
that
theory
happened.
I do, but when I watch Koala on this map, I don't see a ton of flanking on this defense. It's more so setting yourself up almost as if you...
Yo, this was crazy. Okay. Honestly, this veto phase is more entertaining than the tech box. Check this out. Watch how Gen G does vetoes against Sen. It's the most alpha thing I've ever seen. Watch this. Look at Kaplan. Look at him. Bro, this is so alpha. This is so outrageous. This is insane. Bro, he can't even believe it. He doesn't even know what to do. He's like, should I laugh? Should I talk to Drew? No, Drew's not even looking at me, bro. Fuck, man. This is crazy. Why is Victoria not saying anything, man? Don't they have a time limit on this shit? Yo. What the fuck? What's taking so long? Surely they got a time limit on this. This is crazy. He literally said one word after that, I'm pretty sure. That was it. That wasn't looped. That actually happened in real life. Yeah, the whole stream watched that. And no one said anything but me. It was insane. I was like, why are there no posts? What? Why are there no tweets? Why are there nothing? Did anyone see that? Like, everyone was just like, that shit was normal, bro. They just used the time limit. We just need a little bit of extra time. Like, bro.
Of my life when I have the attention span of a goldfish.
Oh, I would
Like,
do the
I'm gonna
dumbest
forget
stuff
about
I
this.
could.
couldn't-
Like smiley faces.
I'm gonna have a meme that's already old this month tattooed on my on my pec.
Yeah, it was at that moment, I think, in that veto process where I was like, okay, we're cooked, dude. These guys literally are They're like calculating what's going to happen on the eco round of the third map on the third map of the veto. Like, these guys have thought through every scenario.
Pulls up shirt has an abyss
Maybe
mini-map on his
M80 will
chest.
finally play this map if I tattoo it on me.
Right,
Take
that was the
your
other
cake.
thing we were talking about, is the fact that M80 neglected to have Abyss in today, and you theorized that they're saving that for playoffs. They're keeping their playbook nice and shallow against TSM today.
Yeah, I was expecting to see at least one kind of really wild change from M80. It's usual what we see from them against TSM. They throw out some weird strat, whether it be the agents they play
Yo,
or the maps
gentle.
they choose. But
Thank you for the
no,
primer.
This is really safe from M80, despite them having a considerable lead. But VCJ, huge to shoot down a photo. This is the test, the theory. Will there be a flank?
Great dog pile on top of BCJ's Dizzy. M80
Dog
is
pile.
present and ready to play. TSM, or do we switch it over? Get to decide for them.
the crowd.
Oh.
Very dedicated. Oh yeah. I mean, I think who was it? Emily on the desk said that it's easier to get into like.
It's
the minds of
over,
the enemy
bro.
players when you're on lane.
It's actually over.
I love how dynamic players
Wow.
can be. But yes, early Thrash came out there.
They got the miracle second round. They got the miracle. Tell me it's not. No. Is it a joke? Question mark. Is it a joke? Well, thank you for that. Oh fuck, it's not a joke.
The last round, and we're just going straight back into it.
Yeah, Sim is as antsy as Koala
Wow.
is to get to killing, and he will.
It's done.
One down with 26 HP to go, and now some stock up in elbow. M80 will start to back out. Just against
Ooh.
the smoke so that Sim can get finished.
What? How though? That kill was so fast from Gamon.
Only good for one on the lowdown, but TSM have so much overarching control of that.
Spike planted.
It's gonna be tough again. Koala, still with 2 flashes, as you mentioned, very conservative, I should say, utility, but only an outlaw on a retake of short.
Well,
forwards
Anders,
like this. So
since
difficult,
Tarek's
no
not
utility for that.
co-streaming this one, I kind of have him by the balls, and I basically said that I'm not going to co-stream this if it's not long as fuck. And so I made a deal with them for like 10 techs a day minimum. I'm pretending to be a little upset about it. I don't know if you guys can tell. Oh my god, the thrashes are crazy. We've seen 3 triple stuns today.
Will cash out with a tie game.
That was amazing.
What?
That was incredible from 7.
That shark has more patience than half of chat. On God.
As a deterred to push on the site, having the call then, as that timer gave 0 time for M80 to defuse as they were trying to get on, allowed just enough time to puddle them together for the slay. Huge
Half is very
from
generous,
TSM.
yeah, for sure.
And
I was
that really
being
goes
super
into that
generous with that,
individuality
yeah.
that needed to be doubled down from them today. 7 single-handedly ulting the last
Eglet, look one message above. You should be grateful. Oh, TP too slow. Trades are good for TSM. Free site.
Allergic to these opening 4 rounds. Good reason for it. You lose a lot of collateral, and some of it is out of your control. With no Sim, no 7, TSM have no way of cleaning
7.
unless they barrel roll now through B site. But with no certainty of intel, they have to play a little safe, at least on the front line. Luckily, no one M80 is present, so TSM have the site, and now have B main to play off of. A Proto gonna stay put, try and get some open positioning outside of market with the help of the cages as M80 begins to approach. Nismo revealing himself on the back site and poised, now holding the operator. He's gonna let it go. On top of a Cypher ultimate, M80 once again stalled away. Nismo has a lot
Bad
of
Molly.
to throw at the wall here, especially at poised with that operator, and at least he'll get
Still
smoothed
hit him,
out.
actually.
TSM still
Wow.
have so much more to shuffle through.
That was a bad jiggle. Oh god.
Down. A Proto still remains alive in this 2v1.
Light swing 3, 2,
One more
popping.
shuffle should probably do
Dude,
it indeed.
a Proto should have pop and swing that. Either that or the other guy should have pop and swing that. That was poorly played in that 1-on-2, and it very well could have been lost. Like, they could have lined up right there. That was bad. That was really bad.
A Proto was there for the swing regardless. A very likely possibility we could have seen.
TSM have really been playing the 2-on-1s super poorly this event. I'm going to point that out now.
That being said,
it's like kind of gotten slightly better in some of the middle games, but I would say their like late round teamwork is really missing. Like the little one comm, like the one comm in the 1-on-2. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
well, we have a little bit more of a podcast session.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. No, now we can stretch this out. Find out after the break.
Like I said, I have a deal with them for 10 tech pauses. I hope that's not a problem with you guys. I have them by the balls, though. Like I said, Tarek's not co-streaming this one, so they need the viewership.
Freedom to just hang out wherever in that lobby room.
What's that command in my chat with the 5 co-streamers? That's a banger.
To see if he can catch a Neo.
That's a
or
fucking
Gecko.
banger,
Again,
actually.
Just because TSM, was able to still win that round out, it's because M80 didn't have anybody extra waiting on B site. If they stack that a little heavier one time, or they condition a little extra util to be thrown in on the plant, or hey, if they win a fight, which M80 does sometimes, then that's not going to work nearly as well, especially when you don't have those openers available. So TSM probably going to continue to lean a little heavier towards A. Probably, again, not really touch mid, not really touch B lobby unless it's for a re-swing or, again, an early fight that they definitely think they can win.
You know what this is time for? Since he's on the screen, it's our favorite, chat. It's the only thing that could possibly put a smile on our face right now. You know what it is, chat.
Sorry. Happy, join the lobby. Oh my god. I join.
Oh my god, he's happy. Happy with the day! Oh my god! Another one! There's another one! No! I can't.
Why are you laughing?
Oh my god, bro. It's so loud. Oh,
Done to help Koala push out. A very important opening fight.
Is this a repeat episode?
Imagine joining your 6 p.m. scrim block against crew and your M80 in challengers. Because that's a big pick.
He knew. That was perfect.
But yeah, let's think about that for a second. M80 challengers. That was with Nitro on the team. So like that was earlier this year. You join your scrim against crew in VCT, and that's what happens. Like, you're all tired, probably. You're just like, nah. What map are we playing today, guys? And then that happens. Like, they're probably like, what the fuck?
Pretty easily from here.
This guy's on crack. Holy.
And again, just ending this round, not only with a Sheriff, the economy has not been going well for M80 this match. They have been bouncing between a broken buy, maybe sometimes rifles, but more often than not, it seems like their executions on this defense are relying on pistols. And yet here we are, TSM, a little slow in the beginning.
Oh, you want to know what that's from? Oh, hold up, I'll show you what it's from.
Very healthy economy.
Wait, okay, it's...
And M80 an early timeout, very
I think this is it. This is the one I've been looking for. The tack into the tech. Oh, my favorite. It took 6 rounds, but
like so far it's felt like a 5 out of 10 performance for the team. The only flawless team winning so far group stage, by the way, that everyone on the team knows they could improve so much more. And this is what
because it's playing off of this, which is what I said yesterday. But
still on.
We'll listen to
He's
it again.
A purist. Apex has gone over to the 5-7 and then a couple deagles just to
This
spice
is Happy, the coach of M80.
TSM, they're scared
this is
about
that guy.
They aren't rushing this time around. They're taking their sweet time, hoping to catch somebody peek on Envy's side. And well, that's what happens when you go around the corner. Happy with one dig. Oh, and another one! Oh, and a third! Happy! He could get another one here too, Dupree. Dupree is like sweating bullets. Happy's gonna get the quad kill in the ace. What is this?
That's Happy. He smiled for a second. For a split second, he smiled right there.
Literally guaranteed to have already. It would be really nice to guarantee that you're the best team in North America at the Ascension tournament too. They couldn't do that against the Guard last year. Can they this time against TSM, a team that they've literally never lost against?
Happy was one of my favorite players as a player. He was always so kind to me.
big push up towards mid, crossfire, 1-1 setup.
Immediate run in from Sim. This is what you're looking for if you're TSM, but BCJ, the shutdown, a little bit of overinvestment, but it's worth it for a body.
I'm pretty sure if the clock was around BCJ's neck, Sim would have saw the time. That's how close I got.
They can field their way into B site. They can. Little guy limbos under the trap wires as TSM scurries into B site, but now comes the oncoming pressure from Nismo and gang over in market, leading the charge.
Should go M80 as well.
Now 2 kills for himself and only trading out
Your wall. Oh my god, yours out of the play. Is it wait, what?
Now has to let the thrash go.
Bro.
Koala Noob, who has made his way in with the dimensional drift.
That was
GMD
crazy.
From a distance can at least shut that back down, but Net
What are you
still
cooking with the
leaves
smoke, bro?
himself standing on Spike, and Guimond not fully cleared. Waiting for the spike. Net have to fuse just as he gets up. It's perfect timing for GMD. For TSM, Zippo clutch on round 7.
Unbelievable thrashes from 7 again. I am loving this. The entire idea was for M80 to play against these readjustments from TSM. The crossfire, top of mid, held perfectly inside a marketplace. The weak clear, taking these fights. But 7 once again, a 3K into the thrash, shutting down any info potential Koala could have had on GMD. And focusing on 7 instead. So important to shut down any information. Keeping M80 on the back foot, anti-reclear. M80's goal now needs to be that TSM cannot get that spike down. That's why we see aggression out of them here. They have to play so aggressive.
How? Was he in the back? Yeah, he was. Okay.
Will lead to 1, but just 1 to start out. TSM stack will still
TSM are grinding through this game right now. They're doing such a good job. By the way, that thrash deserves all the credit in the world from 7. Like, he's getting the Yoru alert that Yoru's in his ult staring at him, and he goes in thrash and insta dives when his teammate's far away. That's crazy. That's insane. That's fucking insane.
2v2, it's certainly winnable for M80. They can pick up those rifles and aim.
And I don't think it was like
2v2.
Oh, I didn't even know he was watching me. It was like he knew the Yoru was watching him. He was aware of all of that.
And so the onus once again lies on Net, but it's a game of catch-up will have to play. Nismo gonna have to meet him at the pass as Poised and GMD run on over to A site B-Link, able to smoke out.
Talking about Nismo.
GMD TP up for the high-low, and they can be fully set up for this. But as the plant goes down, Nismo lets the Rolling Thunder go. It's a trade-off of breach ults as Poised fires back to guarantee the plant. But it gives ample time for Net to come back, so it's a 2v2 that M80 will win! Nismo with 4 kills for the round, and that is the moment that M80 were looking for. The turnaround, they needed this half to stay in it.
I was so worried when that second Rolling Thunder had come out. No native information from M80 where in the smokes those 2 members of TSM would be. The Rolling Thunder would delay M80 even more. Let's take a look again to see that timing. I mean,
is that 4 or 5 from the, how many did he get that round, actually?
Disengagement from Nismo, the assistant master of Ascension so far. Could have turned disastrous. Really good thinking, though, from Poise to bring out the Rolling Thunder, just to delay. No idea where Net could have been. It could have been a disaster, but it wasn't. M80's back on the board. 2 rounds behind TSM now. Taking a very confident lead. Very momentum heavy.
Smoke top mid, no pressure though.
It's a brand new tool that he's going to try to bring out against B.
Yesterday hit this.
Back for sure.
Jump peek from Sim maybe?
He wants this op to grab some action in TSM.
Oh yeah, that same thing happened yesterday.
Is the first to step into
People were a bit too sloppy on that line.
Who's up next? He sees the Cypher camp set
they're
up
double
momentarily.
in this.
He knows the TSM is going to at least
they're high load right there. Here. Oh, they stopped.
No utility to break that drip.
Yeah, big lean over here to B site. Preemptively. TSM can't even necessarily step in. Now they definitely can't. There's their second opener gone. Trap wire hit by Poised as they enter in, and TSM has just got to go for it. Thrash launched in for good measure, and no way in hell you're winning this round, TSM.
Like the rounds from M80 look so
Spike's
pretty.
Still not confirmed, and kills still available for TSM. A Proto with the help of a smoke is actually able to get GMD inside, and they'll continue fighting for this site before the spike to control the thrash, make sure it can't be re-upped.
Xander.
Spike can be re-entered, but inside the smoke, Himond attempts to enter.
I'm curious what M80's play would have been if he waited like 4 more seconds.
No reward this time. M80, they did the work this time, and they make it a 4-5 game.
Shutting down the Gecko right away from Koala Noob was gigantic. No wingman, no utility to shut down the tripwire, to enable, I should say, Sim to push in with the overdrive. Plus, having that Neon also fall and not take space backside.
Yeah, M80's so drilled.
TSM,
I feel like TSM operate more in like a mid-round D, like 1-3-1, prodding the map, snowballing kills. I don't see a lot of like thought out 2-layered plays or like pushing and pulling rotations with like elaborate ult plays. When I watch TSM, it's a lot of like slimy lurks or kind of like all-in pushes, but they're just very skilled and powerful in their takes.
I think in playoffs,
they know how to control the pace of their take really well.
The caliber of team that they're going up against is so insane. But also their comms. They've just been a louder team lately. They've been a more excited team. They're so happy to be here. And they want to let the world know They want to let M80 know they are not the only North Americans here. This is not just their tournament again. And with this lead still held on to on the attack, TSM, they want
what
that statement
franchise
piece
team would I
to
compare them
continue
to?
as long as possible. They'll set their sights on A here with a gun reset. Couple ults in the bank though. Sim overdrive. And man, his hands have got to be so clammy just hovering over that key.
Crew.
Really paranoia brought
There it
out.
goes.
Neon ult. Oh, what a shutdown yet again. Expectations from M80 waiting for the fast push.
Huh?
Okay, sure.
Plenty of time, man. Plenty of
Completely
time,
different game
GMD.
now.
Except Crew is more
Unfortunate,
organized.
Koala Noob, another free one on the off this time around, and TSM will fizzle out on
But
the
like they
attack
play
this
like
round.
high skill.
Not much available, but
They don't
wingman
like.
to grab his space and
They
at
don't
least
play
get the
quirky
spike down.
comps all that
M80 will
much.
storm the battlefield.
Their duelist is hyper aggressive.
It will not be a flawless.
Yeah, I could see a lot of
It'll be pretty
similarities with
darn
Crew.
close. M80 tied things up
That's a
the
good
top.
question.
Yeah, these
I
early
like
rounds,
thinking about like
M80 once
weird
again
shit like
having
that. Like I would never
all
think
of
about that
Mets
without your
utility
question.
Shut down the Neon right away, highlighted, shot through the double smokes. Changing that pace can be so risky attacking on Sunset. There's so many angles that a Sentinel or maybe a very aggressive player acting as a Sentinel could just shut down right away. This is off the attack timeout too.
More like
TSM were
vitality.
hoping for this moment to switch it up and catch M80 off guard. Didn't work. They really had hoped that M80 would stack up on B. But yet again, M80 are putting their presence on A, leaving net
I
all
don't
by
see a lot
himself
of
on
like
B-site and handling market.
set plays when I watch TSM.
Not much of a job he'll have
So
to
I'm
do
trying
this
to
round
pick
is
a
once
team
again
where I
TSM
don't
look to
see
A
a lot of
least
set
initially.
plays. I see a lot of
Xander gonna let
vanilla
that one-way smoke
comps.
go. Stack up with
I
Koala,
see a lot
looking
of
for
like
the
shit like
flash.
this, like
Instead, it'll
brawly
Gizmo's
like
flash,
4
and now war
1s,
on two fronts. They will
where
storm
like this
A,
looks a
and
little
Second,
silly,
isolated in the
but
corner with spike in hand will fall.
if
An
they
immediate
if he
detachment
got
for
that first
TSM,
kill and they
Xander
snowball
presses
back,
the issue with the smoke in
or like
hand.
this goes their
Single
way,
saving grace,
yeah.
and it opens
Look,
the gate
now
for
we're in a
Boys
3-on-3,
to grab two. A march to field
and now
away,
they're
but
somehow
G
favored.
takes initiative. Koala Noob will
Okay,
shut it back
2-on-2.
down, and it's a trade war for the ages this round. 2v2 at center stake.
Like, bro, TSM is literally oiled up and down to play in the fucking mud all day.
As TSM
Like,
reset their sights on the
look at this shit,
outside
man.
net.
They're down for this. This is their win condition. They somehow got this round in a 1v1 from that shit.
Proto knows where Koala Noob is, prompting the ultimate from
The
Koala
door's
as well.
closed. Oh,
A Proto
man.
will have time to get spiked down, but Koala Noob will have space to reset.
Bro, his legs move so fast.
Where is this Yoru coming from? The most impossible question to answer. Decoy faulted. It's just Koala and a Proto, and now it's just a Proto. TSM 6-5.
Unbelievable. There, I don't know if that was a.
I can't believe he just swung into him and did that. Like, just fucking destroyed him. Quality didn't even shoot. Man, that was crazy that a pro killed him so fast. I think Koala was even aware.
Alone. No cyber cages
Wow,
available.
man.
No
Jesus
utility
Christ.
Other
He
than
was
your
locked
own
in right there.
positioning being a util in of itself. That was
He
such a
killed him
scrappy
so
round for
fast,
both
man.
teams. It
I think
assuredly
Koala
should've
was
been
like
M80,
locked in
but
and ready.
At the very end, these clutch moments
And he's
getting
a
on the site.
fast dude. Like,
It's been M80's
I don't know
weak
how
spot
Pro
in
even did
defense.
that, actually.
And now this time TSM, they're choosing to push into B. M80 are focusing mid. Their expectations are a big change up yet again.
I know, I wish we got
Koala's
as good
giving
as
that
he
info
did.
that A side is clear, but the Thrash will certainly give that away. Where will that Thrash go? The blockage backside does give confirmation that everyone's backed off.
So that front side trip about to be broken.
Tried to take the space back, and just as the wingman comes in, it's a
Good
line
trade,
drive set up by
though.
net. But a frag back, and not enough of M80 is necessarily present. Huge aftershock to farm Sim away, but he's able to turn back around, get the shot down, and now TSM can take over.
Dude,
Nismo
the
stands
slide
alone on site for
away,
the
like
time
a
being. Not for
fadeaway
long, Koala
slide
is back in
kill.
the fray, but TSM stand with the advantage, so Proto will step back and let the rest of TSM
I know,
merge
their trades
to
are
A.
amazing. Like,
Can they catch anybody?
the takes are fucking so ugly, man.
Go a Proto. Lets a shot fly to sell more space. And although it's a kill, although it's a 2v2, it's a free plant for TSM. And again, where the hell are these TSM members poised?
Bro, look at these
Let them know,
rounds.
and Nismo is down to a
This is the
crisp of health.
ugliest shit ever.
Look at this push up though from
He's
Sim.
so far out now.
Completely unknown. Full audio about where the last two of M80 are. This is a crunch of a lifetime.
Nismo on 2 HPs. He fragged for Sim from Link, and Koala
Bro, they are
Noob
screaming the
has to
fuck out
play
of
from
them.
0 intel, except for this place from Sim, but it doesn't matter. A Neon can be just
That
about
was
anywhere.
nuts.
Perfect double back from TSM, and they'll take the lead heading into halftime.
TSM had a day off yesterday, huh? They spent all day studying for this matchup. Wow. Absolutely speechless in the mid-round again. Disengaging from B at the perfect time. Using their teammate as bait to rotate to A site to buy just a little bit more time. And having the protocol to watch for the cross mid to see who would go by and when. All taking that individuality that the desk had
Stupid
said
ability.
was the most
What do you
important thing
mean?
TSM had in their arsenal and double down on it. It's working fantastically.
It's
This
perfectly
might be
balanced.
the first half we've ever seen from TSM where they take the lead over M80.
I think she should get third
And
side.
yet, things are still not over. The job is not finished because M80 are about to switch to their attack half, which is classically far better on Sunset. Because it's one that's not necessarily as conventional. Koala Noob's Yoru takes a backseat far too often for teams that are well conditioned with tool lists. And of course, TSM will be one of the most conditioned considering they face against
Cars, now
M80
available on
quite
Blu-ray
frequently.
and DVD.
Doesn't necessarily mean
Yeah, good job!
TSM and M80. TSM said, we don't want you to go to Lotus this time. You have beat us there too easily, too much. We will have our hard ban of your best map. You can
Why
have
was
your
there
hard
an
ban
intro
of our
to
literal
that?
home of
That
Bind,
absolutely
and we'll go from
cooked
there.
my
And
fucking
we went to
bit.
Sunset, and TSM, they
What kind of idiot uploaded that shit with an intro? It's a fucking 30-second clip. I'm so tilted at that fucking upload.
No doubt about it, very scary.
They literally...
And that's why I was...
No, that's literally adding words to your document to hit the word count. This fucker's trying to get ad money. That's the extra ad money out of me. That's 15 seconds of extra ad money times whatever... Let me see the counts on that. I'm so tilted. What has this fucker got on this? 18,000... I don't know how many... How do I see the view count on this fucker?
Their attacking side's pretty dang good on this attack. But if TSM can go 7-5 on their own attack now on the defense, I think they have a lot in their pockets that we've yet to see. Already.
Guys telling me to...
Look at
What?
Sim's position. Aiming
Bro,
down,
he was
waiting
yapping
for
about the
this
Blu-ray. I was
inside
like,
of
wait.
mid.
When is
Snow
the
has
Kachow
his
gonna
utility
happen?
set up on the
I had it in
cross, and they take
0.25.
that fight.
I had it in 0.25
TSM's
speed, and he
not
still
engaging.
didn't get to
They're
Kachow
waiting
quick enough.
for
I was
M80
so
to make that
tilted at
first
him.
move themselves.
Couldn't believe it.
Scary. Already the cross has been made to rotate back
I
over
was stun
mid.
locked for a minute.
No information's been given outside of the group swings. This is an empty site outside of elbow. That trip gets destroyed. It's going to be TSM for what could very well be either a gigantic crunch or a flank.
Dude, this is going to be the
They choose not to
craziest
flank. This will be a
DM.
head-on-head battle. After this, tripwire falls.
Oh my god, look at the mini-map chat. They are all here. Blind is great.
Beautiful paranoia from GMD to slow it down, and TSM will
Koala got him.
Koala Noob a little early to the party though, and is able to get a decent amount of chip damage open up the
Oh my
site
god,
to
he
get
got
the
out.
spike down and TP back as the
PCJ's like,
danger
wait, bro.
persists.
Wait.
TSM still have their work cut out for him. A Proto able to catch Koala Noob on the run back, and now TSM have a lot more confidence stepping in. Xander smoked though, and shots!
What?
On top of that, cut TSM down to just one, and a Proto on nothing.
No
has no
way
chance against
Xander
the
just did him
remainder.
like that.
M80 swipe back the pistol round.
Handedly, what
Dude.
should have been a TSM round, grouped together, playing around smoke so efficiently.
Bro, he has 7 now after that. He's been
Oh,
so
man.
quiet.
I'm just waiting to see the replay again. This was such great
What?
teamwork. That second kill in the smoke.
That was like
How
a
do you
spray
even
transfer
predict
with the
that?
pistol. That second kill was just a spray into the smoke,
how do you
dude.
spray with a
that
ghost?
was so goofy. That's that's what M80 does. They spray through smokes and they win rounds.
Is it Ghost or
You
was that
need
a
to
classic?
have the trigger finger of a hummingbird to do that.
Excuse me. Excuse-
What do you do now if you're M80? You've won the
Trap
first
play
round
at B main.
handedly over eliminating TSM on site. Mid side now, the move, you have the weapon advantage. Up into mid. Oh, the smoke goes down. Now what could this be a tell for? You block off the Boba side for B. That should tell TSM that this is an
Man,
A
I thought
attack.
TSM really had that. I'm not gonna lie.
M80 is waiting around. They're looking for a limbs. They're taking this slowly. That smoke is being perma'd. They're taking this fight directly to
This
TSM.
is TSM's map pick.
No, this is going to be perma watch. The question is, does TSM step into this?
Oh my god,
They
your
don't have
proto
to, and a
share.
Proto has the back line. Oh,
Yeah,
but
but
M80
triple trades.
wins the fight when TSM does decide to press the button after that kill comes through. It's the only
What a
battle won
response.
this round.
Lose the first
by
blood,
TSM, and M80
all 5
tie things
trade.
up at 7.
while only taking like 20 damage.
I was really expecting Sim to be a little bit more aggressive in that fight there past the smoke, but even then, what do you really do when you have such a weapon advantage? 7-7. M80 in that first half had a
with a player named 7.
Score loss.
What does it all
Yeah,
mean?
here they are now with an even game once
Honestly,
more.
probably nothing.
Rifles
It's
for
probably
TSM.
just a fucking
One of the most
coincidence.
important rifle rounds of this tournament for them. They were so good in the first day of Ascension, but since then,
I'm down to feel a little
slowly
schizo.
but surely, they haven't been able to get the wins they need. This is a
Fucking, I'm down to give it some meaning, you know? Fuck it.
TSM, on the other hand, don't. They're towards the bottom. They could be eliminated.
Oh my god, this time. Dude. They need to be way more aware than that.
GMD, but that's all Koala has to settle
And then they
for this
just
time
dumped their
around.
util. That was
Solid
scary.
starting position for TSM. Like you said, such an important game. TSM doesn't win this, their chances at making
Keck
playoffs are
dub.
so fleeting. They will literally be in the bottom 2 of the tournament that cuts off the bottom 2 tomorrow.
There.
TSM circling the boat from Boba first as M80 step back into the doldrums of A site, see if there's a lesser threat waiting for them, and technically there is. It's the remnants of GMD waiting to fan over the rest of TSM. The
2 sets of
second
flashes.
this is triggered.
Bro, TSM, I love how proactive TSM is being.
Followed by Link, Nismo caught
Honestly,
early. GMD was
TSM's
watching.
defensive side so far
to work on
on
one
pistol
channel.
bonus, even like how they had
No one else
direction on the
focused on
eco,
TSM, and M80 know that
it's
they will storm it, they will
promising.
win it, get
It's
the
not.
fight down.
That's all I'm
Grab
gonna
some
say
extra
is
time,
it's
Xander.
promising. Because
Take
M80 still
front
M80.
seat to this fight. Here's all the steps, all the
What a
shots
trap
that are
this
almost
is.
hitting him. BCJ waiting with the turn back, and TSM is ready on the trigger of the paranoia.
Oh my god.
It's just net remaining, and TSM stayed disciplined in the rifle round. It'll be a blacklight flawless for them to make it an 8-7 game.
Yeah, losing Koala right off the rip was devastating. You didn't have any ways of getting the TP onto site or bringing out the decoy too to change things up. Not a possibility. TSM are taking these defense rounds so slowly. They're not looking to find these aggressive opening picks as nearly as much as I thought they would. But they had to be cautious.
The biggest
very
curse
important
you've
opening
seen.
pick. Elbow was important for them to take that fight, sure, but everything else was all a group effort. Now, what is the move here from M80? They have a lot of things in their arsenal they could bring
Chat,
out.
I just had like
We've
an
already seen the
epiphany. Wait.
theatrics inside of mid.
If BCJ got killed by Sim's ult, the Neon ult,
Yeah, what is the next
would he
step
be
here for M80?
Big
How
Shock
does that
Johnson?
yeah, you have a lot of options. That's what your comp is built for. Is doing a lot of different things. But Sim,
I
trying
so
to
wish
get
I had a laugh
stop
track on my
before Leon,
soundboard, bro.
Stash, see if
I
he
would
can
fucking
grab
hit that
something
shit so
early.
much.
Koala Noob is taking a head on his face. Nismo's held up here in the courtyard, and TSM can't really do much about
I
it.
need a.
And with
I'm
the
actually
smoke
gonna get a
placed
laugh
up
track on my
top mid,
soundboard.
now
It's gonna
Sim's a
trigger.
little more aware of how much
What?
isolated and Sim,
The oil.
the perfect player to grab that opening kill. The op can be salvaged, but nothing more in M80. Once again, starting the round with 4 members.
Man, Koala, a player that came into this tournament with an obscenely high first kill percentage, now with the first death in the last 2 rounds.
Oh, I kept that in for about like a
Same
quarter of a
exact spot
second.
M80 was in before,
I
except this time
thought of
less
it and I
fast
said it.
paced. They have to find a way to get past this corner. Choke on A.
Choke.
They don't have any native info outside of BCJ's util to figure out what's going on in these corners. No hard information. This is buying time for TSM to crawl their way
100%,
back to
Jet.
re-clear elbow and A side itself.
Oh,
with the proto
Proto
gone, there's no more
wandering.
tripwires.
Bad death, bad death.
It's leaving it down to poised.
Huge works by
Planted.
Xander.
No
Oh
reason
man.
not to push this, but poised will
The
be the early
TSM
Xander
players are
first.
all
Stepping into
playing
sight
really
alone,
well
trying
so
to check
far.
backside. Not making the same mistake again. M80 set up the fast lane, set up the wingman, and now Nismo posted up with Link with that operator. Still salvage, still value. Tossed out from Poise just to get back up from back hall as GMD makes his way up but can't find any press. Neither can Poised. It's down to just 7 in a 1v3. Make it a 1v2, but Nismo still with this operator and already all the util used.
Nismo.
It's got to be a 2v1
What is Nismo
storm.
at
That's
right
what
now?
M80 uses to tie us back up.
Like where the spike plant was played out, put down just for the elbow angle, watching for the backside, prioritizing any of the players that tried to go for a very cheeky swing for the back of round bot. Not going to be a possibility. A lot of games of safety here for both these teams. M80 again.
The most
is the
impressive
team to
player so
drastically
far.
alter their meta a lot when it comes to go up.
I think if I had to say like that's a very hard question because you're asking me just purely based on mechanics. I have no insight into like their comms or their attitude or anything like that, or they're late to practice. But probably like Luxo or Dante. But also, it would, like I said, it really depends what you're like looking for or what you value. Because if you value an Opper, you might not pick Dante. You might pick like Silence or Sato or Koala, who's like it really depends what you value, like truthfully, because there's everything in this tournament right now, like very high quality players in a lot of different positions that are hard to get. Like these are hard spots to fill, like when you build a team. Like the roles Koala's locking in, like I was playing Omen on Icebox, he's playing Yoru here. I know he can play Jet at a very high level.
He's been the first
like
the last 2 rounds.
That kind of agent diversity makes your team very good. Then you have someone like Nismo, who's playing like initiators at a super high level with immense experience.
There to help out the utility
he probably provides a lot to the team strategically, as well as like, and like he could be the most valuable player on the team, you know? Same thing could be for Xander. Like, are you looking for the controller with the most skill, or are you looking for someone like Xander who has like super high skill and a lot of experience and a lot of creativity? And IGL, like,
try to sell a rotation of some kind. TSM will read that smoke as a rotation to A site. And they're correct. M80 have to do a lot of clearing first. BCJ having to use that first charge of the Dizzy, so a little bit stunted. TSM will actually get up close here. Sim, with the help of 7, will strike.
Really good timing on that.
And dip back out. 2-for-1 special. That'll get him advantage, and also Spike isolated yet again.
It's a really big round. TSM's broke if they lose shot.
30 seconds here, but
again, Xander lurks out in the mid round.
Gotta just save it.
Found a bit of a gap.
GMD could go hunting here. Oh
Got
no,
the spike.
they'll be able to TP ult. Grab this and just go for the plant on B side instead. GMD, big interception here. Catches Nismo's arms, but Nismo has the better wiggle. And M80 live to fight another post.
Damn, what a kill by
GMD
Gamon.
steps into market, takes over market. Now a 4v2. M80 have to shuffle through. Xander has the smoke, has the paranoia, tosses one in the market, the ladder into Boba. It doesn't matter, so much available. M80, Xander, how do you do this every time? One smoke is all you need, and yet a proto. Once again,
my God.
coming up behind the pack is the one with the off
It was like a
angle,
replay of the pistol, dude. It was, it felt like we just took it over to the other site and put a Vandal in his hand.
He is just in a different reality. And but Xander aside, for
that
TSM,
was more
their
nuts, I
utility
agree.
usage has been so on point the entirety of this map. The whole crux of why the A push didn't work was because of Poise fault line. Perfect timing with the swing out from, I believe it was 7 to secure the kills. Fault line was out, right on the choke. No chance to divvy away into elbow. Removing the spike away, forcing out Xander's ult, which, by the way, he almost has back
Your
again
ult going through
into the next
market.
round.
Probably
Big
target
entry
stun
this
ready
time.
from
Huge
breach.
full clearing coming out
But
from
no one's playing
Koala's ult.
site.
He's telling everybody that B site's secured. But there's a problem.
So Yoru can't see trips in his ult, but he now hears this behind him. He heard it. He's looking for it now. He has got it.
3 critical ults that just need to come out, 2 of which are kills. Well, I apologize, Poise a whole lot more than I thought.
They should Gecko ult. But, oh
Poise
no.
doesn't need a rolling thunder, has the ability to just get on high ground and take over Koala Noob. Once again, unable to go band for band in the 1v1. Now
Band
TSM
for
take over
band.
backside. That's the moment where 7 can let the Thrash go and at least take its way through lobby. Huge blind to actually make it a little harder for M80 to play for this post plant. Xander gonna have to step in.
Xander was gonna try to TP out there?
Time, which this util continues
What a
to do. A lot
psycho,
of TSM
bro.
available though,
Oh,
and they'll take
no.
the fight to them. Sim with the Russian, that leaves space open on lobby for 7 to be able to defuse, trying to get
One on-
blocked, but M80 have the
no time.
firepower to continue to fight until too
Was it
much
even
time
halved? It wasn't even
has
halved,
been
right?
wasted. TSM, its remainder in GMD has to escape, and M80 escape with the half.
Absolute chaos at the end. I need to see the replay. That's the
Oh, it was
entire
half.
round right there. The rush in, taking things in stride, not allowing a smoke in B main or even close to B main to be the barrier for either team. Just straight up using flashes available and pushing in. That was such a great change of pace again from TSM.
Yo. Wait. Me when I take a shot every time there's a tech pause.
2 shots of vodka.
Affected. Hiding away from this Neon, letting the juice drain.
Fucking.
Kowalanub again.
Oh my god, the crosshair placement was goated.
B-site. Come on. Watching for M80's lepers.
It's like he was surprised that
There
it
no doubt are with
was where he
such
was
a big
aiming.
push out the gate here, but M80 understanding the proactivity that TSM need to enact.
I did not have a Vine
on
account.
one end, go to the other. Here's the
Ooh.
flank opportunity. Sim still
It's
standing.
doable.
With now a rifle in hand and some extra
It's
help.
Oh, never mind.
Holding up the back though, net the front. And so far, T's crossed, I's dotted. GMD assaulted by flashes, and now Kowalanub with his second kill of the round. 2v1, post plant poised, just a ghost in hand. M80, 2 TPs is all they have, but they don't need much more when they have this spike in such a safe spot. 10-9 M80.
You really couldn't have asked for a better eco round from TSM. Although Sim didn't find really much with his ult, the potential afterwards, finding so many kills was ginormous. And 9 times out of 10, BCJ gets the spray transfer. So truly unlucky. But big still, to only have 2
Vibes sound
bodies
like
left
really
alive on
calm and
M80's
good
front.
right now on M80 side.
they
Like
broke
just
the
that
tie.
quick listening right there, like how they were happy and excited when they won that round. We're deep in a game. The comms are like energetic, but also not like over the top.
And the aggression
They
has
seem like
taken a bit
locked
of a step
in.
back outside of marketplace. Doors gone down.
There's teams that like
immediately.
over celebrate,
Doors
thus
should break
miss
open and have
the
the
call
help of
for the next
crowd.
round and shit.
This will be a great fake to
What is
allow
this?
M80 to buy time to
Something
crunch their
through?
way up through Boba and main site.
A lot of ways that you could attack this, and in fact, they'll double back to market real quick after setting up the smoke. Thinking that TSM may have a cavalcade set up at the stairs, and in fact, now they do. Just as M80 is gonna eke away into tiles and lean back over to A site, this could potentially be huge if Sim and 7 don't get the memo, but they
How do
have
we like
plenty of
specifically Yoru
time.
here?
after
I think
this
what
smoke
I've learned
fades
is like,
away.
yeah, Yoru can look
Yeah,
really
M80,
good.
Again, it takes a little bit too much time.
And they might
TSM is
even
gonna
win
be
this
aware of his
game.
presence. It's
But
just
what
a
I
question
learned
of
is like if
how much of it are they gonna
the
fight out
Yoru's
the
playing like
gate.
an S tier game,
M80
and
will have to
I
spend
think a
quite a few
Neon is playing an S tier
resources.
game, I think the
They'll
Neon
go
will
ahead back
win.
over to mid. Ned has been watching B side as well this whole time, seeing if anybody steps out. No one has so far. No
Not
one's
saying that the Yoru
proven
isn't
themselves to that
insane,
location,
but it's just
M80,
very
despite
hard
this,
for the
with
Yoru to
that
win this
plant and
engagement.
With uncertainty on A site, they'll double back again, seeing if they can bait TSM out. They can't. TSM again has time to intercept this, and M80 will walk into a full-on 5v5. They'll use ultimates to help them out, though. And
Because we've seen some
being one of
really good
them,
Neons.
TSM able to get a couple positions. GMD intends is able to grab 2 for himself. Long live the king. RIP. Day 1 is already so rough without him. 7 getting the little guy on for at least half. Util is able to get spent to kill him.
Half is really good
But
right
so
here.
much more
Oh
TSM
no.
to kill, and a
Oh
smoke in your
my.
way.
They got it though.
They will outlast and tie us back up in
Oh
10.
my god, that's huge.
Really interested to see what scared M80 off from pursuing top
They were
Boba.
terrified that round.
They were. The clone strat was out. GMD was pretty aware of it. Not that he knew, but his crosshairs were right on the clone on the other side of that door the entirety of that time. But it was just a big unusual stall from M80. The call was to back off and maybe pursue A site, but with the timer running out and no map clearing or info whatsoever, they were forced to double back into B site and push for the best. I don't know if we'll see that mid strat again. Hopefully we do, though. Looks like we'll see the beginning of it at the very least. Response from TSM, aggression, fight for A-Orb. Yeah. But with no M80 around. Oh, Net. He's hiding.
Like an S tier Neon game would involve you not being able to get out. You wouldn't get out.
Yeah,
The
this is how
util's
much
too
they
good.
want
The spacing's too
net.
tight.
How much can he do here? It doesn't really matter. That's not what
The
M80's
movement's too
strategy is, and the answer
insane.
is nothing.
Opping is
TSM
too
can take over.
difficult.
Nismo,
I literally watched it all go
Tile's
down
gonna let them
yesterday.
hit this. M80 actually meets TSM halfway at Link, and an opening frag
Like,
leads
yeah,
to
all of
now
that your shit's possible,
rerouting to get
but
to
you just
elbow
don't
and
get a
have
lot of
some solace,
shots.
and
Is what I
that means
learned.
M80 gets a free plant, but now they'll choose to extend, and Xander and BCJ each get theirs. Gimon stepping into
Oh,
so much
bro,
of
imagine that
M80,
was like
and
a
it's just
Phantom
not to
Vandal,
be.
anything.
A Proto will save, and M80 will swipe back the lead convincingly.
These rounds have gone so back and forth. This is one of the most decisive ones we've seen in a while. M80's split-second decision-making, opting not to pursue Boba again, but instead take that mid-route back to A site and fight on early for A-Main to catch all those defenders off guard. Was definitely a bold choice, but it works out well. And this is that difference that Desk was talking about. The strategic depth that M80 have been a strong suit for the team over TSM.
It's like something,
individuality to convert so
as
many
someone that's played a lot of
rounds off of
Yoru,
gunfights alone.
something that is a key strength of Yoru is
said, though, M80,
someone like Koala being able to like say like op this, right? Op this line, and imagine like I don't know, the Omen swung into him. He could jump. He could jump in this way as he gate crashed. So if his gate crash was like over here, thus to trade him, you're running out as he's jumping this way, and you won't cut the distance. But with a Neon, it breaks all of that. And all of a sudden, like a lot of the spots you're doing these plays in, they're way more risky. And now you're like in stun lines and shit. Oh, fuck.
His shots, two opening onto M80, and they'll storm the battlefield. Two open, TSM sweeping
God,
the floor.
no.
BCJ the only one remaining, and will take care of the rest of the crowd. But now it's a 1v2, and a Proto and Poise do not just have pistols. Again and again, this game continues to swing.
So they're gonna try to go flank.
And it will once more by the skin of its teeth. TSM 11-11. Max, make a wish.
Oh, I wish for a map 3 if this is how both teams want to play. Holy. I love this proactivity coming out from TSM. The fact that they started off in the beginning taking things so slow, but now they have the same reads that M80 themselves opted to bring out their defense. Switching things up now, playing so much more aggressive, forcing yet another tactical timeout from M80.
Fucking run-of-the-mill VCT America's Ascension group stage match, 11-11.
Who's a series? And remember, TSM have only won.
It literally, it fucking makes me want to cry. It feels like home. It feels so familiar, you know? Like, it feels right. 11-11, tack into a tech pause. We've already had a handful of techs. This is the one. This is
Tournament. TSM has started to feel a lot better on Sunset here at Ascension.
Actually, the tournament's been so good.
Why. Sim doesn't just think he can match up against the big dogs of LATAM and Brazil. He is a big dog. He is a Sunset Neon. And not just him, it's every member of TSM who is scaring away the crows of M80. BCJ has not been able to do anything these past few rounds other than just let Wingman go. The util dump war has been unabashedly in TSM's favor.
Yeah.
BCD
taking some notes out of
knows.
Dante's playbook for these opening picks too. You can definitely tell.
BCJ
TSM, they like to stack up, similar to a lot of
and
other teams
me
we've seen so far.
have
in Ascension,
dinner
but the core difference
at
was
BCD.
always the speed. Sim would take things slower than, say, Dante, right? And sure, it hasn't changed much, but he has that confidence now. The whole team does to take these fights still just as aggressive. 7.
M80's matches are all close, huh?
Has to
That's
run
true.
away.
Target stun.
By Koala on the drift, and he's just gonna take this fight.
It's cosmetic. It was cosmetic.
Still stuck in market. Still M80 taking
I don't know
the site
why I
and
didn't go for a
spike
shorty
plan.
kill.
Now Nismo attempting to engage. 7 has a thrash,
Oh.
but a thrash in tandem. Poised will
Bruh.
protect the president though, in TSM all fights are won. 7 now up and running again, will let his little guy go as the rest of TSM will storm Xander, easily taken over. No blacklight flawless, but 4 stay standing for TSM's game point.
Once again, M80 trying to change up the pace to play aggressive on their own. Koala using
They're on
the clear
12.
side did find 7, and even
All right, that was a hard one to get through
stun
too,
to
chat.
ensure
The Yorult target stun, big kill by 7. I think the whole round plays out different without that kill.
out on that fight. This is very unusual for him. This is always one of his more confident maps.
It's true. This is very unlike Koala Noob. He normally wins a lot more of these matchups, and it is doing a lot to M80's chances of winning these rounds. Compared to having something like that Neon that can just push up with your team so much more often, Koala Noob.
I wish we had a picture-in-picture on that stream or
this time
something.
around, and now M80 on a fractured bye have to use so much.
Do you guys remember how I pointed out how Dante's team clouds out this smoke right here, but how most teams use this? Most teams use this smoke right here that we're seeing.
At least half of it.
This is the normal smoke. That's why I was trying to point out how cool it was, how they were using that Omen smoke. They were using it how teams use cages.
Conditioning will lead TSM to refuse to intercept
like
these
diving
fights to any
into
degree just yet. So much slower on the double back from sites, with a complete lack of intel.
Wait, Sim is 1420.
ISO'd.
Stoner live.
7. Util still available. Waiting for the back lines net. Listening for audio in the rotates.
Oh god.
Could catch them off guard on this flank. He's playing aggressive. Already fights have begun. 7. Good for 1, but net. He's the core to bring this home. Could we go to overtime? I'm not sure anymore. 3v3. Koala had to forego the operator back into the Vandal. He picked it back up again. Xander only has a Bulldog. BCJ only has a Guardian.
It's slim pickings here for M80 as Koala Noob on the
Oh,
Mons,
he
one
shot
away,
the
has to
cologne.
ask for support, and Xander comes calling yet again. He answers. And
Bro,
M80
Xander
on the board.
has had the most impactful frags ever.
Exit regulation once again here in
He's on
Ascension.
18
We're
now.
going to overtime.
We talk about how M80 has been undefeated so far in Ascension, but a lot of the maps have come unbelievably close. This has been one
The
of the
clone
most
was
competitive
huge,
Valorant
yeah.
tournaments I've ever seen in my life. And it just keeps on going. I mean, overtime now against TSM, a team transformed against M80. Years now worth of practice against them. Not much results. But this moment, we're inching closer and closer to possibly seeing at least a first map won for TSM's favor. The confidence is soaring. And although that post plant wasn't the best from M80, they didn't have the best weaponry you would hope for. They were still good at clutching together and getting those multi-kills into overtime. It's a matter now of seeing who's going to change the pace up even more. And to be honest with you, dude, I mean, for how
One called a
safe
timeout,
this
right?
matchup
They
has
didn't use
been,
their
the
OT
agent
timeout,
picks and the
yeah.
map vetoes, it's still big question marks about what the
I feel like
strategy
every time
will be
we've
going
gone
into round
OT,
after
by the
round.
way,
And I'm gonna be honest with you,
it's
my
gone
eyes
into
are now
attack.
completely focused on TSM.
Yeah, all eyes
Bro!
on the underdog.
I can't even jinx it out of existence. I can't even. There's no stopping it, bro. There's actually no stopping it.
Their regional counterparts. And now, save for TSM.
I don't even think there was a tech pause. I think it's just
Once
part of
again,
the show, like run of
locked
show at this point.
So
They
many
like
teams
literally put it
clawing
on there
for those top
preemptively.
four
Like, let's
spots
pan
in
to the tech
TSM.
pause at
The win here
halftime.
against M80
Okay.
with a map even.
After 5 seconds, we'll cut
They're
back.
just one claw
Okay.
closer.
Studies show that it
Oh,
actually
look at this.
makes viewers want it more.
Already early
They
intel
actually
usage mid, expecting
end the
Koala
broadcast with a more
aggressively
pleasant
there.
thought in
They're
their head.
hunting for Koala, but he's
We're being
outside
studied
teammate.
upon.
Yeah, he's still trying to look for a pickup here. So lead the smoke out from GMD. Confirmed
I've
with the
officially
flash.
lost it with these tech pauses,
M80
bro.
again, step back a little bit, play for this retake a little bit heavier. TSM still not fully committed, still having GMD over
That
here.
would be wild,
Smoke to
dude.
try to sell the rotation again.
Next
even
Ascension
missed the clutch for
tournament.
B that they
And
want
now
M80 to think is gonna
the tech
happen.
pause
Yeah.
brought into you by Visa
They're not moving though.
And
M80 is staying
MasterCard.
stalwart. They're waiting for this A read. They think
and
that
Gatorade
TSM is bluffing. They're gonna
and
call it.
Coca-Cola.
They would know.
And as these smokes
They
dissipate,
all got in on the tech
M80
pauses.
says, well,
Yeah, literally every
where could
Apple.
you possibly be?
Like,
Nowhere else but
no one
A
wants
is
to
the fight.
sponsor the game.
TSM make the call, and M80 hear it in spades. Sim will clear the space with a slide. And so M80 have to back out and play for the retake in full.
This retake is scary. This has been TSM's biggest advantage so
Take a
far this
pause.
match. Playing in these close quarters. Xander, though, multi-kills across the board. Has
What
been
was
a
that
difference
company
maker.
like want to get away? Was it
Utility
like
looking great.
Southwest?
Both teams, how do they approach so many
I'm
flashes
gonna take a
from
break,
all
take a
enemies?
Snickers.
And it starts with a flurry of them on either side. Sim
What
the
are-
closest
what
to
are
the
we
fight, but
talking
Proto
about?
the first in it to get a kill.
Xander
Slide back
falls.
from Sim means
5
you
on
have to
4.
share more as you go in, and M80 they have so much
Oh,
that they're just
free.
walking into, including
Full
Sim,
HP, by the way,
from
chat.
the corner
Okay,
of
I
the
just
site is a walking turret for TSM, who will clean house, keep 4 standing for their attacking win, giving them game point again.
And even with the macro being completely read by M80, recognizing the fake smokes from midside not being a crunch, I'd be curious to see if that marketplace door was closed or open, because the camera outside, had it been open, would have revealed that there was never a presence in mid from TSM, except for the start of the round, and never pushed up beyond the door of marketplace. What a great read from M80.
I'll show you in a
They
second,
lost out
Evil,
on
one
the
sec.
gunfights. TSM, they've been
That's
winning on
love.
individuality. Now the sides have been swapped. M80's strat book has been a lot more in depth.
Not use it in mid. Initially, TSM,
Good
they take the
trade by
fight to
7.
them.
What a swing.
Xander falling early. TSM
Oh my
will
God.
scurry into mid and take over again,
3 on
winning all their
3 on
fights.
2, 3 on
Net,
2.
At least
That's
21 against
16
Port
HP.
is trying to stay put for the do-si-do,
7.
but now with 2v2, or 2v3, excuse me, and 7 with the angle to flank in.
Let's
Defenders
go.
swing through, take a 4-piece to end the round and give TSM the
Wow.
opening map of the match.
That means a lot, guys. That really does mean a lot. They were dead in the water without this first map. I mean, I'm not going to say that on the co-stream, because I think people would be pissed as fuck if I jinxed them. But look at the head-to-heads. Look at this. Like, this is... Bro, imagine going down 0-1 with this head-to-head all time. Look at that. What? Why you why dot? I thought... No, what? You said you actually messaged Net. And that's what you said in the DM. You said Net agreed. I jinxed. Oh, that's right. You can't admit. Oh, fuck. Have I said too much? Maybe he can start trying now. Tell him to start trying now. I don't want to get him in trouble. I don't want to get him in trouble. No. It's crazy. Okay, sorry. I'll go over the fucking overall view in a second. Just fucking actually just gaslighting and griefing hard. Okay. Honestly, I feel like everyone played quite well. Poise had some fucking key moments. I know he's sitting down here at 11, but that kill bottom mid on the trade was big. I remember a couple nice shots at B main. I think everyone played really well here. Proto had clutches. Sim actually didn't play as well as he's played lately. But I think the way Gimond and 7 really stepped up made up for it. Okay. Now looking at the overview. All right. So the scenario and the reason why I was like rooting for those first 2 matches to end the way they did is I just like the chaos. Like, truthfully, I kind of wanted all the teams to have 2 wins down here and just see what happens. 2 teams are out and 4 teams make it through to playoffs. All the teams play each other 1 time in a best of 3. Like I said, only 4 teams make it through. So right now, TSM still has to play M80 and All Nights. Right now, they're playing M80. The reason why this was important is because you can see they probably are going to need this win. Oh, well, they do need this one, actually. I wouldn't want to come down to that All Nights game. And I believe that Galorys is going to beat the shit out of RETA in this game. I firmly believe that Galorys is going to 2-0 them and be in playoffs. Like, this team is way better than what they were at 0-3, and their schedule was so front loaded. So I think this team will end at 2 wins, even though they were 0-3. So TSM controls their own destiny because they could just win both of the games. They could end at 3 wins. They could just make playoffs and make it easy. But they're just back-to-back really hard opponents. So, yeah. Why am I capping evil? Why do you think Galorys is out? I'm confused why you would say they're out. Do you not see how this is possible? The AK RETA match. This is a regional matchup. So you have to realize like these games are weird because they're regional matchups. But what you see here is like this. What was the first day when RETA played 2-game? Bro, 2-game shit on them. This is the other Brazilian team. Like 13 rounds straight after losing the opening pistol. Dumped on them on map 2. At this moment, I thought RETA was the worst team in the tournament. I didn't think they'd have the skill to stack up with some of these other like aiming teams. But I think their experience has got them through. And Snow's op has been really good. Every team has like their own unique thing, right? Like M80 has Koala. On Yoru, they have no duelist comps on a lot of maps. And they just play with a lot of protocols and a lot of good fundamentals. RETA has like someone that just wants to op or marshal or have a scoped gun literally every round. It's literally like I'm watching Wardell. That's what it feels like. All Knights has a hyper aggressive duelist. This is Dante, my goat. His neon movement is incredible. And he also is playing ISO. I don't think his jet maps are very good. I think that's the weak part in his game. I think compared to the other duelists, his rifles are the best. His op might be the worst when I watch it. 2-game is the other Brazilian team, and they have like less junior and toddler OSPOS. It's literally like you're watching that. TSM is the Brawly team. I kind of explained them. And, wait, I switched the teams. I switched the teams, right? I switched the Brazilian teams. Yeah, I did. I switched them. Galorys is the toddler OSPOS team. 2-game is the silent spike team. They're very interesting. I don't know how I feel about 2 games though. I think 2-game is going to fizzle out. They're one of the ones where like early on I had more faith in them than I do now. Like I actually would put more money in Galorys to win this tournament than 2-game. Isn't that insane? They didn't even give themselves a chance to qualify to playoffs. Just like as the tournament has progressed, their form has kind of gotten worse as they've gotten solved. But yeah, everything is still up in the air. No one's eliminated. Yet.
But to me, when I was watching the map, the rounds, I felt like it came down to 2v2s and 1v1s. I mean, it was very close. It just came down to who won the battle at the end of the day, and it was constant back-to-back trading. It was a full-on battlefield for both teams, and I loved hearing the banter. I don't know if you guys were hearing it, but the banter between the two teams was super fun to hear. Getting in each other's heads, and also let's look at the stats. So GMD, like I was saying, was coming out with some of those important clutches when 25 and 19 on the Omen.
But seriously though, everyone give a nice thank you to the Jessica Lantern, I believe is the alias. That's Net's girlfriend who relayed the message that, you know, like I said, we're all down to let M80 win this back to back. That's cool, but you know, getting that double NA representation would be really nice. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Net.
Is having a great game. It does feel like TSM's wins are a lot more convincing.
Yes.
And there's so many situations and so many moments where these two players specifically, and obviously everyone on TSM had their moments, but these two players were more consistently finding value in both the team brawls and in the early fights that they were having as a team. They always kept ending in the favor of TSM because these two players were popping off consistently.
Something
It's
that I
so
really
terrible
love
when
to
I
see
do
about
this and
TSM
someone's
is
not
that
even
you
here
can
to
tell on these
defend
close
themselves.
rounds how hyped up they were. You can see the energy. You can feel the energy from these players as they were getting these clutches and these crucial rounds. And it was a nice map to see everybody getting their moments, everybody being able to pop off, especially as you guys were highlighting specifically GMD and Proto, but everybody else, Seven as well, doing his part, Sim and Poised as well. So now we're approaching the second map of Icebox, where I don't know if it's going to be an M80 comeback. I think it will be, though, at least for this map. This is the most likely match that we have to push is the distance. Looking at the history of M80, I mean, recently, all of their matches have been close, have gone to the third map, and it's also a TSM that is fired up and ready to win, Roy.
Absolutely. But I do want to refresh our minds, okay? This is still, despite the very close battles they've had on this map, this is still M80's undefeated map. They have won almost every single time they've ended up on Icebox, whether it was 13-11 or whether it was 13-9, it doesn't really matter. It still is functionally their best map. And TSM, on the other hand, they've not really had that much success with the RETA comp. Now, they both run very similar compositions, right? Double controller, Viper and Omen. The difference is M80 uses double initiators, but TSM has the RETA, and Sim did not have a great first map.
And I just want to remind everybody at home that TSM is really on a roll right now. They took on everybody and sent everybody home in the NA playoffs, and they really deserve their spot, and they're showing it. Every day that I watch them, I'm impressed. I think that they keep getting better and better, and they took their map pick of Sunset. But now, like Roy, like you were saying, we're on M80's map pick. I mean, they've gone 6-1 so far since stage 2, so it's looking really strong. Roy, do you think that they're gonna change their agent pool based off of what we last saw them play, or no?
Okay, yeah, well,
Come on.
Listen, I would not be surprised if they did, but I think if they did, a part of me would still be surprised because of the fact that there hasn't, I mean, unless they've been working on a secret comp, who knows? It's M80,
yeah,
no one can predict what they're about to do. But a part of me feels like they are really strong on this map, and their composition is so dynamic in its approach and its kind of its ability to do things on the map. So I don't think they should swap.
Yeah.
They should, but I mean, maybe anything can happen, even on the side of TSM and the arena that we've been seeing a couple of times, trying to find what is going to be the most successful for both of the teams, whether it's going to be the composition or in general the ideas that they need to work around. And as we've talked about, to TSM, it's not just winning. This match is not just about winning against M80, but it's also they need to win this match. They need to continue to win because we don't know what the rest of the scores are going to look like for the other teams, to make sure that it is in their control that they make it to playoffs. They have this match against M80, which is obviously not easy, but then they have All Nights that, yeah, sure, they didn't win today, but they're still very, very good. So TSM, they need to get these wins, and it would be a statement, Emily, if they're able to get it today.
It was, yeah, I agree with you. They need this because, like we've been saying, they have not won versus a BO3 series versus M80 at all this year. So this is a very important match for them because they're at LAN and everything that's at stake. It's a very, very high pressured match for them. But right now, M80 is 3-0 in groups. So I was saying that I think that they don't have that much pressure. They're already kind of set in stone to move forward. Whereas TSM, not only do they need this win for the revenge versus M80 to really show, hey, we're a strong team, especially in North America, but also just Americas in total. They need this win so that they can move forward in the playoffs because right now they're 1-2 in groups.
they also want to get that respect, not only from M80, but from everybody, because honestly, this TSM squad, they have been underestimated. Even when they made it to Ascension, there were a lot of people doubting them and questioning how far they were going to make it. And now they have a really good chance, right, to get this win. They're 1 NCR right now in maps against M80. They can close it out in Icebox, and yes, it's not going to be easy. M80 have a really good Icebox, but they have a chance to do so, and that is going to be the message that they send to everybody who has been doubting them.
Yeah, I mean, the people that have been doubting them is me. I've been doubting them, and every time I doubt them, I get proven wrong. And a part of me just keeps wanting to keep doubting them, but they're a good team. They have so many good players. They just look very brawly, and it's like it's sometimes hard to pinpoint exactly what their win conditions are. But maybe that is the charm. Maybe they're just really good in the chaos. They're really good at maneuvering their individual skill and leveraging that in some weird dynamic that they have. And I think a part of that is their superpower. And I think I would love to see that on a map like Icebox, where it is a lot about, you know, post plans, retakes, and kind of individual flair anytime in between those two phases.
We've seen the different versions of TSM, and honestly, when this team was coming up together, when all the pieces were mixing together, we thought that this was going to be a passive team. We thought this was going to be one of the slowest teams that we had in Challengers, because 3 of the players in the past were playing the Controller, the Sentinel, and they were very passive. But now you're seeing a lot more of a team that they consider themselves, and we see it, as you were saying, they are broadly, very aggressive, understanding and working around what they know works for them. They're not necessarily following what everybody else is doing, what the top tiers their teams are doing, but they're finding their own style, and they're making it work out.
Absolutely. And again, I do want to touch on the fact that TSM does have RETA, an agent that can get away with that. So I think RETA will be an expression of Sim here, and he's really going to have to step up on this map to, again, dismantle M80. That was the win condition for TSM in the first map. They kept getting in their faces, they kept winning fights, they kept picking them off, and then the retakes. That is a perfect agent to be on if you want to stick to that idea.
Well, let's jump into the Zippo or to the Blacklight agent select, rather, to find out.
I actually want to hear Gamon's French. I'm just realizing I've known this guy for decades,
if there's gonna be anything new,
and I know he speaks
surprising,
French, and I've never heard him speak it one time.
They're confident on that composition.
Maybe he can't
speak
speak
they haven't
it.
found the success, and an M80 once again opting for this no duelist composition that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, they're using the same comp, which I thought maybe they would change. Sim changed his duelist that he was using on Haven already through the groups, so I thought maybe he would try to go on Jet for Icebox, but that's okay. I mean, they're not bad
that was
with
Moose
this
Horse.
comp.
That was
It's just
Moose.
they have a 33% win rate percentage with this comp from stage 2, so I'm a little worried for them.
That's crazy.
But
I love
like
Gamon
Roy,
to
you've
speak
been
French to
saying,
me, yeah.
I've been doubting them, but they just keep proving me wrong, so who knows?
They might prove everybody wrong if they're able to get away with this map win on Icebox, or let's find out if M80 they do the M80 thing and they get the win on the second map. Push
I've heard
the
Yassine
third one,
speak French.
And let's send it to your casters to find that out.
Yeah, I can call him that because I know him like that, you know?
Thanks so much, Dryad. Yeah,
Fucking
all you have
felt so
to
weird to do that.
rocket from
I
5th
had
to
to call
2nd
myself
in the
out.
standings here, if you're TSM, all you have to do, one simple thing, beat M80 on Icebox.
Oh, simple.
Quite the prize for
anybody
quite
can
the
do it.
price.
Damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle here for TSM, who has had
I think I've heard you say like a
solidly
sentence
weak
or two,
Icebox
maybe.
against M80, who has had a pretty strong Icebox for, let me check my watch real quick, the entire split.
Maybe I'm
the
thinking of
entire
the Smiths
split.
thing.
So this is definitely looking tough. I know we said it at the beginning of the match, Keg.
Oh,
but
fuck, I don't know
I'm
him that well,
fairly confident
Desmond.
that M80 can take this
They're pretty
one.
chill, though, for sure.
I'm confident too, but I am I'm going to dial back
Alright,
a little bit.
the
Because
Omen one
most
way
of
to
the
get
wins
this
that we've seen
control,
from M80 since the
stop
beginning
any
of Split 2
pushes,
have been either
turrets holding
13-11
the
wins
mid push,
or overtime
one way on
wins.
B,
These have not been walks in the park at all
both
for M80
teams,
so far.
one way everything.
In fact, only
This is
2
a defensive
matches so
one,
far of those
this is
6
an attack one.
have been a scoreline of 13 and a score from the enemy team of less than
So they're
10.
basically stalling
Even
out
that
B
was
with
not
a
low
one way and a
number either.
Viper molly,
But look at this though,
potentially.
TSM taking their
They're
sweet
triple
time.
pushing mid, and they're playing
Big
full
aggression
retake on
towards
A.
mid now for M80. Haven't seen the cross back over to B just yet.
The fuck?
Slow
Is that an
caravan
egg playing
into A
Valorant
site,
with
though. Don't
eyes?
give it
Look at
away.
this.
And
Look at
M80
this.
are already prepared for the retake.
Nismo is circling for a moment, seeing if anybody gets a little excitable. They won't. TSM will stay respectful. But plan at least one on site. Sim, who again on the RETA
That is a devious game, right? I'm not gonna
Like
lie.
Strongleg said, not been having a shining.
Meanwhile,
game
Sim,
so
you
far,
literally
as
can't even
Reyna,
see
you
his
kinda
eyes.
have
He
to
has so
have
much
one.
hair.
So let's see if he lights it up. It can't this time around.
Actual head warmth diff.
But can they continue it? Ring around the rosy, and Guimond is subject to all of it, able to find 2 before going down, and the playing field's been evened up. Koala Noob on 3 measly HP will drop down into 7's grasp, and now on 0 HP is Nismo as well. M80 will drop that.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck, guys. Like,
It really feels like TSM, that pressure has not gotten.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't think TSM are winning this map. I think M80 are so insane on Icebox. But like, if there was ever a world where they could steal it, like I'm talking actual thievery, like just absolute robbery, because they're not gonna beat them the majority of the time on Icebox. They're actually probably gonna lose like 9 out of 10 times. But if we're on the one, it would be like both pistols.
Perfect.
Love that.
Look at this push up though from M80. Koala, top of Nest, not even hiding himself away. This is gonna be a view call into a flash and then a big rush A main. But there's one tiny problem. There's nobody on TSM's A main. Oh no.
Oh,
As I say that,
there's
they've
about
heard
to
me.
be. Yes. They're like, that's a great idea, Ken.
Tenrek, Sim has a Vandal. He cannot lose this.
Start writing the letter.
Big choice for TSM, bigger choice for M80. Yes, and in we go.
The casters are biased.
The first on top of a flash, but not much more. M80
Never mind, the casters are safe. They can keep their
this
jobs.
round, and so TSM can sweep
They're good.
the board, keep Force standing for round 2.
Does placement matter for playoffs?
Timing there off.
So what I was saying earlier is honestly, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care about like where I place right now. So maybe if that prior match went the other way, I would. If I'm M80, I care a little bit more about this one. But truthfully, like why would M80 care like where they place 1 to 4 and who they play? Like they have no idea. They know that they're probably going to get the 1 seed because they're already at 3 wins. Like they're either going to get they're already in playoffs. They're locked in playoffs. But like it doesn't really matter because you're just going to slot into this bracket. And all of those teams are about the same, and you don't really control who you play. So I don't know. I would argue that this is kind of not important for M80. And if they were fucking real and cool, and you know, that's why I was trying to give Net so much credit for being a real one, you know?
Into the lane, but now that changes. In comes the swing. TSM thrives past the one-way, and in comes the storm. Rest of TSM try to make their way on, but they can't completely.
On the real though, no pro would ever lose to some team in their own region on purpose, ever. On the real. No one's ego as a pro would ever do that. At least in America. Maybe in some other region where they're like prideful and shit. Not here.
Who was on 7 HP, but can barely get away with this plant before getting swept away. Poised, one sightline available to get 1 kill. And that's all they'll get. But Net, the only rifle left for M80's defense in this, their bonus round.
Yeah, not a great economic. Not a great economic boost, I should say, for M80 on their first rifle, only keeping 1 alive.
Yeah.
If I'm TSM for my bonus,
that's still a good
that
bonus
was
though.
Fantastic round.
Very good bonus.
Only thing that made me a little bit nervous though was Poi's late lurk into mid, coming through well after the execution, drawing that line of fire so no one would pay attention to him. Had that timing been maybe a little bit faster, there could have been a crunch or maybe even a call for the audio to catch those rotating A players off guard. Now, a little bit of a lore dump, if you will.
Aspect ratio? What you
The
mean?
last time and the only time we've
I didn't
seen
touch it,
M80
you talking about me
on
or
this map was against the collegiate team of Blinn. That was the day M80's last player
it's the Nang.
that was signed on. And so far, they've looked so much better, but with the same shaky
He had an
first half,
opportunity.
you have
Wait,
to
he's going
wonder,
back. Double dip.
Can that streak continue?
It's been the aim that's been M80's bane so far this match. TSM is matched mechanically, which normally just doesn't happen. There's no other way to put it. Net able to beat Poised in the 1v1 though, and now M80 are stacked up, ready and waiting for this A push. To the point that they'll take down the wingman on the first go in. TSM needs help with the smoke to even get the spike back, but M80 have so much firepower at this point that they'll just start spraying and praying. Not much praying needs to happen though.
The half's
There's so
gonna
much
fizzle
TSM
out here,
available to
chat.
strike down. Now Now it's just 7 though, available in a 1v literal 4. Xander just in time for the flank, and M80's second round of the game with the Blacklight flawless.
And all M80 have had to do so far for their rifle rounds, just hold these initial choke points. I'm expecting M80 to play, TSM to play much more into mid these next few rounds to break.
Wait, there was a teabag? No, what?
Were able to convert the
Wait, there was a teabag? A testicular bag. I have kids. Someone report it. Someone report it. I think it's like a 3-round penalty. Okay, let's give it to TSM.
Default now a split push.
Give it to TSM. Let's just keep it fair.
Attention found right away.
Just give him
to mid site now.
Do not.
Nismo is gonna be the maestro of this round.
Oh god, that definitely has to be changed.
Really just check it. Or will he even be able to? TSM is a little antsy for it, and Sim
oh my god.
Perfectly enough for Nismo to grab everything and receive almost
That was
nothing.
fucking nice.
TSM, their gamble will not succeed, and Nismo, a couple more numbers padded this map. And no doubt the lead handed to M80. They will not fully
Wait, they're giving it to
this,
him.
but it's
They're giving it to him.
Nismo
They're giving it to him. Oh shit!
will reluctantly hand over to him. The maestro indeed, and he will conduct M80's game.
Oh my god, dude.
Nismo had been a little worried about his performance over
Oh
the last few
my
days,
God.
but I mean, look, not too many teams so far in Ascension have been able to achieve an ace. A perfectly made one at that. Sure, it was an economic round for TSM.
Literally
but even then, though, what a confidence
fed
booster for a
everyone
team
in
that did
chat.
not end up winning map 1. Now, timeout has been called by TSM. I like their adjustment playing into mid. I just wish they didn't do it on an eco round. If that's going to be their eco protocol, then they'll continue to fight for these choke points or just default and play for picks in the early round and face the same exact issue.
I am not feeling great. Like I think TSM, as I said when I described their team in general, they're a very like snowbally momentum team, and they play with a lot of brawl in their style. And that style works best when the other team's economy is like always on the edge, like always ready to break, because your rounds are always a grind and they're always close. But if you happen to just get blown out on a round or two, which is what happened, all of the sudden you're so behind, and you don't, because now the other team is like stacking up hella money and they have ults and they have ways to just absolutely shit on your brawly style. And so like when TSM starts losing like this, I find like they're just not structured enough to bring it out.
Command can very well give up sight this round, play a little bit more differently.
So pretty much if they lose this round, I'm going to go ahead and give them a time of death for Icebox. I'm going to go ahead and get that ready actually.
Ults are available.
Ball up.
Thrash now to clear out the lane. Indeed, TSM will creep up a little bit farther. But that spells commitment to M80, and they'll stack up on B site, let a couple resources fly. Double orb on the...
Like, Sim's going to get like 50 kills this game.
Thrash round 2, and TSM, fine purchase. BCJ wins the
Wait, they're actually stopping this nuts retake. No one's done this yet.
And they're
yes!
Net the only one remaining. After that, null command will not be able to last. 3v1 for the retake. Net, unsure of what you really do from here. Might just want to save. Of course, the eco's looking actually really good. Never mind. Just trying to get some guns out.
Honestly, boost up that ult percentage.
Okay.
Get rid of some of TSM's rifles because their economy's looking dire.
The question is like, can they... This is where my doubts are and why I thought they had to like win those early rounds. Like, yeah, I think they can get that one out of the timeout, but can they do it again? And then after that time, can they do it one more time? Because I think they need to do it 2 more times now. I just like don't think they have it in them.
And Sim wins it.
Maybe
Good
they can,
practice
though.
for the Reyna. Certainly needs it if he wants to cause enough of an impact for TSM to win Icebox this time
Like
around.
there's just
Again,
so many
they have
traps and like weird shit that M80
M80
does.
played this round very overly confident, stacking up, gave the choke initially away to TSM, backed away, but chose to re-aggress and fight it before the spike would go down. No doubt a big fear left over from Sunset, where TSM won the primary amount of their rounds based in post plants, whether that be planting the spike or even just fighting off for the retakes. TSM did win their first round. They won pistol off of plants
Orby
too.
mid. TP? TP?
Look at TSM's response here,
TP
though.
poo,
A big
okay.
teleport early on to the top of halls. Otherwise,
seen
though,
this.
split push back to A side.
No, none of the Omens have done like
Now
mid control like
Lone
this
with an
yet.
operator is in a tough spot.
He's just
he has
chilling.
to back away. He doesn't have any safety net. He could rely on those double nanos for him.
All right,
Those
so
are
he
off of his
gives
call.
the smoke B.
Everyone's playing down below except for a proto.
Does this silence give away that Koala is opping?
I think Iman has a really good lurk. He's hooking up shot. I think he could easily come to the top tube if he wanted and like TP over here or TP there.
He's taking a step back here. Big presence on mid still. TSM does not have a whole lot of firepower to approach this A side. They lose one, they have to force Koala to miss here.
Oh my god, what is he doing?
Retake, but get the crunch going. But they've already themselves a little bit here on mid. So
Okay, it's
Mon
just
is
meeting
gonna
up
go ahead and TP over to the rest of the team. All Poised will sit back and be that lurker.
Oh, so he breaks the alarm bot. They think the Omen did that and then just ulted away. But the Viper's still lurking now. Oh,
Poised
fuck.
steps into more than one, and he's on the runaway as the spike continues to tick away. M80 taking care of this fight. They still lose one. Now it's time to focus on the main problem. Proto, a little late, unfortunate, but he'll have a nice position. Yeah, he'll have a nice position for later, actually. Will he need it is the question. Can TSM hold their own? Sim can at least grab one.
Flank coming in. Give it like 5, 4,
M80 is able to circumvent
3,
Gimon the next to fall.
2.
7 will have to try to waste some time so Proto can find the angle, and there it is! There's 2 found! That's enough for TSM to swarm and win the round. 4-3 now for them.
Oh, the slow pace making M80 nervous. Something you almost never see in this defense. The fake smokes, the block out boiler, ensuring that to M80 this should be a mid.
Dude, they actually strung together rounds. He won more. This is a happy timeout.
Your KO, suppressing knife, you really only have that, right? You don't have your recombos.
One more, break the money.
Or prowlers to work off of. And don't even say that you want to sacrifice Wingman so early for info, right? That'd be a death sentence. But instead, TSM, they have the option now to play very much into these early rounds.
They bought down chat.
Into M80's mind.
I didn't think TSM could even get them to this point. They managed to like get the economy back to a wash at very least. Like even if they were to lose this round, like they're in a heads-up gun round again next round, which I didn't think they'd be able to get back to.
They have to save it mostly for retakes. A great preemptive. Oh, okay. The double lockdown.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
This is proactive incarnate.
Oh my god, Poise.
Oh, you want to talk
Oh my
proactive?
god.
Let's talk Koala Noob. Oh, please. Please don't do it to him.
Poise the
Please.
wall. No, Poise, don't do it. It's not worth it. You have to wide swing this.
Oh my god.
You'd have to know.
Oh, here comes GMD.
Oh,
Bro's got spike.
Spike.
Oh, that's the spike. He Poise spots him. Heads right back. Poise loses and he's running away. The double back. Poise will spray it down.
He was smiling.
Far too long-winded a fight, but they'll get away with it. 30 seconds to go as TSM have to scurry through B lane. Not a fight one on mid though. And BCJ still holding it down on A site. Such a weak push from TSM up this
Spaghetti is literally all over the place, and we're about the Viper pit, aren't we? He's gonna die like 2 seconds after.
What discipline from Koala Noob!
Okay.
How did he get away with so much for so long? In TSM, they found nothing
Oh, he knows they're
anywhere
2-0.
else.
Oh, this is doable. Oh no, never mind. That's gonna make it a little bit harder.
Approximation
Almost
discovered.
flashed. There's
Bro.
so much at him,
He's dead.
and there's more to come, including Net from the lane, who should have an easy one. No! Poise the turnaround, Net flubs it, and they're gonna go for the pit. What a decision from Poise that will immediately get punished by BCJ, who is not far behind. Neither is M80. We're tied back up.
Wait,
My
I'm gonna get
brain
water.
is cracking.
Yeah, that was a bit of a brain fryer, man. I'm not gonna lie.
What was this
That was
round?
a little bit of a microwave round.
I don't even know where to begin, man. Okay, so not only Koala holding garage angle for eons on end, canceling the ult, bringing back the 1v1 against Poise. If he had hit that second shot against Poise, that would have been the clip of the day. But at the very end too, the hero plant coming out from Poised afterwards, right? Everything was, the stars were aligning, but one just happened to blow up as soon as that ult had gone down. That is a valuable ult to rid of.
Yeah.
This far late into a half. You won't have that safety net anymore, especially after the 2 lockdowns were used earlier.
Unsure if they're going to be able to come up in time again. And purely for response as well, it seems. So, the Ultico outside of that, M80 is now so convincingly won that.
I want to point out really quick that the small smoke was put in garage where Koala was aiming
Look at the
last
money.
round as a counter.
Massive round. Holy.
No, thank you.
And that, kids, is called conditioning. Oh, how about
speaking
this
of
one?
which-
Koala
Holy fuck.
Not this time, bucko.
Put some fucking
Proto with the
conditioner
catch
in
this
that
time in
koala's
mid.
hair.
And he's not done looking. Net. Now the one searching.
Oh.
And he'll find it this time. That being said, taking a shot to the chest. Not entirely invincible.
Pretty bold of Net.
But with
Okay,
that
big fight for him to win.
conversation out of the way, no longer a KJ. TSM kind of spread their wings a little voluntarily here. Especially with the Viper's Pit getting thrown up by Xander on B side. Oh, Sim, great pick
what a
off.
peek.
But that
man.
facilitates a crunch to B, so they'll have to fight the pit. And that'll take a util dump here and now. They need to take down Xander, but Xander is staying in the corner. Xander is
Excuse me?
staying put for long enough for the rest of M80 to come
Hey,
back.
excuse me?
TSM out of the frying pan and into the fire. It's M80's game again.
And TSM are setting up these very crafty, meticulous early rounds that look like they're just about to go off without a hitch. It's like an old-fashioned cartoon. The
No,
monster of
trust
the
me.
week, right?
He doesn't need a lottery
TSM have
ticket,
everything
bro.
set up, and it seems like they're.
He's not very lucky because he should have been in VCT fucking 2 years ago. He's just very good at the game. I don't think the lotto ticket's gonna fucking pan out.
A great cleanup. But
Xander
BCJ
is
had
seriously
their number
fucking
2 in that slow
insane.
crawl of men not to overexert himself. And here we are once again, the mid choke. Early identification. Xander, last time he pushed back, he
God,
went back
dude, he's
to
so
yellow,
impactful every
repositioned.
time I watch him
This time
play.
he's fully giving up at least the early B angles. He's waiting for his teammates this time.
That was such a big round, dude. Look at the econ. And TSM had that
TSM.
first kill into Nismo that made it look pretty
Like you
nice.
said, Xander will again back it out. Poise found out by
Net.
Net. Oh, he has certainly perked up the last couple rounds, hasn't he? TSM, a little bit of extra space at the beginning of B site, but can they hold it down? M80 again, so much to offer here, and it starts with BCJ's Thrash. Clearing out the entirety of site. The whole party's in lane, and M80 knows it with one Gecko ult. Couple up at the front seats. Xander just gonna hold it down for half pretty easily here. That's the second.
I feel like
util dump
Gimond
for
almost
TSM.
needed
Do they
a
have
TP
third
out
one?
right
I
there.
think not. M80 too much from the
Yeah.
wayside, and M80 is up by 2.
Oh no.
Oh man, again another round that could have
The
convincingly
avalanche is
gone in
happening.
TSM's favor, albeit with lesser buys. Poise fell early. The wall available for the post plant, not so much anymore. Much more aggressive yellow control given to M80 because of the fact, forcing TSM to play
I
entirely
mean, for
in
half of
B-main.
a sandwich.
At the very least, though, TSM did manage to get rid of BCJ's Thrash. You won't have to worry about
Man.
that critical ultimate now either. 2 rounds left. That coming close to having that lockdown yet again. Could fight for the A orb. Back in mid
Half
though,
of a
not going to be the
sandwich.
case. Instead, okay. TSM don't even fight for the orb.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
playing
I
a
would
very
actually.
aggressive
I fucking
A-main
love
style here.
sandwiches,
They
so
want that
I might
A
take the
control.
deal, low key.
7 has Thrash, and that'll take most of Sight's info.
Seems like nobody wants to fight Xander just yet up lane. Oh, until he's baited out.
Wait,
GMD,
what?
good sight watch. So M80, they've taken the fight up here to A though, so there's no reason for anybody to fan out. So it's a glorified 2v3 right now. TSM will be forced to engage to B, which will of course force M80 over there as well, and that's why TSM questioning it. And as the Toxic Orb goes up a little bit late, M80 have to question this rotation. How heavy are they committing? TSM
45.
fully committing to this B lane. Or are
They're
they?
faking.
Oh, are they gonna sell? Oh, they're gonna make everyone think 7's still going for the plant.
He's gonna Thrash.
Wow.
Does he dedicate the ult here?
Go for A. I
That'd be
think you
bold.
can. You have 1 round left after this. Especially when you have so much else you're clawing for, and you have Omen ult next round. Yeah, you have Omen ult next round. Hell yeah, sell this.
20 seconds though. You have to hurry. Very
2,
little
3
information to gain, and BCJ's already on the case.
BCJ's gonna read this. Yeah, he's gonna make that call a little early. Thrash round 2 is not gonna find anything, especially if Net is able to catch 7. Yeah, again, he's late on the shots.
Yup.
A crucial moment to
Oh my
hand
god,
TSM
chat. I'm just realizing how much
potential
chat would have hated me for jinxing him if he didn't win that fight.
retake. In a
Oh, that was a bold
3v4.
play by your boy right there.
Not much to offer.
Paid off though, thank God.
And away on TSM, a couple things to throw at the wall, but is it enough? BCJ babysitting this wingman to get it past half. He's just gonna commit to it. It can't be sprayed down. 1 down, 1 to go. BCJ the first tap spraying into smoke. TSM should have it handled from here. No, the hold down on the spike. Nismo gets it past. A ninja defuse for the ages to get M80 a crucial round ahead.
Oh, M80 are not falling for any of TSM's tricks.
It's over.
They are waiting to the very last moment. They're expecting these lurks, these rotations at the last second now. They're not being fooled by anything. M80 have decided now in the early rounds that they're not fighting B main. They can back away and just wait to see where that plant will go. The comfortability for these retakes is back.
Oh yeah,
That was the big, strong.
This is what I was
advantage.
worried about. Like this fucking snowball effect, dude. M80 is just so much better on Icebox, and TSM's style, they need to keep the rounds close, and the econ.
Here, but there's so much more supporting him. Can M80 take this fight in its entirety? Not against GMD, at least at first. He'll be able to get good for 1. 7 now circling
So
back.
scrappy,
TSM
it's so
have a lot
weird.
more space than
They're
M80
running back A, net
turning this into a
staying.
3v3.
I don't
TSM
think they're going to hard
wins
clear this
spread.
corner.
Early A attack
They
here
will
on a
not
2v1
expect him to
that
have
M80 is
stayed.
not as prepped for. Net is going to try and get ahead of things.
They'll be
To
sloppy
get an
on this
early
clear.
1 here. 7's steps are heard. Boys can take a wide angle to belt here. And Net is
back
just going to
away?
go for the wingman. He's not backing out of this, at least at first. Spots heads, can't hit him though.
Nice shot.
No, he does.
Oh
That's
my
both of them. And the lockdown for
And
good
the
measure.
lockdown, great
no
play.
way a Proto's able to get this back.
Wow.
M80 certainly come away with their 8th
Fucking
round to
owned.
end the half.
TSM have developed so many good ideas, but small critical mistakes that M80 are picking up on round after round.
Jesus
This
Christ.
match, this first half at the very least, is
That round was
a
nasty.
review paradise. Small things like identifying a leg early, or a smidgen, pixels of a KJ turret to identify the positioning of certain players
That's
has
a
helped
leg.
both teams find so much extra added value. And I mean at the very end there too, right? We saw the
Wahoo.
cross come into A site, the spike not picked up, Net didn't have to back away. He could play for the time, take 2 away, go for the lockdown for that final stall. But for M80,
The Wahoo.
okay, Tens, all right.
Aw.
Oh, that's cute. He's so nice.
Actually, it's really cute that they did that. That's actually pretty sick they did
Tens
that.
actually pulled up in his Lamborghini one time to me and told me and gave me
That's
$1
pretty
million
dope.
and
Wow.
gave me CPR and saved my life.
How come you never gave me any of that million?
I don't know.
Where's my million, Tenrek?
I really like how
spent it all on
player-centric Riot has felt lately.
Is that how much that's how much the bundle costs at this point, right? 'Cause it's
Riot
not stock.
has been so like
Add the economy
above
on
and beyond with like some of like that kind of stuff.
You can't get him anymore.
I feel like
Look, I'm thinking long
yeah.
time. Look, I'm asking
You're
the big
thinking
dollar
long- that's your
questions.
that was
retirement
gone
right
for so long.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, my retirement is the Sen bundle actually.
Just plant them in the ground, have them grow to a beautiful sentinel tree.
It's pretty cool.
Well, now that we've farmed the biggest streamer, let's advertise to them. Thanks to Blacklight for sponsoring Ascension. I'm sitting in their chair right now. Their Athena really comes through, and it's like really cheap considering the quality. So big thanks to
Yeah,
them for
really? You actually
helping us out with
promised
this event and so much more that Knights
Oh,
Heroes been
dude,
helping
the faker bundle,
I have the posture of a very small.
the tens bundle in Valorant. You can get it. Small cost, $2,200. The Radiant Knights upgraded an extra 300.
Historically speaking, M80 really good on their defense icebox. Their attack can be so-so. They do find a lot of value a lot of the time, but that doesn't mean it's always a guaranteed success. Look at the stack up from TSM, already set up and ready for mid control. Not only just through kitchen, but even down below with the help of the turret.
Double walk
They've read
too.
into the fact M80 want this early control
fuck.
mid.
Damn, they actually got the tube fight. Whenever that fight happens, it works out for this tube push.
Get to bite off more than they thought they could chew. BCJ now forced into a long-range fight.
That timing works out so good for the two
TSM
players.
should be able to snowball. What a run Net is taking. GMD assessing that for later.
This can be won.
Nismo actually finding poised as well. This has suddenly turned into quite the kerfuffle. Net's been vaguely lost, but his flank has been red. Oh, didn't spot that gun from a proto. That's gotta hurt, buddy. And can't find the shots this time around. Tough window to do so. And so it comes back down to Nismo, who at least has been given space to take the spike, but to where? I suppose B-side.
Dude,
He does have options here. He does have his knife. He does have
this
a
camera
flash.
angle is crazy. We just randomly see some eyes come
all
up
you really need to do is
from
just
the
fight
egg.
for orb control and gain up your ult early. If you can gain
There's
this
pop
round,
up.
that'll be gigantic
Watch
for the
3,
team, but in a 1v3,
2,
can't necessarily expect it though.
1.
Keep in mind too, 2 critical
No
flashes
eyes.
available from Sim and GMD. There is a smoke available too. And off-kilter sneak plant though. This one's gonna want to fight for not only mid, but also kitchen control and negate away anybody from Snowman. This is good for up close.
It's such a crazy angle because we see no
no
parts of his face, like no eyes, no nose, no mouth. It's just egg.
This is his angle. This is his gamble. Immediate jump up to read him as a proto.
Whoa.
Starter damage with GMD. Paranoia into the flash drive to at least counteract, but there's
Oh my
so
God.
much in his way. There
No,
goes one.
no.
There goes 2. There go them all, Nismo! A Zippo clutch for the star of Ascension, both past and present.
It's a hard-boiled
way,
egg.
dude.
He can't be
That
cracked.
was
He cannot be cracked.
One flash
Oh,
ball that was
fuck.
needed. Oh, the clutch of the day by like flabbergasted. Oh, dude, M80 is.
Damn, bro. They are feeling it.
Yeah, honestly.
I told you
At
guys,
this
I
point now, you have to ask
man,
yourself, okay,
they
well,
needed both pistols,
map 3,
man.
huh?
Their icebox too
TSM
good.
already won map
Too
1.
good.
M80 were a little not so hyped up, but now near well double the amount of rounds that TSM have. On the precipice of having to buy up into their double digits. We need 4 more rounds to bring things to map 3.
Going up. Toxin screen down.
Ooh, only one. Sitting on A site. Timing the wall here. Knife comes out. Poise knows to put the wall up afterwards. The call's been made to rotate back over, but
Oh my God! Wait, they're going back B now. What?
TSM has.
What?
Job and M80 expected
That's
it.
insane, man.
Force the wall open. Now
Holy
they're all
fuck.
rotating in unison back to B site. There hasn't been any clearing from either team at this place just yet. M80 do not know that all of TSM have rotated to A, but they can take the guess. Look at the weapons.
M80
Nothing but pistols.
right now.
Nismo won that clutch 1v3.
Xander
TSM are laying
IGLing
the rules
this
not
whole
having
fucking
any
half.
side sheriffs into
Net
this
on
round.
defense.
They have to play together.
It's the same stack from the lack of intel.
It's actually a
The
fucking.
3
It's
V1
absolute
had to
cinema
go with
out here.
before. That's the raw aura of M80.
It's fucking
on Icebox.
crazy.
So many angles to approach, and again, like you said, with just those sheriffs, it'll come down to the blind and smoke timings. The TSM have to launch from a distance to start. So much space
TSM just want to
clear.
cry, man. Like they can't even get to the site.
M80 will wide swing from yellow. Koala Noob
Like
the first
all
to
the kills
step
need to
in.
happen like
With
1
help of the
second
toxic
from the
screen,
win.
They will be audience.
Spoiler alert, it doesn't
Come
happen.
out. Flash drive for Koala Noob to get a little bit up front. I'm gonna go for some kills. As TSM, it appears they will solely play to die and get some extra kills along the way. M80 will follow suit, and ultimately, it's a nice little cotillion at B site this round. A nice how do you do before we enter the real game that TSM need to lock in for if they want to end this 2-0.
At this point now, TSM realistically have one solid rifle round left.
Fuck, sorry.
I'm curious to see
Oh, I got there.
if they are to lose this round, lose all their bodies in the process, what the buys will look like
Oh, I
after.
got there.
And that's why they go for the tac timeout. A deep think
What?
about what they can do to gain 6 rounds, hopefully in a row, and not tease M80 towards either their 12th match point.
I'm
or
not
even
gonna lie.
overtime. I mean, after all, M80 so far, this has been one of their most distinctive Icebox matches we have seen from them this year.
This has been the M80 that we were.
What's the third map, y'all?
Today. One
David?
that is not as afraid. One that is willing to go all in with these gambles and stacks. That, again, we're so used to seeing M80 flying with such confidence. Despite such
TSM
an
fans, you
unorthodox
guys want
calming
the good
style,
news or the bad news?
the way in which this team flows and connects is so different from other teams, even in North America. And it doesn't show itself too well if there's any level of dissonance with even just one player due to how chaotic that team speak can be. But man, when everyone is locked in, when everyone is understanding of each other, everyone knows each other's intention.
Well, this map's definitely a loss.
They look so,
As is Haven.
so beautiful.
It's actually tragic.
Lay of the land once more, M80.
Quite tragic.
Grouped up, ready for A site.
The good
Buys, not
news.
so great, but they have the rounds to afford it.
The good news is that TSM.
First attempt of what could be few.
No, I'm not that mean.
First meet. Nothing doing. Toxic screen to stall it off, but M80 are just going to press the issue.
I have one.
BCJ good for the opener. Now they'll swarm maps. Try to take down the lone. There. They will. 4v3 from here should be trivialized. As long as M80 do everything right, which so far they look to be. High ground for Koala Noob. Good for the easy one. And from there, TSM don't look to have any answers. Too much uncertainty in the remainder, and too much certainty in the impossible position that Koala still gets to play. Nothing that TSM could do this round.
I'm not going to jinx them. I'm not going to say the mean thing. I can't answer that question. It was a question for chat, not for me, and you flipped it back to me because I was scared. How dare you? That's insane.
A great null command, shutting down any utility stall, prepped up by TSM. Now, that was utility. We have some new agents that have come out that might be able to do something similar in the future with weaponry. The same result could happen. M80, those rushes are unbelievable, and again on a much lower
You guys think Sim plays Neon or Jet?
2 rounds away now from map 3.
On Haven.
And again, not much to
He's
write
done
home about
both
for the side
so
of
far this
TSM.
tournament.
Spending so much on these pushes that are just not getting enough. And it comes from such
TSM's
a
Haven
great,
has looked absolutely
such great decision making from
shit.
M80 on when to throw the wrench into these gears that TSM has running. Just such a great forcible shift
Chat,
of tempo
they
that
played
they've gone
Haven
for, whether it's
twice.
Getting in front of a toxic screen.
Let me give it to you
TSM
straight.
have just full-on
TSM's
breaching
played
one
Haven
that's
twice.
been set up against them.
They've won 10 rounds total.
Trading blows through the opening lobby room to get rid of BCJ.
Honestly, chat, I'm not gonna lie. This shit is the definition of consistency. Look at this: 5-13, 3-9 halves, 3-9, 2-4. Like, bro, they even switched duel. They tried changing stuff and they got the same exact result. That's insane. It's over.
I should say specifically watching for the cross mid. No one will be there.
Right there. And when everyone's already here for TSM,
Like,
it's a little bit risky to still have someone this.
It's
far out
hard-coded
unless
in their
you're willing
DNA
to play a little
to
more in the
end
middle.
5-13 on this certain map. They might actually try out fucking like Phoenix or something. It won't make a difference. It'll still be 5-13. Actually, I'm pretty sure of it.
Maybe they've baited a rotation. It looks like M80 might want to go.
Maybe
for it.
ISO or something.
Koala does not
5-13
have
with
ult yet,
ISO would be
can't
pretty
TP
fun.
back into B for a surprise roundabout
So
TP.
ballsy.
30
plan.
seconds left.
Okay, the nanoswarms are already tossed in, so they only have to deal with the toxic screen. It looks like.
But I thought you told me earlier this week, chat, that you guys kept saying 5 was so huge.
Can't land any shots.
So all you
Unfortunate
TSM
timing
fans,
for him.
honestly, you guys should be very pleased.
Smosh as the spike will very cleanly go down. And without a hitch, M80 should be able to have this retake too, to the
Let's
point
bring it
where
full circle.
TSM might question
Let's
their
bring it
guns
full
again.
circle from earlier in the
No.
week.
Too few chances at this stage, and Nismo, caught up by a wingman, leads TSM to potential to take this to a 3v3 if they act fast. And they will, at least as fast as possible. But Nismo, the early hold from the Raptor side. 7 and poised, though, the drop down, and suddenly we've taken over sight again. Koala Noob from the wide angle. Wastes enough time.
How are
though, to
they
be able to
so
take back
good on
over
this
and
map?
3 kills to end the round. M80 with 8 rounds of game point here on home base.
This is the M80 we were looking to see at map number 1 that failed to show up. And for TSM, they had mentioned when that pressure starts to amount again, it's when the fundamentals start
They
to
are
shake up a
so
little bit
good
more.
on Icebox,
But
man.
you're right. What choice did TSM had? They had to push into the post plant. They can't just keep giving it away.
What did
to
TSM ban
M80.
here?
It sets up a bad precedent. They had to fight.
Oh,
they had to give a chance. They had to give a
Lotus?
chance. Oh, hello.
Hey.
And even then, though, M80 are now
What happened? Why did they say
round
that?
away
Was it like
from
one of
bringing
those?
things to map 3. And TSM
Oh,
once
their
again are
Lotuses.
taking this charge. Remember, M80 do not have a duelist.
Yeah.
They're all duelists in their own right, but for the roles themselves, there's only Sim. Sim has Empress available this round. Yet Sim hasn't found a lot of value on this half.
Not at all.
Oh, the jump scare.
Chaperoned for a bit there by 7 as well, seeing if they could find anything.
I actually enjoy that so much when the observer does that.
He still will be there. Might have to stay a little
My
bit
brain
longer
is
if
cooked.
this B-push doesn't work out. Guimond forcing out the thrash.
Two.
Kowalinu with the wide swing.
Koala's
Can now be used to
insane.
clear the remainder of B's front
That kill
line.
was nice.
Is not entirely unoccupied now that I think about it. TSM is here to play. Enough so that
Ooh,
Wingman can't get
wait.
spiked down. Thrash is back, this time for 7's sight. And since he's taken over yellow, he feels pretty confident letting it go now to guarantee where these last 2 members of the initial push are. Do you swing into this? And where is Net? Poised nose! Say goodnight to your chances of taking this 13-5, certainly if you're M80.
30 seconds
Thrash
left.
unavailable, and neither is Spike. 25 to go. How do you take this fight? You just might not. Yeah.
Want more? Here's more.
They'll let it go. 7, episode 2 of Thrash. We'll get to Spike, but that's the moment where M80 has to press it, and they simply can't cut it. TSM will survive at least once.
Great round from TSM
All
again.
5
I got scared when
activated.
Gimon had fallen, and again we were in the same exact
Chad,
spot.
that's-
You would
you
have
guys
to
are-
respect the Viper walls.
Surely we're not coping
Early
like that.
Sanders wall in the post plant. But the double thrashes being brought on here could be a
It doesn't
saving
look good on
grace
you,
for
Chad.
realistically both of these teams. One of the best entry tools in the game, an unstoppable force
You're
for
better
a lot of
than
the
this.
time. Not something you have to worry about anymore.
Pick yourselves up, chat.
Especially on A site.
Get up off the ground. There's still map
Wondering
3.
Now, M80 looking to pressure B and mid once more.
Fuck you,
Finding a lot of
Haley.
value. He sneaks onto this side. Sim found value last round. Towards the end.
Respect that
Backing
response.
away, giving that respect to TSM. Allows them to fight back over towards A.
I like that they're pushing through here.
Oh, and Proto set up and ready. Already backing
The
away.
pace on
Nismo very
M80
well
is
grabbed
like
this A
it's
orb,
aware
don't
that
manage
of
way
this
in.
being an option though. They really up the pace here.
Couple things still available
Knowing
here.
that
A
the site
Proto
is pretty much empty.
spotted his time as it came and went. Kowalinu, good catch on the Poise, still looking for Sim on the
He got
flank.
traded.
Who is still available in TSM in the meanwhile. On site itself, win their fights as well. Keep disciplined and are able to find Nismo too. Great clean sweep onto A site that will reset M80 in more ways than one.
Huge reads. I got so nervous when the spike was going down and a Proto was directly on site. I thought for sure, yeah, okay, the
Timeout?
utility's not there anymore, but the null command could certainly be
Yeah.
triggered. M80 now with timeout.
That's our
They
last
themselves
one
may
for
be
the map,
starting
right?
to feel some of that pressure. I mean, look. Historically,
took
it's been
one,
kind of
right?
hard to close out Icebox at times. I think.
Maybe not. Maybe this is
we've
their
seen
first. I'm
plenty
not
of
sure.
instances of that, but M80, man, you got to bring this to
I
that 3,
thought
right?
he took one
TSM
really
already a
early.
map ahead. This could still be their first time eliminating M80 for the first time in their own careers. They need 6 more rounds to bring it to OT, and they did that for map 1. That pressure's still on now for both these teams. If M80 cannot find that final clue, this puzzle piece may remain unsolved.
And that pressure so much greater for TSM, who along with that
My goat is
fifth
retired.
position
My
right now in the
coach
standings also
sued.
have
We're
the
cooked.
worst round differential.
Did he
going into this
tweet that?
match.
Where's that
Out
at?
of the cluster of teams, they have faltered by the biggest gaps, and so not only finding that first win against M80, but to be able to lessen this, if not take back over, would mean the world for their chances to scrape through and get into playoffs. Again, winning here,
That's so fucking funny.
and you will make your way to second in the standings going into the final day of the group stage.
What a skyrocket.
Lose
so
it and you're
funny.
right where you were, in the weakest position in playoffs, in the most likely position to get eliminated before you can even get a word in edgewise.
Yet again, just forced to back away.
Holy fuck.
Smoke it back.
More space to be given.
This lane has never been the problem, though. It's always
Wait.
been yellow.
Let me listen.
TSM, when they
Knight
take
said
this
they're-
fight, they are far
I'm
weaker.
listening into M80 one sec.
It's either here or after everything, and it looks like it'll be after everything. The screen too scary. Koala
Holy
Noob,
fuck. That was
too
insane.
telepathic.
That was crazy. That was a crazy listening. That was an insane listening. Holy fuck.
Very early null command brought out.
I would have
Sim
never
up
guessed
top,
it.
Cannot flash. No utility at all, especially poise. Viper's Pit available. Cannot even get close, and if he does, can't use any ability. You can't save here either. You have to push it if you're TSM.
Sim the first step
Oh, big trade before dismiss. Ah,
no! Koala Noob, tough trouble getting out of dodge,
Wait,
and the Mosh
that was
opens
crazy.
up a rare
Good
window for
adjustment.
TSM. 2v2,
No.
very little time. Poised has to protect the president. There's one. Now it gets snapped.
Woo!
Can dance this angle and hold it down.
Oh.
M80 barely get away
Damn,
with it,
dude.
but it'll
Net
be a
had some
13-6 victory.
banger rounds that
We're going to
map.
map 3, gamers.
Haven, it is the IGL paradise.
Sheesh.
What an adventure for both of these teams. TSM, the strat book, looking a lot more in depth. They have so many things up their sleeves, but both teams struggling to close out rounds. M80 finally doing so when TSM was starting to get the ball rolling. They're the
You
ones
be
that put it
happy.
to a stop.
But it's clear this is an endurance test for M80, as have been all of the other matches. TSM, despite being the ones that these matches are scraped by against, they can still hold a candle to America's best, and they will have to going into this map 3. Losing Haven could potentially completely boot them out of Ascension before they could even play their next match. M80 trying to get away with this victory to guarantee themselves that first seed going into the bracket with a limited playbook so they can still perform when they actually get there.
Who knows what to expect, right? Map
Was
3,
what?
probably not what most people were expecting to see. TSM, they have a whole world ahead of them, and we're ready to see it happen. All right, we have to go to a quick break, so
did
don't go
Knights do
anywhere. We
something?
need to see this map 3.
Did Knights do something? I'll pull it up.
And we're ready to see it happen.
With a limited to get away with this victory to guarantee themselves that first seed going into the bracket with a limited play
What did happen?
there.
Who knows what to expect, right? Map 3, probably not what most people were expecting to see. TSM, they have a whole world ahead of them, and we're ready to see it happen. All right, we have to go to a quick break, so don't go. World, probably
We get there. Into the Brady, trying out upping into this map 3. Losing Haven could potentially completely boot them out of Ascension before they could even play their next match. M80 trying to get away with this victory to guarantee themselves that first seed going into the bracket with
That's
a
what I'm
limited
saying. I'm
playbook
looking
so they
for
can
it. What are you
still
guys talking
perform
about?
when they actually get there.
Who knows what to expect, right? Map 3,
So
probably not
smiley.
what most people were expecting to see. TSM, they have a whole world ahead
What are you
of
talking
them,
about with the boop
and we're
thing?
ready to see it happen. All right, we have to go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
What are
We
you talking
need to
about,
see this
5
map
tips?
3.
Oscar level performance? Huh. Like Mixwell Oscar? That's the only Oscar I know. Well, actually, there's that one Oscar in CS. I don't think you'd be talking about him. Comms again? I only had it for like 5 seconds. It was like a power up. Like if you're a streamer, you get like power ups, and I like activated my power up on stream of listening to the voice chat. But only 5 seconds. That's it. Said next 100 subs. That's it. Yeah, it was like my stream ult. Maybe I can get another 100 subs. I don't. Just literally the scammiest fucking fake news streamer. I'm just only gaslighting, only scamming. What have I turned into? These tech pauses. Look, it's not me, it's the tech pauses. All the new viewers, it's not me. It's not normally like this. I'm never like this. I have kids. Which reminds me, one sec.
We had 2 2-0s today, but of course that NA matchup, it was going to go to the third map. Welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Ascension Americas, where we just saw M80 once again do what they always do on Icebox, right? They look confident, great. I mean, they were feeling themselves a little bit more than usual, standing up, screaming. I want to know what they were saying to the TSM guys.
Oh, I think I read some lips at one point or another. Em and I were laughing about it, but no, you're absolutely right. They look fired up. You can tell just like the intensity in the server, their energy, the amount of just the way they're playing just feels a lot more constructed in the second map. I think they've realized that this matchup is not going to be free, and they've dialed it in. But I mean, I do want to remind us that Icebox is one of M80's best maps. It has continued to prove to be so. They showed it here again. It is probably their most versatile map in terms of everyone's role being extremely clean on the map, and here they showed it again versus TSM.
It's really cool also because every time we see this map of Icebox on the set of M80, we see different pieces getting the chance to shine and pop off Emily. And it feels like this one was a game where it was very cohesive, very coordinated for the side of M80, and it also allowed Nismo to go off.
Oh yeah, Nismo really needed this to just kind of gain that confidence back, because we heard him say that he hasn't been playing to his full potential from his own thoughts. But here he totally disproved that. He got an ace on one round, another round he won a 1v3 clutch on pistol. 2 really crucial rounds for his team. They won 5 out of 6 of their post plants in comparison to TSM, who only won 3 out of 7. But overall, I do have to say that shout out to Net, because I appreciate teammates like that stand up after an insane clutch and banter and support your teammate Nismo. So shout out to Net for that.
Yeah, I mean, they're supporting not only in the game, but they're also supporting on the outside by picking up the slack. They've both of them popped off. Nismo and Net have had an outstanding game. But I do also want to point to the fact that in that map, I think the structure of M80 got really shown or displayed in the best way possible, where Nismo was constantly setting up Koala. So many of the rounds on defense side started with these set plays, these sort of early gimmicks that allowed Koala to get so many first bloods, and it's all down to Nismo. And on top of that, dude almost got 2 aces. Like, okay, what can't the guy do at this point?
On top of that, Nismo, I believe, had 17 assists. So he's doing the full shebang, the full KO characteristics. And that's the Nismo that we all know and love. And I'm so happy for them. I'm really glad, I don't know about you guys, but that the series is going to go to 3 maps, because this is one that we knew was going to be neck to neck. I'm worried for TSM because that wasn't really a close game. I felt like it was very much in M80's hand. But I want to give a shout out to GMD though. I felt like he was really going in there, not being afraid to kind of force a trade. So he really was trying his best, but like you were saying, Roy, M80 was just on fire. It was kind of too difficult to play against for Icebox.
They were getting fired up. They were standing up, as we saw, and I love to see this version of Net too, because we said towards the beginning that M80 was the most quiet, chill team that we've seen on stage so far. But now things are changing because you're going against TSM, especially. I feel like that's what's really firing you up to do those kind of things, and it's gonna continue until the last map. But we talked about Nismo, Emily, and they were the 2 rounds that you mentioned. Let's take a look at them because they were so impactful to see how this map was gonna go for them.
Oh yeah, Nisma was using not only his aim and really snappiness here, but also his util. You could only see the headshots here. Not afraid to take the battles, and the way that he was using the walls and how he was peeking. I don't know, I felt like that was really nice, how he's just not wide swinging into multiple people at the same time. So really smart on him, and just overall really good rounds that we saw.
And something that I want to know as well, because both of you have played in the past, both of you have been competitors in the past. I want to know, Roy, from your side, when you're fired up and when you have so much energy for that second map, how do you make sure that this M80 squad, if you were on that side, you're able to keep it for that third map of Haven?
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously every team is completely unique, but for me, there's always a point in which, like, we can't pass this too much or we're like overstimulated, right? Like, you kind of need to, yeah, it's good to be excited, it's good to be happy, but you don't want to like continuously overheat just because we're feeling ourselves and start to throw away advantages and stuff like that, right? So like, yeah, you had a great second map, but you do need to stay locked in. You do need to make sure you're mentally in the game the entire time on this third map, because anything could happen.
And looking at this map of Haven, not only emotionally, but looking at the past results as well, Roy, I'm so interested to see how it's going to play out, because recently for TSM, they played this map against RETA, and this is a map that they lost 13-5 in a similar fashion to what we just saw on Icebox. So it's a map that hasn't been really looking good for them, and they need to step it up if they want to win this matchup.
Yeah. Where do you guys think the 5 come from?
13-5
like,
twice on this
obviously,
map
it's going to be 3 in the first half.
They had the Neon at one point, then they swapped to the Jet, and they got 13-5 with both
we're going to get the
of these
pistol and the second, or maybe
I'm
it could be like
really
the bonus and the last 2? Or
for them, because
how do you think? Where do you think the 5 come
from?
from?
Best maps as well. They've been really good on it. They haven't dropped it in a while. They have a very good composition. It fits their playstyle. It fits their identity super well. And I get a part of me is sort of nervous.
It's a good
for TSM,
shot of
but
your
again,
Jet.
it is TSM. At any point, they could be leveling up. They always play up to the pressure. They never play down from that.
And I gotta be honest, honestly, from the beginning when we saw this TSM on Sunset all the way back, I was also a little bit nervous for them, and they were able to prove us wrong, and they were able to
you
close
actually
out
know,
that map.
yeah.
So that is
I see
kinda
you're a
what it's gonna
knower.
take Emily
That's
to
crazy.
make sure that it happens again, and it would mean the world for them, because we mentioned it. They need these wins, and it would be amazing to be able to win against this M80 that everybody's putting #1, and they continue to be that
boot up my
undefeated.
3D printer real quick.
Yeah, M80 was looking so good after that second map, but like you said, TSM really needs this win to just ultimately prove themselves. And if they want to
Hold up, I'll be right back, guys.
They kind of got to take a look at what worked for them on Sunset. I thought that Roy had a good point where it was very brawly. It was very back-to-back.
That fucking shit blows my mind that that's on my computer right now. That actually blows my mind still that I have that on my computer. It's so fucking weird.
M80 on Sunset. If they're gonna want a chance,
I don't know how to make that.
That's something that they have to
that shit.
Maybe consider
I don't even know what that website was that I stumbled into.
Forcing them to not have much to work with later
What's on my computer?
That might be a good opportunity for them.
Yeah, I like that. I think Haven is also a super good map for that. There's so many layers of map control, right? You have to take garage, you have to take mid, you have to take A. There's like 2 separate paths you need to take on A. So I think in that regard, TSM has a lot of room to find.
Let's see, what do we got?
At least the key areas that they want to fight in and kind of bring the fight.
Video is still that I've been looking for, actually.
How you want to approach your defense and how you want to approach your attack. But I think TSM could find a solution versus M80's really strong Haven.
There's this one.
Sean Gears is short. Sean Gears is short. Goodbye.
Relative to
Sean Gears is short. He goes up to like here on me, I think. He has to look up to look into my eyes. Okay, goodbye.
It was a joke. It's like sarcasm. It wouldn't be funny. Like, we're friends. We're best friends. We were on teams. You guys don't get how humor works. It's obvious that I'm not short. That's why it's a joke. 6'4". 250, 6% body fat, and fucking 4.6 is crazy. 4.6 is crazy.
These long angles that we see from both C and A against M80.
Bro.
But like you were saying, Dryad, that the neon is something that could be what I was saying of
40 rems
overwhelming
bench
them,
at
of just
225.
flooding
Yeah,
them
the
out,
warm
just
up.
kind of putting, applying pressure, I guess
What about
is
it?
what I want to say to M80, but M80's on fire. I mean, you could tell from their faces that they're still staying dialed in and focused, because we were talking about their energy, Roy, of how well they can conserve it going into map 3.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams are absolute beasts. They're all very experienced. Don't be fooled by their age. Don't be fooled by how young they look. They're veterans in almost every way. Even the youngest players in the server have been competing for years at this point. So I think in terms of energy, they're good to go. But I also do want to talk about the Haven side, where when we see the compositions here in a moment, that one thing that TSM did extremely well on the first map that allowed them to win was the counter utility in the pulse plants, was disrupting M80's kind of like flow in these retake scenarios. And I think this is one of those maps that is exactly like that. There's a lot of utility from the breach, especially with the neon as well. There's so much counter utility, and there's so many ways that just like interrupt M80's flow and kind of get them to be a little bit
back on
disjointed.
neon,
But
chat.
I think TSM that could be
Checks
the key
notes
for a victory here for them.
They're good for 5 rounds.
And we have the answer right there. Is the TSM going with Sim on the neon, Emily?
Yes, you were right. So Neon was the decision by them, and it's not a bad one. They have the Breach on Poise and Sim on Neon combo, which is extremely strong. And again, I think this is a good opportunity to bait out util from M80.
Well, let's find out who's going to get the win of this third map. With your casters is Keg and Tenrek.
Thanks again, Dryad. We go once
Classic,
more to
actually.
Sim. Once again on the neon.
streamer
once
and the
again,
mods.
It's asked, can he come through with these contests?
The crazy
way
thing is that the
TSM has
mods
asked
recruited
him
the
to? On
viewers.
Reyna, had
It's
a lot more trouble
everyone
on it
against
this
the
time,
streamer
Keg.
these days.
Coming into Haven, their third map, a map where TSM
Actually
has not
accurate.
been faring super well this tournament. The hope is that Sim will level up along
Everyone,
with the rest
all
of
the
this squad to
mods.
give us a competitive map 3.
I think there's gonna be a lot more room for Sim to walk around it, or I should say, literally run around on this map, having 3 sites.
Oh, Alice, are you working Sunday? I'm not going. Or tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow's Sunday.
Take backside control and push up. Early B-side
That's where I'm
flag
at.
goes down early. That's gonna be a utility dump everywhere for M80, but instead they opt to go for the fights. Only 3 left.
Bro, what is this audio?
And look at this though. Look at Net's positioning. He's way far away. And
Why are we in
round 1
an auditorium?
has the lurk of a lifetime.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm actually getting tilted.
My plan. This was the exact little something that we expected TSM to be doing on this Haven attack. Koala Noob, nice step back
2-on-2.
into the smoke to release straight 1-for-1, but a Protoss flank will finally find some
Bro,
purpose
every
to turn
kill
this
is
to
just
a
immediately
1v1
traded.
in the blink of an eye. Poise does have a fault line to at least stall once, but that's all he's got.
Hi,
Gotta
Jills.
take a fight otherwise, and Net does not want to buckle that easily. Poise, though, is able to waste enough time, and there's no way Net can do anything more than just get the kill. TSM open with a win on the pistol, something they are very much used to.
Very solid first round from TSM. Pretty textbook, taking pistol B site with a breach in neon. Fast backside control, great to take over one of the connecting lanes, taking those early fights. Even if it leads to an early death, you're still good for one, reduce bodies, and the most
I don't want to
important
renew
thing,
my
what makes
season
this
pass.
push more unique is
I
that
don't
you're allowing a
know.
proto to get
I've
that
really been
extra
enjoying
distance in the
Disneyland.
sea without having to take a fight. He was good to sneak up.
I
and
like
while
staying
he was only
inside.
good for 1 fight, he still had so much impact, reducing the numbers of M80.
Disneyland's a
playing
lot
down
of
to their
work,
minds.
man.
M80 had the buy up this round. Sim once again over-investing into the Vandal. He's been very good
have a
about
selfie,
holding on
right?
to these round 2 Vandals. He's yet to lose them. But M80, especially Koala, holding this corner, waiting for Nismo's utility could be devastating.
Poise ready, watching, yeah, TSM.
Dude, they were even aware TSM likes this B shit. Poise loves calling B hits on Haven. Like this B stack, I guarantee you M80 like had a vibe based on probably the VODs.
At least grab the one, but 7 can spray through the smoke and give TSM their second round quite convincingly.
Yep, Vandal
You
repicked up
wouldn't
too after
tell
Sim had
me
lost
who
it.
you are.
So it wasn't a complete waste, which is good. TSM now having to face M80 on their
That's
full
wild,
rifle round. This is where
actually.
things start to
That's-
get very interesting. Because again, the crux of TSM's attack will be based around Sim and his Neon. You need to think about the stall. This is a great IGLing map because you have 3 sites and there's a lot of abilities for rotations. Now, in case you didn't watch map 1 or 2, there was a lot of rotations in those 2 site maps. With 3 here, M80 will have to prioritize defending one site and letting go of another, at least having more of a bare bones setup. There's 2 bodies on C, a wealth of utility back on B side for the
Giving it up?
connectors.
They are. They're going to give it to him.
Split push to C, already read into by M80.
Okay, full bonus retake shot. Imagine
The
that.
sacrifices you have to make on defense in lieu of what you
Holy.
have to do, which is shut down.
I bet normally Xander's good for that one, but that Neon movement was pretty fucking good. Hard to get that kill.
In Garage is M80 once again.
Oh, that's a
prepare
big
for the
fight.
retake.
Good
Net
trade, though.
Will be killed. It's a matter of when and how much he can take along with him. The answer is 1 body. M80 yet again. Another wave surges forward, and it will be a far more powerful one. Koalanu
No way.
not yet taken care of.
Holy,
And
they
Apollo
did it.
swings outside.
1 on 2.
TSM have so much more than M80 bargained for, already ready and waiting. And inside this smoke, GMD continues to sit, wait for the perfect time. BCJ wins that first spray and a recon bolt to force a Proto to make a tough choice. It will be to run into Spike, half of it proc. BCJ lines it up, and a Proto could not stall forever. M80 again, barely scrape away the bonus round with a Zippo clutch.
One hell of a clutch right there. Beautiful from BCJ. I got so nervous with the smoke timings and just...
Bro. Bruh. TSM just needed to get that shit. I mean, this doesn't mean that much for M80, but it means everything for TSM. It's fucking cruel, actually, that BCJ just won
wealth
that.
of international experience to go against that as well. It's up to M80 now to play this much more aggressively. Don't give any space to TSM and destroy their economy this round. Oh, but Seven's got the Odin. They don't need to peek out immediately. Could just sit and wait. Spray down B main. Xander has a beautiful angle here. Will this be read into? All omens love to peek this.
There's no way GMD isn't ready for this from Xander.
Cover going out.
What does it mean for Cloud9? I don't think it really means much of anything for them. This is a game between M80 and TSM.
Stand sooner or later.
It's an interesting question, though.
This is the moment for GMD to light it up. One gone, knows BCJ is here as well, and he could
Holy
shut him down
fuck.
too. Xander now having to wait to take the fight as the rest of TSM approach
Oh,
sight, and he
man,
can't
what a
do
round
any
by
of that
Gamon.
because there's just too bloody much of them. TSM fully take over A site as well as the round.
Great timing overall. The distraction factor of GMD waiting and the small factor. And again, I'm sure we'll see this in the replay. Ammo drone had come out, peeked the jet, realized the Sova still needed to be really close by behind that wall. Made sure to go
They're
for
on
the
him.
fights accordingly and not
They
get
know
traded out.
only
Sim,
one lived
can
the
you
round
take this
prior.
fight? The answer is yes.
Holy.
Net falls and M80. They tried to destroy the economy of TSM this round, but it backfired in spades. The Odin especially still kept for TSM's possession.
Chat.
Massive leapfrog here for TSM. As they will
Like, if you're a broke boy, just say so. Streamer.
many more integral rounds so much earlier.
Say
on
so,
to
M80. They're
A lot of
fucking
big
broke,
decisions
chat.
being made.
It-
Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a timeout here.
They got no
already,
money.
although might have to wait one more round. Oh, did I do it?
No.
Mom, did I do
It's
it?
over. Wait.
Very good.
No, darn it.
Oh.
Okay.
Good try.
Dude,
good try.
Caster scared me.
It'll
What the
probably
fuck?
come out here
Who
if
baits
M80
attack?
don't
Yeah,
convert this
if they
next
drop
round,
this, it's
but-
gotta come out.
Yeah, but to be fair though, they are on an eco. Sometimes
It's actually
you'll
such a
teams
banger
go for
line.
the pause, eco, and then go for
The
the track
delivery is
change,
just
but
so goated.
Depends on
Big
the team.
stack here for lobby, but TSM, I mean, with Seven's pre-fire, they've given a lot of this
Holy
away. The fact
fuck.
that they're still over here, so M80, I mean, they're ready to take this fight.
M80's so cringe,
There's a lot
man. Look at
just
this
waiting
shit.
for it.
It's so
TSM, I think
cringe.
they've also read this, that there's going to be this approach from lane, and they're waiting to see if
Oh, but
M80
you don't wanna
actually
feed the
springs
beast.
the trap. Yeah,
I'm pretty
please don't give
scared,
more
low-key.
kills to Seven right now, who is on the verge of grabbing this Hunter's Fury.
Holy
Instead, rush in,
shit.
try to stun, and do an okay job, but now Seven's
I
Seven is
can
gone.
break
Proto is
these
gone, and everybody
cups.
on M80 is going
Holy
to die.
shit,
And
man.
trying to get away to at least get a different
That
angle
was
and
a
can shut down Seven.
battle.
But that's only 2 bodies confirmed for M80 here, as Net stands alone, 23 HP, and a lot of work to do on the remainder of TSM. It's a good attempt, a lot of chip damage,
Is a
but
Proto allowed to wear a
unfortunately
hat?
not enough this time.
Call the
This is
fucking
scary territory
police,
now for
snitch.
M80. Sim,
God damn,
Neon
Vice.
available. The Hunter's
fuck?
Fury of 7 gained off of the Odin this past round too.
I'm just kidding.
Sticking to
It looks
A-site
like
this
it's not a
round.
rule. Truthfully, like, I don't
Go
know.
down. Good acquisition of the Odin afterwards. A Proto and Sim are low on HP. There is a world of attempt here from Nat. Only needs one kill. Can go for the lockdown. Not much to counter
I'm
besides Sim's
trolling.
ult.
I'm trolling. I'm trolling. I'm fucking with you.
Everyone gonna go play lane.
He's one shot.
They don't want to hand a thing to Ned.
I feel
They wanna
bad
get
because
in,
sometimes
get
probably a
it
new
out.
viewer think I'm being serious.
clearing done from
Fucking
Ned this
just leave.
entire
Just so
through.
sad.
He's had to do this on every single angle on this map. Sewer's up next. Just as Sim gets over there, that is tragic timing for him.
Bro,
He's gotta
stop.
rest this a little bit.
Don't you
Trap
guilt
fire
me.
forces him to
I won't fall for.
hang
I
back
don't
on
fall
site,
for
and
the
with
guilt
Sim
troll.
At the ready, this should be a done deal. And that is not going to stare this down, and Sim is going to take initiative. Might as well spot to see if someone is here at this point, and that is TSM will wrap up round 5.
There was definitely a scenario, but I love that Tripwire placed up so early. Well, yeah, I suppose early into A main. Having shoot that Tripwire, get caught by it somehow. You'd see the double swing come by from 2 remaining members of TSM. Sim would be there for the follow-up. It was a checkmate. There's not much Nat could have done there. However, this next round, if I'm TSM, I'm looking to see if Nat
I was literally molded
will
by
use
Semphis.
that
You guys don't
lockdown
understand. And
on a
Hiko.
big, massive buy.
Hiko TK'd me in every
Also,
freeze
operator
time
in play.
of every scrim of
there's a
every
lot of
practice for years. I played 0 warm-up rounds. It's part of the reason why my stats are really bad. I'll blame Hiko for that.
Heavy here. You already see Ned having to use all of his
Tell him I said that, actually.
Can't happen, and oh,
Alright.
Sim! Huge attempt to make it happen. What a cross-up to get all the way around to the back of Garage, but they're
Okay.
ready for it. TSM luckily uses that space that Sim opened up to
Turn
take over
4.
C-Site, and that is when Net will let this lockdown go, as well as a
Oh
couple
my
kills in
god.
the feed.
Nice shot.
Maybe a little
Can they get
more
out?
necessary than we really remarked
Yeah,
for,
they're
though,
out,
is
they're out.
him gone. TSM can still play.
Oh my
for
god,
the
Poise
first
back
win,
in.
which they've
No
managed to take
scan.
down, and Poise is also good for 1. Koala Noob, good coverage to save the face of
Such a good
Nismo
flood by
and
M80.
who will be able to grab their second round of the game.
That killed?
What?
The knife kill on the GMD.
Did that not hit his head?
Oh my
Yeah, it
god,
did,
that
but,
was
like, there was no
actually a
sounds or
line. That was actually a line Hiko said to Semphis. Because Semphis got so mad. Because I actually didn't get super mad at Hiko. But Semphis, or maybe Dazed, or someone, threatened to quit the team because Hiko kept killing them in the freeze times leading up to the games. And Hiko said, if I can't TK you guys during prac, I can't be on the team. Bro, I was griefed for so many years, man. I was molded by trolls. Like, you don't get it. You don't get it.
Stack up on A's been called. M80 are trying to play for
There-
the delay to make sure no space can be given to
Semphis
TSM
had
on
this thing
site.
called the nice
Want them to
troll,
rotate
where
into
he
the
would
hub. The Koala
be
has set up
nice.
B. That's
But when he was
the
being
line in the
nice,
sand.
you knew he was lying.
Past that point, there may be
It
no
wasn't
coming back.
actually
Nismo
him
rolling
being
front with
nice.
BCJ, the
It was
Hunter's Fury
him
himself.
actually saying the
A
opposite of
gigantic
whatever he
spiderweb
was
set
saying.
up. And TSM, they seem aptly aware of this and do not want to push
And
further.
so if you fucking respond to that, you
They knew
look
that
like
lane
the
was going to be
asshole.
their safe bet, but only for so long. For all they know, Koala Noob could be set
I'm
up on that
fucking,
farther
it's actually
angle as
brilliant,
well.
low key.
Oh, but look
You
at the
see the
distance here.
pings, you see the
Semphis
trail.
was the biggest
They're gonna
troll,
blaze
dude.
their way into C-Site yet again, this time more fully through Garage. They got to do the same thing they did last time, despite the fact that no one is here. And it'll lead to be, to people from M80 being able to
Can he get
intercept a
out?
little
Yeah, he's
early.
out.
Full-blown Rolling Thunder on
Oh,
a
what a
C-Site
play
here,
by
but that doesn't
Net.
catch the edge,
Oh
which means he's
my
able to catch
god.
Sim, and now BCJ,
That
Hunter's
was
Fury from
gorgeous by
across the
those
map
two.
can play for time even harder. M80 early shutdowns lead to TSM questioning themselves on site, but with no early contest.
I hope
from
Seven
M80,
doesn't
they
use his
still will
ult
be able to
here,
at least get
but
this
he
strike
might.
up before the real fight comes.
I don't think he should though.
planted.
Rolling Thunder still
They need
available.
like, if they get a kill, he might use it.
Scurry back into Garage. One spot for a Proto who grabs 3 through the smoke.
What?
What a spray to suddenly, completely eviscerate M80. TSM make it 5-2, and all they need to do is what M80 was doing all damn season.
How did
That's
that
such
happen?
a scary round for M80 to win, lose. Oh, that is not a happy camper. That was such a well set up round 2. The stall factor on A site, the pressure to move your team in this C site. That is exactly what M80 wanted. And as soon as that call for all of the KJU Tilm Garage was made, Hunter's Fury already rerouted.
We get no
pushed
replay.
Up
But what we
ready to
can do,
detonate
chat,
and find impact. The Rolling Thunder
Pet the
set up for the
Cypher.
post plant, but missed op shots, missed kills, and the Rolling Thunder, frankly, missing a lot of its impact.
Yeah.
It was read into by TSM as soon as that spike had gone down. Beeline into Garage. They're not going to ult that. And a Proto got the 3K of a
Bro.
lifetime. That, a series
I wait.
of small
Oh shit, they got
misplays
the
from
push.
M80 crumbled that round away.
Let me see if I
That
can
was
get
so
what
necessary.
the original stream showed. Fuck, how does the replay worse than the actual?
Yeah. Amazing macro reads from TSM here on the attack.
There it is.
They really have this red.
Oh,
so
he
far.
TP'd past into default.
Response has been
That
what
was
we've
pretty
asked of
fire,
them.
dude. I didn't catch that the
Response
first time
is what
around.
they've lacked
A
in
Proto goes in,
for this half so
swings
far.
out.
TSM, the sites
He's
that they've
catching
been
people on the
defaulting,
corner of
sites
this
that they've been
Omen
recycling
smoke
have
as
not
he just
been
runs
custom.
out. I think they were fucking spooked by that smoke back site. That was Gimon's smoke back site, and they had no idea what was going
They are
on.
running out of resources, and
Like,
they
that
are
smoke
running
gave
into
them
new
anxiety about
options
someone
that
being in
TSM is
it.
bringing to the table. Beautifully, I
man.
may add.
Keep in
Really
mind, too,
good play
Koala
by
had
this,
used
too.
Bladestorm a few rounds ago, not available here. Can't invest in an extra weapon.
Well, it's just GMD, but his name is Gimond, which is what it's short for.
Xander's paranoia here tends to be.
It's just so hard to say GMD, like, while I'm just rattling off a bunch
defenses.
of nonsense.
Just one footstep.
Oh, God.
Jump and Sim will initiate
Oh my God, he got
into
it.
a storm, and
No
yet still
smokes.
catches Xander.
Kind of big for a retake.
Remainder of M80 gonna try and take over lane with just GMD on the run back, and they are a freight train trying to get through lobby door. They're just gonna full on three-piece into GMD. They do not give a care, and BCJ, despite being alone for a nanosecond, uses it to take down the Omen, grab himself an extra gun, and make this post plant a little more interesting, a little more M80, I may say. Koala Noob lights up, shot onto 7. Now a 4v2, with guns in tow. Net catching the back of poised. Koala Noob catching his front. And a Proto stands alone this time around. M80
Bro.
should have this in the bag to make it a 5-3. Deep in they gun. A Proto locks in 2 disgusting domes. But that's all he'll have to settle for. M80 make it 3-5.
Thrifty.
Proto's been a raid boss so far. This map has scared us quite a few times now. What started off kind of disastrous for M80
TSM.
with that early pick against Xander.
Oh, no! We suck again!
Timing differences
It's
on this
over.
retrack back over
This
to
is
the B
it.
site.
This is the
That
start.
could have gone from bad to worse. But again, the confidence plays came through from M80 side, playing together as a team,
This is the start
focusing
of the
less on
end.
the macro and more so on the individual fights and
That
converting those
thrifty
out.
is it.
Something, getting headshots.
Yeah, give
Two
the
more
responsibility to
rounds
M80 members. That's really what a lot of this is facilitate these hero moments that M80 has been winning on. Oh, Sim, immediate jump in. He is hungry for the action this time, and the Nano Swarms are going to stop him, but 7 will track down BCJ with that Hunter's Fury, and TSM will finally electrify A-Site.
Oh, this is gonna be hard for the retake off of Koala. And
But,
when everything is
I wish
so
I had it on my
colorful and
soundboard.
you can't see anything through that scope. All of TSM have taken A-side control, especially Hell. No ults for the retake. Nismo full utility, and a paranoia to boot.
Oh, fuck.
Koala Noob, the rush in, good time wasted, but still felled. Rest of M80 trying to drop in. They see the window, and it's neglected.
Wait,
That's their
we're so
time
back?
gone. That's their opportunity.
We're actually back?
And they will relent. TSM will get themselves to 6.
This op has not found much impact on this defense for M80.
No.
TSM have been guesstimating pretty well not to push into it. The fact that Koala had started on C-side, pathed his way over to A, had to hand off the op to Net to push in and attempt to go for the retake is just extra steps unnecessary. So where will it live into this next round? Will Net hold on to it, or is Koala going to maintain it? I mean, more often than not, it's going to go back to Koala, but...
How funny is it, chat, that when I type in
I'd rather see him on the
Koala,
Vandal this map.
I just get this.
I think Koala would do so much better with the Vandal. I think he would feel so much more
It's just
confident
like,
walking up mid.
my computer
and just taking
knows.
Fights, which
It
is
knows.
what, again, M80 really needs to try pushing, I think. Just have that confidence that you are better mechanically, that you are better
Do you want me
aim-wise,
to read it again?
and use that as
Oh no, we
often
don't have
as
time to
possible.
read
Cash that
it.
in as many times as you can.
Impact.
And
Just a reminder.
What a great read from TSM. Out gets Koalanu, but in goes all of TSM, and Sim just gets to waltz into the back for free. Spray and pray into the link, and Koalanoob is felled before he even gets to walk back in the door. Xander will walk in the door, though, through Garage!
That was insane, dude.
The magic of M80's hero moments, and they've taken back Seaside without a moment's notice. Net now going to Proto, not far behind, and Xander rounds things out with 4 M80 excitably get us back.
What the f? It's
to a 4-6
over.
game.
It is
Xander's the best
over.
player of all time. Like, unbelievable consistency. This is ridiculous, man. That was 100% around for TSM again. They had done everything right. They had the early read on Koala's up. They knew exactly where he was going to be positioned. They pressured him out. That was the main tool of stall on to Seaside. Just not happening, I guess, with Xander. There's always another factor to worry about on M80's side. A timeout's been called. But frankly, TSM's looking great. They have 6 rounds. On the attacker side, you know, they're not faltering. You want to gain as many as you can on a map like Haven. At best, M80 can go 6-6.
That's crazy.
But after this tag pause, you can tell TSM are looking to maximize their attacking rounds.
Absolutely.
This isn't just for strategy. They need 8-4.
Yeah, they really need every single round they can get. Historically, this tournament, and even outside of it, their attack half has been mediocre.
I always worry when TSM run into these walls. Like, I just feel like I do like how dynamic their attack half has been, and they have such a powerful comp with the Neon that it seems like M80 is not willing to like linger around individually on a lot of these chokes, and they're only kind of willing to set up trap plays, which is very smart, and they have very drilled retakes.
They are 7 rounds away from our 3rd upset of the day, baby. How nice it would feel.
The question is whether like the flood is going to work.
Be the victor today.
Shit, staying.
M80, again, something to say about it. Not just yet in C-Site, though, as the exec reigns through again. Sim back on for free.
Look at the ult economy of M80. One pick from a wealth of players could drastically alter the retake.
That is insane. Yeah, they have 6.
Together, though. Operator still in the hands of Koalanoob. Has Blade Storm available. Could be good for the entry here. 2 rounds left. Sacrifice it. There's an Odin available for both teams. They could pierce so much of this site.
Time
that's
Net
so
finds the first shot onto
that's
Sim.
5v5 chat going through that cage
That he had
in
to protect.
garage.
And that's the first half of this done. Now to just play keep away. Force the shots to not be enough. Koalanoob locks in on the operator.
Dude, that's so smart to cloudburst behind him like that.
M80 will make the post plant work and get to 5-6.
Just great solid communication overall there. Net getting that opening pick, saying, hey, look, I've got the lockdown. Let me go for this Koala, you cover me. And utilizing the lockdown and C-Site long in tandem with the operator to win the round. And, you know, there's something complex
Chat, do you
about
want to
that
see what I
either. You
stumbled
see that
into
all
when
the
I
time.
left?
But the fact of the matter is that any pick seen by M80 could have drastically altered what that initiating ultimate could have been.
I was looking. Oh, wait. We don't have time. We do not have time.
Of that operator. Luckily, though, it was used out well. M80.
BCJ one off of an ult. He's looking for the orb over here. I think he's going to get it.
B-side could be the way to go.
It would. Oh, he's not going to grab it right there?
To line up that spike post plant with 7's Odin backside. Or should I say back in window?
I feel like he should have just snagged that shit.
Seems that TSM investing even less in the pre-plant this time. Seems that M80 really just wants to play after the spike is down. A couple bits of slowdown utilized by the defenders, but that's all before the spike is planted.
7 stop playing window. Instead, aiming through the brown box to have the perfect angle for the diffuser.
Have that spray with the Odin. One half of the door completely rounded away. It's the
Oh,
other half that Sim's inside, and he can't get
They're
anything
stunned,
done
though.
with it. M80 again. So much firepower.
Yeah, even though they got that kill, they couldn't do anything.
7 has a pretty safe 1-2. 2v1 that you could just be sprayed into. Koala
Well
has to
played.
take the fight, and he can't.
7 is
TSM
kind of
have
good.
enough to hold on to.
It's a game. It's a game, chat. It is a game. This was me on those rounds. This is why I was laughing. This is me checking out Is it? Do we still got a game chat? I'm checking. That's insane, bro. What is on my other monitor? What is that? What is that? That's me checking to see if we have a game. I don't want to call it yet. I'm getting down low. I'm getting in there real close in those last rounds. We still got a game 7-5.
For a defensive jet to fall into the trap of an operator well wielded out. Not finding
that is,
impact.
bro. I couldn't even hold it in. I saw it on my other monitor because I was looking for a ref sliding in, and I typed in sliding in ref meme, but I never expected that to be what it looked like. And so when I saw it, I just I couldn't hold it in.
On this Neon's shoulders, and he's got to run a PB with it. Meanwhile, M80 looking to again hold on to that first seed while not sacrificing too much of the playbook. At this point,
are you serious, Simon? That's insane.
Clear.
That has to be so harsh on your fucking shoulder.
M80's attack does not show up on the pistol
sliding around on your shoulder
to break out the playoff caliber strats.
Oh, jeez. You mentioned a PB needed for TSM. From where they're at in the standings, they need an any percent to stay alive. Anything, really. They looked so good in the first day. And then 2 days in a row of coming so close yet so far. What will the plan be? The opening tempo here is going to be so important for these next few rounds. Already, M80 opting to put the majority of their forces towards A site. Speed difference. Remember, Koala, Sim, Jet, Neon, very different. There is that Cypher too on a Proto. More stall capabilities.
It is crazy, right, Meg? Shit's crazy.
Early discipline from M80. Going for control of lobby. Koala, nasty shot to kick us off.
Hey, I know that angle.
Nothing to twist
Saw
the
that
knife in
earlier.
just yet. Oh yeah. No, we're not unfamiliar at this point. No one on M80 is, especially with this attack. Get ready to rinse and repeat this A plant. Get ready for TSM to fail to read it for 5 straight rounds.
Less than a minute left now. GMD not watching that angle. Similar to Xander did. A 3-pick though.
Saw it. Great timing, huge damage onto BCJ. Paranoia for the slowdown, but now has to pay attention to main. Rest of TSM is here and ready to fight. That's the bonus of having the Neon on your squad, is that your intercepts are far stronger.
No one B.
And so M80 with 40 seconds to go, they say this fight is not worth taking. Let's get out of here. TSM responds by just keeping GMD available, and he can find net.
No,
and now he's got a little more work to do. Still M80 hovering around this lobby, and GMD spotted Koala Noob. Kill number 2 for the Jet this round, and it's given ample space for Xander to now take over this A site.
This guy is so slimy.
No chance the guy is watching here. Absolutely not. M80, beautiful double back onto the A site that we always knew they were going to. Easy takeover from there. No way for Sim to be able to get all 3 of these in such little time, and it'll be a heavy
I thought of a
pistol
question
round to
though.
keep
When
them
I went
stable.
to the bathroom just now at half, I was wondering if you guys were playing net and you guys were playing bind, right? Deadlock's a pretty good age on bind, so net picks Deadlock, and you're playing against him, and net throws the net. What are you comment? What are you comment?
Maybe. But they still need one more to clutch it up. This is going to be a hard save from TSM. They can afford it.
What do y'all comment to the boy?
The
The squad. What's the squad getting in voice chat?
But remember, this is Haven. This could be a tricky map. Closed quarters, condensed, B main push. I mean, there's a shorty already available and some utility. This could still benefit pistols if M80 play this horribly wrong.
What do I call it? I didn't used to call it net when I played Deadlock. What the fuck did I call that shit?
Anything else gained? No knowledge of how much commitment TSM has put into this round.
C's. Yeah, I think I said C's. Yeah.
Spike planted. No one in the vicinity to fight.
I said C's because
GM
I
needs
didn't
some
feel like people
pot shots with the
would
sheriff.
know what
That's all he
net
can hope
meant,
for.
or like I also wasn't aware of them.
Scurries on back.
But I knew they would know what I
M80
meant
should
if
be
I
able
said
to outstretch
C's.
from here and take down each member of TSM if they decide to reveal themselves. I don't think many of them will, though. Hanging outside the doorways. They'll be letting this round go, and we will indeed tie things up 7-7.
Yeah.
It's always
At this point, just playing
7-7.
for the spike.
7.
Making sure you don't feed orbs to M80. Could have been a very different round had we seen even utility usage from Poise deep down below inside of sewers. Go for it. Oh no.
Here.
Okay. One step closer to the neuro theft. Oh.
I like how everyone's
the
comms are literally fucking best-selling books. You guys are fucking calming out books. I'm throwing the gravitational net, which will make them crouch in the open. It will land. Your guys' comms are so long. Net, C's. Fuck, one word, bro. What are these comms? Chat GPT asks. Seriously, get out of here.
This is where they reside, because they haven't been allowed to play Lotus most of the tournament.
I wonder why. And you know, that brings up an interesting point too, is
This
that the
is,
stall factor
well,
for M80
regional
has not been as
gameplay
strong
in
as I thought it
international
would be in this
tournaments is
tournament.
almost always mud
TSM, they play
gameplay.
pretty brawly too back
Almost
in
always.
Challengers, and yet M80 had their number every time.
Because there's a lot of familiarity.
They're going to be playing slow. They
And
don't
the
need to
players are in
stall that
really
much
good
anymore
form.
into the late round post plant. Sim not seeing a single person right under his nose. Poised, has the utility for the stall. The timing is there. All it takes is a quick re-swing. You have to look at BCJ though. Can he help with the trades?
Koala gets on top, passing that tripwire, has to farm this kill against Poised quick, or at least distract him long enough for the rest of the team to get here. A trade-off from 7, but he's quickly taken care of as well, and M80 have been able to infect B-site for enough time for Xander to commit to this plant with that security.
Big fight coming out this
literally
league.
doorkeeping outside of Garage Link. And so now it's a re-extension for M80 that they might have
showed
to
an
execute,
ankle.
especially if net's cleared. But Nismo on flank watch means that no one from TSM can provide that surprise factor, and so with 2 rifles in an extremely
No, I was just
fragile
thinking that,
position, TSM will once again opt to save.
And knowing full well that M80 have had such dominant attacking rounds, it's possibly worth now using this time to start the conversation for attack pause. What do? You've made it this far. You're well within range of stringing together rounds and converting this to a series win against M80, your first ever. Koala looking to farm for the
In the eyes of the viewers, that's probably the best
comp
comp possible.
It's not like their economy is in perfect condition either. So far, they've yet to meet competition. Wow.
Okay.
Sure.
Chat, they took all of our
Definitely celebrate
guns.
those kills. Both these teams have been celebrating
They
everything.
took it
I
all.
think the LATAM and Brazil teams have made them nice and loud by this time in the tournament. They've been getting more and
It's
more
over.
colored as things have gone on.
Yeah, it's like how we get loud.
Oh my god.
We're just
You're
like the
so
team.
right. Wow.
Right?
We're just like the pro. We're just like the pros.
Who am I rooting for? I told you, I'm rooting. Wait, are you trying to get me to jinx? Wait a second. What's safe for me to say?
You just do so much, right?
I'd be selling overpriced coaching sessions. I wouldn't be on this. No way.
Wait a second.
Oh, but speaking of which, though,
I'm just
coaches
rooting for
are
a good
coming in,
game.
looking to see. They have very much done so much for both these teams, though.
So much. They've been so important. Happy especially has been so instrumental
Oh,
to
yeah.
M80's rise, especially this split. Just the way he's been able to polish up all of these mechanics from M80. They look like such a well-adjusted. I mean,
Imagine
they look
this,
like
but
a VCT
Valorant.
team at this stage. They
This
look
is
ready,
weird.
so ready.
Who likes Valorant?
Here, especially in playoffs, M80 are very
We like
much
Valorant. This is all chat.
enter in the VCT.
Hey chat, who likes
TSM, they've
Valorant? That's
certainly
me
made this
talking.
rise
That's
back.
me, the
They're only
streamer.
one round behind now from M80. They were a team that not a lot of us really expected to make it out of Challengers into Ascension. Other teams had looked so good stage 1 and into stage 2 and fell apart when it mattered most.
That's Sen City. That's Sen City in 2020.
Is this going to be the rush that's hoped for? There's 3 stacks on scene, not a lot of info found. Koala's movement is
It worked. It still worked. It still worked. It still worked. Oh my god.
As easily with the aftershock maybe finally, but it's still a bit of a tough fight as Koala has been taken care of. The rest of this lane is still a battle that needs to be won. And so an Owl Drone is sacrificed. Nismo will probably have to get traded off of, and a lot of counter checking Nasty has done. Unless he can just spray through the Radianite, Nismo easy kill onto Poised and just check by shooting. That's an easy way for M80 to grab their 4th consecutive attack round.
But the real strat change needs to come out this next round from TSM. A simple hold with Sheriffs definitely can't illuminate a whole lot. There was a great read though from TSM's side, knowing full well that the fast entry should be on C.
I'm losing hope.
But standing directly in the lane of the fault line and not able to convert that opening shot.
I feel like this is like a do or die type round.
Definitely hurt quite a bit.
It's a big part of shutting down those attacks is just making sure Koala Noob doesn't get inside, because either he'll get a kill or he'll make you fight him long enough for somebody else to kill you. There is no in between. Either we shut down Koala Noob or we lose the round. And so far, Koala Noob.
Yeah, but I was trolling back then.
Will get sprayed and prayed though, down to 5 HP. This Odin already finding massive
now I'm being serious
this round.
And now I'm like, I don't
Important to note though, Poise not investing any breach utility, opting to keep it hidden. Could very well line up the fault line here for B main to stifle any aggressive push there.
Like
Odin didn't find much value outside of A main. Did stifle, I suppose, a little bit outside of Koala, but right now this next push is everything. Owl Drone inside of Garage.
No.
No. Get another one there. The blind from Xander is so perfect.
Kill them all, Proto.
What insane timing from this squad.
Last player
so beyond practiced, and everyone finds their shots as well. They can do everything, and then they can win the fight against you. 7 whimpering with this Odin in hand, trying to give TSM some sort of solace this round. But if M80 have their way, TSM will continue to escape with nothing.
It's the same up dilemma that you have a lot of the times with Jets. You want to go for the retake, but because it's so hard to find that value within weapons sometimes, the Odin has the case a little bit easier. But you don't want to lose such an expensive weapon just like the op. You're almost forcing your team to go into these 4v5 retakes at best. It's the investment that's so expensive. It ends up costing defensive teams rounds. Oh, I will never get used to that.
Dinner and a show here at Ascension Americas.
I'm not feeling good about this.
Halloween masks.
I am not
with the
feeling
really
good about
blown up
this.
foreheads at the agents.
Oh yeah, like big head mode. Like
yeah.
in that basketball game, yeah.
Kind of, but like the stretched out, like the view we just saw. You know, you have like a little mesh face mask over it. You go
what
dance
if we
around.
Made every character Wide Joy, and you just had Wide Joy.
Dude, I miss Wide Joy.
Don't we all?
M80.
Once again, the streak continues. How much does it hurt to have to say GG go next after
what the
5
fuck?
seconds of the spike being down? M80 finishing rounds before they're even halfway done. Trying to catch 7 early on with this Odin. They can't find the window, but they can find control of the lane very early on in the round.
Important to note too, pressuring out this Odin, already identified. The Owl Drone gone. Koala, backside control, could be a 3K.
Oh my god.
Tough position for Sim to take so forward, upward, especially when 7 is taken over. Koala Noob, once again, it's his time to shine for 2 deep, and Kimon stalled away for BCJ to get the trade off. And again, M80 trivialized the round. Is there even a chance for TSM to make it here? It takes such a perfect incursion, and it takes M80, let's be honest, missing their shots, which they refuse to do this half. The smokes will dissipate. TSM with so few opportunities remaining, it seems like they just have to go for this one.
I wonder if that alone gets me DMC. You think they got that? No, surely not. That's
all signs pointing to M80 on this half. And it will once more. Oh, let's go take down a proto, shall
That's a strike, actually. Yeah, that's a strike for sure.
Wow.
Not much of
Nismo literally says, step back, I've got this. That's That's the confidence that M80 have right now.
I mean, this has been a brilliant series for Nismo. Every
It's
single
so
map, even the
over,
initial
man.
loss on map 1 was still
M80
a
is
lot of
just
impactful rounds off
so.
of.
They're so good on Haven. This is what I was worried about when I saw the map pool. Is like, even if they get like washed out on a hit, their second and third layer hits are better than most teams. Like they use just the right amount of util. And if they get stuffed, they still have enough util for a second layer hit. They don't waste their ults. They have powerful entries. Oh man, mistimed it though.
Such a massive stun.
Holy fuck.
The Russian lobby for 2. And this is the proactivity that TSM were trying to enact for so long this half. But it takes a friggin' neon ult to get it done.
Even eating up the breach util, ensuring to win those opening fights.
Okay, spray to kill 7.
Yeah, remember, you have the 2 best multi-kill sprayers in America left alive on M80. Anything's possible. Well, except maybe getting the spike.
Well, yeah, this trapwire makes it so we can't do our best calm impression completely. But M80 do have a couple options to play with this. 40 seconds on the clock.
Let's go!
You've got 2 nano swarms and you've got a recon bolt. So you can play for intel,
Shaz,
maybe
thanks for the
flush out
raid.
one end of the spike's angle,
Appreciate you.
and then
Good
take a fight in
stream,
2 pieces. But you've got to do
30
dry
seconds
clearing
left.
up until spike, and that's why a proto's held early up here in Link.
Bro,
First swing is net, and it's missed. Timing favors M80, at least the first go
A
round.
little,
Playing for safety there.
little
not getting a body
unhinged.
advantage. By the time you get to spike, the time is over.
It's got to be done. No way you can get it in a proto.
Wait a
On the
second.
second
I am
step,
not believing
we'll swing
this.
in and grab
I
the remaining
refuse
2
to believe
TSM.
it.
Finally, stabilization.
Stable for how much longer? Call for that
Is this
round
a
was
nail
the flood
biter?
utility and go for a 4 stack to use Sim's ult. You're not going to rely on that every round.
No.
A lot of that too was based on just, again, both teams having mutually assured breach util to freeze each other in place and go for a very nice stun kill in the
Where are
beginning.
we on the graph?
There's too many variables there for consistency to have that happen
We
again.
are right here.
Now, it looks like this could be a fake this time with the opener from M80. Where is Nismo's utility going to go? Is he going to use that early fault line on A? The answer is no. There's that early smoke. It's going to drive away the Odin. Pressure's still out on C, though. A jump peek in B from net. Confirms that there's not much of a presence there, but they do shoot out the tripwire. Pressure's out now. How much utility is there?
Fuck
7
that
has the
noise.
Odin. Hunter's Fury available. And M80, though, have to be very careful. If they give away an
There's a big
outlier or
ult on
straggler
7,
away,
chat.
they're going to give up neural theft to a proto.
What we do be liking, this potential ult, if it's some kind of garage split in the late round. We do be liking
Refusing
that.
to give up space,
But it looks like just a C hit.
but also refusing to take
Garage
it
alert.
for this time being.
Oh no. Net has to play this so carefully. There's an inkling of an idea about this C execute. And now Net can push in.
He's going to be able to take the door at least, and M80 is going to be able to take the lane. Ballsy TP from GMD to make it over to the pedestal, especially when you still have a Rolling Thunder in your kit. Yeah, sorry, buddy,
They
you're
cooked our
absolutely
boy.
not surviving this. M80 scurry on the
Like
side,
some
Proto's only good
fucking
for the one,
poutine.
and Net can easily assist with the crunch. But with Spike still on the way, Sim has some time to at least go for a little bit of wiggling, and with the Hunter's Fury still available, the fight is not nearly close to done. BCJ will actually go down here as
3 on
7
3,
has
qual
one
is
more
still
left in
low.
the tank to keep this fight
30
rolling.
HP.
13 seconds to go, and M80 need to make the call. Xander will be able to stick the plant, and TSM will have to stay away. Aftershock just a little bit late.
you guys watching a
Xander
movie?
staying up, but going where? Having the smoke held down and flying from
Strike's
the
very
blocks.
good.
Koalanup the only one in lane. Xander, the rotation, good for one early. And now 2v2, net straight position.
God.
Koalanup impeccable offshot.
Great
M80
fucking round by
rounds
Koala.
of match point to
Played his life
continue their
so
undefeated
well.
run here at Ascension.
One more.
Wow.
One more is all that's needed. And TSM, their early calls have been so good on this defense, but M80 just remains unmatched. They have looked so good on these attacking rounds all throughout this tournament.
It's time.
If I recall correctly, this is a map that the team has not lost this year. I think the last time they did was last Ascension. Oh, this is it. The real test. The pressure on the line now, TSM. 4 rounds behind. behind. Need OT again. 7. And
It's not time yet. Wait.
Could be the miracle that's
Wait.
needed for this team to stay in
Hold
Ascension.
Hold
They can just
off
keep getting
on the
picks like
coffin
this and roll
dance.
it on.
Wait.
Double tripwire setup back of A site. Purposely meant to catch out Koala Noob on the fast entry.
Hold it.
So M80 uncertain of how much of the site is available. Xander going to be the one to soft clear it. And they'll just slow walk onto site. To see if there's util, they will hear this wire. Koala Noob.
Bro.
He's gonna go up.
This is a great call. Letting go with that. They can take the alternate angle. There's the rush down from Koala Noob. 7 is gone.
Boy, man.
Seconds late. The rolling thunder in response.
Yeah, make him pay for that.
Now ready to fight, ready to play, ready to spray. 2 gone for the rest of TSM to drop in and take over. 3v1.
I don't know about that one.
With such
All
little
good. Fuck
HP,
it.
they
This
still
guy's
need to
actually I
guarantee
do. This
Xander's
guy's the
position
goat.
because that man has an operator and he knows how to use it, except when he's flash. TSM get to 9.
Pull up.
Yeah.
We're back. We're back. We're back. We're so back.
For TSM, this
We're
is
so
everything for their
back.
careers.
We're so
This
back.
is the farthest any of them have made it. And they have a great chance of making it forward so they can just keep going for these heroics again. It should
That
be
was an
over there.
insane play,
7
man.
falling.
That was dope.
The Odin removed, but then Sim picks it up and through the smoke. It's a beautiful double kill, blind through the smokes. And it was all off that miraculous opening pick against Net, starting things off 4v5. Once again, Magic needs to happen
Dante?
for TSM.
No, Dante doesn't watch the game. He probably doesn't, but it shows up on Match
This
Day.
is such a crazy investment.
Why
in
would
the
he
lane.
waste his time?
M80 not touching that with a 10-foot pole in the early stages.
A
of round
wolf
number
like
22.
Dante would never concern himself with sheep like this.
Instead, the insertion
You know what I'm
of
saying?
Mirage is geared towards Koala and and BCJ. And it looks to be another sequence. The speed of this has got to be unfettered. with
Send
how
that to
much TSM
Dante,
is
by the
already
way.
stacked here.
Maybe he'll sign.
Koala Noob
I'm just
cannot be
kidding.
found.
I'm just kidding, by the way.
GMD not necessarily looking for him.
Unless I'm not.
Cyber
Oh.
caged out. Early post, and that's actually more prepared for Koala Noob. Silent, but alone, he falls.
But look at this. Sim staying on A in case there's a reroute back over. He's gonna flank with the off.
Oh, Proto, nice shot back.
Come on, please. Come on,
M80,
please, please,
it's
please,
looking like it
please.
has to be
No,
more
no, no,
committal
no,
than
no.
ever at this
No, no,
stage.
no, 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 no,
He
no.
has to find his way
No.
out. Nismo, the shutdown, and suddenly
No.
a resurgence for M80 this round.
No.
Making it possible as always. And it's
30 seconds
Nismo
left.
at the front of the pack. Now with the lesser
on
health as
site.
well, that means he'll be the sacrificial
More
lamb.
expensive guns means win,
Whoever has to
right?
fight it first. It's 7.
Surely.
Up and Odin, ready to take back over. Now it's just BCJ. First timing is good onto 7, and Sim doesn't have the operator to hold on to it. BCJ, easiest fight to give M80 yet another victory here in Ascension.
Bro.
You could see the idea toying in his head, the flank back around, C-Long with the operator and help seal the deal, but a shorty at the end. TSM, the best match they have ever fought. If they can continue to play like this into next year, they will be at the top of the brackets. But M80,
fuck,
there's
bro.
a reason why they remain undefeated. Their adaptability, the way they can connect and
I
talk to
did-
each other.
oh, bro.
The ways that they want to stay undefeated in their individual heroics. They
That's-
want playoffs.
I don't think
But
he
most
did
importantly,
he
they
realize
love
he had a
VCT.
shorty, or maybe he thought he could get closer, or
They want it so bad.
I'm not sure which one of the two that could have been,
Their
or maybe he
hunger
thought he was
aching.
lower. I don't.
And they refuse
Could be
to
one of
let
those three
history
things.
repeat itself. First with their first loss against
Fuck.
Brazil's 1 seed in the Union. They have had no trouble against Galorys. And tomorrow's game against 2 Game looks to be an easy one for an M80 that is continuing to just thrive. Second fault was that matchup against the 2nd seed in NA, a little team called the Guard. Whew. We have cleaned up all of our mistakes so far, Keg. M80 looks the best.
Dude, literally, this was Sim that last round. This is. I don't even remember this scene. I'm gonna fucking watch it, but this is my brain says this is what I saw. Ready? Sim thinking,
Series 4 deatomizer.
Sim thinking like he's gonna get this shit when he pulls out. Yup. And then Sim pulled out the noisy cricket.
Come on, man. You get a Series 4 deatomizer. I get a little.
Sim thought he was gonna pull out that thing, but he pulled out the noisy cricket. I think that's what just happened. Like I don't think he realized he had a shorty, is what I'm saying. Like, because there's like 3 options. 1, he thought he was low on HP. 2, he thought he could get close on the slide and the shorty would kill him. Or 3, he thought that shorty was something different. Or I guess 4, he didn't even think through any of that shit. He was just fucking running him down. And then he just was like, wait. Like mid-slide, he's like, wait. Fuck. I have a shorty. One of those 4 things. Fine. '07 TSM. Our own boys put him down. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? It was Friendly Fire that took him out. No one saw it coming. Crazy. Wow. Crazy stuff. Actual Friendly Fire out there in Mexico. Crazy. Our own boys. Our own boys did it to us.
TSM though, they were fired up all the way towards the end. They were still going on. They never gave up, and hats off to them because I just felt like they played so well today, but just didn't come through and just finish it off towards the end.
Bro.
But GMD just played well throughout the entire day. 17-12 as Omen for his team. But then we look at M80, and M80, I mean, Xander has been doing
actually
so well
me rolling up to this stream right now. Actually me right here.
Okay.
Me when I'm in an all NA matchup and I have no interest in either team.
What you like 6'2", 6'3", right?
Yeah, like 6'3".
Oh damn, 6'3".
Yeah.
You like what, 5'9", 5'10"?
Yeah.
Oh damn, you must be like Isaiah Thomas or something.
What?
So you must be nice because he's 6'3", he getting beat.
Nah, he just got a good game. What you mean?
Oh, he had a good game?
Yeah, it was close.
That's it? That's all it was a good game?
Yeah, it was a good game. Yeah.
Oh, so he probably couldn't do it again then?
Probably not. What you mean?
Oh, okay, bet. That's what I was thinking.
Bet. What you mean? We run it back right now.
Run it back. I'm saying because ain't no 5'9" nigga should be beating you unless it's like Isaiah Thomas or something. Like, you know what I'm saying?
This is
literally me, bro.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I'm just saying, don't look at me. I ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? But your girl is here though, right?
Yeah, she is. She over there.
I'm saying she probably looking at you like, you know what I'm saying? Girls like tall niggas that's athletic. You feel me?
Yeah, I mean, I'm tall. I'm athletic.
I can't. You know what I'm saying?
It's whatever. We can get it right now. I really don't. We can go right now.
You say he wasn't that athletic, right?
You said that. I mean, shit, maybe. I'm just saying it's whatever. Like,
what
we trying to do
back right now. His girl did text you that one time, right?
I mean, my girl texted you. What you mean? I mean, once. But I mean,
what the fuck you talking about?
Nigga, what the fuck you mean? What you mean, nigga? Was she the one that texted me?
Hey, shit, you know what I'll do?
Bro, Mark Frank is so fucking
Please get us that replay so we can see that breakdown of Mark's golden performance yet again.
What you like, 6'2", 6'3", right?
Yeah, like 6'3".
Oh, damn, 6'3".
Yeah.
You like what, 5'9", 5'10"?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, you must be like Isaiah Thomas or something.
And right off the back, Mark knew what he was doing right here. Asking Ben his height and then asking Desmond his height. Clearly, he knew their heights already, and he just wanted to start something up.
But your girl is here, though, right?
Yeah, she is. She over there.
I'm saying she probably looking at you like, you know what I'm saying? Girls like tall niggas that's athletic, you feel me?
Breaking down the film. That's crazy.
I can't you know what I'm saying?
And there it is right there. Top tier instigating, ladies and gentlemen. He said, and your girl is right there. She had nothing to do with this, but yet he brought his girlfriend into the picture. Now, one thing we should know from niggas is when you bring their girlfriend into the picture unprovoked, there will be a problem every single time. Mark is a gold medal instigator, and he will forever be one.
Gold medal instigator.
Required in order for them to move on, but I'm confident TSM is gonna pull through the next day.
yeah, we're confident in TSM and what they're able to
The
do.
VOD review on the instigating is
M80 and TSM.
wild,
After this break,
actually.
and when we come back, we'll close out the day and tell you everything about tomorrow.
Man. Seriously. Just no loyalty, though. Just our own boys, no big deal. I got faith in TSM tomorrow. Who's got faith, chat? Who's got faith? TSM is done? No, this is actually all according to plan. I thought I told you guys. I literally gave you guys the script earlier. Like, you thought I was trolling. They're all going to end at 2 wins. We're heading there. Okay? Like, just chill. Just chill. Buckle up. We're heading there, okay? It's happening. It's no big deal. Just wait. 2 wins tomorrow with M80. Don't worry about it. And that's when it all goes crazy. It's all according to script, okay? So none of these numbers really matter right now, actually. Like, none of this actually matters. Because I'm telling you what's going to happen. It's all going to be 2-2 right here. And then we're going to figure out the rules at that point. That's when we're going to figure out the rules. And honestly, a lot of people are going to be mad. It's going to be great. There's going to be... Dude, it's honestly the only thing that's not likely, by the way, the only thing that would honestly deter this from happening, I feel like, would be TSM actually losing to All Knights. I actually think that is the hardest thing to happen. Like, in this whole equation where every team ends up with 2 wins, TSM beating All Knights is actually the hardest part. Because I think this one is like a lock in my head. I think Galorys is beating RETA. So I think they're getting 2 wins. And then M80's last game is 2 game. Honestly, he's got nothing to play for. Do they care? I mean, 2 game could straight up win that anyway, like, even if M80 did care. So, like, the level of effort is kind of a mismatch here. It would gift 2 game a spot in the playoffs. It's like a trap game. M80 could actually double fuck TSM. They could lose that game. Oh, round differential. Who cares about that? Just a bunch of numbers. I do think, though, that TSM beating All Knights is actually, like, the hardest thing. That's literally the hardest thing to happen for the... That's what I was saying. Like, I just think even splitting these last 2 games is a feat. Like, that's why I said that earlier. It's like they could win them both and get 3 wins. But I think realistically, they'll probably split them. But obviously, now that it's do or die, you don't feel too good about it. So beating All Knights, let's see what would happen here. So hypothetically, they would beat All Knights. They would have the head-to-head over Galorys because they beat them earlier. Galorys would end 2-3 because I have them beating RETA. RETA would end 2-3, obviously, as well. All Knights would also end 2-3 because TSM will be beating them, and TSM will end 2-3. And then this, I don't know if it matters even. Like the worlds where TSM just blows All Knights out, that helps the round differential a lot. It definitely would cut into this. They would get head to head, but I don't think. See, here's the thing: in like a 5-way tie like this in this world, chat, I don't think head to head is like. I don't think it means anything, because there's just always going to be some kind of permutation that goes against whatever you think. Like, so yeah, you'd be like, okay, well, TSM actually has head to head over these guys and these guys, so they should put them ahead. And then you'd be like, well, then these guys should be in over TSM, and then you look at these guys and they've beaten them and they've beaten them, and it all makes no sense. Like, you can't do head to head. So it's going to end up, it goes maps and then rounds. So none of the head to head shit matters. And then it comes down to maps. And what do you mean, like map wins? I mean, if they end up winning, they would have 7 maps. If Galorys ended up winning, they would have 6 maps. 2 game. They, who do I have them playing right now? I'm so fucking. They play M80. If they beat M80, they would end up obviously getting 3 wins. They would qualify just based on that alone. They get 1 map. They have less maps than if TSM would win. If All Knights, they can't get 7. RETA can't get 7 if they don't win. Wait, if maps is the first thing, then TSM would be the only 7 map win team. Well, if these guys lose, they would have a differential below 1. TSM could, but the ratio would be better. So TSM has better than them. Galorys, I guess it depends if it's a 2-1 or 2-0, right? Depends, like, all the maps matter then. What are we doing, dude? What are we doing, chat? Bro. Anyone know a way to just loop this song forever? I would love it. For my house. Please don't. So what are the order of the games tomorrow? Let's see. I'm just used to it. I just love it because you guys complain about it. Honestly, I don't really care. I tune it out. Okay. Galorys absolutely needs this. This is do or die for them. Obviously, RETA wants to win it because any team that gets 3 wins makes playoffs. So this is a massive game. 2 game is the second one. And like I said, this feels kind of weird because truly this is for nothing for M80. They have locked in the #1 seed. They don't even need to win a single round. Like, they don't need to even show up. Like, honestly, they could just fucking not show up if that was even allowed. Like, the match doesn't matter to them. Whereas 2-game, if they win it, they auto-qual to playoffs. So it's a very odd fucking matchup. Like, it's super weird. And then TSM and All Nights, the win just gets TSM a chance. Similar to Galorys, right? They just need 2 wins. No, Slip, you know what that song is for? I actually saw this meme on my fucking feed, like, recently. Someone caught, like, a fly. You know, like, how flies are annoying as fuck and just keep buzzing around your ear and shit randomly? Someone caught one, and they put their AirPods next to the fly and taped it down. Bro, that's what this song is for. Do that to the fly. What do you think about that? Am I cooking or what? I might be a psychopath. I might need to be put on a list. Megalith. Fuck. It's just starts taking its arms off. It just starts taking its arms off. Fucking crawls away. Please. Please. I actually had it no volume for the sake of not hearing it just now. That's crazy. Man, I've been having a blast with these watch parties. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I've been having a lot of fun with it. I appreciate you guys. Yeah. I've just been enjoying the vibe, and obviously the games are making it amazing. Like, I don't... Even with the tech delays, like, after these long-ass days, which are very long. I'm fucking waking up at like 6 a.m. Yeah, I don't feel bad about it at all. I feel great. These streams are awesome. It's been really fun for me. Did I ever think of not trying because you already qualified or you always want to win? So it's not like it's the little things, right? It's the intangibles. It's like maybe like staying up and like reading the positive comments tonight about your team and not getting sleep and not prepping up for the team tomorrow. But you're still going to run your, like, maybe some shelled version of your game plan, but you're definitely not going to run your like set plays that are in any way unique. Like, you would never want to show things that would then help you get countered in the playoffs. So yeah, you're going to try. Like, you're not going to purposely miss. You're not going to purposely have poor spacing or trading or like buy troll guns, because I mean, you don't want to have to go through all that shit. But the little things, and I don't clarify that ever on stream, but when I say like it's like a trap game, that's what I mean. Like, they're not going to come out there and like buy dumb shit, but some teams might even try like a weird comp. You know, they might do something like that. They might play their permaban. Why would they do that? Well, I mean, if they do have a permaban, hypothetically, what's the worst that would happen? They fucking win on it, and then everyone's scared. All of a sudden, like, now someone else might ban that map for you. And now you're very strong in the veto process. So there's a lot of, like, squirrely stuff teams can do in these moments. But one thing's for sure is there's no reason for M80 to play, like, an S-tier game tomorrow. They shouldn't, in fact. I would encourage them not to. I would encourage them to try their hardest, but definitely don't run anything set. Or maybe play like an old comp that you're really good at, just to throw people off the lead, you know? You've been trying that Yoru comp on Sunset. Well, tomorrow's a great day to try a fucking Raze comp, right? It's a throwaway game. Tomorrow's a great day. The coach can draw up a playbook real quick. Boom. Like, that's the type of shit you do tomorrow. But you try your hardest on the Raze comp. So, yeah. There's just a bit of a hole. Like, it's a weird day for M80. It's not their best match day, if that makes sense. But they'll still be fucking insane. And honestly, there's even a world where, like, if they do something like that, that version is better, like, just out the gates. Just because it hasn't been seen, there's no counters, it's unexpected from their enemies, like, there's a variety of reasons, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna dip. Okay. Of course, Collins, of course. What else was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but I forgot. Damn, I'm like spacing out because the end of the stream right now. All good. All right, I end her. Good night, y'all. Peace, peace. Oh fuck! Wait, really? Did someone ask to raid? I actually ended up. Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. Honestly, I picked someone that I don't know. Honestly, my raid today, I picked someone I didn't know at the top of, like, Twitch. I would have done it if I saw what you said, because I was just, I don't know, just trying to be friendly. All right. Good night, y'all. See you tomorrow. Peace.